Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Edmond, Canada, Howlett family house. This castle-style manor house was initially built in the 30s, and it has been more than a century since today. After several renovations and extensive construction in the middle, it covers an area of more than square meters, and there are nearly hectares of vast private fields and pastures for raising cattle and sheep on the periphery. The sun shrouded the vast lager forest in the distance, and Howlett's old house stood upright surrounded by many thorns and bushes. The tall blue-gray city walls are covered with dark green vines. Perhaps because of the age, there is a hint of chill and gloom. But in front of this rickety mansion, there are white roses blooming all over. The roses in the wind seem to have a clear smile, so pure and fascinating. A 2-meter-tall giant with bald head and black skin like a mountain of meat is gently holding a brass shower head the size of a bucket. His thick lips are grinning, and there is a childlike light in his protruding eyes like copper bells. Filled with joy, watering the rose bushes. Sitting on the haystack not far from the giant was a young Caucasian man with a messy beard and black hair hanging down his cheeks. Leaning against bundles of hay, he looked dejectedly at the wide school grounds paved with bluestone slabs in front of him. More than a dozen boys younger than him were practicing strange boxing movements and tossing stones hewn from huge stones. Heavy objects, exhale and make a sound, beating the muscles and bones. A gust of mountain breeze blew, the young man's empty left sleeve swayed, and the linen shirt was chilly in this season. Don't look, those little guys are all wolf cubs, come and help Coffee water the flowers. The dull voice of the black-skinned giant rumbled. He hesitated for a while and continued. Even a cripple can water flowers and herd cows. Kofi is willing to take you with him. Kofi is good at delivering calves. Thank you, Coffee, you are such a comforter. James Buchanan Barnes tugged at his empty sleeves that were blown erratically by the wind, grabbed a straw and held it in his mouth, with no expression on his face. Hey, people often say that. Mr. Howlett also praised Kofi for speaking. Everyone likes Kofi, and Kofi likes everyone. The black giant John Coffey finally finished sprinkling the rosebushes. He rubbed his big fat hands on the rough overalls, and sat down beside Bucky. The whole haystack was pressed and sank deeply. Has Steve trained like this before? Bucky moved his butt with some difficulty, and he almost fell on top of Coffee. Steve, that gentleman, Kofi, has never seen him before. Kofi has been staying in the old house, but the boys in the old house often talk about Steve. They used to be very dissatisfied with him, and they don't now. How are you convinced? Coffee's words were still simple, slow, and rambling, but Bucky was used to it. I heard that these wolf cubs have grown up next to Mr. Howlett for generations. They are so arrogant. Except for Mr. Howlett and some old wolves, no one pays attention to them. Two popping sounds came from midair. Steve Rogers fell from a high place, turned somersault, and landed. He looked helplessly at Asazo, who had teleported away, and patted his jacket, walked towards Bucky. Bucky, Mr. Coffee. Steve greeted, and thanked the black giant again brilliantly for saving his brother. You don't need to thank Kofi. Kofi likes to help people relieve pain. Are you really not going to go cattle herding with Kofi? Coffee opened his mouth and looked at Bucky expectantly. Bucky shook his head like a rattle and watched Coffee walking slowly and heavily towards the pasture. Back from Brooklyn, Bucky got all the haystack land, lay down comfortably, held the grass stalk in his mouth, looked at the school field, and talked to Steve without turning his head. Well, I went to stay with my mother, took her to move to the teacher's manor in Long Island, and planted flowers with Mrs. Eddy. I secretly saw your uncles. They are not bad, except for the old drinking. Bucky's parents passed away very early, and he has been living and growing up at his uncle's house, but the relationship is not good, so he hugged the weak and bullied Steve to keep warm since he was a child, and Steve's mother was the closest to him. Good elders. Where are you going next? The great Captain America, the hero of the United States, is still alive and dead. How long do you plan to stay with me, a cripple, on the farm? Steve looked at Bucky's idle look, and was silent for a while. He pulled up his brother who was paralyzed on the haystack, ignored Bucky's yelling, and half dragged him towards the mansion. In the old mansion palace, Zola was very happy to be busy around Dr. Erskine. He had just finished designing the energy capsule that Mr. Howlett would use. Looking at the vibrating gold material used for testing, he was shaking his butt excitedly. Erskine didn't like this little Swiss guy, and he had heard about his notoriety in the scientific community, but in terms of his weak genetic field and physics and high-energy particles that he had never dabbled in, Zola did has a genius side. James looked at Dr. Zola happily introducing his own design, and nodded in satisfaction. The life-level advancement ritual plan was finally almost completed. Look, sir, the energy stability and transmission rate of Genjin are simply out of the box. If I used this material to make the Rubik's Cube energy ER, your energy capsule will definitely achieve the most perfect effect. The energy of the cosmic Rubik's Cube is indeed superior to nuclear energy. This extremely pure and clean energy can avoid the body's rejection reaction to the greatest extent. The problem that was originally too large and violent and difficult to stabilize was successfully solved with the support of Genjin. James looked at the design drawings and test data, paused for a while, and raised his head to ask Dr. Erskine, what about the sample test of Styx's serum? Dr. Erskine named the strongest serum that was extracted from the heart-shaped grass of Wakanda, combined with the super soldier serum and James' blood, sticks, which was taken from the blood of Achilles, the hero of Greek mythology. The illusion of the water of the sticks. Also because this serum has an extraordinary demand on the recipient's spirit and willpower, it will have extremely near-death and hallucinogenic effects after injection, and the mortality rate is very high. The serum reacts well with your tissue extracts. After all, it is formulated based on your blood and genes. If it is successfully injected by ordinary people, it will not only have a more comprehensive effect that far surpasses the evolutionary effect of super soldier serum, it will also have the effect of delaying the evolution of super soldier serum. A special ability to age and speed up self-healing, although the degree may vary from person to person. Dr. Erskine paused, then continued. Mutants with a dominant X gene are not suitable for this serum. Unless you are a mutant with strong self-healing and adaptability like you, other mutation factors will produce unpredictable rejection traits. Even ordinary serum is not recommended for mutants. People get injected. How high is the success rate of injecting sticks for ordinary humans? James asked in deliberation. He had never thought of such a domineering nature of this serum. Zola, who was next to him, also came over and looked at Erskine with great admiration. He highly praised Dr. Erskine's research results. Ask Erskine for advice. But the latter often refuses to talk to him. It's best for ordinary people not to try the sticks. It's basically suicide. If you cooperate with your special physical and mental training methods to reach an extremely high level, coupled with superior willpower, the success rate may be less than half. James shook his head. There is only a chance, and it can only be kept as a possibility. It is easier for the super soldier serum. Get ready. You two can do research on your own after the end. Dr. Erskine, if you want to go back to Germany or go anywhere, I can make the best arrangements. Of course, you are welcome to stay. The field of mutant genes but infinitely wide. James patted Dr. Erskine on the shoulder lightly. His help to him over the past year was extremely important, and he also laid the most critical foundation for the strength reserve of the Howlett family in the future. The sound of footsteps and the low noise of two people came from outside the experimental area of the underground palace. James greeted the two doctors, and came to another area that was originally used for training. The various exaggerated equipment that he used to exercise his body and practice boxing were already old and rusted. He caressed the marks made by sharp claws on the giant iron post, and his eyes were indescribably complicated and lonely. Teacher, you are here. Steve pulled Bucky with an awkward face, and spoke in a strange tone, just like when he was discovered to be lazy when he was practicing martial arts when he was young. What are your plans for the future? James nodded, and simply asked, the European battlefield is basically over, and the remaining battles will no longer require Captain America. For more than 2 months, Steve stayed in the old house with Bucky, and with the help of a Sizo, he went back to Brooklyn to visit his mother Sarah secretly. The outside world has already sent ships to search near Greenland for a long time, but there has been no official notification of Steve Rogers' death in battle. I have a friend. He has a female instructor he likes, who specifically told him that she is single and that her former fiancé is also married, and that she will wait for him to go back. Bucky told Steve's secret in one breath without loyalty. He blushed when he saw Fa Xiao, stared at himself hatefully, and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He was already screwed anyway. James smiled and encouraged. Go ahead, grasp what needs to be grasped. It seems that the Strategic Science Corps will be preserved, and it will become a new organization. You can choose as you wish. Have you figured out how to explain the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube to the outside world? If Steve reappears, the Rubik's Cube and all the circumstances of the battle that day will have to be explained, which is one of the reasons why he has not gone to Peggy Carter for a long time. I've thought it over. Let's say that the Rubik's Cube was shot by the Red Skull and fell into the frozen ocean from the Valkyrie. Let them find it. James watched him hesitate to speak and waved his hands, signaling to speak quickly. Ahem. That's it, teacher. Bucky doesn't really have anywhere to go. Steve glanced at him and lowered his head without saying a word. He was not as clever as his good brother just now, so he didn't know how to continue talking. Do some work in the manor, herd cattle, and raise horses with coffee, and you can learn anything if you want to. Bucky looked obviously lost when he heard the first half of the sentence, but finally heard Mr. Howlett say that he can learn anything he wants, and he understood something, nodded emphatically, and didn't say much. Battle heroes will see a more complicated world in a peaceful age. Nothing else matters. Take care of yourself. James finally made a meaningful exhortation to his students. In the past world, black and white seemed to be distinct. Holding the so-called sword of justice and swinging down the butcher's knife, one often felt at ease, but the sword did not distinguish between good and evil. In the early morning of July 1945, James and his accompanying pack of wolves, Remus Pete, disembark from a military off-road jeep in a desert wasteland in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Robert Oppenheimer, the leader of the Manhattan Project, and several main researchers came over to shake hands with James. The desert no man's land was a bit cold at night, and James still wore a slightly thicker disguise for his age. They approached the marching tent, and several high-level military officials also came over to shake hands with him, and intentionally or unintentionally raised the issue of the post-war military budget. Mr. Howlett, please put on your safety goggles. James took the silver-white light-shielding goggles from a middle-aged man, exchanged a glance with Remus, put them on, and looked to the northwest. 5:30 in the morning. A purple-white light cluster flashed suddenly, followed by a deafening explosion. In the dark night, people were temporarily blinded by this excessively intense light. In an instant, a cloud of dark gray smoke with a diameter of several kilometers rises in the air and turns into a white smoke column. The smoke cloud forms a mushroom shape at the top, and then slowly leaves the smoke column. The crowned mushroom umbrella grows bigger and bigger, as if to swallow the earth. The observation point nearly kilometers away from the explosion was hit by a strong wind. Dr. Oppenheimer and a group of scientists applauded enthusiastically. The first nuclear fission weapon of mankind, the atomic bomb, exploded successfully. On the way to leave, James changed cars and instead of taking the military jeep, Remus drove the Howlett family's vehicle to the airport. Have you made up your mind? James asked Remus Pete, who was driving in front, that he was no longer young. At the age of 30, he had practiced killing techniques to the apex of the first floor. With the help of James, he guided his blood into the second floor. Fake Dan. Although the leader of the wolf pack who once followed him to the ocean to search for Wakanda is still in his prime, he can live to 100 years with this physical state, but after all, he cannot escape the decline of vitality one day. Master, you said that what we study is martial arts. There is no such word. It was invented by you, and we, the group of people, were also created by you. A soldier seeks a vigorous battle in his life. The long-cherished wish of the Nordic people is to enter the Hall of Valor after the battle. I want to wait for an era where people like us can fight to our heart's content. James groaned and did not make a sound. The wolves of this generation were trained one by one by him from adolescence or even infancy, and today there are still 8 who have practiced the killing technique to the second or third stage. They did a lot of dark work for the Howlett family in the chaotic 30s and -s, eradicating gangsters, hostile capital forces, and even high-ranking members of parliament who hindered the expansion of the family. President Roosevelt wanted to deal with this entrenched oligarch in the United States for his reasons. The new generation of wolves is growing up again, and the next generation will still be like this. They are fighting and practicing boxing and martial arts every day in James' hands, full of hostility and murderous aura. But he has no better way to arrange them now. These people have seen and even touched extraordinary power, and they are not willing to die in an ordinary life. They are waiting for an era of wanton fighting that James promised them. When I'm done, I'll start the Winter of the Wolf project. Remus Pete hooked the corner of his mouth and nodded. Bucky felt that he was going to die. Ever since the so-called Big Wolf Uncle Pete brought a few old guys back to Edmund's old house, he missed more and more the training time of Unit 107 that he hated so much. It was a treat. After he ran to the school field on the first day, he was thrown into a valley not far away, standing in strange poses with a dozen half-children and even 2 little girls. Bucky disdainfully learned a horse-riding posture for 20 minutes, then sat down with his buttocks wobbling. Those boys and girls glanced at him contemptuously. Their bodies rose and fell, and they breathed in a peculiar rhythm. Some of them even stood there and moved their spines one by one, making Bucky's scalp numb. An old wolf came over and explained the essentials to him with vicious words. Regardless of whether he understood it or not, he whipped his whip and had to stand up again. It's been more than 10 days, but Bucky has become a little familiar with those boys. After all, they are all children, so they are easy to fool. He curiously inquired how long it would take to practice this way, only to know that the longest one would take 3 years to practice various basic skills and practice boxing. People study in school and live in a company when they grow up. It's just that Bucky doesn't quite understand why these children feel that this place is not ordinary, nor can he be ordinary. In this way, Sergeant James Barnes, a one-armed disabled man in his early 20s, relentlessly settled down in this valley. Regardless of his job here is to raise horses with coffee herding cattle. That night, a huge blue-black transport plane with a strange shape parked in the field outside the old house. Based on his knowledge of military aircraft, Bucky judged that this plane, spraying ice blue flames and landing vertically, had no not at the level possible with current technology. He watched a group of youths trained in the manner and the boys and girls around him line up knowingly, boarded the plane excitedly, and followed behind him under the curse of the chief training instructor Remus Pete. The plane soared into the sky smoothly, and flew towards an unknown direction with extremely fast acceleration. In the depths of Greenland, on the wasteland of permafrost, a puff of black smoke rose out of nowhere, and James, wearing a cloak, took Eric Lancher's hand and a Sazo landed on the solid frozen ground. Eric is wearing an unusually formal dress today, a black suit tailored to his body. His hair is neatly combed, he is tall and thin, with pointed cheeks, and is exceptionally handsome. They looked around and walked down through a hidden hole behind a boulder. A majestic and spacious dish-shaped underground space the size of a stadium for Dash people came into view. It was propped up by countless steel structures and equipped with complete photoelectric equipment and fuel generators. It was purely an underground military base. Many people in research uniforms are busy coming and going inside. There are rows of metal cabins and a 3-meter-high oval machine on a high platform in the middle. Dr. Enam Zola carefully picked up the cosmic Rubik's Cube with mechanical claws made of vibrating gold, and slowly put it into the newly manufactured energy base. The Rubik's Cube appeared on Blu-ray right away, and the turbulent energy stream soared into the sky, but it was quickly stabilized by the energy-absorbing device made by Quan Zhenjin, and the energy was supplied stably and continuously. First, sir, everything is ready. Zola pushed her glasses and said tremblingly. Dr. Abraham Erskine also nodded solemnly. His lifelong pursuit is to explore and surpass the limits of human beings, but today's ceremony will allow him to see how humans become gods. Above one side of the underground base, a ceiling with a size of tens of square meters opened slowly. Amidst rumbling buzzing, the transport plane carrying Bucky and the Wolf group flew above the open cavern. The four propellers on the flanks reversed direction, and gradually fell while pressing against the ground. A series of figures stepped down from the plane quietly and solemnly, and came to James in a neat order, beating their chests and bowing their heads. Remus Pete led the other 8 members of the wolf pack in front, one by one, walked towards the metal cabins arranged in 2 rows, and tore off his own coat. Each of them was tall and majestic, with flesh full of scars naked. Bang! The chi burst all over James, and the cloak on his upper body collapsed. His white jade-colored body was flawless, and his bone structure seemed to be a little different from that of ordinary people. His body was thick and strong, but without large muscles, as if his body was a skeletal armor covered with a layer of jade-like skin. There was a faint blood-red streamer on his body, gently floating 4 or 5 meters in midair. Looking around below, Bucky opened his mouth wide, gulped down a mouthful. His scalp was a little numb. The boys and girls around him were full of enthusiasm, and their right fists were tightly pressed to their chests. Standing on the stage, Eric, who was next to Azazuo, became more and more short of breath. He seemed to be aroused by some kind of resonance deep in his blood. His eyes were burning, and he remained motionless. James Howlett carefully looked at every face without saying a word. The solemn and heavy atmosphere in the entire underground space was like a vast ocean brewing with majestic waves, and everyone's energy was aroused to the extreme. He slowly flew towards the giant egg-shaped energy cabin made of vibrating gold in the center of the high platform, fell from the opening and closing opening above, and lay down in the cabin. The hatch was closed without any gaps, like a monster egg. James picked up the Styx serum syringe that had been placed inside in the dark space. This tube extracted a full 10 heart-shaped herbal medicines of perfect evolution serum, constantly glowing with purple light, lighting up the darkness inside the egg like a lighting stick. James pierced the needle of the serum medicine made by Zhenjin directly into his chest, slowly pushed it into the arteries of the heart, and pumped the Styx serum to every inch of his body. He restrained his mind with all his strength, and his body gradually gathered together, just like in the mother's womb, gathering all the chi and blood inward, and all the thoughts, shrunk into one extreme like the stillness of the fetus. Dr. Zola opened the energy valve outside, and he stared closely at the evolution cabin connected to the energy transmission pipeline below, which gradually turned ice blue. Like a huge egg-shaped luminous body, the brightness continued to increase, almost making it impossible for everyone present to look directly at it, and subconsciously covered their eyes. Every cell and tissue in James Howlett's body is constantly exploding and repairing. The serum is like a violent catalyst, igniting all his cells. The bioenergy field condensed in his body is constantly compressed, and a large amount of pure energy surges to help him develop further strength and intensity. The continuous Rubik's Cube energy and his own life energy were perfectly fused together, like particles that were about to fuse after being extremely compressed. His mind gradually became blurred, and he no longer had consciousness, an ancient chaos. After what seemed like a long time, James Howlett saw a figure in the void of the spiritual world, getting closer and closer, naked, radiant, and his body and soul were one. That is himself. Seeing God is not bad. Seeing God sees oneself. Seeing oneself is God, and God is oneself. End of this chapter. Under the permafrost of Greenland. In the cave, around the slightly trembling egg-shaped energy cabin like a heartbeat, Remus Pete and other 9 members of the wolf pack entered the cylindrical cabin next to them. Dr. Erskine checked the reagent tubes of the dark blue super soldier serum one by one, signaling to the researchers to get started. Remus adjusted his blood, although he couldn't restrain his excitement and agitation, but the superb control of his body kept him in the best condition. The mechanical arms on both sides popped up, and 3 needle tubes were inserted in the left and right arms respectively, and the serum was slowly pushed in. After the injection was completed, the hatch was closed, and the low-intensity vitamin rays that also used the energy conversion of the cosmic Rubik's Cube began to be infused. The 9 old wolves who had undergone the evolution of super soldiers at the same time roared out in pain, and the heart-piercing howls could be faintly heard across the evolution cabin. But they quickly suppressed the pain of the body's continuous destruction and regrowth, gritted their teeth, restrained their minds, and persisted with all their strength. Remus felt that his body began to squirm and adjust again. He had once gathered chi and blood, and he was more adaptable to this change after being reborn, and the structural transformation of his body was much less. But the 8 team members in the other cabins who were still in the second and third stages of the killing technique were undergoing rapid physical transformation in just a few minutes. The hidden injuries that had been there are repaired, the organs or tissues of the body that are not perfect are corrected, the structure of the bones is readjusted, and some people can even feel that their bodies are growing rapidly, becoming taller and stronger. Arnim Zola scratched the glass of the remodeling cabin, watched the changes of the people inside, scratched his big head with little hair left, and moved to Erskine's side. Dr. Erskine, the physical changes of these people are much smaller than that of the Captain America Steve Rogers. I have seen the data of Mr. Rogers, from a thin body of 1.6 meters to less than 1.9 kilograms rapidly growing to a height of about -meters, yes. So they should all become 2-meter-long giants. Erskine looked at the data of several cylindrical cabins that had gradually completed the evolutionary transformation, asked Zola casually, pinched the frame of the mirror, turned and said seriously, "The transformation process of the super soldier serum has 2 stages. The first is to stimulate and adjust the body of the transformed object to the limit of the individual's genes. In other words, it can quickly advance the body of an ordinary person to his genetic limit. Theoretical perfection. For example, a person's body has the potential to grow to 180 centimeters, but due to various acquired problems such as nutrition, disease, and lack of exercise, it only grows to 170 centimeters. Then the serum can make up for this deficiency, to make all the tissues and organs of the reformer's body reach the theoretically perfect state in all directions. Steve has too many congenital defects and developmental problems, so the changes are too exaggerated, and there will be no such a huge gap between healthy humans." Dr. Zola nodded quickly and clearly, looked at the 9 cylindrical cabins that had basically finished evolution, and continued to ask, "What about the second stage?" Erskine hesitated for a few seconds and said helplessly, "The second stage is to break through the limits of human beings, but what serum can do is very limited at this level. The degree of breakthrough varies from person to person, and it is also related to personal acquired development. It is not like making robots, so that every reformer has the same ability." Physical performance data. Boom, boo, boo. A large amount of clean water was flushed in the 9 cabins to clean up the team members who had excreted filthy tissues and body fluids due to transformation and evolution. The cabin doors opened one after another, and the Wolfpack warriors, all naked and wearing only a pair of shorts, sprayed blood and flesh, step on solid frozen ground. Remus' body shape has hardly changed. The second layer of the killing technique's 100 days renewal has already changed him once, while the other 8 members of the wolf pack have more or less grown taller and taller. The shape is also faintly bigger. The proportions of their bones and muscles have become more perfectly coordinated, and all the scars of the past have disappeared without a trace. There is scarlet fanaticism in their eyes, and they look at each other provocatively. Drops of water on the body. Boom. The vibrating gold dome where James Howlett was staying suddenly lost its light and seemed to be sucked in. Dr. Zola hurried to check the energy transmission of the Rubik's Cube, and found that everything was normal and the power was stable. Above Greenland, black lead clouds gathered inexplicably, and it was originally an extremely daytime season, but it suddenly became thick and dark. The native Eskimo settlements in Greenland watched the sky change drastically, and called out to the children playing in the ice field, gathered the sled dogs, and hid in the igloo. Plop, plop, plop. In the underground space, bursts of muffled heartbeats that drove the entire space came from the giant egg made of vibrating gold, becoming more and more powerful. The 9 super fighters who were unruly just now suddenly looked at the center in a solemn and quiet manner, and everyone present felt cold for no reason, with goosebumps standing up. "The heaven and the earth are like eggs, I was born from it, and I see myself, perfect and one. Essence, spirit, chi, thought, blood, flesh, bone. No longer divided into each other, and should not be different." James finally has insight into all the secrets of his body and soul. His body was reborn from Nirvana for the last time, but there was no obvious change in shape, only his hair was longer, and it was more of a transformation from the gene cell level. His brain opened up a new kind of perception, the perception of emotions, ideas, and soul, and he finally understood the path that humans, or mutants, can explore. The unity of body and soul, the perfection of spirit and consciousness, and the awakening of the last stage. James understands the power of not bad. Seeing the gods are in the flesh, in the heart, in the brain, and in the soul. The Genjin dome slowly opened, and James' skin shone with fiery blood-red light, which was 100 times more real and concise than the faint light red before. He floated up in the air with his eyes closed, and the ferocious bone blades, bone shields and elbows on his arms, the sharp bone all pierced out instantly. The original white jade-colored bones have become much deeper, with a faint gray-gray texture, like a polished soldier who has finally washed away the lead in thousands of battles and killings, and is calm and introverted. Crackling, frantically flowing red currents lingered on the exoskeleton, which was extremely violent. James Howlett looked up at the dome in the cave, and opened his eyes suddenly, full of red light, as if he had penetrated dozens of meters of rock and soil, the sky and the atmosphere, and the cosmic galaxy, looking at the unknown far away. Swish. The exoskeleton retracted, and all the released energy was collected back into the body, and his body condensed into an indescribable energy position. This is the so-called inner gang state, but it is no longer a power that ordinary people can imagine. James fell freely from the midair of more than 10 meters, and landed lightly and slowly. He looked at the old guys who had been injected with serum and evolved successfully, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled happily for them. Boom! The 9 punched their chests, knelt down on one knee, and even the smashed permafrost bricks were faintly cracked. No one dared to stand anymore. Even Dr. Erskine squatted down in a panic, but Zola made a thud earlier, kneeling happily. Bucky also knelt down on one knee tremblingly, bowed his head, his pupils were constricted, and his masseter muscle was stretched. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Steve said before leaving. When you see his way, you will worship him like a god. Heimdall, did you see that? I see it, Odin the king. If you don't know the distance, you will call it far away. If you don't know the vastness, you will have power. In the depths of the universe, on the world tree Yatra Hill, it is said that between the sun and the moon, the kingdom of the gods that can only communicate with the human world through the Rainbow Bridge, the home of the Asgard gods, the Asgard Fairy Palace. Above the golden temple in the high dome, there was an eternity of silence. Originally there was fairy music and ethereal music, but at this moment everything was completely silent. One-eyed and long-bearded, wearing an eagle helmet, wearing golden armor, holding Gungnir, the eternal gun, and wearing a golden ring of Draenir in his hand, sitting on the supreme throne of the 9 worlds, with 2 fairies on his shoulders. Crow, Falcon, and Vuni. The king of the gods, the god King Odin looked at Heimdall, the guardian of the gods, who was standing next to him, holding a golden long sword and wearing a double-horned golden helmet. It's been many, many years, and there is still a true god born, and it's still in Midgard. A true god was born in Midgard thousands of years ago, my king. Odin shook his head quietly and slowly. Even the slightest movement of the father of the gods seemed to affect the entire vast golden fairy palace. Regardless of true gods and demigods, they are born by nature, just like my Asa gods, but there are very few people who have reached this level since the day after tomorrow. Heimdall looked at God King Odin with his shining golden eyes, and said in a low voice, "My lord, do you want to open the Rainbow Bridge?" "No need." Odin pondered for a moment and shook his head gently. The dusk of the gods is approaching, and there are still new gods born in the 9 kingdoms. It's not a bad thing, let nature take its course. The misty Asgard fairy music came faintly again, empty and mournful, and the residence of the gods, which has been the same for thousands of years, still shines with eternal brilliance. You don't have to worry about the protagonist's strength being too strong and he will collapse. This stage is quite strong, but it is not an exaggeration. The changes and abilities after this upgrade will be slowly thrown out in the follow-up. The power system of this book has been built in a relatively balanced manner, and will be gradually revealed in the follow-up. I don't want to throw out the settings for everyone. Love everyone. End of this chapter. After that day, the members of the inner circle of the Howlett family became even more different. They seemed to have accepted the baptism of pious faith, abandoned many desires of the ordinary world, and became more determined to pursue in their hearts. 9 wolf pack warriors injected with serum were fighting each other in the empty valley. Their muscular upper bodies were bare, and their chi and blood surged violently, messing up the valley like a mountain destroying rocks. Bucky has participated in dozens of battles with Steve, and he has a deep understanding of this kind of combat power. But those young wolves all have green eyes, wishing they could become like that immediately. Remus Pete will finally lead the seniors of these wolves to teach newcomers and adapt to their own strengths. Less than a year will be the day when the new generation of wolves will be selected. After that, they will step into the winter of the wolf clan, secretly freezing himself up. After waiting for several years, their wolf lord dispelled the cold winter and led them to an era that belonged to warriors. Bang bang bang! Bucky was punched in the chest and abdomen 3 times in a row by a young man with a short head and square face, and finally he was kicked on the head again, and he rolled over. His aptitude for practicing boxing is surprisingly high, and he worked desperately, and within a month of staying in the valley where children lay the foundation, he mastered the skills of agitating the spine and grasping the fur. Finally, he was able to come to the school grounds and practice the skills of fighting with these wolf cubs who were generally a few years younger than him. But at this stage, the disadvantage of Bucky's broken arm is too great. All the fighting skills and fighting methods are a complete system of dismantling with sound limbs. With one arm missing, it is almost clean to practice boxing the way forward. Not to mention fighting against people, Bucky has been beaten purely for more than 10 days. In the bedroom of the horse house, Sergeant James Barnes dragged his painful and exhausted body, moved heavily, and threw himself on the bed, limp and motionless, as if dead. Although it is a room in a stable, the environment is not bad. The building is simple but fine. The room is not too big, more than 60 square meters. There is a fireplace and washing space. You can cook by yourself. Except for the strong horse smell, it can be regarded as a farm cottage in good condition. Originally there was only one huge bed, and John Coffey lived here alone, but after he learned that Bucky would work with him, he happily moved another bed, and the two became roommates. But Bucky seldom raised horses and cattle with him, and trained with those wolf cubs every day, which made Kofi a little disappointed, but this big black man with a pure and kind heart didn't care about it. "Bucky, are you dead?" Kofi's thick voice had a huge frosty timbre, and he asked in a monotonous tone. "I also hope to die quickly." Bucky's voice was heard inaudibly, like a cat whining. He couldn't even make some big facial expressions, and there was a high swelling on his cheekbone, which hurt terribly. The big bed creaked unbearably. Kofi sat up and walked slowly to Bucky. "What are you doing?" Bucky looked at Kofi's big black hand reaching out to him, twisted his body in horror, and shouted hoarsely, "Rustle, rustle." With a painful expression on his face, Kofi spit out a cloud of black-brown smoke like a swarm of bees, and soon the smoke disappeared into the air again. He moved his big hand on Bucky, sat back on his bed, and grinned honestly. "Smile." Bucky sat up abruptly. With his single arm, he touched his swollen and recovered cheek, rubbed his sprained right knee, and looked at Kofi in surprise. The pain and soreness on his body were gone. Hee, you won't die, Bucky. Kofi laughed loudly, lay back on the bed, and fiddled with the radio by the bedside. His favorite thing now was to listen to a lot of words he didn't understand, as well as all kinds of music and singing. Bucky shook his growing black hair, his eyes sparkled, he suddenly felt very hungry, he got up and got a big piece of steak to eat, and then lay back on the bed. Sergeant James Barnes put one hand on the back of his head and smiled wickedly. Emma Frost often observed this boy named Eric Lands here during this time. Relying on the skills that she accidentally discovered when she was young, Emma heard a lot of Eric's innermost thoughts. The daddy and Mr. Howlett that often popped up in his mind made Emma feel even more curious. It seems that this old man knows and understands a lot about people like himself. Eric Lands here, who has been in school for the past few days, has become a little different. Although he still looks tall, thin, and quiet, he seems to be standing upright, unlike the melancholy and cautious look when he first entered school. In the afternoon, on the football field of Meister campus. Are you sure, Lands here? I thought that although you were timid, you were not stupid. You knew to avoid me, but you wanted to play today. What's wrong with you? Several partners around the proud boy burst into laughter. They are Eric's classmates, and they are also a few people who have always had trouble with him. There are always some small groups when they are studying, and they like to make trouble for classmates who don't like it. You heard Mike right, it's a good opportunity, isn't it? You can have a good competition with me. Eric smiled lightly, quickly put on his football equipment, put on a football cap stuffed with sponge and cotton cloth, shook his shoulders, and ran onto the field confidently. Emma happened to pass by the stadium. She saw Eric, who had just played with great interest, and sat down in the stands. She seemed to be a gemstone born to attract people's attention, with extremely white skin, long golden hair slightly curly, wearing a well-fitting Meister school uniform, outlining a tall and perfect curve. The boys in the entire stadium were influenced by Meister's goddess, and they were quite agitated and cheered up. The whistle sounded. Eric is the winger in the offensive group. He quickly staggered around, turned over the opponent who had been looking at him with malicious eyes, and ran forward quickly. The quarterback was stopped by the opponent, and he saw Eric rushing out of the space. K quickly threw the ball over. Eric Lancher's training effect of the evolution technique has been highlighted these days. His speed is fast, his feet are flexible, and he even turned somersault to avoid Mike's flying pounce, causing him to stagger on the ground and eat a mouthful of grass. After a few accelerations, he jumped over the scoring line, the team cheered, and the students who knew Eric stood up in surprise, looking at the transfer student who became handsome due to his vitality and self-confidence. Emma Frost has been watching Eric's game. She raised her fingers to straighten her smooth long hair, thinking about something. Nice job, Eric. Have a hand, buddy. Students who are not familiar with him usually, even those who have not spoken before, came up to greet Eric with high fives. What the old man said is right. Sports are really easy to make friends, Eric was thinking in his mind. He lowered his head to adjust the knee pads wrapped around his legs, and saw a pair of delicate ladies' leather shoes and white calves came into view. Eric swallowed subconsciously. Emma's tall figure was as tall as he is now, with a delicate and perfect face that was somewhat unreal, smiling slightly, and stretched out her hand. Hello, I am the president of the student council, Emma Frost. Emma shook hands with Eric shallowly, and they were separated, and continued confidently and gently. Is Eric right? Eric, who was a little nervous, even forgot to introduce himself, and nodded blankly. You play rugby well. By the way, the student union needs to do some family visits and understanding for the freshmen who are transferred to Meister, so as to help them better integrate into the new environment. I don't know when it is convenient for you to meet with you at home. Parents. Emma seemed to be praising Eric for the game just now, and put forward her purpose clearly and politely. She showed a reserved smile, and the students next to her looked at Eric, who was initiated by Emma, in disbelief. Mom, my mother's English is not very good. Let my father come forward? Isn't such a small matter too much trouble for his old man, huh? Eric pondered hesitantly, but Miss Frost, who was opposite, seemed to understand what he was thinking, and said empathetically, It's okay for your parents to be inconvenient to other elders. You can go back and communicate first, and I will visit when the time is right. Emma's voice was clearer and more mellow, especially nice. Eric was stunned, nodded, and planned to go back and ask his father. The beautiful female senior gave a last word of encouragement, suggesting that he join the rugby team, and then floated away with exaggeratedly long legs. Eric muttered and remembered what his father had mentioned to Asazo recently, and they seemed to be planning to take a long trip. April 1945, President Franklin D. Roosevelt died of a cerebral hemorrhage at a hot spring resort in Georgia. President Roosevelt passed away suddenly without even seeing the complete surrender of the German army. This aroused James' suspicion. In the summer of 1945, the defeat of Japan, the fascist country in East Asia, was determined, but it was stubbornly resisting and refused to surrender. Japan's crazy resistance in Okinawa and other places caused a large number of casualties of Allied troops. In order to protect the lives of Allied soldiers, force Japan to surrender as soon as possible, and restrain the Soviet Union from advancing, and ensure the benefits of the United States victory, the new President Truman obtained all the information of the Manhattan Project and decided to drop atomic bombs on Japan to speed up the war process. On August 1945, James was waiting for news in a secret scientific research institute in the outskirts of New York. In front of him stood a huge silver-white metal urn, and he did not know what was inside. Puff! A Sazo appeared in a flash, and an engineer wearing a research uniform came in outside and handed James a note with a string of information printed on it. Is it still only 2? A Sazo. James looked at the metal urn in front of him, eyes flickering, thought for a moment, and called a Sazo's name. The Red Devil looked at his absent-minded father in confusion, and then said in a relaxed tone, "Let's go, it's time to go far." "Where are you going, Daddy?" "Tokyo." End of this chapter. Tokyo, the capital of the island country, has long been dilapidated. After the Pacific War began, the US military bombed the mainland of the island country many times. Many important cities suffered several rounds of airstrikes. Tokyo has long lost its former prosperity. The atomic weapons finally chose Hiroshima and Nagasaki after many considerations and calculations. Hiroshima was an army city at that time. It was the headquarters of the Second Army of the Homeland Defense Force of the island country, and it was also the gathering place for the main strategic materials of the island country. Nagasaki had the most important shipbuilding base of the island country. At that time, there were Kyoto, Niigata, and Kokura on the list. The final choice of Nagasaki was also temporarily decided among many alternative cities based on the weather conditions at the time. The capital, Tokyo, which was smashed earlier, has a huge area, but it lacks important industrial and military layouts, and it is not conducive to making statistics on the lethality of atomic weapons. Although it is the capital of an island country, it is not on the list of cities hit. Chiyoda District is the gathering area of many important institutions and organizations in Tokyo, including the residence of Tianhuang, the Supreme Court, Jingguo Shrine, etc. A Sazo took James, who was unfamiliar with the place where he lived, to find it for a long time before finding it. James looked at the photo materials he had already sent someone to collect, and compared it with a Japanese-style shrine-style building. He nodded and put down the metal urn in his hand, and took out a 1-meter-high shape that looked like an oversized torpedo from inside. Dark tin can. Asuzuo looked around with his waist thrust up, a little out of breath, teleported from the United States all the way across half the world to East Asia. Even now he is not easy, this requires dozens of consecutive flashes at the extreme distance to do it. There are no people around here. Tokyo has been bombed many times, and the hustle and bustle of the past has long since disappeared. Most of the nearby residents are hiding in air raid shelters. James fiddled with the tin can to confirm that the settings have been completed, and took a deep breath. Slowly said to Asazo, "You go first and wait for me in the open sea." Crouching down, Asazo, who was looking at the tin can with some fear, didn't understand for a moment. He looked straight at James to confirm that he was not joking, and howled in a high-pitched voice. "Dad, you are not mistaken. You want to stay here. You still want to see how fast you can fly. Do not worry." James shook his head. "I know what kind of things can pose a threat to me, and I can feel how much it will hurt. This is very dangerous, but I can't die." Asuzuo screamed and screamed, trying to get his father to dispel this crazy idea, and even wanted to take him away forcibly. "Go to the sea, it will explode soon. I need to use it for this test. Go now." Asuzuo looked at the father with an unusually serious face, nodded slightly, and finally took a deep look at the black iron pot, and disappeared in a teleportation. James squeezed his fist, grabbed the black iron can, and flew into the air. After flying to a height of several hundred meters, he gently threw it to the high altitude above, and slowly suspended and retreated. His eyes were fixed on the atomic weapon that he had made privately while taking advantage of the Manhattan Project, as if it was his most important enemy in his life. Ho-ha! The blood-red energy burst out, and the already long hair was dancing. James clenched his fists and opened his arms. The energy fields in his body collided and converged continuously, releasing the powerful energy of particle fusion, supporting a layer of thick flaming red energy cover. After he entered a new realm, for the first time, he unreservedly released infinite biological energy with the belief of fighting for life. The atomic weapon fell in free fall, almost at the same level as James' line of sight. A little white light came on. This is a piece of light that no human being has ever witnessed at such a close distance. The sound no longer exists in this white world. James lost his vision almost instantly, and he was swallowed by white. At the first moment of atomic weapon explosion, it will reach a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees Celsius in an instant, and then spread energy at the speed of light, and the core temperature will drop rapidly to above degrees Celsius. And the power at the moment of the explosion can gasify flesh, earth, stone, and steel, and eliminate them into particles. After a few short but long lifelike minutes, a huge smoke column rose into the sky and expanded rapidly. Its diameter was 5 kilometers, and the yellow-white smoke column in the center of the smoke cloud rose to a height of nearly 2,000 meters. Pile up a crown of mushroom cloud cover. The area of nearly 10 kilometers centered on Chiyoda District in Tokyo was razed to the ground, and even complete bricks and rubble could not be seen, and the surrounding ruins and walls that could not be seen to the edge turned into extreme silence. But in the core area where even the sand and stone were burnt into glass, a trance-like human figure was shaking in the gradually thinning thick smoke. It was a broken skeleton that barely maintained its shape. The bones were much thicker than normal humans, almost 2 or 3 times larger, especially the exaggerated width of the forearm bones, and the color was a bit weird, white jade-like color, blue-gray metal texture. The ribs and sternum in the chest and abdomen are covered like armor, and the pieces are like triangular slats. The spine is a magical structure composed of 3 clusters of spirals, with an indescribable mechanical beauty. Even such a skeleton like a mechanical creation has become extremely damaged, and large pieces of bones have been eroded and wiped out, revealing the brilliant red marrow that is shining brightly inside. After shaking tremblingly for a few seconds, this terrifying and weird skeleton frame was completely repairing the damaged bones visible to the naked eye. Numerous tissue cells gathered like raw flesh, ligaments, and fascia like steel cables, densely packed black and blue blood vessels, tough internal organs with a rubber texture, and not many pink and tender muscles. Ho ho! The skeleton turned into a tall, burly, blood-red, and terrifying human specimen, standing in the desolate and extinct core area of the explosion, stepping on the ground that had been melted into glass lenses, and moaning mournfully. His vocal cords and facial tissues had recovered, and he could there is a sound. James Howlett finally regained his vision, his eyeballs recovered, and the last flesh was almost instantly intact, white as jade, so delicate that no pores could be seen. Tough and slender black hair proliferated rapidly on his clean head, long stop at shoulder length. He stood silently, looking at the world that was still shrouded in the haze of yellow smoke, looked down at his body, raised his arm to release the bone blade, looked at it repeatedly, and put it away, feeling that there were everywhere on his skin. Acupuncture-like radiating pain. Ha 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 ha. James laughed in a low voice, becoming more and more wild and domineering, shouting wildly in this land where life is extinct. Boom, a red light rose up all over his body, covering his naked body, isolating the pervasive nuclear radiation attack, shielding away the radiation residue, bursting the sound barrier several times in a row, and breaking through the air. Asazo was on a small Pacific island 100 kilometers away from the island of the island country, constantly moving and pacing anxiously. Even at such a long distance, he saw the mushroom cloud column and the dazzling light penetrating the sky after the atomic weapon exploded. He was confident in his father's power, but even so, he was still flustered like a headless chicken. Chi 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 chi. A bright red stream of light came from the sky, and Asazo's heart finally fell back to his stomach. James fell down with a bang, and stood naked in front of the red devil. Tisk tisk, Dad, you don't have to show off your figure like this, your capital is too exaggerated. Asazo turned into black smoke and flickered and disappeared. After 10 seconds, he turned around and handed James a pair of shorts that are common to fishermen in Southeast Asia. Father, what is your ability? Can you hide in another space? James put on his shorts, smiled and shook his head. It's my ultimate ability, not bad. The red devil looked puzzled, picked at the mustache he liked to grow recently, stepped aside, and sat down on a big rock. To put it simply, I can't die. It's very difficult. James passed the Styx serum and the infinite pure energy provided by the Rubik's Cube in one fell swoop, and entered the ultimate state of physical practice in one fell swoop. Breaking the void and seeing God is not bad. In addition to condensing the energy field of the birth body in the body, relying on the aggregation of life energy to generate infinite power, 100-fold increase in the ability to release energy, and an insight into the entire brain and spiritual consciousness, and finally see God. He fused his soul, body, spirit, and energy into one body, forming the ultimate ability not bad based on Wolverine's strongest self-healing mutant gene. James Howlett's spirit, body, soul, etc. are all condensed, regardless of each other. All attacks and influences on the soul or spiritual consciousness and spiritual level can be immune, and all such injuries are passed on to the body. And the strength and rapid self-healing of the body made him able to easily withstand such injuries. Similarly, as long as the spirit is not destroyed, even if the last cell of the body is destroyed, it is possible to condense and resurrect from the void. Only by destroying the soul, will and body at the same time with great power can he be completely destroyed. The strongest high-temperature energy in the first moment after the nuclear bomb exploded was the result of James relying on his full life energy to release the resistance, and barely blocked that critical moment. Otherwise he would not be able to escape being gasified into molecules with his body alone. Although his strongest ability possesses the power of theoretical immortality and physical immortality, James still dare not try it. So Dad, you did this just to try to take more beatings yourself. Asazo complained a little, and stepped forward to put James on the shoulder. Somewhat impulsively, more. It's an inexplicable obsession. The number 33rd President of the United States, Harry Truman, broke his delicate gold-rimmed glasses within a few months of taking office. His somewhat flat face was flushed and some were puffed up, and he roared and questioned Secretary of Defense Marshall. Why is there a third one? Where did the third atomic weapon come from? Who gave the order? The Secretary of Defense was wiping cold sweat from his brow, and the generals of the Army and Air Force behind him all looked at each other in dismay, with solemn expressions, and even the principals of the Manhattan Project, including Dr. Oppenheimer, were silent in this chilling presidential roundhouse. Keep silent. Marshall looked at the appearance of everyone who was not going to say anything, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. President, in addition to the 2 explosions in the Manhattan Project, and the 2 bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, only the last atomic weapon that was originally planned to be used to strike the island country Kyoto remains, and it is stored in a secret storage base. Lee is safe and sound. Marshall lowered his head, looked at President Truman with raised eyebrows anxiously, trembling. I don't know, where did Tokyo's atomic weapons come from? When Truman heard the answer he had already understood in his heart, he seemed to be drained of strength, and collapsed on the armchair, not recovering for a long time. Soviet Union. End of this chapter. The oppressive atmosphere in the Oval Office of the White House, which has been silent for a long time, seems to be the day when President Roosevelt decided to declare war when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. Mr. President Truman was raving as if explaining to himself, and everyone in the round hall looked at each other, as if they couldn't think of any other answer except this result. Professor Oppenheimer gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, according to the explosion observation data, it was an air explosion at a height of 500 meters in midair. The Soviet Union has indeed started research in this area, but theoretically it should not have achieved results so soon. I just showed off the power of the atomic bomb to Stalin at a meeting a few days ago. He just told me quietly that he hoped to use this weapon to deal with Japan. It's a shame. Truman said in a daze that he should not reveal his heart in front of his subordinates. He sneered twice and shook his head. Unless Stalin himself jumps out, we have to pinch our noses and admit that it was the work of the United States. The Japanese royal family hiding in the Tokyo air raid shelter, as well as many upper classes, high-level military, all died of direct or indirect atomic bombs under the explosion. Mr. President, in terms of the rules of war, we did nothing wrong. Tokyo's nuclear bomb was only a few hours behind Nagasaki, and Japan did not officially declare its surrender. This can be regarded as a strategic plan of the United States. Secretary of the Army Charles Forrestal solemnly and earnestly offered comfort to President Truman. Mr. President glared at the general angrily, panting heavily. I don't understand, but this terrible fact and secret can only be swallowed by ourselves. From today, the real situation of the Tokyo atomic bombing incident is listed as the top secret of the United States, and Area 51 is sealed, and there is no declassification time. After the top secrecy was reiterated, the people in the room filed out in a dull file, and at the end, Dr. Oppenheimer, who presided over the entire Manhattan Project, flashed an almost impossible idea in his mind. He shook his head, laughing at himself for having such an unrealistic idea. James Howlett, the super oligarch who provided more than half of the Manhattan Project's development funds, scientific research backbone support, and most of the original uranium ore. How could it be possible to drop an atomic bomb that is only theoretically possible to Japan, which has nothing to do with itself? Howlett Manor on Long Island has been built for decades. Although it is not as good as Edmund's old house for more than 100 years, the old castle-like years have accumulated, but the rows of huge old thorn bushes have grown stronger and more knotty, as big as oak trees. Several planted maple trees, phoenix trees, boxwood trees, and myrtle trees are also lush with leaves and branches, green as a cover. Emma Frost and Eric Lands here were traveling together in a middle-class Ford car. She thought Eric's family conditions were not too rich, but the scale of this Long Island manor when it comes to style, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Frost, this is the house of a distant brother of mine. My mother and I came here from Poland to join him because of the war. While Eric introduced the fabricated relationship and experiences to Emma, he was relieved that his father was happy to receive his visiting classmates from school. My mother's English is not very good, so it's not convenient to communicate with you. Brother James will talk to you. The waiter of the manor was already waiting outside the foyer, greeted Emma gracefully, and led them into the main building. Brother, but he clearly thinks of Daddy. Emma glanced strangely at the relaxed and even joyful Eric. This somewhat mysterious male classmate said something that he didn't mean, which made the young Emma a little confused. James was talking to Jules Burnham, the housekeeper, in the study upstairs. Casper, the housekeeper, was getting old, and he had returned to the old house to recuperate. Watching the children of the old men of the Howlett family train and study in the manor every day is quite a pleasure. Casper's son, Brian, did not inherit the responsibilities of the butler like his father and grandfather Wayne Foss, but entered the top management of the group and was responsible for many affairs in the family business. He is a top student at Harvard Business School, and he is more suitable to display his ambitions in business. The new butler, Jules Burnham, is a descendant of the members of the Wolf Pack and was selected to be the new butler. He is a seasoned and thoughtful man under the age of 40. Master, Eric's classmate is here. It's a lady. Well, Jules, you help me entertain the guests first. Mr. Butler bowed his body and left the study, while properly making arrangements to the attendants who came in. Emma Frost's father is a well-known wealthy businessman in Boston, so she has been very knowledgeable since she was a child. This manor-style mansion, which already has a somewhat quaint temperament from the outside, has extremely simple and elegant interior furnishings. There is no resplendent traditional European mansion style, nor too many expensive ornaments and decorations. All the extraordinary is the unique embodiment of details and textures. The marble and cut natural crystal mosaic tabletop, Nanmu chairs, and a mysterious giant pattern on the fireplace in the living room are suspected to be inlaid with natural gemstones. Emma watched the exquisite snacks and ice cream presented by the attendants, all of which were freshly made and exuded the aroma when they were baked. She thanked Mr. Butler politely and was not in a hurry to taste them. She is not interested in the wealth of Eric, the elder, but hopes to get to know this mysterious gentleman through contact, so as to understand some knowledge beyond the scope of people's cognition. Emma is very confident in her abilities, she only needs verbal guidance, and she will be able to hear a lot of secrets. The young master will be here soon, some things are delayed, please wait a moment, miss. As soon as butler Jules finished speaking, James walked down the marble-paved escalator. He casually wore a light sweater and casual trousers. He was tall and handsome, and greeted Emma with a smile. Hello, I'm Eric's cousin, James Howlett. Strictly speaking, James II, you are welcome to be our guest. Emma looked at this tall and handsome young man who was as tall as a sculpture, but also extraordinarily friendly and hearty, and couldn't help but lose her mind for a moment. James' figure and temperament were very oppressive, and his natural and free and easy state transformed it into a reassuring sense of security. Emma Frost, for disturbing Mr. Howlett. Emma and James shook hands lightly with their outstretched palms, and somehow their cheeks became hot. Welcome, Miss Frost, please feel free. James looked at Eric who was sitting on the side, who was a little embarrassed, and kindly asked him to accompany his mother, Mrs. Eddy. Eric secretly thanked his father for his help. Although it was just a visit from a classmate, there was still an inexplicable atmosphere of a teacher meeting a parent. Maybe Frost's aura and temperament were too mature. While thinking wildly, the boy said hello and fled away, and ran back to get an ice cream within 2 steps, and winked at James. Emma frowned imperceptibly. It's Daddy again. Is this what Eric and this cousin call in private? I look too mature. Will it look old? Emma read Eric's voice unconsciously, and even worried about her own image strangely. Ever since she discovered this ability, she has become accustomed to people's inner pointing and judgment on her appearance. Until I can master and control the ability to read other people's thoughts and emotions, and let go of the real but unspoken thoughts that people will have in their hearts, I have already had self-persistence and judgment. Hope Eric is doing well in Meister. I always thought he could make some friends. He had a lot of bad experiences with the war in Poland. Hearing James' voice, Emma hurriedly gathered her mind. She had another purpose today, so she couldn't waste this opportunity. Eric's rugby is great. I've suggested him to join the school's rugby team. Mr. Howlett doesn't have to worry too much. Since he showed himself on the field, many students have invited Eric to play together. James nodded with a smile, and chatted with this Miss Frost about the situation of Meister School. He gradually became aware of some interesting things in his mind, and while continuing to chat, he looked at this beautiful and generous young female student with a half smile. It's great that Eric has a brother like you. He always calls you Daddy. I thought it would be an older elder. The more Emma chatted, the more strange she became. She had already focused her consciousness on the thoughts of the handsome Mr. Ahem, but from the beginning to the end, Emma didn't notice any fluctuations in her emotions. Apart from what James said, Emma couldn't hear other voices. Could it be that he is extremely focused and even has special training? You can avoid distracting thoughts and associations in your mind. Emma took the risk of calling him Daddy. She wanted to see if the young Mr. Howlett would agree with what he said. James smiled heartily, showing 4 slightly protruding canine teeth, with a bit of enchanting charm. He nodded and spoke jokingly. Yes, some people will call me that, but I believe Eric will not take the initiative to mention me in front of you, and this title, isn't it, Miss Frost? After James finished speaking, he lightly tapped the position of his temple with his fingers, and looked at Emma, who was stunned as if struck by lightning, with her beautiful eyes wide open and motionless, still smiling brightly. This young, beautiful, and extraordinary Miss Emma Frost is a mutant with telepathic ability. End of this chapter. Eat some ice cream, it's almost melted. The back kitchen specially made this dessert because of you. You are young and students, I thought you would like it. James picked up an ice cream dessert sprinkled with premium black truffles and ate it, and suggested that Emma try it. Miss Emma Frost, who was always confident, mechanically picked up another serving of ice cream, and silently put it in her mouth. The cold touch made her spirit a little clearer. She silently tasted the sweet but not greasy taste in her mouth, and the rich black truffle flavor, thinking about how to continue this conversation. James was not in a hurry to speak. Looking out of the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side of the living room, Eric, his mother Eddie, and Steve's mother, Ms. Sarah, were playing with various flowers together, as if this scene was more important than the magical and beautiful lady opposite. Charming. Mr. Howlett, what? James nodded, shook his head and smiled again. He looked at Emma with gentle eyes, but not relaxed. Call me James. Interestingly, both you and Eric have asked me the same question. They didn't talk nonsense about such obvious questions as so you are extraordinary. You must already know Eric's secret. Emma is a smart girl, and it would be much easier to talk to smart people. We are human beings with special gifts. Evolution and genetic mutations are the reason for this change, but I don't think it's superior to others, and of course, it doesn't make us feel inferior. James didn't waste it, and finally scraped the small crystal bowl of ice cream. Your talent should be very good. You can master and control the ability of telepathy at such a young age. Is it purely by your own exploration? Emma Bai Shuiying's cheeks flushed suddenly. She dodged her eyes, and said softly, yes, when I was in middle school, I had this ability due to some stimulation. It was very painful at first, and the messy and turbulent information flooded into my mind. It took me a long time to get used to it. I heard Eric mention that he was doing some practice. James smiled teasingly. It seems that you have seen all of Eric's thoughts. I'm sorry, how James, sir? Emma ringed her fingers uneasily. She hadn't felt like a little girl for many years. The power of telepathy made her more or less used to being in control of everything. It's okay, if it's not necessary in the future. I don't recommend you habitually read people's voices, it will put too much burden on yourself. Yes, I have some small methods that I have thought about, which can help people like us control and even improve ownability. I can. As soon as Emma spoke, she held back her words. Such training skills could not be easily shown to others. She controlled herself in time and did not appear too abrupt. It's really nothing, but if I teach you if it's too easy, it seems that I have ulterior motives. James said relaxedly. He glanced at Eric outside again, and reminded, I won't tell Eric about your situation for the time being, and you can communicate with him when you find a chance, so that we won't embarrass each other too much. Emma nodded gratefully. If she was exposed like this, then she would have ulterior motives and pry into other people's thoughts, leaving a deep misunderstanding. James finally invited Emma, welcoming her to come and play often. Like an ordinary family visit, the two said goodbye politely under Eric's long sigh of relief. He arranged for a driver to take Miss Emma back, looked at Eric as if he wanted to know something, and casually patted the young man on the shoulder. I've always felt that this Frost is like a teacher. I don't know why, but in front of her, it's like seeing you. Eric complained about this senior Emma. Anyone who was unconsciously seen through when getting along with others would feel a kind of pressure inexplicably. A few days later, Howlett's old house. James was smoking a cigar by the window of the study room upstairs. Dr. Erskine and Dr. Zola next to him were arguing about some academic issues. He looked boredly at the relationship household who was training in actual combat on the manor school ground below, with a bit of interest. Come again. Bucky was kicked in the chest, but with the help of the back turn of the iron bridge, he lost his strength, and retreated with a one-handed somersault. He shook his fist, shouted provocatively, and took the initiative to rush forward. These days, the little wolves who worked hard for the selection of the new generation of wolves were frightened by this outsider. Bucky trained like a lunatic every day. As long as I can't kill me, I will kill you, but the strange thing is that Sergeant Barnes, who is paralyzed on the ground after training every day, and even asked to be helped back, can always continue to be crazy the next day practice. Snapped, with a crisp sound, Bucky's calf blasted the air abruptly, overturning the opponent, his right fist slammed down, and stopped in front of the opponent at the last centimeter. The young man with an inch head and a square face lying on the ground had his pupils constricted and squinted his eyes uncontrollably. Bucky's fist pierced him a little uncomfortable, and he felt a deep sense of shame from being knocked down by this cripple for the first time. Bucky got up and walked away, suppressing the excitement in his heart. The dozen or so little wolves around looked sideways, and made fun of the defeated teammates with many words. The square-faced youth slapped the ground angrily to get up, staggered and fell back. His calf was injured, and he couldn't stand up anymore. Next to him, an old wolf who had been injected with serum came over, and slid him aside like a chicken, and with all his strength, he dredged up the blood stagnated in his calf. His dad, lighten up. The square-faced young man bared his teeth and yelled. He was nearly 2 meters tall and was the tallest and strongest old wolf after the breakthrough of the 9 serum injections. Damn it, I want that cripple to die. After hearing this, the old wolf dug into his son's calf, making him howl in pain. Who do you want to die? He stared at his child indifferently, with extra solemnity. Dad hurts. Everyone standing here is your brother, your comrade. One day you will give each other's backs to each other, and even use your own flesh and blood to block bullets for him. Say it again, who do you want to die? The little wolf cub muttered silently, lowered his head and said softly, is he counted to? Neither he nor that Captain America is a member of our wolf pack, Lord Wolf. Bastard? You can guess, sir. Looking at his son who was completely afraid to speak out, the old wolf continued solemnly. A true fighter will be delighted when he meets someone stronger than himself. How long has that crippled been beaten by you? Has he escaped once? Have you ever been overwhelmed by an opponent with such a huge gap? Shame on you. He, like Rogers, is a person who does not shrink back in the worst adversity, so Mr. Howlett will look at him differently. In his heart, only the true brave can be recognized. While talking, the old wolf rubbed his son's ankle for the last time. Seeing his blushing and pensive look, he didn't say any more. Each new generation of wolves is the child of the core old men of the Howlett family. Most of the young wolves trained on the school field have fathers from the previous generation of wolves, and they are all related to each other. They train desperately every day, and these seniors who have successfully trained in killing techniques use their strength to dredge their muscles and bones and treat hidden injuries. In Remus's generation, James personally adjusted their bodies one by one since childhood. Now that he has cultivated a generation, he doesn't need to do these anymore. But Bucky doesn't have this kind of treatment. If he didn't have a good roommate, he wouldn't be able to practice. Wow. Thank you, Kofi. A kid was so ruthless today that I almost broke my neck. Kofi routinely treats Bucky's wounds every day. His ability to be close to life and death is far superior to those of the veteran wolves. He has practiced the killing technique to the peak of the first stage, and the force of the sudden burst of fists and feet can make the air crackle. Mr. Howlett wants to see you. Remus Pete appeared expressionlessly at the door of the stable. His footsteps were silent, and Bucky was covered in cold sweat and shock. Sergeant Barnes was brought into the spacious underground palace below the old house for the second time. Mr. Howlett settled down cross-legged in a stone room at the deepest point. There was a slight turbulence in the air. He left the stone bed in a levitation and his feet fell back ground. Remus had already left at some point, and Bucky looked at Mr. Howlett nervously, wondering why he was called here. Ever seen boxing, Bucky? James said casually, and walked to the spacious practice room. Every time Bucky was horrified by the giant 4 to 5 meter high spiked iron pillar. Look, I've seen, my combo boxing was not bad before, at that time. Bucky talked and said nothing. James nodded and smiled, without much comfort, and continued. In my opinion, the fighting technique of boxing is the most valuable thing is the so-called shake and flash and footsteps, which can avoid the enemy's attack by a tiny bit in a very small fighting space. One arm is missing, and many offensive methods cannot be used, but the flexible body and footwork will not be affected. James stood upright casually, and moved lightly. Look, I will only teach you 3 times. He walked with peculiar footwork, moving left and right like a butterfly piercing flowers, and seemed to be walking in circles in some regular way, interspersed back and forth. His body was undulating and erratic. Bucky imitated subconsciously, and while James was demonstrating, he explained the essentials and coordination of the movements, and how to increase the practice level by level from easy to difficult. This is the agility technique he designed for Bucky by combining the shaking and flashing and butterfly footwork of modern boxing, as well as the footwork of Bagua boxing in his previous life. It has long been easy for him to move without deliberate instinct, but it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to learn. Hi, it's okay, that's what it means. James nodded. Steve, a good brother, is really talented. He can imitate roughly after 3 times of teaching, and he has a tough heart. He has not given up on injuries like a broken arm. He is a good seed. You're lucky if you can deal with your injuries with some small methods, but fighting and training don't mean to torture yourself too much. Within 3 months, if these little wolves can't hit you with a single punch, I can teach you something new. Seeing that his little secret was revealed in a word, Bucky was somewhat embarrassed, but he seemed to have become a lot more courageous because of getting along with him for a while, and asked James a lot of tricks about his body skills with a cheeky face, and ran away in a hurry. Back to the stable. End of this chapter. Emma picked up a bottle of over-the-counter cough medicine and numbly threw it into the trash can. There were also many boxes and reagent bottles of various medicines in it. She picked up the blanket and covered her mother lightly, smoothed out her messy, tarnished blonde hair, bit her lips tightly, and wiped the saliva that was dripping from the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand. Poof. There was the sound of closing the door and the sound of leather shoes hitting the floor downstairs. Emma tidied up the house in a panic to make her mother's room look less messy, and hurriedly stuffed a pile of medicines by the bed into the drawer. Mr. Winston Frost walked upstairs and looked at Emma, who hurriedly closed the door and came out, with a gloomy and terrifying expression. Mom, she's not feeling well, she's already fallen asleep. Facing her father's cold gaze, Emma said in a soft but firm voice. She was standing in front of the door, with her hands folded in front of her, showing no intention of moving away. Humph. Mr. Frost didn't insist anymore, but instead said in a cold voice, whose car was it that brought you back that day? Emma was stunned for a moment. She remembered that when she came back from James Howlett's house, Mr. Butler arranged for a driver to send her off. She simply returned to her father. I went to visit a classmate's house, and the driver sent it back. What kind of driver is needed for such an ordinary car? Don't forget, Emma, I told you, don't waste time on inappropriate people. Mr. Winston Frost's words were still so emotionless and cold, but what really chilled Emma was that this man's words were consistent. He paused for a moment, and said in a more relaxed tone, Meister has many students from exceptional families. You have always been excellent. I think it is not difficult to meet a good boy. You should at least be patient. I haven't even gone to college yet. Emma replied sarcastically. This idea in her father's mind has been clear for a long time. Mr. Frost waved his hands impatiently. Your mother has known me since you were about your age, university. That's why she has become like this now, relying on drug abuse to anesthetize herself. You. Winston Frost's throat and eyes were jammed like a whole egg, and his neck was thickened out of breath. Emma was almost at the same height as him, with a tall and straight figure, looking at her with firm eyes. Before her father could continue to attack, Emma ran upstairs and returned to her room, thinking about it in a bored way. Her father only knew how to make his business better and bigger, and he wanted to marry her into a powerful noble family. However, due to illness and family changes in her early years, her mother abused various psychotropic drugs and became a hermit, almost indifferent to everything. She hammered the pillow vigorously. Her confident and noble face at school was really a deep irony to such a life. Emma inexplicably remembered that figure, the man who made her feel safe and mysterious for the first time. What was he doing, and what would his world be like? The headquarters of the Howlett Group in New York, which is the Empire State Building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan, is the office of the Howlett Group from the 66th floor upwards, and the entire Empire State Building was also prepared by James in the late 20s. Today, the Empire State Building is already one of the landmark symbols of New York and even the United States. Howlett is a name that is familiar to the ears of Western power and wealth executives but is rarely touched. J. Gatsby, Brian Foss, the son of the old housekeeper Casper, Wallace Vadell, who has just joined the management of the Weddell family, and many senior management who have never even met James, are nervous awaiting the arrival of a new ruler. Mr. Bruce intends to hand over the family group to this son in his 20s. The deputy director of the Department of Energy whispered to Wallace Vadell. He had the honor of meeting Mr. Bruce Howlett a few years ago. To be honest, he didn't look like a 70-year-old man at all, especially his walking strength. Much neater than him. Vadel glanced at the old guy. People in the Ministry of Energy are generally lazy. Their most important job is to ensure the safety and smoothness of the mining project, and then they are purely making money from the land, and they don't even need to take care of mineral exploration. This Howlett's name is James? James II? The Howlett family is really weird enough. Each generation is single-passed, and they are all cultivated in secret. However, the group is today, and the safety and confidentiality of the heirs are indeed very important. Jay Gatsby grinned. After turning 50, he was much more restrained and wiser than before. He shook his head and thought, some people in the group think too much. Brian Foss had already arrived downstairs and waited for James. He was one body behind and followed the young master, acting like the butler of the old Foss's family. James was wearing a black suit with a rare new style. The vest and silk scarf accessories were all complete, and he couldn't tell what brand it was. His daily dressing items are handmade by specialized craftsmen and tailors. Such top craftsmen will only serve 2 or 3 fixed families in their lifetime. The highest level office of the Empire State Building, which is more than 10 meters high, is covered with dark gold. The 5-meter-high pure copper door is slowly pushed open by the waiter. Glancing at the crowd, he came to the top and sat down. The back is completely floor to ceiling, and outside the single-sided transparent glass window, the most expensive land and space in the world are all under your feet. More than a dozen senior executives of the group took their seats, and Mr. Wallace Vadel, the one on the right, introduced everyone present to James one by one. James looked at the familiar faces or names. Although he knew them well, it was still interesting to get to know them again in a different position. In the grand conference room of several thousand square meters, only Gatsby and Wallace on the long table knew James' mood at the moment, and they brought it in unconsciously. If he changed his identity every few decades like this, it would be what a feeling. My grandfather, my father, and even my great-grandfather, Mr. William Howlett, were men of great wisdom and foresight. One of them came across the sea from England, the other came to America from Canada, and my father Bruce Howlett radiates the power of the family to the whole world. As a successor, the helplessness is that it seems that there is not much for me to do. I am relieved to have you continue to manage the group. As soon as James finished speaking, everyone in the room seemed to have relieved their burdens. What he was most afraid of was that the young master would make great achievements after taking the stage. However, the way this James II acted was a bit uninhibited. Except that the Howlett Advanced Technology Research Institute will increase its budget and authority again, there will be no major changes in other aspects. The military industry may not be as idle as imagined in the past few years. He glanced at Jay Gatsby, who was second on the left, and the latter nodded understandingly. Since Prime Minister Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, Truman and Stalin have already started preparing for an arms race. The world of war has not calmed down. All the development behind the group must make concessions to new technologies and scientific research. The Howlett family has been able to stand tall since we were the first to complete the manufacture and use of internal combustion engines. How is the merger and acquisition of Stark Industries going? Gone. Gatsby and Wallace Foss looked at each other and shook their heads. Master, Howard Stark didn't give us any chance to negotiate. He even pretended to play tricks a few times. This is my incompetence. Let him go, but the anti-gravity technology that Howard developed in the past 2 years must be obtained. You go down and find a way to give you the greatest authority. Jay Gatsby is not optimistic about this technology. The gimmick is far greater than the reality. He doesn't understand why Mr. Howlett values it so much, but it is his consistent attitude to obey and do things. After all, after attaining this position, Gatsby found that there were almost no other people in the world who needed to make him obedient. Although Ms. Claire Wayan didn't like this man who called himself the Black Emperor very much, he did hit a blank spot in the current Soviet Union. Facing the threat of American super soldiers and atomic bombs, the Soviet Union must have the power to deal with them. In the Kremlin, there is a sentry at 5 steps and one post at 10 steps, and the icy cold environment in Moscow adds a bit of solemnity. Sebastian Shaw looked at the political center of the Soviet Union with a completely different atmosphere, and was very interested in making a deal with Berlin. Compare. Comrade Rudolf Ivanovich Abel is a legendary intelligence worker. He will review the capabilities and techniques you mentioned. I hope Mr. Xiao will not be too loose. Xiao funnily saluted a substandard military salute, and nodded with a smile. He found that the two countries were very similar in terms of rigidity and seriousness. Office of the Soviet Intelligence Ministry. Sebastian Xiao, you have a nickname called Black Emperor, doesn't it come from chess? Yes, Comrade Abel. Sitting in front of this kind-hearted legendary agent with round eyes, Xiao said cordially that his Russian language has improved a lot. After all, his real lifespan is almost 70 years old, and he also dabbled in this field when he was young. Language. Rudolf Abel shook his head, looked at the document in his hand and said, "You don't have to call me comrade. We have no such relationship with each other. Chess is very popular in the Soviet Union." Abel's glasses flickered, and he suddenly smiled. He looked at Xiao and spoke German with a standard Berlin accent. "Dr. Klaus Schmidt, I wonder why you came to Moscow." Xiao froze for a moment, shrugged his shoulders, and replied in German, "Bring strength to your country. Like you did in Auschwitz." Xiao didn't care at all, he nodded with a smile, and asked, then, has your intelligence work figured out the truth about the fall of Auschwitz? Of course, many prisoners of war there are our soldiers. Very well, those two people are closely related to the American World War II hero, Steve Rogers. At least I have fought with the one called the Red Devil. I don't know if you know anything about it. Xiao did throw out a useful piece of intelligence information. Although the United States has only one super soldier, Captain America, on the surface, this already shows that they are at the forefront in the field of supernatural power, and the research of the Soviet Union has not yet produced any tangible results. Have you fought against him? Abel asked with some doubts. There was no information about his personal supernatural powers in the intelligence materials of Xiao or Dr. Klaus Schmidt. Xiao looked around and put his right hand on the coal-burning stove, which is usually used for heating the house and boiling water for coffee. Abel and Ms. Claire Wayan subconsciously got up and tried to stop them, but they couldn't help but look serious when they saw Xiao smiling calmly. Xiao's hands trembled vaguely, and there was no other reaction. Boom! Xiao's left hand burst into flames, and he was now more comfortable in transforming the nature of energy, and the flames became more and more intense, and even burned the curtains on the side. Okay, Mr. Sebastian Xiao, after the fall of Germany, most of the scientists or researchers were abducted by the Americans. The Soviet Union also welcomes such talents. I hope you can contribute to our cause. Xiao withdrew the flame, continued to look at Abel quietly, and listened to the other party's final words. I will introduce you to Comrade Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin. Sebastian Xiao nodded, and finally smiled brightly. I dealt with the broken chapters, so I don't have such a strong sense of suspense. To be honest, rookies are prone to make mistakes. I thought it was good to leave suspense like this. Opened a profile post. Everyone can design some mutant profiles by themselves, including name, gender, appearance, ability introduction, etc. If you are interested in writing about his personal background, welcome. But it's better to belong to those who are not very capable. After all, they are all cannon fodder and tricks. They are all Omega and Alpha. In addition to looking at the ups and downs and talking big, it is really useless. Well, everyone understands today's chapter, so we can write about mutants with a Soviet background, and of course face the continuous need for mutants to play tricks. Just sauce, love everyone. End of this chapter. After finishing the meeting with the group's top management, James changed his suit jacket in the car, only wearing a white shirt, and casually undid the 2 buttons on it. Just as he hung up the greeting call from the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Barney, the driver in front of him, glanced to the left and said softly, "Sir, this is the home of that Miss Emma." Townhouses in Queens are not considered luxurious in New York, but belong to the relatively ordinary petty bourgeoisie in this super city where the rich and tycoons grab a lot. The driver slowed down slightly, and James glanced sideways at the car window. Coincidentally, Miss Emma Frost was pushing the door out with some violent movements. Down the stairs outside the house. Emma ran to the side of the road, but gradually slowed down and hesitated, not like she was in a hurry to go out at the beginning. With her right hand lightly holding on to the railing covered with red copper, she was leaning on her body, wearing a red and white lady's checkered dress in the style of Meister's school uniform, with only a shirt on her upper body, and her waist was extremely slender, but it's a little bit colder this season. Emma rubbed her arms lightly, then glanced at the upstairs window again. The tip of her upturned nose closed deeply. She breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling a bit colder. The skin on her body tightened, but suddenly felt a very large suit jacket wrapped around the shoulders. You probably don't have the ability to be physically strong. James stood beside Emma, put on the coat he had just changed for her, and put it in the pocket, as if he was really curious about Emma's other abilities. Mr. James. Emma's first reaction was to turn her back, pressed her apple muscles and cheeks in a panic, and straightened her hair. Then she folded her hands in front of her body, pinched her jaw with some force, and met his gaze. Honestly, James is fine, and it's even weirder with Mr. He pressed his palms, shrugged his shoulders jokingly and said, I happened to pass by, and Barney mentioned that I sent you here last time, so I took a second look. Then I'm so unlucky to be seen by you in such a mess. Emma's performance was much better than the first time we met. Her voice was a little hoarse, her eyes were still a little wet, and she became more lively. Are you interested in walking around? I happen to be a little curious about the talent at the spiritual level. Emma nodded, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, blinking her eyes, and walked ahead. I thought you were like me, James. I don't see any thoughts or emotions in your head, it never has. The two chatted about strange topics, but they seemed more at ease. James smiled and shook his head, tapping his brow with his fingertips. I'm immune to the attack or control of this kind of psychic power, and I can detect some emotions directed at me, especially strong negative ones, but I can't see other people's thoughts like you can. Emma spun around lightly, her skirt swung like a round fan, revealing a section of slender white calf. She faced James and walked backwards slowly. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Seeing, hearing, and reading seem to be inaccurate. The information seems to be born in your own mind, as if it is an autonomous association, a silent recitation, rather than through something spied on. What about memory? Besides the current thoughts, can you check out the content of a person's memory? Emma's expression darkened, she nodded slightly, pursed her lips and said, if you seriously sync your consciousness, it will be like falling into a pool of constantly changing light and shadow images. I haven't tried it a few times, because it will completely empathize with the other person's memory and emotion. Yes, it will be very painful. It seems that you have entered a very unfortunate memory. James said clearly. He watched the girl stepping on the steps by the side of the road, step by step, with her arms outstretched to maintain her balance, and thought for a while. If you are interested, you can try to learn my exercise method for the control and use of mutant abilities. In fact, this is also a help to me, because no one with the field of psychic power has practiced it yet, and I don't know how effective it is. Can I? I would. Emma raised her eyebrows happily, and answered hastily, but then realized that she was too anxious, and seemed a little rude, so she pursed her lips in embarrassment. The two agreed on a time, chatted casually, and walked a little far without knowing it, and then walked back with the girl on the way when she came slowly. This weekend, James, the weekend. Emma tiptoed at the door of the house, and finally said goodbye. She took off James' suit jacket over her shoulder, folded it neatly, and put it back in the other's hand. She jumped up the stairs lightly, waved her hand, and returned to the house. Leaning her back against the door, the girl stroked her chest with her palm, and took a quick breath. Emma, you performed well today. She muttered with satisfaction in her heart, then turned around and looked out the window, and James Howlett had disappeared. Soren can't do it either. The square-faced young man who had some trouble with Bucky once shook his head. He stared carefully at the one-armed figure that kept dodging, and smiled. Even Coalpit can't take him easily, let alone Thorin, a thick-skinned rhino who loves hard training. The young man who asked the question looked at the partner beside him in surprise, and said strangely, Opper, this is not like what you said. Isn't it you who saw Barnes the most in the past? The square-faced young man named Opal shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and continued to stare at Bucky's movements with an extraordinarily calm and serious attitude. If you lose, you lose. He can knock me down with one arm. I should seriously reflect on myself. Can hating him make me stronger? On the court, Bucky leaned down slightly. The center of gravity of his footsteps was always erratic and irregular, constantly changing positions depending on the ups and downs of his body. The swing of his head and shoulders was extremely agile, and the opponent's punches were wide open and closed, full of strength, but never get to Bucky. Bang bang bang. Bucky's fists and feet kept pumping and hitting the opponent's abdomen and side ribs, but it had no effect. The nickname of this opponent in the Young Wolves is Rhinoceros. He usually likes to use energy to beat his own muscles, bones, skin and flesh. He is nearly 2 meters tall and as thick as an iron tower. It wasn't until Remus Pete finally called a halt to the battle, which was only about physical fitness, that the rhinoceros stared at Bucky with bloodshot eyes, heaved, panting heavily, and roared in a muffled voice. Why didn't you plant it, Barnes? Bucky's current fighting style has completely changed from the previous 2 months. At that time, he was like a lunatic looking for death every day. Now, his movements are becoming more and more ghostly, and even more thief. He is good at entanglement in footwork and weird and tricky attacks. You wait until I reach the second stage, then your thick skin will be useless. Bucky was also panting and hunchbacked. His physical exertion was even greater, but his fur quickly tensed up, allowing the ups and downs of blood and heartbeat to slowly subside. On the ground floor of the old house, beside James, 2 doctors, Zola and Erskine, were arguing about the classification and level of mutant gene abilities. He interrupted aloud while holding a piece of information in his hand. How to distinguish the 2 types of abilities, rules, and energy. Don't energy particles also belong to the rules of physics? Dr. Zola loosened his neckline, cleared his throat, and obsequiously leaned forward to explain to James. Sir, your question is great. Regarding the rules of the universe or the laws, we tend to favor forces that are not affected by the environment and specific factors, such as the 4 fundamental forces, strong and weak nuclear forces, electromagnetic forces, and gravitational forces. There are also such incomprehensible and cognizable rules as space, time, and even positive and negative matter proposed by scientists, chaos and reality. For example, the flame we are familiar with does not have the conditions to burn in a vacuum, and it belongs to purely specific conditions. Form of energy. Before Zola finished speaking, Erskine stepped forward to grab the white pass. However, we still have very limited understanding of the ways and reasons for the existence of various energy particles. For example, the energy in the Rubik's Cube in the universe has almost broken all the current cognitive levels of human beings, and this is the most superficial power of the Rubik's Cube. James nodded with great interest. Zola smiled and talked about the issues they were arguing about. Sir, do you think the power of the mind should belong to the unknowable, temporarily shelved mystery department, or the physical level of the body? We don't have any examples of this at the moment, but I personally think that regardless of whether this power exists or not, it should belong to the evolution of the brain, and the use of brain waves can be classified in the system of physical transformation. And Dr. Zola, do you believe in the existence of souls and spirits? Zola was a little stunned, and suddenly realized that his original scientific beliefs had been shattered step by step. From the truth of Nordic mythology to the exaggerated power of human evolution and mutation, if you just hold the old ideas, you will easily approach a dead end. Dr. Erskine smiled calmly and reservedly. He believed that Mr. Howlett must know something about this indescribable field. Let's classify it into the mystery department first, and I will gradually understand it in the future. What is the result of the current model deduction? Erskine pushed his glasses, hurried to get a stack of data, and reported to James. Deduced from the current incremental model, at the current evolution rate, the mutation probability will reach 1 in 30 within 50 years, and it may be -in- or even more in -years. However, epsilon and delta, these two ranks that account for more than 70% of the mutant population, will cause great social impact and changes. After all, their appearance will have a high degree of mutation, and their power is difficult to control. Where are alpha, beta, and gamma? James asked, quite concerned. Theoretical probabilities are not small. Beta and gamma will exceed 5%, and alpha can also be around %. But the levels we currently delineate in Greek letters are set according to the potential of mutation ability, rather than direct combat or destructive power, so there will not be too many terrifying alphas like you, or whether the ability can be discovered limit. James thought for a moment, looked at the mechanical arm that had roughly completed the design of the internal neural link system, and finally mentioned a sentence. Let's set another level above alpha as a blank, just use it, omega. End of this chapter. Hi Eric. Miss Emma Frost greeted Eric with low interest. She thought that James was teaching herself alone today, but she didn't expect Eric to be there. Howlett Manor on Long Island has an elegant maple grove. This season is when the maple leaves are falling red. Emma is wearing a beige sportswear. She has a good figure, especially the proportion of her waist and hips is amazing. Eric is very happy. Emma and he have reacquainted. For a mutant partner of similar age to join, he is a little eager to try. He is not the only one who was taught by his father. Today is mainly for meditation and breathing exercises. I think Emma will accept it faster from this step, and Eric is not very good at this part. James sat cross-legged on the ground, explained, and guided the way and rhythm of breathing. Emma was not quite used to this strange breathlessness and forceful method of abdominal diaphragm. But as she continued to try and persist, her brain began to feel a little chaotic, as if she was sleepy and wanted to fall asleep. Gradually, James began to let them visualize and stare at a simple geometric figure in their minds, and then close their eyes and try to retain this image in their minds, in this way to cultivate inner vision. He released his mental thoughts, forming a slight oppressive force field, allowing them to calm down more easily. Emma gradually deepened her consciousness into it, and I don't know how long it took. Slowly, a complex white line composition loomed in her consciousness, which became clearer and brighter, and gradually opened up, revealing a group of brilliant diamond-shaped isolated polygonal structures emitting light. This picture is not as vague and lacking in details as people imagine in their minds, but it is really in front of them. Emma tries to let her spiritual power touch this diamond polygon, which seems to be as real as it is. Clap la la. The crisp sound of glass shattering exploded in her ears, and she vaguely heard James call Eric's name, and she lost consciousness and fell asleep. Emma moved her eyes slowly, her long eyelashes trembling. She was lying on the sofa in the hall of the manor, and the figure in front of her was James, who was reading a heavy book with a leather cover. Is there any discomfort? After James finished speaking, he closed the book, moved his eyes away, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Emma hurriedly propped herself up, sat up, and the thin cashmere blanket covering her body slipped off. She blushed again. It was really rude to sleep on the sofa in the living room of someone else's house like this. It's okay. No one will walk around in the living room. It's relatively deserted here most of the time. I don't think it's appropriate for you to rest in a strange bedroom. Emma nodded. She suddenly remembered what power she seemed to have aroused before she lost consciousness. Eric is fine. He is in the same situation as you, but he needs to sleep more. It only took about a quarter of an hour for you to faint, and it didn't last long. Emma let go of her heart and said hesitantly, I saw a bright, brilliant diamond in my mind, and when I tried to reach it with consciousness, something seemed to break. James nodded lightly. At that time, his consciousness felt a relatively strong spiritual explosion, which radiated from Emma as the center, and naturally had no effect on him, while Eric, who was not far away, seemed to have been hit by a blow. Remember SAP, passed out. Static meditation should stimulate your ability the most strongly, but it means you have to be more careful. Later, I will teach you to practice more dynamic exercises and fighting boxing, and slow down the progress of brain stimulation. Emma nodded silently. She seemed to think of something, and said eagerly, Then the diamond in my mind is the source of my power? In the depths of my soul, in my spiritual consciousness. No. James shook his head, smiled and picked up the hot drink on the table and handed it to Emma. Our power comes from genetic variation. You have already taken courses in biology. It is inseparable from every cell in the body. It does not rely on the power of the spirit and soul. He looked at Emma sipping hot cocoa and explained as simply and clearly as possible. But psychic power is not purely caused by brain cells. It is very mysterious and complicated. It is precisely because of its uniqueness that it makes you visualize such a product of consciousness in your brain. What you have to do is to understand it slowly. Recognize it carefully, rather than rushing to define it. There were footsteps on the stairs and Eric yawned. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said sorry. I'm sorry, Frost, I overslept. Let's go to practice. James raised his eyebrows, looked at Emma with a guilty face, and joked, It seems that I'm going to check to see if this kid still remembers me as daddy. USSR, Sverdlovsk. We have a large number of German prisoners of war for you to experiment on. Comrade Stalin's request to you is to come up with successful examples and effective operation methods that can be replicated as soon as possible. Mr. Xiao, I hope your efficiency can be improved. Sebastian Shaw, wearing a typical Soviet fur coat and high-topped felt cap, inspected his experimental materials in this concentration camp temporarily housing defeated German captured soldiers. He was used to the loud voices of the Soviets, and even in the windy and snowy weather that often blows here, he had to roar to hear each other's voices clearly. Don't worry, Comrade Brezhnev, I already have a very proficient manufacturing process. I will try my hand with these prisoners of war first. If I am lucky, I will encounter some individuals with strong mutation reactions. The stimulating serum effect provided by this sample it's the best. Xiao gained a firm foothold here, and he realized more and more that the war years were the best time for him to develop. In the prelude to the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, large-scale thermal weapon conflicts are no longer the mainstream, but the confrontation in the shadows and the appearance of extraordinary combat power will bring him a broader stage. But Comrade Brezhnev, are you sure you don't want to adopt my ice pick technique? That creates soldiers fearless of death, fear, and no. Brainless, Mr. Xiao, those are deformed monsters without brains. You can rest assured that there are the strongest fighters here. The so-called near-death experiment will not scare them down. They are made of steel. Xiao thought for a while, and then suggested, then it's better to have some young volunteers. The mutation effect of teenagers is the best, and they are easier to cultivate. Major General Brezhnev laughed loudly, patted Xiao on the shoulder, and stared wide-eyed. Soldiers made of steel, regardless of age. End of this chapter. Brooklyn, New York, Howlett Advanced Technology Research Center. James looked at Jay Gatsby, who had completed the technology acquisition task, handed him a cigar in satisfaction, waved his hand, and signaled him to sit down. Mr. Gatsby, who took a golden apple, did not cut the cigarette for himself first, but took out the lighter and leaned over to light it for James. In New York in the early 30s, the weekend party at Gatsby's mansion, known to all the upper-class social circles, gradually became a fairy tale of that era. Some said he was bankrupt, others that he ran over a poor woman and was shot dead by her husband. In short, the great Mr. Gatsby in his early 30s, with a charming smile and great momentum, disappeared in the world of luxury and money. Did Howard Stark trouble you this time? While smoking a cigar, James looked at Gatsby on the opposite side frowning, exhaled a long column of smoke in a relaxed way, and asked in an easygoing manner. Jay Gates has more creases than a smile, but like a veteran actor, there seems to be drama in every crevice. Mr. Stark thought at first that I was still going to talk about group mergers and acquisitions, but when he heard that I was interested in anti-gravity engine technology, he became more nervous. He smacked his mouth. Mr. Howlett only smoked this cigar, which had a particularly strong aftertaste. He is worried that his technology, which has long been put on the shelf and has entered a dead end, has extraordinary prospects. After all, the Howlett Group has always sneered at the technical level of the outside world. In the end, he only agreed to sell the technology, but not including the patent rights. He may be digging out the dusty anti-gravity device from the warehouse now, knocking his head and restudying it. James smiled, and he was very satisfied with Gatsby's ability to handle affairs. You are humble, that Stark, who has a somewhat annoying personality, will not give up his skills so easily. You must have done a lot of tricks and maneuvers in the middle. It's all my job, sir. But I would like to mention it. Watching James nod, Gatsby continued. Our researchers have also reviewed this technology. It theoretically achieves the so-called anti-gravity effect, but the extremely high requirements for energy make it of no practical value. You are so interested in it, aren't you? A lot of things depend on who owns it. Howard Stark is a character. The accumulation of the Howlett family's accumulation of nearly 100 years is sometimes no match for a genius flash of inspiration. But after all, he has a shallow foundation. To perfect a good technology, it needs a large number of elite talents and massive resource support. This technology is wasted with him. James has always been very patient with his capable subordinates. Gatsby, a group executive who did not come out of Howlett's old house, was much closer than most of his colleagues who hadn't seen Mr. Howlett once in several years. Make people jealous. The developer of Greenland should continue to follow up, and that identity will continue to be maintained. Jay Gatsby nodded solemnly. This is the most important task entrusted to him by Mr. Howlett, and it has been continuously operated for more than years. Tock tock tock. There was a light knock on the door, and Gatsby glanced at James' eyes, got up and opened the door. Dr. Myron McLean, the chief material science expert of the institute, was standing at the door, looking at Gatsby questioningly. Dr. McLean, what's the matter? James beckoned McLean to come in, and Gatsby went aside and poured a shallow glass of brandy without ice. Although I haven't met the doctor of the institute a few times, I have a deep memory of his preference for exo-grade cognac without ice. In fact, Gatsby has a clear understanding of everyone he has come into contact with. Don't bother Mr. Gatsby, I can have a little of that. Dr. McLean pressed the thick tongue tie, thanked him and took the crystal square cup, pondered for a moment and said, Sir, the stock of vibration gold is not too much. James nodded unsurprisingly. How much is left? More than 4 tons, less than 1/5 of the total. Don't touch these for now, and the primary products made in the early experiments are also returned to the furnace to prepare for the manufacture of new equipment. After that, the greatest passion of Dr. McLean's work is the continuous research on vibranium, a magical metal. It is undoubtedly what he does not want to see, that vibranium can no longer be used for experiments. You should focus on the casting of small components of Edmund Gold first. If it can be freed from the situation of only making cold weapons with simple structures, it will be a huge breakthrough. Looking at McLean, who looked dejected as if he had lost his beloved toy, James laughed softly, and said freely, "Don't worry about the doctor, there will be brandy, and there will be vibration gold." Who? Members of the Wakanda tribe wearing various fabric cloaks, metal accessories, and huge lip and ear plates, stepping barefoot on a thick raft more than 10 meters wide and more than 30 meters long, beating leather drums, stepping on drums, and mouth floating down the river with a wild and savage chant. Valhalla, Sadu, boom, boom. The raft gradually floats to the fault section of the cliff, running through the mother river of Wakanda land, and a wide circular waterfall basin will be formed here, and the turbulent torrents on all sides will fall down and flow into Lake Valkana. A priest wearing a feather crown and holding a black wooden stick shouted the last Wakanda prayer, and walked slowly towards the center of the basin amidst a burst of dense and surging drumming. There was already standing there a bare-chested, tall, and vigorous man with short curly hair and thick lips. He looked about 30 years old, his nose bridge was much straighter than his compatriots, he had many bullet scars on his body, his eyes were calm, his face was weathered, and the water in the pool was slightly below the Achilles tendon, flowing slowly. The Wakanda Golden Tribe, the son of the previous Black Panther Ajali, T'Chaka, do you want to challenge the current Black Panther, King Alba from Jabari, the Ape Tribe? Yes, High Priest. Merchants, frontiers, river valleys, mountain tribes? Do you agree with T'Chaka's challenge? Boom, the 4 tribal leaders, wearing their own unique headgear and clothing, crossed their fists and hammered on their shoulders on both sides, and nodded in greeting. The contemporary Black Panther, the only Panther Guardian in Wakanda who did not come from the Golden Tribe in the past 1,000 years, Alba, who prefers to call himself the Ape, slowly walked out of a deep passage behind the waterfall. He is extraordinarily burly and muscular, with broad shoulders like a silverback gorilla. He is nearly 2 meters tall, but his legs seem a bit short, and his arms are thick and long to the knees. More than 20 years ago, the Ape King Alba won the kingship of Wakanda and the qualification of the Guardian of the Black Panther from the Golden Tribe, Ajali's younger brother. He drank the heart-shaped herb as he wished, but he did not really become Wakanda's king. The Jabari tribe has been in a state of autonomy for thousands of years. Although it has the legal rights of the 5 major tribes of Wakanda, just like the Black Panther King has never let them bow their heads, Alba cannot win the allegiance of the other 4 tribes and the Golden Tribe. For more than 20 years, Wakanda has been loosely maintaining the continuation of the country, relying on thousands of years of tradition and the belief of the Holy Mountain, and has not been completely divided. Without saying a word, Alba put down the ape-handed scepter made of special iron and wood, knelt down on one knee, and drank the dark blue medicinal liquid contained in the wooden bowl in the high priest's hand. Alba pinched his neck, and a thin purple tapeworm-like blood network kept appearing on his body. After so many years, he had become accustomed to extraordinary power, and this sense of powerlessness made him feel a little dazed for a while. T'Chaka didn't start fighting eagerly. He put on a panther mask tanned with black hard leather, picked up a wooden shield and short spear, and stood relaxedly aside. The Ape King has gradually adapted to the power of mortals. He is now in his 50s, and he is in his prime. Maybe his endurance is not as good as when he was young, but the absolute power at the peak and the battle experience accumulated over the years are particularly terrifying. The Jabari tribe was the most warlike, and the young men there would roar and fight each other in the valley all day long. Alba put on the white ape mask, took off the fur-vibrating armor full of the Jabari tribe style on his body, shook the twitching muscles in his chest, and the tribal compatriots on the cliff howled and barked. Challenge of kingship, start. T'Chaka took the initiative to stride up. He rushed sideways, did not act in a hurry, but kicked the water splash under his feet, and circled around Alba. The Ape King smiled slyly under the mask, and stayed on the spot. Keep a face-to-face distance with T'Chaka, and don't rush to attack. He thought that the always violent Jabari would not be able to help but rush forward to attack, but there was a huge difference between Alba's inner thieves and his outer roughness. Continuously coiling around the outer circle would consume more energy, which he could afford. T'Chaka understood that Alba could wait, but it was pointless to continue circling. He picked up water with a short spear and splashed it on Alba's face. Taking advantage of this opening, the standing shield hit him. Boom! Holding a vibrating ball-shaped cane in the ape's hand, he immediately smashed T'Chaka's ironwood shield, and the flying sharp fragments drew bloodstains on his chest. T'Chaka dared not stand next to him. Whoa! The pool on the cliff of the waterfall kept splashing the water caused by the two dodging and attacking. Alba looked at the heir of the Golden Tribe who could only jump and roll quickly, and couldn't help but sneered. This is what you've learned over 20 years outside? The pride of the Wakanda warriors. Boom! T'Chaka rolled up again in the pool, dodging Alba's swinging mace. His trap has gradually been laid. Come on, Alba the ape, the warrior spirit of Wakanda has always been misunderstood. We are hunters of the vast grasslands and mountains, not reckless men who only roar and charge. He was no longer dodging, facing Alba, dismantling moves with him. Boom! Alba swung his cane like a sledgehammer. T'Chaka on the hard frame was so shaken that his jaw was numb, and he almost couldn't hold the short spear. His eyes flashed, and he took another step, Finally. Hey! The Ape King Alba with a frosty mane let out a long and shrill howl, and the sole of his foot was pierced by the fragments of the ironwood shield embedded in the pool. He staggered back 2 steps, and T'Chaka took the opportunity to thrust out a short spear, piercing Alba's knee. Alba braced himself with a cane, and knelt in the shallow pool. T'Chaka knocked down the Ape King with his fist, and kicked the cane away. Alba struggled. T'Chaka casually put the spear point on his neck, and stared intently at the edge of the cliff. Of all the tribes, after the shield was shattered, he began to use the gap between the continuous rolling and moving, and stuck the ironwood thorns as thick as fingers into the fine cracks at the bottom of the pool, setting up his own trap, waiting for the prey to enter. The representatives of the various tribes watching the ceremony didn't even understand why Alba lost for a moment without knowing it. Seeing that T'Chaka with a somewhat strange temperament, the discussion gradually subsided. For thousands of years, the Jabari tribe has disobeyed the king's order. Wakanda has not been truly complete for a day. We have guarded the holy mountain, but we have not discovered its power. T'Chaka looked at everyone proudly, especially the Jabari tribe who looked at him angrily, and said loudly, "Today, I, T'Chaka of the Golden Tribe, son of King Ajali, heir to the throne of Wakanda, do you recognize my rights?" A moment of silence. The Valley tribe agrees. The Merchant tribe agrees. Frontier tribe. And you, the leader of Jabari, Alba the orangutan. Hey ba. Alba tilted his head and squinted at T'Chaka, spat out the blood from his mouth in disdain. His words were still tough. "Little leopard, you are no longer a pure Wakanda, the winner is king. I admit defeat, but you want the ape tribe to bow its head, don't even think about it. Jabari can only laugh." T'Chaka pierced the short spear into Alba's left shoulder with a blank expression, straight through his heart, and the Ape King didn't even have time to scream. His eyes turned grey, and the blood sprayed him red. Beard fell forward, and his face fell into the pool water. More than a dozen guards from the Jabari tribe rushed forward with shouts, while soldiers from the Golden tribe and other tribes also went up to meet them, and the two sides confronted each other. The winner of the kingship challenge has the right to decide whether to keep the other party's life. In order to show kindness, the past kings would forgive and spare lives in order to show kindness and reflect the belief that the various tribes of Wakanda belong to each other. T'Chaka ignored the people from the orangutan tribe who were trying to rush forward. He walked to the edge of the cliff alone, looked at the vast jungle and wilderness below, and the scenes of the past 20 years quickly emerged in his heart. He worked in universities and factories in the United States, learned technology secretly, participated in World War II, rushed through the hail of bullets, saw airplanes and cannons, and even an atomic bomb that was enough to wipe out Wakanda. The world is rolling forward, and this land can no longer stick to the original as it used to be. T'Chaka, the son of Ajali, returned to the tribe after leaving Wakanda for more than years. He won the challenge of kingship, killed the Ape King Alba, and regained the throne. All four tribes are loyal. T'Chaka, who gained the power of the Black Panther, led his troops to the Jabari tribe, eliminated all those who opposed the Black Panther kingship, truly unified Wakanda, and introduced modern technology in a bold manner, so that the magical vibrating gold finally gradually glowed. Due power. Chapter 2 was released later. Yesterday was a little less, and today the 2 chapters are -- each, which is equivalent to adding a small chapter. At present, the disk is still stable with 2 updates of -- per day. When I can save a few manuscripts and complete the follow-up details, I will be able to give everyone daily 10,000 from time to time. Love everyone. End of this chapter. New York Private Noble High School, Meister. Emma Frost looked at Eric Landshear who was walking out of the classroom, and followed slowly. "Do you know what Mr. Howlett usually likes, Jane?" The two said hello and walked side by side. Recently, many students have seen the picture of the two talking together. Although there is no intimacy, they have always been generous but polite. The president of the school belle, but she has never had such a close relationship with any boy. Father, oh, Dad, he seems to have no other hobbies except smoking cigars, and alcohol is average. He should like fighting the most, but I heard from Mrs. that he has not been able to find anyone for him to fight for many years. Eric thought about it seriously, but Emma next to him frowned lightly. "Why do you call him Daddy? He's not old at all." Emma said, slightly annoyed. She even suspected that it was Eric who lied to her that James liked to fight. Emma resisted the idea of using her ability to probe into the other person's thoughts. She promised Eric that she would never read his mind again. Hey, no one knows about Dad's age." Eric smirked rather furtively. The person who followed James the longest was the former housekeeper, Mr. Casper Foss, and he was over 70 years old. Looking young, no matter how old you are, Mr. Howlett looks at most 25 years old. Emma refuted without confidence, but suddenly remembered that although she was still very young, less than 17 years old, what should she do when she was old one day? The girl began to worry about such annoying things at a young age. "I'll see you later, Emma. Mr. Barney is here to pick me up, Dad." "Why are you here?" Eric was saying goodbye to Miss Emma Frost, when he saw his father waiting by the limousine. He ran over, and Emma behind him came gracefully, and fought James hello. "Let's go, get in the car, cough, go ahead." James sent Eric to sit in the front seat of the back row. Emma stroked her ears lightly as she had known for a long time, got into the car with her head down, and sat with James in the most spacious seat in the back row. He looked at Mr. Landshear, who looked back a little resentfully and puzzled, and explained with a smile. Today I will take you to see a special event. I have invited Emma earlier. Eric continued to look why don't I know and continued to complain. Emma sat next to James with a smile on her lips. He smells like truffles, the girl thought wildly in her mind. After driving all the way back to the manor, there were only a few attendants in the living room holding 2 black and 1 white long fine fur coats, helping Emma and Eric to put them on. Emma happened to be wearing a white coat and long skirt today. The skirt was not as long as the standard school uniform, but just reached the knees. Her long, white legs seemed to be wearing a pair of white silk stockings. Puff. Asazuo puffed up a puff of black smoke and appeared in the center of the hall. Emma looked at the red-skinned, black-haired, and long-tailed man with some surprise, bowed slightly to him as a gentleman, and greeted him with a smile. She had already heard about Asazo, but today was the first time she met him. Bonjour, beautiful lady. The Red Devil took Emma's hand, and touched her lips lightly on the back of her hand. The girl blushed slightly, and slightly bent her knees in return. Have you been to France recently? James looked suspiciously at Asazo's nondescript mannerisms, and couldn't help but ask. When there is no important matter, he will not take care of Asazo's daily life, let alone restrict his freedom. After all, he is quite at ease with the ability of the Red Devil now. Azazo continued to talk nonsense in broken French, while taking the fur coat held by the attendant and putting it on himself. James is a man who really understands French, but he can't understand what Asazo is saying. He shook his head and put his arm on Asazo's right shoulder. Emma nervously took James' arm, and Eric grabbed Asazo's other arm. The 4 disappeared instantly. Emma didn't feel any discomfort in this novel experience of time-space transformation, but an invisible picture and lingering black smoke flashed in front of her. Between 2 breaths, the icy wind and snow suddenly blew on their cheeks, and the 4 of them were already on the top of a snow peak. Suddenly arriving at a high altitude among the mountains, she and Eric were a little uncomfortable, their hearts were pounding, and their breathing was blocked for a while. James gently supported the backs of the 2 young people and channeled some biological energy, quickly eased over. Their evolution technique is still in the first stage, and they are not mutant abilities of the flesh system, and their bodies are still relatively fragile. Asazo's long tail, which was thrown behind him, seemed to feel too cold, so he shrank back into his fur coat, dodged around, and looked down the cliff. Under the unknown cliffs and snowy peaks in the Alps, the assessment of this generation of wolves is about to begin. They could only carry simple ropes and ice axes, and climbed more than 30 meters of nearly vertical ice cliffs in the severe cold of -1000 degrees in the wind and snow. Finally, on the top of the snow peak, in front of James, they fought a duel to create this generation. Head wolf. Father, the viewing angle over there is the best. Asazo teleported around and found a mountainside diagonally opposite the cliff, where he could see the entire cliff climbing process in a relatively complete way. The 4 of them teleported away, and more than 20 candidates for this generation of wolves under the cliff were raising their heads and beating their hearts. Ahem, Opal, have you been trained like this for generations? Bucky's hair had grown to his shoulders, and it was scattered casually. He looked up at the cliff completely covered by wind and snow after more than 100 meters, and swallowed subconsciously. She's old rival asked. Opper shook his head. His father belonged to the previous generation of wolves, and he was one of the 9 winter wolves. He knew that there was no so-called trial at that time, and only the best one would be selected as the head wolf. This is the first time Lord Wolf proposed it, and we have never heard of it. Bucky shook his head helplessly. It was the first time for this group of second-generation wolves, so they were all on the same starting line. No, I'm missing an arm, and I still have to climb the cliff. Damn fuck. Bucky cursed in his heart, bitterly thinking of the good brother who threw him here. Listen up. Only by climbing the cliff can you be qualified to become a member of the real wolf pack, and after climbing, only one person will be able to kill out and become the alpha wolf, so every climber will also become your competitor. Remus Pete glanced sharply at the 20 or so young men in single clothes. The howling wind and snow did not affect his sonorous words at all. Every word Remus said fell deeply into their ears. Falling off the cliff is just a pool of rotten meat. If you want to quit now, it's still too late. He took a last look at the teenage wolves who were not trying to give up, and nodded in satisfaction, but Bucky muttered a few words, and Remus pretended not to hear. The other 8 winter wolves dropped coiled black ropes and an ice pick one by one in front of them, and everyone put on their equipment and walked down the cliff one by one. Throat. The ice picks dug into the cliff wall covered with a thick layer of frost one after another. Bucky was not in a hurry. He bit the arm-thick rope and pulled it hard with his single arm. He checked section by section, and then carefully considered the length of the rope, and looked at the cliff more than 1,000 meters high, with a dignified expression. Barnes? You don't actually have to go up. The old opponent Upper had already climbed 7 or 8 meters, and he shouted at Bucky jokingly, but he understood the implication. Strictly speaking, I am not a member of the wolf pack, but a relationship household with a strange identity, and the disadvantage of being one-armed is too huge in this test. For his own good. Bucky also couldn't tell what his persistence was for. He was not a thoughtful person. But he will never get rid of Steve's majestic and heroic posture pushing all the way on the World War II. I can't forget Mr. Howlett, nodding his head in the air, and looking at himself like hell. Sergeant James Barnes gritted his teeth, tied the rope to the round hole at the end of the ice axe, tied the other end tightly around his waist, and climbed up the cliff. Emma, who was watching all this on the other side of the mountain, unconsciously moved closer to James. They are here. A test. Emma was stunned for a moment, thought for a while and said, is it a test of their courage and perseverance? James stared sideways at the girl's eyes. Her upturned nose was a little red from the cold, her eyelashes were flickering, and there were frost flowers hanging on her. What do you know about animals like wolves, especially when they're in packs? Emma didn't know whether it was because her face became warm, or James was looking at her with scorching eyes. His face was blushing a little hot, and he shook his head slightly. Wolves are pack animals. Groups are very important to them. However, they do not completely occupy each other's lives. For them, life is a circle with two parts intersecting. There is each other but not the whole. Groups, but also ego. James looked away, turned to the white and frosty cliff, watched the black figures climbing up with difficulty, and continued to speak to Emma slowly. However, the wolf pack is a cruel group that is extremely rich in hierarchy, internal competition, and eliminated. This ensures that the alpha wolves will be more cautious, smarter, and braver from generation to generation, and it also ensures the reproduction of the wolf pack. So when they understand that even if they will become the targets of fighting and competition in the near future, they must learn to cooperate and unite in the face of crisis, then their test will be successful. James' voice clearly reached the ears of the other three people, and they kept silent in tacit understanding, looking forward to the people who gradually climbed to the middle. Ahoa! The first young wolf to fall appeared, and the violent snowstorm quickly obliterated his desperate roaring voice and figure. The ice layer is too thick, so you have to break the solid ice with an ice axe and try to climb the rock wall again, otherwise the slippery ice surface is not only difficult to get your hands on, but also easy to break. There are quite a few people here who have practiced the killing technique to the second stage, who can burst out a second stage of dark force in their hands and wedge their fingers into the stone wall, but this kind of attack consumes a lot of physical energy, and they can't use it at all at present. Several times. The continuous cold and violent snowstorm will quickly take away their physical fitness and heat. Even these little wolf cubs whose physical fitness far exceeds that of the most elite soldiers of this era will not last long. Gradually there was a sound of losing strength and falling off the cliff, and it was particularly difficult for Bucky to persevere. He used the ice pick to cut out 2 holes for himself to stay in, and then pulled his body up with the pick in one hand. His right arm was already a little swollen, and it was almost impossible to hold the pick. Scoff. Scoff. Opal on top of Bucky kept slipping downwards, rustling broken ice and gravel falling down. He was unlucky enough to bump into a loose rock wall, and a large piece of it peeled off. Opal smashed the ice axe down hard, but the shattering ice did not help him stabilize his body. Finally, his speed became faster and faster, and he fell straight down. Catch. Bucky's face was flushed, and his only right arm was tightly grasping Opal's forearm. The sweat on his head had already condensed into frost, and his hair was frozen into pieces of icicles, hanging upside down on his body. Waist. The rope on the top is connected to the ice axe that has been cut deep into the cliff. Fack. Whoa. Bucky's waist and abdomen curled up, and he hoisted Opal's body with one arm, pulling him closer to the ice surface of the cliff. Opal quickly stabilized his figure, but luckily the ice axe in his hand was still there. Hoo-hoo. In the end, Bucky, who tried his best, let himself fall in the air, slowly, shook his sore and almost unconscious palms, and pulled the rope again to climb up. Why? What why? Bucky was still panting, cursing in a bad voice. Don't you understand? This cliff can't be climbed alone, even with our physical condition. We can't climb it with such crude equipment. We must cooperate. Opal was stunned for a moment, then looked at the cliff above which was still invisible, and nodded thoughtfully. Tie a rope around your waist, and then connect each other. The more people, the better, so that you have a chance. Bucky bit off the rope buckle attached to the end of his ice axe, and threw it to Opal. The short-haired boy who had never liked Bucky froze there. His rope is in his hands. If Opal gritted his teeth, cooperated with one hand to connect the 2 lengths of rope together, and wrapped them around his waist again. He and Bucky looked at each other, and the two climbed up staggeredly. They called out to the companions they met along the way. More and more young wolves tied ropes around their waists and connected them with others. From time to time, some people made mistakes or fell off, but they all relied on the ropes on both sides to stabilize them. Get in shape. A long chain on the cliff was connected together, and a dozen people climbed slowly but firmly, and they were about to reach the peak. James smiled, jumped up, and flew to the opposite side. Emma opened her mouth wide. It was the first time she saw that James could fly. Before she could slow down, Asazo put 2 young men on their shoulders and teleported away. At the peak of the 1,000-meter cliff, apart from Bucky and Opal, a dozen or so testers who had just climbed up, only Colin Pete stood upright, facing James Howe, who flew down from the sky and burst into a cloud of snow mist. Lee Took knelt on one knee and saluted. Winter wolves constantly jumped up from the cliff. They were full of vigor and heat, and they inserted themselves into the ice cliff, and then catapulted up, carrying 1 or 2 testers who had fallen to the bottom of the cliff before. It turns out that there have been 9 super fighters below to protect the bottom, and they didn't really let them fall to death. Fack. It's all a routine. Bucky cursed many times today, looking at the comrades around him who were still supporting each other and climbing up the cliff. The eyes of each other gradually changed. End of this chapter. On the precipitous snow peak, in a not-so-big open space, the 13 young men who finally climbed to the top of the peak after the wolves' trials knelt down on one knee to salute James Howlett, and looked at each other. Remus Pete walked to the middle and said, "Anyone who intends to compete for head wolf can stand up." Most of the people breathed a sigh of relief. They thought this would be a forced melee. Opal hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked out. Bucky shrugged his shoulders. Now that he had reached this point, he just had to fight again. He has gradually lost his opponents these days, and there is only one person who is still invincible. Colin Pete looked at Opal, Bucky, and a black-haired young man with a strong but not tall body, and smiled slightly. He was the son of Remus, the strongest among the young wolf pack candidates of this generation. He had brown hair and blue eyes, and was close to 1.9 meters tall. He didn't look strong, but he was well-proportioned. He was the only one who completed the cliff climbing of more than 1,000 meters alone, and it was even quite easy. He reached the peak a short time ahead of everyone else, and his killing technique was only one line away from reaching the third stage. Since childhood, Colin has been taught by Remus, who entered the second floor, his father who has been reborn, and his skills and physical fitness are much higher than those of his generation. After all, the wolf pack trial is a selection within the family, rather than a cruel selection of raising goo. If you can climb the cliff, you already have the qualifications to become an official member of the wolf pack and enter the next stage of training. The life of these young men is mainly to learn cultural knowledge, practice boxing and kung fu, and be familiar with various weapons and equipment, all of which are focused on the improvement of personal abilities. And this trial will transform them from individual lone wolves into a cohesive group, and then continue the practice of team combat and cooperation, becoming a real pack of wolves that hunt together. Therefore, the selection of the alpha wolf was voluntary, which was unknown to everyone at the beginning, and they were led to the illusion that only one person can be left behind. The four of them looked at each other, and there was a tacit understanding almost at the same time. The one-armed Bucky, Opal, and another stout black-haired youth faintly approached, and the three of them surrounded Colin Pete in the middle. Colin shook his shoulders, as if to relax. Swish, without waiting for the three of them to make a move, they took the lead in attacking. He stepped forward and raised his high legs. The pumped air crackled, and he slammed it like a whip at the sturdy man like a millstone. The latter raised his arms as thick as the thighs of ordinary people and took the blow hard. First gnaw the hard bones, and try to win the most resistant black-haired youth, and don't give them a chance to entangle. Unexpected head-to-head encounter. Colin's whip leg whipped up but made a dull and soft sound, like a pillow falling to the ground. But Mopan felt as if struck by lightning, his shoulders and elbows softened a bit, and his muscles and joints ached like countless needle pricks. Colin Pitt's second-stage dark force penetrating blow can already be released between his fists and feet at will. He only needs to get through the last key of the face. He punched him again without reserve strength, and he was half useless in a blink of an eye. The strongest one who can withstand beatings and is good at fighting protracted battles. Bucky and Opal reacted immediately and rushed forward. They didn't expect that most of their combat power would be blown away in just a moment of grinding. Bucky still dodged up and down, attacking the waist and lower body, and Opal was on top. And Colin dismantled the boxing moves. Eric Lanz here looked at the howling fists and kicks of several people, slamming them fiercely, and his fur exploded with excitement. Fist-to-flesh combat can most arouse people's blood, and the young Eric couldn't help but want to change his killing skills. Compared with the killing technique, which specializes in combat skills and unique strength damage, the evolution technique practiced by mutants is much gentler. Although there are also fist and kick fighting exercises, they are more focused on body control and the discovery and control of self-abilities. Apart from the mutant abilities of the flesh system, they are not good at close combat. Of the three people on the field, the black-haired young man whose arm was crippled the first time had already fallen down. Opal was still struggling to hold on. Colin's punches and kicks were too powerful. As long as he hit them, he would convulse like an electric shock, and all of himself the second-stage damage that can't be hit a few times cannot form an effective counterattack. Bang! Colin snorted. He raised his knees as a shield to block Bucky's punch to the abdomen, but the shin of the calf, which was so hard that it could easily break the stone pillar, felt a severe pain like breaking it. Bucky's fists are getting heavier and heavier, and his force technique is different. James once told Bucky that if he got good shape and footwork, he would teach him something else. Different from Steve's flickering shield boxing method, Bucky practiced the heaviest fist, which exploded with energy and blood in the body, from the toes to the calf, the waist and the back of the falling star fist. James just casually mentioned that it was a heavy punch, but Bucky remembered that when punching, he was looking for the fierce power of the meteor falling on the ground, so he named it himself. Opal's pressure was greatly reduced, and Colin began to focus on Bucky, who could pose a huge threat to him. This one-armed Barnes has such a heavy fist. Although the single-armed output frequency is limited, and the fist strength is obviously delayed, the lethality is significant. Hum. Bucky lowered his head and dodged past Colin's swung arm, making a dull hum in the air. Colin's arm seemed to become loose and a little soft, but it was like two iron whips when he swung it out, scratching the top of Bucky's head. The raw pain. Shouldn't you be bald? An inexplicable thought flashed in Sergeant Barnes's mind. He even doubted whether the scalp was still intact. Colin twisted his hips and opened his arms, spinning like a wheel and hitting him with a whip. The howling wind and snow seemed to be blown away, and BA basically backed away, wanting to squat down and change positions, but the route was blocked, and there was a cliff behind him, and there was no way to retreat. Hey, get up. Colin's waist was surrounded by Opal from behind. He clasped his hands together, pulled up Colin's body on the spot, leaned back to make a bridge, and thrust Colin's head into the rock like a green onion. This kind of grappling wrestling rarely occurs in normal sparring, but when it is used suddenly, it has a miraculous effect. Colin propped his hands over his head on the ground, firmly protecting his head and neck, twisted his hips and spun upside down, and broke away from Upper's embrace. Taking advantage of the inertia of the twist, his legs flung lightly on the side of his neck, kicking Upper unconscious. He turned around, and Bucky's heavy fist pierced his eyes. Bang! Colin hastily crossed his arms in front of his body, but he was numb for a while. This painful feeling was originally brought to others by him just now. Many. Boom, boom, boom. Bucky punched him like a blacksmith, hammering heavily on the iron ingot with great rhythm. Colin was blown away by a punch. Although Bucky's attack was not fast and violent, every punch was no fancy, whether it was blocked, it went towards your body. Colin was struggling left and right, more and more unable to resist. A mouthful of sweet blood poured out, pressed his chest and sprayed out, and his face was ashen and tired on the ground. His internal organs were too heavy and concussed, and they were already damaged. Whoosh, whoosh. Bucky raised his head, staggered. His fists were trembling in front of him and refused to let go. His vision had begun to blur, and his mind was spinning. The wind and snow became lighter, and everyone's ears were suddenly quiet, except for the sound of breathing like a bellows. The ups and downs of Bucky's chest became slower and slower, snowflakes fell on his long hair and shoulders, and the white mist from his mouth became weaker and weaker. He finally put down his fist, and finally took a look at the unobstructed white mountains under the snow peak. His eyes darkened and he fell down. Hiss. Bucky stared drowsily at the blue-gray stone ceiling. His head was heavy and his eyes were squinted. After a while, he realized that he was in the underground palace of the old house. The broken arm wound has been completely healed for more than a year, and there is a burning pain like tearing, and there is a strange sense of touch. Coffee has healed your injury. The current pain is necrosis and restimulation of muscle and nerve reactions, and you will get used to it slowly. Bucky turned his head and saw Mr. Howlett sitting beside the alloy console writing something. He tried to get up, but his body on the left side was extremely heavy, as if a heavy solid steel ball was hanging there. Crunch. There was a sound of grinding teeth, and the edge of the alloy bed under Bucky was pinched and deformed into a ball. He subconsciously looked down. A metal palm was spread out in front of his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 94 Tombstone. It was a strange touch. Without the temperature and frictional texture of the skin touching the object, but it does exist. Bucky can even clearly control the flexion and extension of each finger. He looked at this metal arm that was connected to the shoulder, near the clavicle, and was bright silver but with a slight blue-gray glossy texture. He turned the wrist and joints from side to side curiously and excitedly, and scrutinized it carefully. The surface layer of the metal arm is a few armor-shaped shells made of the whole body. The lines have radians similar to muscles without losing the coldness of machinery. The joints of the fingers are tightly riveted, and all the joints are covered and spliced with delicate fish scale shapes. The whole is full of the beauty of mechanical creation. It's still relatively difficult for adamantium to build detailed and complex components. Cold weapons with simple shapes are the easiest. The mechanical skills of this arm are still relatively simple, and there is no special ability. It can be upgraded when there is a chance in the future. James looked relaxedly at Bucky, who was obsessed with stroking Edmund's metal arm with his right hand. Except for the outer arm shell and main structure, more complex internal parts were made of vibrating metal that was easier to shape. As the basic purpose is to meet the normal arm movement and use of mechanical prosthetics, it is already considered the most cutting-edge creation in the current technical field. Looking back, Dr. Zola will carefully check the efficiency of your neural connections, and will also tell you the precautions for using it. This arm was completed by many mechanical engineering experts led by him. It has opened up a new situation in mechanical prosthetics. It took a long time for Bucky to divert his attention from his new arm, hesitatingly said to James, "Thank you, Mr. Howlett, me." James waved his hand, indicating that Bucky hadn't finished his sentence. During the operation and coma, according to the statistics of the nurses and researchers, you called Steve's name 113 times in total, and several times the names of ladies such as Celine, Juliana, and Betty. James curled his mouth slightly, shook a piece of paper in his hand, and seemed to be looking at it seriously. Bucky, who was still sitting on the bed, blushed suddenly, and covered his face with his hands helplessly. One side was cold and the other side was warm. "I don't know any of these ladies, so I can't help you, but Steve should be." Puff. Azazo appeared, and beside him was Steve Rogers, dressed in the uniform of the U.S. military, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and walked forward with a smile, and hammered Bucky's metal arm. "Teacher, thank you. Bucky didn't expect to be able to restore the broken arm with you." Steve sincerely thanked James for his teacher's care for him and his mother since childhood, for his cultivation and shelter, and even his best brother has received such great help here. "It's nothing, Barnes and I were talking about you," and he yelled. "Mr. Howlett, I don't know how to thank you enough. You taught me those amazing skills, and this arm. Bucky hurriedly interrupted James, ignored Steve's suspicious eyes, and changed the subject. Azazuo was amazed at the sight, and the sharp and hard tip of the tail slammed on Edmund's metal arm, and said with a smile, "This thing is not easy to make, Dad. It is better than Boy Steve's shield. My dagger is much more difficult." It was only then that Bucky realized the meaning of the unfamiliar word Edelman metal. The material of Steve's shield made the entire strategic science corps envious. He wanted to use it for research many times, but he was always blocked. No matter it is any gun or Hydra's energy weapon, it cannot cause even the slightest scratch on the shield, and it has a super force relieving and shock absorbing effect. Relying on this shield, Steve is on the battlefield pushing all the way. It's like entering no man's land. Bucky didn't know what to say now. How could he be qualified to own such precious and unusual materials and technology? Barnes also did me a favor. These children of the wolf pack have been a little too closed for many years. If it weren't for him, these little wolf cubs would not realize the meaning of the trial so quickly. Okay, you two, let's talk. James said a few words easily, got up, and wanted to leave, but Steve laughed exaggeratedly and came up. Teacher, are you thirsty? Would you like some tea? Have a cup of tea before leaving. Steve Rogers showed embarrassment, but looked at James expectantly. Bucky tilted his head and looked at Faxiao strangely, not knowing what the inexplicable greeting meant. Asazo, who was on the side, puffed up a puff of black smoke, teleported to James' chair, and looked at Steve and Bucky playfully. All right, you can have a cup of tea before leaving. James pondered for a moment, then nodded with a light smile. When Steve heard this, he didn't care about being happy, and hurriedly turned around and sent Bucky up from the bed. It just so happens that in this underground space used as a laboratory, there are some guys who drink black tea between Dr. Erskine's daily breaks. Hurry up, Bucky. There's a teapot over there, let me see. Well, there just happens to be another pot. Go, bring a cup of tea to the teacher. Steve hurriedly arranged without Bucky's doubts, poured a cup of black tea in a hurry. He thought for a while that it was different from the tea set he used at that time, and he didn't know if it was feasible, so he pushed Bucky over quickly. Bucky carefully held the bottom of the cup with his right hand. The metal arm of his left hand hadn't adapted to it yet. He got up and twisted the metal bed so that it creaked and deformed. He didn't dare to touch the cup lightly, so he walked over with help. He really didn't understand what Steve made up for, so he handed over the teacup bravely. Mr. Howlett, you. Boom, Steve lightly picked Bucky's right knee. The latter staggered, one knee touched the ground, and almost dropped the cup. Bucky hurriedly stabilized the teacup, turning his head angrily to look at the increasingly strange TIF. Teacher for tea, Steve said softly, exaggerating his mouth and blinking his eyes constantly. Bucky finally figured it out, and somewhat understood this move with special meaning. He didn't get up, but stood on one knee on the ground, holding a teacup, and looked at Mr. Howlett, who looked as young as himself, but was very majestic, with piercing eyes. Think about it, and toast this cup of tea. You will have the same relationship as Steve and me. James said carefully, but said very seriously. Bucky lowered his head deeply, raised the teacup in his hand above his head. His brand new adamantium alloy arm shone slightly under the light. He spoke solemnly, and paused every word. Teacher, please drink tea. The corners of James' mouth curled up slightly, and he nodded, took the ear of the teacup, which was more like a coffee mug, and lightly dipped the still warm black tea in his mouth, which meant it. Get up, find a chance to make it up formally later. Steve Rogers smiled and looked at Bucky, who stood up, and nodded slightly. You need to adapt to the strength of the metal arm. If you have any questions, go to Zola. Also, since you have stood at the end of the wolf pack trial, what do you think of the position of the leading wolf? Bucky took a deep breath, as if mustering up his courage, and asked what he had been thinking all along. Teacher, I don't understand what you are pursuing, and I am also very confused about what I want to do and what kind of person I want to be. Yes, I know. James put his right hand on the research table next to him, and subconsciously rubbed a book that was often held in his hand with a tanned cover made of unknown high-quality leather. His eyes sharpened sharply. I once told Eric that Bucky also met him, a young man who watched the trial on Swafeng that day. He added casually and continued. Accepting ourselves and accepting our own strength is our first step. We people are different from most human beings in the sense of physiology and life essence. Whether it is congenital, acquired, active or passive, our existence, it's a contradiction in itself. There will be forces of fear and hatred, as well as greed and jealousy. No matter what we do right or wrong, these disputes and conflicts cannot be avoided. Listening to James' words, Steve Rogers remembered that he had been asked by the country and the military to cooperate with research for a period of time after the war, trying to reproduce the super soldier serum as soon as possible. The demand for serum power is the same as the rapid expansion of nuclear weapons manufacturing research today. It is the pursuit of national interests and security, and it is also the personal desires of big figures who live in the superstructure of power and material. Perfect physical condition, superhuman strength, and a lifespan that is close to the limit of human physiology. How many powerful and ambitious people would reject such a magical tube of serum? I'm not Adolf Hitler. I'm not interested in racial superiority and genocide. For me, power is more or less, and it doesn't mean much. I just live with a sense of crisis. Crisis. Bucky looked very surprised. This was the last thing he expected to say from Mr. Howlett's mouth, and Steve was also a little puzzled. Only a Sazo thought about it. Yes, for some reason, I know that in the not-too-distant future, all of us, and even all life on this planet, will have to face some crises that even I cannot escape and stop. Until today, there is no guarantee that they will survive safely. So, by accumulating strength, constantly growing myself, and those around me who agree, support, and follow me, one day I can really decide my own destiny. In this process, no matter whether it is grabbing power, plundering resources, or even obliterating those who hinder me, I will not hesitate. James looked at the three silent people silently, and the vast life, scenes of ashes and ashes emerged in his mind, and the last memory of the world in his previous life that he least wanted to recall but often appeared. It was a cross made of withered wood, inserted obliquely in an extremely simple tomb made of wild rocks. An X-shaped, forlorn tombstone. End of this chapter. Even Steve Rogers, who grew up under James' wing since he was a teenager, was the first time he heard him say such frank and expressive words. Steve thought about it and didn't make a sound, but Bucky nodded freely and easily, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said loudly, "Teacher, I don't think I can be a wolf." "Tell me," James encouraged with great interest. Bucky, who was no longer one-armed, suddenly changed his temperament. After thinking about it, he preached frankly. Hopper and Colin grew up together, and their relationship with each other is actually very deep. On the cliff of Swafang, Mr. Remus Pete clearly hinted that only one person can survive after climbing the peak, but from the beginning to the end, no one made an act of adding insult to injury. Colin Pitt is very strong. It was the three of us who played together, which finally gave me a chance. Even if I have a broken arm, I can't beat him head-on one-on-one. Colin is the one who is suitable to be the man with the head wolf. James nodded slightly, looked at Steve again, and said with a smile, "You have a very active mind. Yes, you are not suitable to lead a pack of wolves." He looked at Bucky with some appreciation. Steve's good brother was free and easy in dealing with many things, without being stubborn. Although what you did on the cliff woke them up and won a certain amount of recognition, you still can't convince the crowd as a wolf. Let's continue the training for now. After a while, you will perform the first round of wolf. Winter plans. James looked at Steve, who was looking forward to AI, who obviously had something to say, and teased, "How is it? How are you getting along with the girl?" The hero of World War II, the heroic and invincible Captain Rogers touched his nose, stared at Bucky who was laughing, raised his eyelids, and said embarrassedly, "I'm still with Peggy. It's not bad. She will teach me to dance when she has time. But, what you told me before, now I understand the meaning of it." Steve took a deep breath, let it out again, and sat down on the experimental bench beside him. After the end of the war, the Strategic Science Corps paid more and more attention to the country and the military. The appearance of supernatural weapons and powers in World War II led to the birth of the ultimate human force of technological destruction. And submerged under the boundless and deep sea, the two-polar confrontation pattern gradually surfaced, making the major powers more and more poor. It's hard for me to accept that the allies who once fought against Faxis have become new enemies in a blink of an eye, and all the fear and anxiety are caused by the words advocated by politicians. Steve fumbled for the emblem of the Strategic Science Corps on the cufflinks, his blue eyes dimmed, and his brows were frowning. SSR is not as pure as before. The military and the government have changed their management. Colonel Phillips has been transferred. He is old and will soon retire honorably. Peggy is now working in a bureau at the New York headquarters. According to her, it's all administrative work, and she doesn't even have the opportunity to go out to the field. James looked at Steve like a child complaining about a bad job in front of his parents, raised his eyebrows, and asked a simple question. "Then what do you think?" Steve lowered his head, staring at the military boots under his feet, hesitated for a moment, looked up into James' eyes, and answered seriously, "I want to persevere. You have always said that my life experience is too shallow, and I look at things too ideally. Such a complicated environment is an opportunity to re-understand the world. Well, it's not a bad choice, but it's helpful to you. Pay attention to your own safety, don't just stare at the enemy in front of you, and look back from time to time. You two go talk, and Asazo will meet later to send you back." James sent them away. Asazo and Bucky spoke furtively, curiously asked where Steve and Peggy had reached, and they definitely didn't just dance or something, and left the underground palace. He sat quietly for a while, picked up the phone beside him, and dialed a number. Let the eyes of the military and the government regularly send in intelligence on Steve Rogers. After James finished speaking, he put down the phone, looked back at the book in his hand, sorted out his perception and thinking about the evolution of human and mutant practice after his final breakthrough, and summarized the follow-up training methods and paths. On the first page of blank paper, write down the practice path collectively referred to as killing technique and variant evolution technique. See Divine Law, the way to be God. A secret military base in Sverdlovsk, Soviet Union. Mr. Sebastian Xiao, I want to remind you again that the scale of the near-death experiment must be strictly controlled. The soldiers and youth team members here are not the prisoners of your concentration camp in Nazi Germany. If something like this happens again, I will consider stopping your Hellfire project. Major General Leonid Brezhnev severely reprimanded Xiao. In order to stimulate the possible mutation ability to the maximum extent, he increased the hypoxia time limit of the near-death experiment, which caused irreversible damage to the brain of a soldier. Harm. Sebastian Shaw's so-called scientific methods to artificially create mutants are actually very simple and crude. In a special cabin, he will reduce the oxygen content of the experimenter's breathing, causing asphyxia. If the brain waves become slow, it means that the experiment target will go into shock and coma. At this time, Xiao will open the oxygen valve again, release a small amount of oxygen slightly, control the amount, and just keep the target awake. The near-death mutation experiment is to keep the subject in a state of suffocation and near-death, but without excessive hypoxic shock, fainting, and staying awake all the time, experiencing the extreme pain of near-death. The only thing with some technical content is Xiao's constantly improving stimulating serum, which was extracted from his own blood at first. He thought that since he would successfully mutate, the serum should have a certain effect. Following the crazy and inhuman mass experiments in the concentration camp in Nazi Germany, Xiao gradually explored some mutations that are more suitable for producing mutant samples that stimulate serum, which greatly improved the success rate of the experiments. It is precisely because of this that the Soviet military agreed to the so-called Hellfire plan proposed by Xiao, and provided excellent volunteer soldiers and boys from the Youth League to participate. However, mutant genes are randomly distributed and latent in the human body. Experimenters with recessive or weak X genes will undergo genetic mutations under the stimulation of near-death experiments, thus becoming mutants with special abilities. Those who do not meet this condition will have no effect no matter how long they persist. Extreme hypoxia for too long will cause severe brain hypoxia and sequelae of organ hypoxia, and even brain death in severe cases. Sebastian Xiao gritted his teeth gloomily, and quickly outlined his trademark flamboyant smile, explaining with some regret. Comrade Brezhnev, Alexei is such an excellent fighter, and he has such good conditions. Of course, I think he must have talent, and his persistence and will also moved me, so don't call me comrade. Mr. Xiao. Major General Brezhnev frowned with thick eyebrows, looked at the young soldier on the hospital bed with dull eyes and drooling mouth, and cut off Xiao's words loudly. You have to be clear that the scientists or researchers who have been recruited by Nakuan can still have a stable life, which is already the greatest forgiveness. Don't try to move your little mind. Mr. Major General, who was in charge of supervising the experiment plan, poked Xiao's chest with his stubby fingers. His eyes were very dangerous. This psychiatrist who committed many crimes in the concentration camp was constantly challenging the Soviet military's disability bottom line. Sure, General Brezhnev, I will strictly adhere to the disability indicators, sure. Xiaopai bowed his waist without a smile, and sent away the angry Leonid Brezhnev stiffly. He returned to the room, closed the door of the office, his cheeks fell off, he bit his cheek, and took out a newly obtained document from the drawer. A report on the mutation of the flesh deformity affected by nuclear radiation after the atomic bomb explosion. Xiao looked at the photos of the islanders affected by nuclear radiation and read the data in the report. Those shocking and scalp-numbing images made Xiao extremely happy. The power of the atomic bomb and the power of nuclear radiation are the best way for me to get rid of the old world order. Xiao finally found the answer to his dream. On the other side of the hemisphere, Long Island, New York, Howlett Manor. In the underground training ground, Eric Lanz here and Emma Frost came and went with each other, doing basic fighting exercises. The observation at the top of Swafeng a few days ago made them more suitable for training. Extra keen. The level of both of them is still very limited, but Eric has practiced longer, and his physical fitness has improved a lot from his performance on the rugby field. In addition, he is a man. Miss Emma can only do barely parry. James came down from upstairs, looked at the duel between the two, and didn't make any comments. In terms of melee combat, they had a long way to go, and they were not suitable for specialization. However, Emma's quality has improved rapidly, and this is the basis for being able to practice against Eric. This made James a little suspicious that Emma might have a certain tendency of physical mutation. Okay, let's go here. The two stopped at the same time, clapped hands, and thanked each other. This is the learning etiquette that James talked about. Eric, who was already a young man, was called by James, and he responded with some trepidation. He watched his father put down a brown hardcover book in his hand, and then said to him, "What do you think of your abilities?" Eric scratched the back of his head. He is also taller now, with a stature of 1.8 meters, but very thin. Howlett's family is rich and supportive. The gray-faced and skinny young man in the concentration camp now has the handsome demeanor of a rich man. Control medal. Eric answered somewhat naturally, but not sure. James glanced at him angrily. The boy's science grades proved the rationality of the answer. He said, "Tell me, how to control the medal." Seeing Eric stunned for a moment, Emma spoke concisely for him. Magnetic force. End of this chapter. James picked up the hardcover book on the table and threw it over. Eric quickly caught it and looked at the cover. Physics, the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Science courses at school must be taken well. I will arrange tutors to tutor you in the future. It is best to study physics and mechanical engineering in the future. Eric's face was sour. He didn't study hard because of the years of the war, and math and science were his biggest headaches. A few words from his father decided his miserable days in the future. Show me the controls. James raised his chin and motioned Eric to demonstrate his abilities with the metal spears piled up in the practice room. The young Mr. Lancherer's complexion was complete. He raised his right arm flat and opened his fingers. 12 flat shuttle-shaped alloy blocks with a length of more than centimeters and a width of centimeters suddenly rose up, shuttled over in an instant, and surrounded AI. Surrounded by Rick, like a school of silverfish in the sea. Eric raised his left hand again, separated his fingers with his right hand, and crossed his hands. The 12 spears were divided into 2 strands, staggered back and forth. With Eric's flexible and inexplicable rhythmic fingers, the trajectory gradually became more and more complicated. Each of the 12 blue and black alloy darts has its own movement trajectory, just like a person making 2 different movements with his left hand and right hand, but at this moment there are 12 kinds at the same time. The entire underground training ground was filled with the sound of fast-moving metal, which made people dazzled for a while. Emma looked at Eric, who was extremely serious at this time, and couldn't help being a little envious of such a magical ability. The invisible substance of spiritual power may never have such a stunning effect. The speed of the metal spear is getting faster and faster, and Emma's sight can only catch blue-black fuzzy lines in the space, as if every metal with its own unique trajectory is being continuously accelerated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar in the space became louder and louder, and the violent air pressure agitated the hair and clothes of the 3 of them. Eric's face became more and more red, his mouth was tight, and his hands no longer needed to be danced. Sides. He seems to have rolled up a storm, standing proudly and alone in the eye of the storm, invincible. Stop. James' voice pierced through the metallic roar that was almost on the verge of a sonic boom, and Emma couldn't help covering her ears, watching the spears gradually slow down, calm down, and surround Eric steadily, stagnated in midair. Not bad, the second stage has touched the edge. Eric nodded excitedly. Today's father's exam made him suffocate, and he went all out to push the number and speed of control to his limit. The entry to the first level of the evolution technique is to be able to agitate the spine, stand up the fur, and control the opening and closing of the pores. If you practice further and gradually, you can control the peristalsis of your internal organs and intestines to a certain extent, even if you have entered the second stage. The last is to control the qi and blood of the whole body, which can speed up or slow down the pumping of the heart, gather the qi and blood at one point, and basically subdue the body, which also has the basis for the practice of the second level of evolution. Improving the amount, weight, and speed of controlling metal is the most basic and superficial use of this ability. The following exercises should pay more attention to the study of magnetism and magnetic fields, such as a red energy stream burst slightly in James's hand, and he lightly shot at a metal dart floating in front of Eric, destroying his control position and flicking the dart into his hand. He looked at the solid steel alloy, resting his palms on the tips of both ends. He rotated his hands together, smooth and softly kneaded the long metal dart into a plate-sized discus, and the edges were extremely thin. Can you do it like me? Eric swallowed subconsciously, and Emma on the side also stared dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine how solid flesh and blood and huge strength could crush the steel so easily. I'll try. Eric puffed up his chest, focused on a metal dart in front of him, grasped it with both hands, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. It seemed that the force of the body helped to change the shape of the metal. After a while, Eric's face was flushed, and even sweat was flowing down from the top of his head. The metal spear gradually became shorter, like an oval sphere. Ho 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 ho. He was panting heavily, and he had completely lost his strength. It was Eric's current limit to reach this level. There are particle bonds between every substance, whether it is molecules, atoms, or electrons. There are huge repulsive and attractive forces among these particles, which maintain the shape and structure of the substance. James seems to have become a high school science teacher, talking freely. It's actually very simple and crude to change shape by compressing force like me. Your ability should be able to manipulate chemical structures and transform substances from the category of chemical bonds. Eric listened blankly to his father speaking various incomprehensible words. He seemed to feel that the good high school life was getting farther and farther away from him. Many girls had already started asking him out to play. As the president of the school student union and a top student with excellent grades, Emma thought about it, and was secretly shocked by Eric's mutation ability. So, go back and listen to me carefully. Your science tutor will be here next week. How far you can develop your ability in the future depends on how well you study. In the end, James seriously educated the depressed Eric. According to the inferences of Zola and Dr. Erskine, as the electromagnetic force that constitutes the basic mechanical rules of the universe, it has unimaginable development space. Emma, how do you feel about meditating recently? James turned his head to look at Emma Frost. The girl pondered for a moment, and said with some hesitation, I have been able to enter the meditation state relatively smoothly and freely, and the feeling of spiritual power has become clearer and is no longer a fuzzy mass, but I still dare not touch the dazzling diamond in my mind. Emma looked at James worriedly. I don't dare to try. I'm worried that it will hurt the people around me, but without a target, it's hard to feel the effect of spiritual power. You can try small animals or even various insects to see if it affects them. I can also help you practice. Don't worry, my brain is hard to be hurt. James smiled and nodded his brows, and then led them back to the ground. Barney, the driver of the manor, took Emma home. Her father recently started looking for young heroes in New York for her, which made Emma wanted to escape from here more and more. The new stage of training for the wolves went very smoothly. Colin Pitt became the head wolf of this generation. This result made everyone feel reasonable, but also somewhat unexpected. After all, judging from the selection rules, James Bain Steve was the one who won. In the study of Edmund's old house, James is sitting alone behind a mahogany desk that has been preserved for a century. This study has never been moved since James' grandfather, Mr. Howlett, has been decorated in this way. Even the bedroom of my grandfather was kept as it was, with servants cleaning and maintaining it regularly. James still prefers to stay in the old house, especially smoking a cigar alone in the study, looking at all the antique furniture, tables, chairs, and bookcases, all of which are older than himself. Toc toc. There was a brisk knock on the door, and James had already heard footsteps and knew it was Bucky. Come in. Sergeant Barnes poked his head. He seemed to like this shoulder-length hairstyle. I don't know if he intended to imitate James, but he looked a little wild and unruly. Teacher, are you smoking? James glanced at him, continued to open the cigarette case, and took out a cigar cutter with exquisite craftsmanship from a metal box on the table. Bucky has become more courageous and thick-skinned since he formally became a teacher. He often comes here to ask various doubts and strange questions about boxing. He is indeed much more flexible than Steve. In his usual speech, he became more and more accustomed to bringing the unique American slang of his hometown of Brooklyn, New York. I'll come, I'll come. Bucky hurried up, took the cigar cutter, cut James' cigar, and then lit it for him. James swallowed his clouds with a half-smile, looked at Bucky with a flattering smile on his face, and remained silent. Teacher, I heard that the first round of Wolf Winter Plan will be implemented in 2 months. James said simply, without saying anything. I heard that the new generation of wolves will accept the Winter Wolf ceremony. Cough cough. Bucky choked in embarrassment, his face was distorted, he gritted his teeth, and finally said, I heard that there is another serum called Styx. Listen to Zora. James smacked his lips, saw that Bucky had already made a desperate move, and said bluntly, recently, Bucky and Zola have had a lot of contact because of the adamantium alloy arm. After all, the arm is still a basic prototype, and users need to cooperate to do some tests and follow-up development research. Have you ever thought that Zola may be just curious about the effect of Styx injection on ordinary people? James simply asked Bucky, unable to tell what his mood was. Many groups and departments of the Howlett family are relatively independent. Many scientists and researchers like the Wolf Pack and the Scientific Research Institute have no intersection with each other, and each has its own confidentiality regulations. He was not annoyed that Dr. Zola revealed the existence of Styx to Bucky. Since the chief scientist of the former Hydra army was recruited, James knew his nature, and he had an irresistible ability to unknown scientific experiments. Curiosity. In fact, all good scientists have such problems. James has dealt with them too much and has long been used to it. I know, but I still want to try. Bucky nodded earnestly, and added eagerly, I believe I can make it through, and I'm not afraid of death. Ho! James sat up and flicked the cigarette ash, and laughed exaggeratedly. You have to know, if I tell any little wolf cubs about the Styx, they will not be afraid, and they will definitely not choose ordinary serums, so why do you have it? Teacher, I have nothing to worry about. With a relaxed and bright smile, Bucky said something that should have been very sad. End of this chapter. Teacher, my parents died very early, and the world outside the manor no longer has Sergeant Barnes. James looked at Bucky's increasingly complicated eyes, and listened silently as he continued. Since Steve met you many years ago, he is no longer a brother who needs my care. Now although he still likes to do stupid things, but with you here, there is nothing to worry about. Thank you for letting me see a possibility, so, I want to try to walk on that path. With his right hand, Bucky pinched the tiger's mouth of Edmund's alloy palm, rubbing the lines on it, raised his head, grinned playfully, and winked at James ingratiatingly. Greenland, a certain tundra no man's land. A military transport plane, with a flat and short model covered with a blue-black coating, an additional pair of tail wings, and 4 aircraft with ice blue hot flow power units, slowly landed vertically on the ground. On the ice, the fiery energy flow quickly melted the solid ice cap, exposing the permafrost below that had never seen the sun for thousands of years. The 4-wing transport plane stopped still, and the hatch at the tail was lowered. It was the extreme daylight season of the year again, and a group of wolf pack warriors dressed in pitch-black combat uniforms cast their long figures on the ground. Remus Pete stepped down first, surrounded by the first generation of 8 winter wolves. The state is maintained as much as possible. The injection of super soldier serum allowed them to break through their physiological limits and reach their peak. There are a total of 13 new generation wolves in the back, all in their early 20s, at an age full of heroism, looking forward to the upcoming winter wolf ceremony. Bucky rubbed his left shoulder with some pain. His Edmund metal arm has been removed, and the flesh and blood that was originally connected to the mechanical synapse structure have been peeled off again and exposed to the outside. The injection of the evolutionary serum will change the body shape to a certain extent, so after the ceremony, Dr. Zola and others will remodify the size and structure of the metal arm, and because of Bucky's trial in the past half a year, many technical aspects have been improved. Space. He touched the tightly wrapped severed arm with some discomfort. After getting used to the weight and convenience of the metal arm, Bucky really didn't want to experience the state of being one-armed again. However, I feel a lot more relaxed in my body. The density and quality of Edmund's metal is extremely high, coupled with the complex internal components. It is like a solid huge lead weight hanging on the body every day, and the musculoskeletal muscles on the other side of the body will feel sore and uncomfortable. The prosthetic limbs of ordinary people are adapted according to the weight of the other limb before they can be used normally. However, after the injection of serum breaks through the limits of the physical attributes, it should be able to ignore such weight. Under the frozen soil, Asizo teleported out with James. He looked at the huge underground space. A rock wall had been dug out to create a secluded space, which had been remodeled with various steel structures, displaying a rows of metal cabins. The wolves came down from the passageway above to clean up and salute. The 13 newly promoted winter wolves took off their clothes one by one, wearing only a pair of shorts, naked, and came to their respective serum injection warehouses. Sir, this is the last remaining stick serum. After removing the heart-shaped grass material used for research before and the 10 plants you used for your breakthrough, only this one is left. This tube was prepared. Potion. Dr. Erskine was holding a simple metal box, inside which lay a serum injection tube that continuously emits bright purple light spots. The Wakanda heart-shaped grass was grown and catalyzed by the special radiation of the vibrating meteorite, and it cannot be replanted after leaving that land. This magical plant will not die soon after leaving the soil with radiation power, but as time goes by, the heart-shaped grass will gradually lose its medicinal properties, and can only be preserved for a long time by extracting it or putting it in a box made of vibrating gold. I see, let's get ready. James stared at the stick serum for a few seconds, and nodded to Dr. Erskine. The doctor came to the evolution cabin next to Bucky, and put the very special reagent tube in his hand into the injection tank. Except for the difference in blood serum, Bucky's other ritual procedures are the same as those of the members of the wolf pack. Let's start, James said loudly. After hearing this, more than a dozen young men couldn't wait to lie down in the evolution cabin. Bucky looked at Dr. Erskine next to him, and he nodded subtly, his eyes still peaceful. The 13 evolutionary cabins made continuous low-frequency roars one after another. The medicine had been pushed in, and the high-energy crystal blocks extracted from the cosmic Rubik's Cube simultaneously supplied the energy needs of all the evolutionary cabins. This is a new type of ray transformed from pure and clean Rubik's Cube energy. Compared with the Vita ray that Steve used at the beginning, the effect is more stable and safer. After the serum was pushed into the veins of his neck, Bucky felt all the blood vessels in his body burn hotly, and the pain became more and more intense. With the flow of blood, the serum was quickly pushed to every part of the body, big and small. Organization, Bucky couldn't help but growl. Ho! His evolution cabin trembled violently. Dr. Erskine and Zola exchanged glances, and hastily activated the alloy lock in the evolution cabin to control Bucky from shaking violently. The roar of the 13 evolutionary cabins became more and more sharp and high-pitched, and the ice-blue energy rays filled the entire cabin, and beams of light were emitted through the observation mirror. Bucky couldn't help but worry. Bucky in the cabin opened his eyes wide, and his body was covered with thick and thin blood vessels. His skin peeled off layers of epidermis and dirty body fluids. Little mouse, agitating and running around. His black pupils were numb and out of focus, as if his soul had escaped from the skin. In Bucky's consciousness, he was constantly falling. It was a towering and boundless glacier mountain. His left arm was broken, and the broken bones and flesh were still gushing blood, floating in the air. He felt that he had fallen for a long, long time, as if the next moment would be to pieces. He looked at the vast snow-capped mountains and the blue-gray dark cloud sky, and wanted to fall asleep more and more. This continuous feeling of weightlessness made people feel a little bit confused. Boom! James suddenly aroused the energy in his body, and the blood-red aura around him exploded out of thin air. His hair was flying, and he stared at Bucky's evolution cabin closely. His heart pulsation gradually became consistent with Bucky's, vibrate with him. Dong dong dong. Bucky was about to enter the consciousness of eternal silence, and was slowly awakened by the strange vibration sound. He became clearer and clearer, opened his eyes in the conscious world again, and saw countless times in his mind, lingering a pair of eyes splashed with blood-red flames. Ho hoo 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 hoo. His sluggish pupils regained focus, and his chest heaved unceasingly, as if a drowning person finally broke out of the water and took the first breath of life-saving oxygen. Everywhere on his body was full of itching and soreness, and the wound on his left arm was extremely itchy. It seemed that something was about to grow out, but the cut that hadn't scabbed soon healed slowly visible to the naked eye. Bang, boom, boom. The hatches of the evolution cabins were opened one after another, and the newborn winter wolf warriors inside jumped out. Their bodies were glistening with water, their muscles swelled, and their bodies had grown in size. Bucky pulled the edge of the hatch with his right hand and slowly got up. He is a few centimeters taller, and he is about 1.8 meters 3. His whole body is much wider, especially his arms and shoulders, which are thick and exaggerated. The strong back muscles brought about by practicing the falling star punch are too much. The development is like a hideous grimace. The realm of the killing technique has also jumped to the third stage, and the parts that have not yet penetrated the strength are all completed overnight, and there is no more barriers. James had already retracted the torrent of turbulent chi, and scanned the new generation of wolf pack fighters one by one, watching them hit their chests with their right fists, knelt down on one knee, waved their hands casually, and signaled to get up. Sir, it's time. Remus Pete smiled and walked towards James, looking back at his son Colin. 9 winter wolves of the previous generation walked into a deep pit dug in the underground space. James came to them and stared deeply at each of them. Take care of your mother, Remus asked Colin, and Opal on the other side also had the last conversation with his father. After the serum injection, he had the most exaggerated changes, and he already had a tall figure like his father. Most of the wolf pack fighters who decided to join the Wolf Winter Project were pure fighters who were obsessed with combat training. Make ideal choices. Once frozen, unless there are special circumstances, it will take decades or even longer to wake up again. Except for these old buddies and Mr. James Howlett, their family members will not be there. Father, it's okay. Colin, who had always had a calm demeanor, looked at Remus with a smile. I will take good care of my mother. When she leaves one day, I will also enter the winter of wolves, and see you again when the frost melts. Remus patted his son on the shoulder for the last time, and stood in the erected frozen compartment. James met his eyes, nodded slowly, walked to the middle of the 2 rows of frozen compartments, and said solemnly, For you, it may be just a moment when you close your eyes and open your eyes. When you open your eyes again, I will bring about the promised era. Go to sleep, my brothers. Creak creak. Pieces of frost covered the corners of the cabin. The 9 winter wolves took the initiative to silence their heartbeats, and gradually fell asleep under the extremely low temperature. Another short time, on the day when the ice and snow melt. Return. All right, Sergeant Barnes. Dr. Zola's small and sharp voice sounded. He finally checked the nerve interface of his left shoulder, indicating that Bucky can put his arm on himself. His short stature and strength can't hold it, and he is a few centimeters longer, which is also a circle bigger. Adamantium alloy arm. Bucky's upper body was bare, with chunks of muscle stretched out on top of it. He picked up the wrist of the metal arm with his right hand and shook it, but he no longer felt the weight. Lightly clasped the metal joint on the left shoulder, tried to hold it with the alloy fingers, stood up and swung the left arm around. There was a crisp sound of breaking through the air and the unique sound of the metal arm moving. He felt the neuromuscular tissue of his left shoulder healed quickly, and there was no longer the continuous pain of the first time. He slightly agitated the abundant energy that seemed inexhaustible, and poured it into the metal arm, making him more sensitive to the manipulation and touch of the arm. He still needs to slowly adapt to the power of the Styx serum. What he can experience now is the power of the skyrocketing power, the majestic vigor trained by the killing technique, and a certain self-healing ability. The left shoulder of his broken arm had a strong itching and growth sensation after the serum was successfully absorbed and transformed, but in the end it only healed the wound on the broken part. This self-healing power derived from James Howlett's blood has reached not to the extent that a severed limb can be regenerated. Mr. Barnes, the master told you to go to the back of the manor. The butler of the old house came to the laboratory of the underground palace and said to Bucky gracefully. He looked at the rough and ingenious metal arm with a little surprise, nodded with a smile, and walked up. Behind the manor is a valley extending from the Rocky Mountains. It is not a majestic mountain, but the mountain is empty and flat, with only sparse trees and boulders. James often came here to practice exercises when he was young. Like a galloping horse, Bucky's legs became an afterimage, and he ran up the mountain in 7 or 8 breaths, jumping over boulders and mountain streams from time to time, like a vigorous and flexible bobcat. Seeing him coming up, James casually threw away the cloak on his body, and said casually with his white jade-like upper body with a strange physical beauty, "How is the power of the serum adapting?" Bucky seemed to have guessed something, suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "I haven't gotten used to it yet, and I don't know which step I've reached." James waved his hand, "Do your best." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery torrent erupted from Bucky's body, and the space in his sight suddenly distorted, and his shoulder-length brown-black long hair fluttered and fluttered. With another effort, the brown linen shirt on his upper body was shattered, his marble-like muscles swelled with blood, and the grass under him was pressed tightly against the ground by the airflow. Looking at the energy released by Bucky, James already had a faint blood-red color, hooked the corners of his mouth, and became a little interested. Ho! Boom! The air was suddenly compressed and the loud noise from the explosion echoed in the valley. Bucky shot forward with all his strength, and the ground and rocks under his feet were plowed into a hole more than 2 meters long. His figure flashed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and Edmund's metal left arm used the skill of the falling star and heavy fist that exploded in his body to eject hot white steam from every gap, piercing James's body head. Pa! A powerful punch was firmly received in James' palm. He just trembled his forearm slightly, revealing 4 protruding canine teeth. Bucky knelt on one knee on the ground with a thud, the metal arm creaked, and the twisted metal wrist rubbed against it to make a strange sound. Boom! Click! James raised his foot and blasted Bucky, who was struggling desperately, to no avail, and knocked down the big tree surrounded by one person behind him. Bucky clutched his collapsed chest, vomited a mouthful of blood, subconsciously clenched the alloy palm, and crushed a piece of bluestone into fine powder. He stood up, twisted his neck, the hollow of the broken sternum slowly bulged up, and before he fully recovered, he threw himself on him again. James stared happily, facing an opponent who could heal his injuries to a certain extent. It would allow him to let go of his hands and feet and play for a while. Swish 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 swish. Bucky's flickering movement became more and more ghostly, obviously thick and exaggerated, but he always avoided the opponent's punches dangerously. James deliberately slowed down the speed and rhythm, letting his strength go all out. Probably less than Bucky. The two started fighting quite a bit. Full strength. Full strength. James urged his disciples. He was tired of cooperating with feeding moves. He didn't arouse the energy of the stellar energy, but only used part of his strength on the physical level, and lightly slapped Bucky's iron fist wrapped in blood-red steam like a high-pressure speed-up. The palm knife slashed, cutting off the bones at his shoulder and collarbone. Bucky's right arm was temporarily limp and weak. He took 2 steps back. The energy in his body was still surging. James smiled ferociously. Swish! The bone blade claws of both hands were revealed. Gudong. Teacher, you, take it easy. Bucky swallowed in some panic, and watched James protrude from the back of his hand, which was nearly half a meter long, pale, and shiny, with a faint silver-gray luster, and groaned in fear. Don't worry, I won't cut off your head. Wow, the piercing sparks burst out. Bucky subconsciously blocked the metal arm in front of him, and the bone blade slashed through the air, splashing out a string of sparks. James swung his left hand from bottom to top, controlled the depth, and cut Bucky from his waist and abdomen to his shoulders, cutting deep into his internal organs. Bucky was startled into a cold sweat. He could feel that if the teacher's bone blade moved forward a little bit, he would be cut into several sections. He didn't dare to be careless. He turned his body to the right and left arm forward. Ding dang dang desperately carried the bone blade and slashed and stabbed dazzlingly. After James finally fully discovered the power of his own body and mutant genes, the bones of his body, especially the exoskeleton weapons grown out, have surpassed all known tough substances except vibrating gold and adamant alloy. With enough strength and energy released from his strength, he can even destroy the secondary Edmund metal that has been infused with a certain amount of vibrating gold. But there is still nothing that can be done about pure vibration gold and adamantium alloy. Kong kong kong. Kong. After hacking for a long time, James finally got a little bored, tired of chopping the target, and put away the bone claws. Looking at Bucky, who let out a sigh of relief and was still in fear, he said slowly, "The power of sticks is not bad. The increase in all aspects is almost double that of ordinary serum, and the self-healing speed is not so good. Remember, if it is a severed limb injury, it cannot regenerate, but it can be quickly connected. As for your cell lifespan and various specific data, go back and wait for Dr. Erskine's research report. There is a high probability that it will be extended a lot." Bucky tossed his hair, smiled obsequiously, and flattered him. "That's not a good thing for you." He knew that the stick serum was formulated based on the teacher's blood as part of the basic research, so the self-healing and anti-aging abilities he obtained now also came from him. With the self-healing ability, the second level of the killing technique will be much easier. Go back and think about it slowly. I have also told you how to practice. It is your own business to break through and develop to a final step. Bucky nodded thoughtfully, and asked in confusion and curiosity, "Then what level has Steve practiced now?" Although the body is just an ordinary super soldier serum for the time being, but at the level of the killing technique. James patted Bucky's shoulder that was too thick now, and encouraged him, "You still have to work hard." Accepting Steve Rogers as a student back then was not an ordinary way to find a child with excellent talent. In James' view now, Steve is the only one he has hoped to be like him so far. Hierarchy of people. Captain Rogers, I need you to think clearly about what you just said. Mr. Roger Dooley, the head of the New York branch of the Strategic Science Reserve Bureau, also known as the Strategic Science Corps, has a meticulous, sleek mid-part hairstyle. He stared at the tall and handsome Captain Steve Rogers with his hands straddled in front of him, his eyes widened, and he suppressed an angry growl between his words. "I know very well, sir." Sub-Bureau Chief Dooley squinted his eyes. He sat back and puffed out his chest, trying to make himself look more imposing. "Do you know the consequences of a soldier who blatantly disobeys orders? Obedience to orders? It's the bounden duty of a soldier." Dooley patted the table, finally no longer restrained, and roared loudly. Steve frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. The vocation of a soldier is an incomparably huge hat. Every country will, and must, restrict and discipline professional soldiers. This is a logic that cannot be judged simply by the so-called morality and cognition of good and evil. However, his original intention of joining the army was to defend his country and dedicate his duty as a citizen. But when the goal and appeal of the battle turned into pure aggression and bullying, Steve Rogers hesitated. "Sir, I admit that I am not a good soldier. As a soldier, I should not have my own will. I am powerless to refute. But I joined the army desperately to defend this country, but..." His eyes were unusually sharp, no longer drooping. He stared straight at Roger Dooley, and spoke sonorously. "I don't think crossing the ocean and going to a country on the peninsula to fight is defending the United States. This is pure hegemony. I am willing to accept military law and even accept retirement." Steve stopped talking, didn't speak too clearly and sharply, and threw the problem to Director Dooley, whose face was flushed and his apple muscles were twitching in a hurry. Roger Dooley was at a loss for words. He had no right to dispose of the Captain America who had made great achievements in World War II and had a great reputation throughout the United States, and he couldn't afford to force the property of the country and the military away. As a result of, he fumbled at the neckline, the delicate Windsor knots were messed up, waved his hands, and finally did not say a word, allowing Steve Rogers to turn and leave. Dooley pondered for a moment, and dialed the phone. He listened to the hoarse voice in the receiver, and nodded frequently. Okay, the timing is indeed a little bit late, I understand. Yes, at least he can complete the task of dedicating himself to the country. Wish. How finally learned how to distribute Easter egg chapters, and you can see it in the front. End of this chapter. After the Second World War, under the crazy expansion and annexation of the two poles, the international structure is like a strong bow that is fully stretched, tremblingly approaching the moment when the arrows are released. Captain Steve Rogers, who was supposed to be the image representative of the entire army, was quietly hidden from the headlines of the newspaper propaganda that the United States sent troops to East Asia. As a World War II hero of the Allied forces, Rogers' name has a high degree of recognition around the world. The original plan to focus on promoting Captain America to join the Korean Peninsula War was completely shelved. From this day onwards, people will no longer hear stories about Captain Steve Rogers from newspapers and radio, and the children's favorite Captain America comic newspaper has also disappeared from the shelves strangely. Perhaps in a year or two, American citizens will only think of the super soldier who claims that one person can equal an armed infantry regiment in a certain discussion about the US military going to Europe to fight in World War II, and sneeringly attributed all kinds of impressive deeds and military exploits to the government's exaggerated propaganda methods. Sir, the number from the White House. The housekeeper, Jules Burnham, came to James gently, saw him lying at his desk in the study, and asked in a low voice, "Forward it to Wallace, just say I'm not here, I went to Antarctica to explore." James Howlett looked down at a letter paper filled with delicate cursive characters and elegant handwriting, and spoke happily. Butler Jules nodded, remembered something, and reminded again, "Mr. Fox will be here later." James nodded, put away the envelope and put on an indigo cigar robe embroidered with the Howlett family crest, arranged with the butler and went upstairs to the terrace. Brian Foss, the son of the old butler Mr. Casper, holds a high position in the group, and Jay Gatsby of the Ministry of Military Industry, as well as Wallace Weddell, the head of foreign business, also called the Howlett Group Troika. As a young heir to the family, James has continuously left an image of a playboy and a playboy in the outside world. The top capital tycoons and traditional aristocrats in the United States and Europe are rumored that the inheritance of the Howlett family's heroes from generation to generation will be broken in the hands of James II. Have you visited your father recently? James sat on the wide terrace on the third floor of the manor, which was covered with various flowers planted by Eddie and Miss Sarah, and even had a fountain and swimming pool. He heard someone's footsteps, he continued to smoke his cigar without looking back, and asked casually. Brian Foss is not yet 40 years old. As one of the senior executives of the Howlett Group, he has the air of a superior person who can turn his hands around. He didn't dare to sit down directly, and said apologetically when he stood in front of him, "I visited the old house 3 months ago. Go and see more. He is old, the affairs of the group are not very important." James waved his hand, and Mr. Foss sat down, touched his buttocks a little, pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and agreed seriously. "What the master said is that next week I plan to take my family back together. This time I plan to leave my daughter and youngest son in the old house to live with my father. I also want them to go that way. You see, would you like it?" James tapped on the cigar and smiled slightly. "There is nothing to be reluctant about. This is their luck. My father, my grandfather, and I have always been very concerned that the Fox family did not have a member who can join that team. When it comes to me, I have to work harder. Let the little ones wait and try. After all, they grew up in New York. It is not easy to survive. I have never suggested that you regulate children like this. The world is big and there are many things worth doing. Don't always imposing the wishes of an older generation." Brian Foss nodded hurriedly, but thinking that even Gatsby, an outsider who just walked into the master's eyes halfway, had secretly sent the 3 children to the old house more than a year ago, he really couldn't let the Fox family's relationship in the entire Howlett family fade away. The status of the members of the family in the ordinary secular group seems unattainable and the scenery is infinite, but they are the marginal people on the periphery after all. What's the matter here? James casually talked about Mr. Casper's daily life in the old house, put out his cigar, and asked a little more seriously. "It's still at the White House. Mr. President is very angry that we have blatantly violated the trade ban and cooperated with the East. Now in the entire Western world, we should be the only ones who dare to trade materials and equipment to that country. Mr. Foss has a very headache. This is the general trend of the confrontation between the two poles. Trade wars, espionage wars, political means, etc. are all used. Not to mention that the United States had to accept the so-called armistice agreement in disgrace during the just concluded Korean Peninsula War. Cooperating with that eastern country at this juncture is an act of treason. We are businessmen, just doing business." James said casually. He pondered for a moment, and continued. "Let's do it through the company's channels in Africa. If you go around in circles, the price is still the basic price. Truman has been making trouble for the past 2 days. Don't worry about him, just save face. Brian Foss nodded, so at least there was a lot more room for maneuver. He thought of the presidential candidate the group was supporting, and guessed that Mr. Howlett had already made up his mind. Are you sure about General Eisenhower's election? If it was him, many things must be more convenient based on our relationship with the military. James got up and walked towards the edge of the viewing platform, looked far and wide, looked at New York, which seemed to be noisy and flashy even above the city, and shook his head indifferently. His election will not be special to us. The basic national policy will not be shaken by any presidents coming to power. You can let things take their course in the group. Create more jobs that require a large number of jobs and industries that require people's livelihood. Expand the ecological closed loop. Brian Foss followed suit, and when Mr. Howlett seemed to want to end the conversation, he took the initiative to leave. By the way, arrange one of the best entertainment venues in New York, the kind that young people will like. When Foss heard Mr. Howlett's last order, he felt a little strange, but he still nodded respectfully. The style of the master's performance has changed a lot in recent years, but it is not very special. At number 54, 254th Street, West Manhattan, New York, there is a number 54 club named after the block and house number. After the war, many of Europe's great cities were razed to the ground, and New York City took a renewed place globally. It became home to the headquarters of the United Nations, inherited Paris' role as the center of the art world in the manner of abstract expressionism, and became London's rival in the international financial and art markets. And downtown Manhattan, fueled by the post-war boom, experienced an unprecedented building boom, with new international-style office towers of glass and steel and concrete beginning to replace the Ziegler-style towers of the pre-war era. This is how each night at Club 54 begins. There are crowds of young people from the east end of the block to the gate. They have tried their best to clean up their image. The men will wear their best suits, and it is best to match them with vests, handkerchiefs, bag tie clips, etc. Leather shoes must be reflective patent leather. In this era of relatively serious and solemn style of dressing, shiny leather shoes are their most shining objects. Of course, this may be because most people are not worthy of a Rolex. Girls will dress up as brightly as possible, even at the expense of exposing a large area of their snow-white skin and good figure, and try their best to wear tight shorts and revealing skirts in the checkered skirts that fall to the ankles. Wearing shirts on the back and shoulders, so as to fool his parents. They all stretched their necks and stared at the owner of club number 54, Stephen. Every night, Stephen would personally stand at the door of the nightclub and select the guests he thought were eligible to enter. In addition to competing for the first-line chance to enter the nightclub, people are also very likely to see and even touch the big stars who walk into the nightclub, which can be regarded as an additional benefit of queuing. But today, until more than 9 o'clock in the evening, Stephen only put in a few young people with the most outstanding appearance, suspected to be actors or singers, and even Jane Russell appeared with Veronica Lake on her arm when they were at the door. They all stayed and chatted with Stephen for a long time before going in. Stephen, who is here today? Don't keep it a secret. As the most famous sex icon in Hollywood at the moment, Jane Russell caused a sensation among the crowd when she appeared. Although her friend Veronica changed her hairstyle and style, her career declined and she was no longer a popular movie actress in the early 40s, but she still has a huge degree of recognition. Big man, absolutely big man. I only know that the call is from Howlett Group, Mr. Fox's office. I don't know which gentleman it is for. You should know Howlett Group, right? Wearing a fur coat, temporarily covering up the plump and beautiful Miss Russell, she shook her head in doubt. She knows the bosses of major Hollywood film companies and entertainment industry tycoons very well, but she has never heard of this somewhat rare surname. Said. Veronica Lake's glasses on one side lit up, and it took him more than an hour to make the perfectly curved and fluffy blonde hair. He tugged Russell's palm and motioned to go in. She recalled the experience of accompanying a son of the Rockefeller family as a female companion to a high-level executive of the Howlett Group when she was popular a few years ago. Eric, look, it's Jane Russell. It was obvious at a glance that the beautiful girl was still a student, shaking the arms of the tall and thin boy next to her, and shouting excitedly. They were still wearing prom suits and dresses, and somehow they came to the most difficult place to get into in New York. Nightclub. Eric Lanchel looked down at his watch. They had only arrived for a few minutes, but the crowded line really scared a few students who had just completed their high school graduation ceremony. Lan's here, are you sure we can go in? My cousin mentioned this to me. He has connections, but he needs to locate a place a week in advance. Mike, who was always at odds with Eric when he was still in junior high, yelled out, not forgetting to reflect his relationship and energy in his words. To this day, he and Eric still often bicker, but they always watch them play together and skipping classes. Don't worry, my cousin will be there soon. Here, this is the car. The flow of people on 54th Street slowly gave way to a black and elongated luxury car with a unique style, which is different from the current round headlights and classic car models. The silver statue of the flying goddess at the front of the car, the more streamlined and flatter body and the combined length of two ordinary cars made the young men and women around unanimously give way. The car slowly stopped at the door of club number 54. The boss Stephen's flamboyant quartz glasses flashed, and he hurriedly arranged a few Kong Wu fierce Italian bodyguards to clear the road around the door. Mr. Barney got out of the driver's seat, stroked the hem of his suit and tie on his chest, and calmly came to the back and opened the car door. A figure with long shiny white legs, slender red high-heeled shoes and bright red skirt got out of the car sideways. Standing aside, she flicked her brilliant blonde hair without a trace of variegation, revealing her clear shoulders and collarbone, wearing a knee-length red dress, and her white skin formed a huge visual stimulus. The noisy crowd around became much quieter, and all eyes were focused on this tall and stunning young lady. James is a lot more casual, wearing a white shirt, black casual trousers, sleeves rolled up, half-length black hair is shiny, tall, and burly figure, standing next to Emma who is already over 180 centimeters tall with high heels much smaller. Eric waved his hand in the crowd at the side, squeezed out with his girlfriend and a few classmates, and walked in with James a little unnaturally under the eyes of many onlookers. Hello, sir. I'm the boss of number 54. You can call me Steven. Over here, watch your step. This is the booth reserved for you. The owner of the club, Steven, walked nimbly in small steps in front of him, enthusiastically introduced the characteristics of the club to James, and led them to the central viewing deck with the best view on the second floor, where they could clearly see the dance floor and singers below. Show stage. He saw that this handsome young man with an oppressive figure and temperament had no intention of introducing himself, and he didn't dare to ask more questions. He just secretly had a headache for the stunning female companion beside this gentleman who was half a head taller than him. Those two female stars who found out on the wind seemed to have no chance. Has there always been so few people? Let some come in, not too many, but a little more lively, James said casually, and it was a natural arrangement. Steven nodded repeatedly, calling a group of boys and girls who looked like high school boys and girls to sit down. Eric, congratulations on your successful graduation. James picked up the wine glass, and touched the handsome and lanky Eric lands here and Emma symbolically. Several students who came with Eric still shouted excitedly in disbelief. The cousin in his mouth was very curious. Thank you old, cousin. Eric smiled brightly, and excitedly took the female partner of the school prom to the dance floor downstairs to dance. How's college life? James naturally looked at Emma, who had a more elegant and mature temperament, whose cheeks flushed slightly because of drinking a glass of wine. Emma's eyelashes are very long, they flickered a few times, and she said helplessly, it's too boring, I should study some science majors like Eric, not psychology. I plan to take another course this semester, economics. A large number of handsome men and beautiful women were put in the club. The excitement and fanatical emotions and thoughts of the crowd touched Emma slightly. She suppressed the thoughts in her mind a little, and shielded the surrounding influences well. Now she has been able to freely and perfectly master the power of telepathy. Did you read the letter I wrote to you? Emma no longer blushes as often as before, and she has a more confident and calm temperament. Well, you mean that now various universities are starting to study the theory of gene mutation and variant evolution. Yes, mutants are no longer a secret in the academic world, but they are far from having a real understanding of the degree of so-called mutations, and they still stay in the category of heterochromatic pupils and atavism. Emma spoke clearly about the current research on genetic mutations that is constantly being refreshed. As the probability of mutants increasing, scholars and scientists in related fields began to notice. This is bound to happen, and as time goes on, it will affect the level of ordinary society. In recent years, the Soviet Union has continuously appeared abnormal intelligence and tactical operations, which are different from the super soldiers of the United States. James and Emma continued to whisper some secret topics. The two graceful and boldly dressed Hollywood actresses walked upstairs and came to James. They didn't care about the cold and bright female companion next to the young gentleman, and they introduced themselves under the recommendation of the club owner. Hello, I'm Veronica Lake, and this is Jane. Steven said that you look like an actor I have worked with. I was a little curious, so I came up to say hello. I hope it's not too abrupt. The female star's slick face overshadowed some sudden contact, and jokingly said that James is more handsome than the male star who has acted in a certain movie together, but Emma smiled and said, I have seen your golden powder and silver wings, and Miss Russell, I have also collected your posters. Emma took the initiative to invite the two actresses to sit down, and enthusiastically asked about some Hollywood stories and interesting things behind the movies. James looked at Emma, who seemed to know everything, in surprise, glanced briefly at Jane Russell's sensational and unrestrained outfits on the screen, and drank a few sips of wine on his own. 2 days ago, news came back from the military relationship. Thanks to the long-term cooperation of Steve Rogers, the super soldier serum has a certain prospect. Dr. Erskine probably looked at the relevant information, which belongs to a slightly inferior copy, but the difference is not huge. Why are there field missions? Hasn't the military been treating you coldly for a long time? Peggy Carter put on her clothes with some doubts. Looking at Steve, who just answered the phone and got up from the bed and was getting ready to get dressed, she faintly felt that something was wrong. Have you ever heard of the Paperclip Project? It gathered a large number of nanotron scientists and researchers, many of whom belonged to the Hydra Army. Dr. Arnim Zola, the most important of them, disappeared later, but the Army Fang still obtained a lot of information. In the Far East, supernatural abnormal forces continue to collide with the special forces of the United States in East Asia and Europe. They suspect that the Soviet Union has inherited part of the remaining research on Hydra, which may be related to the Auschwitz concentration camp. Steve quickly put on his military uniform and kissed Peggy on the cheek. Although they are not married yet, they have been living together for some time. The probe opened the closet, took out the adamantium alloy shield contained in a round leather bag, and carried it behind his back. Actually, I'm considering Stark's proposal to form a special force research organization with him, but it's still impossible to completely get rid of the American officials. Why not? Steve smiled, showing a mouthful of white and neat teeth. He nodded, knowing what Peggy was going to say later. Completing this task should completely solve the Hydra problem, and then I will submit a discharge report. Agent Carter, who had once acted resolutely and broke into Hydra's custody castle alone, nodded gently, jumped out of bed and kissed Steve deeply again, and watched him get into the military vehicle and speed away through the glass window of the room. Steve arrived at the U.S. military base in West Germany by himself on a military transport plane. He traveled by boat and car for nearly a dozen hours along the way. He simply ate some canned food, drank some water, and closed his eyes to rest in the cabin. After another day of rest in the U.S. occupied area, through the secret airport route, he prepared to secretly airborne with the military's special military team into the intelligence, a certain area of Siberia, and attacked a research base in the Soviet Union. This military airport hidden in a forest in West Germany is exceptionally quiet, with a few sporadic ground crews cleaning the runway. 2 teams of military vehicles drove up, and jumped out of more than a dozen members of the tactical team with strange breaths and physiques, as well as nearly 100 American soldiers armed to the teeth. They lined up on both sides, saluting Steve. Captain Rogers, I am the leader of this team, Major Bernard Harper. Nice to meet you. You have always been a hero in my heart. Steve shook hands with Major Harper non-committally. He could feel the Major's heart beating a little faster. Although the soldiers lined up around were solemn, they always made small movements with their hands, unconsciously, feeling the trigger and bolt. Major Harper, it seems that this plane can't carry so many people, and such a secret mission is not suitable for sending a company. That's right, Captain Rogers. The Major cleared his throat and mumbled ominously. They are just the support troops. The main task is these 12 elite members. They are all selected through layers of screening. They are the best special warfare soldiers. Steve grinned, his eyes were complicated, and he said slowly without a smile. Guarantee what? It's you, or my safety. End of this chapter. In the empty military airport, Steve was faintly surrounded by 2 personnel carriers and a company of soldiers. He looked at Major Harper, who was slowly backing away with a face as deep as water, and his bright blue eyes gradually dimmed a bit. The surrounding U.S. troops spread out little by little, keeping a distance of less than 30 meters from Steve. The assault rifle in his hand was hung behind his back. A special firearm closer to a submachine gun. A dozen or so special warfare soldiers whose vigor, blood, and physique were obviously many times stronger than ordinary people retreated to the end of the line, as if they were preparing for something. Captain Steve, I am very sorry, but please understand and cooperate. Major Harper spoke earnestly. He held his hands up high, palms outward, as if he was calming and stabilizing the situation. Steve looked at him solemnly, with his left hand carrying the bag, his right fist clenched and loosened. His gaze became colder and colder. You have been very uncooperative in your missions in recent years, and even blatantly rejected orders issued by the military many times. I believe you understand. Resist military orders. What a serious act. The intelligence agency intercepted a series of information, and suspected that you were instigated by Soviet spies. Steve gritted his teeth, and let go of the army green nylon equipment bag in his hand, which contained a combat uniform with a part of vibrating gold armor. A burst of lowest smoke and dust hit the ground, like a drop of water, falling into the calm lake. Major Harper's Adam's apple squirmed unconsciously, sweat was faintly visible on his forehead, and he suddenly shouted in a high-pitched tone, I hope you will accept our protection and cooperate with the investigation in a safe place. Snapped. Nearly one company formed. The American soldiers who were armed to the teeth pointed their silver-gray muzzles at Steve Rogers. Major Harper raised his voice in the last sentence. His tone was weird, and at the same time he clasped his hands together and beat together. Bang bang bang. A round of volley, hundreds of specially made bullets hit Steve from all angles. Major Harper has been trying to create an atmosphere of conversation and communication, but he didn't even give him a chance to reply, but he was already prepared. The release signal, fire immediately. Steve Rogers' nerve reaction speed is not something that these ordinary soldiers can keep up with. Although he was a little caught off guard by the military's decisive and fierce attack, he dodged and made a wrong step in an instant, dodging the dense crowd, which pierced the ground an inch deep. Sharp needle bullets. The armed company seems to have practiced a long time ago. Seeing Steve running and dodging, he quickly divided into 7 or 8 teams, constantly wandering and interspersing, ensuring that at least 4 directions can suppress the target with firepower. The tactical space of about 30 meters won them a moment chance to keep firing. Steve didn't keep his hand anymore, changed his position, grabbed the shield with his hand back, and shot at a group of American soldiers from a rebound angle. This bullet specially made for him has a needle like a triangular pyramid, as long as a finger, and gunpowder. The bullet is also driven by the explosion of the primer to shoot. Hitting ordinary people is no different from being hit by a large-caliber rifle bullet. 4 or 5 soldiers were pierced through the chest and died instantly. The siege team quickly retreated to expand the area, and at the same time, there were soldiers who were killed by shields and sputtered bullets. The military airport in the mountains and forests was empty and lacked bunkers, so he could only choose one direction to break out of the encirclement. Boom boom boom! Steve Rogers was full of vigor, and with his shield on his head, he sprinted over a distance of more than 10 meters in one step, like a heavy armored vehicle accelerating to the extreme, smashing into the air the combat team that was determined not to retreat. There was the sound of cracking bones, and 5 or 6 soldiers were knocked away like rag dolls for more than 10 meters, their limbs were twisted indiscriminately, and blood was vomited from their mouths from time to time, and they seemed to be dead. Steve finally rushed towards the dense mountain forest lined with barbed wire walls to the east. Once he entered the mountains, there was no way to restrain him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Originally thought to be the staff in charge of ground handling at the airport, they had already made preparations, pulled up a hidden wrench on the ground, and pulled out 2 huge vertical sonic cannon barrels more than 2 meters high from the dug tunnel, facing Steve. The husband turned on the high-frequency sound wave attack with the maximum power. Since the establishment of World War II, SSR has been continuously researching new powerful weapons and equipment that can cause damage or affect super individual forces. This kind of sonic cannon is still very rough and huge, and even the smallest model requires 2 or 3 ordinary soldiers to move and operate. Steve instantly felt severe pain like eardrums exploding, and there were faint circles of sound ripples in the air. He erected his shield in front of him, and the pressure was greatly relieved immediately. His body shook suddenly, and he was shot several times in the back. The thick and long triangular pyramid-shaped needle bullet pushed unknown liquid into his body. Boom, boom! Steve threw out the shield, and the ejection exploded the sonic cannon that only delayed him for a few seconds. His whole body was beating vigorously, and his heart was pumping out majestic blood. Controlling the peristalsis of the body's muscles and fascia, he flicked away the needle that had penetrated deeply into the flesh, and squeezed out part of the light yellow liquid from the blood hole. Quick, quick! Major Harper yelled that the special operations team that had previously retreated to the back of the team was finally ready. This period of lightning and flint battle lasted only a few tens of seconds. According to the initial battle plan, they bought time. The 4 tallest and strongest team members, each carrying a small sonic cannon weighing several hundred kilograms on their shoulders, bombarded Captain Rogers in the middle, who had just received the flying shield from 4 angles. 8 special alloy chains as thick as a child's arm were thrown through the air. The chain ends were 3 barbed hooks. Husband. Ho-ha. Steve lowered his body slightly while holding a shield, protecting one side of his head and face, and endured a part of the sound wave impact that was not blocked by the shield. He parried and swung a few alloy grappling hooks, but was hooked by one of the left calf. A tall, bald member of the special combat team shouted and pulled desperately. These 12 so-called Special Forces members were the first group of members injected with the replica super soldier serum, and their first mission was to capture the World War II hero who betrayed the military, Captain Rogers. Steve suffered from pain in his calf, and was swayed from being dragged. He gritted his teeth and stopped his steps. He let the bald super soldier turn red and couldn't pull it even with all his strength. He squatted down and smashed the shield in his right hand, clanging the sparks flew, cutting the chains of the grapple. His eyes became more and more blood red, his head was hit by continuous sound waves, the remaining chains continued to be thrown, and there were still ordinary soldiers with fighting ability, who continued to walk around to the angle that the shield could not cover and shot at Steve. Gun. More and more tapered needle bullets hit Steve's body, and the grappling hooks clasped his arms, shoulders, and thighs one by one. Several super soldiers twisted their bodies and wrapped the chains tightly around the shoulders or waist. Come on, firmly hold on. Finally, the secret numbing needle bullet on his body took effect, and Steve roared. The veins on his neck and forehead popped out, and his handsome face was more ferocious than ever. Gradually he felt the strength was passing, and the 2 super soldiers dragged a chain that was refastened into the flesh and blood of the left leg, and stepped back step by step, pulling Steve's body to the ground like a tug-of-war. He straightened his spine and stared at Major Harper, who finally dared to step out of the crowd. 4 alloy grappling hooks were hung on Steve's body, and the blood hole thick as his thumb was bubbling with blood. He no longer had the energy to control his body to close the muscles to stop the bleeding and detoxify. Captain Rogers, you are really scary. Theoretically speaking, each of them should not be weaker than you, at least not too weak, and there is this super concentrated anesthetic, as long as... Boom! Harper's voice came to an abrupt end, half of the waist without shoulders and head, crookedly paused for a few seconds, and hit the ground. Harper was not dead yet, but the blood gushing out from his throat made him he could no longer speak. The shield that Steve threw out angrily at the end cut Harper's body in the middle. The shield was deeply embedded in the armored vehicle tens of meters behind. The red and blue American 5-star logo was completely stained red by blood. Ho, ha. In the end, Steve burst out with all his strength and energy as if he was dying. A faint red torrent surrounded him, his eyes were completely blood red, and everyone present could feel the heat wave from more than 10 meters away. Spray all over the face. He didn't care about the pain from the steel claws penetrating into the flesh on his arm at all. He circled around twice, grabbed the chain, pulled the super soldier dragging his left arm over, punched him in the head, and shattered his head. Immediately, he swung the tall headless body out, knocking over 2 super soldiers dragging their calves, and it was about to get out of control. Bang bang bang. The sound of continuous shooting sounded again, and the soldiers' mouths were trembling. They mechanically pulled the trigger, changed the clips, and did not dare to stop for a moment until all the equipped anesthetic bullets were used up. They watched as Steve Rogers' body gradually became like a sampan covered with steel nails, and he still rushed forward like a thunderbolt, wrestling with 7 or 8 super fighters. After what seemed like a long time, Steve finally felt that lifting his eyelids was a burden, and beside him lay 4 or 5 super soldiers with severely deformed chests and necks. Even though the last few looked at Steve Rogers, who was in a crumbling figure and had no clear consciousness, they still didn't dare to come forward. Until Steve finally crashed to the ground, completely silent. End of this chapter. I thought you would bring at least one back. Miss Veronica or Miss Jane would definitely not mind going to your manor to enjoy the night view of Long Island. Barefoot, with high heels in hand, Emma Frost walked slowly with James on a quiet street full of sycamore trees, teasing the 2 Hollywood stars from time to time, showing an undisguised interest in him. If you weren't here, I might have taken both of you back, James said in a serious manner, and winked at Emma. Although he has shown the side of a dandy heir to the outside world from time to time in recent years, he has indeed become more youthful. It seems that the traces of age are circulating on James. I'm sorry, Mr. James Howlett, to interrupt your wonderful evening, but unfortunately, I can't go back with you yet. Emma turned around on tiptoe and said with a smile to James, as if she was really sorry in her words. James raised his head heartily and laughed, joking lightly, why not? Some hurried footsteps behind him followed. James stopped talking, and looked back at the driver Barney who was trotting over. He had been driving slowly behind tens of meters away, and if there was nothing special, he would not step forward to disturb him. Master, I have a call and I need you to listen to it. James didn't ask much, walked to the limousine in a few steps, and picked up the handset of the car phone. In this era, wireless telephony has not yet been popularized, but thanks to Howlett's cutting-edge technology research, there are already some special and important areas where wireless telephony can be used within certain limits. I'm James Howlett. Got it. He hung up the phone and paused for a few seconds. Emma had already come to the side of the car. Seeing that James had put down the phone, he came closer. What happened? James stretched out his hand, led Emma back into the car, and ordered Barney to drive directly to Harvard University. Looking at Emma, who was a little worried, he smiled and said, a situation that has been expected for a long time is not troublesome. I hope I can help. I can help. Emma's eyes are very calm, and she has a more peaceful temperament, as if the power of the mind is all the time, and she doesn't need to deliberately control the body to let the people around her feel peace and relaxation. James looked at Emma, patted the back of her hand, and laughed instead. It's not us who should be worried. Steve Rogers' girlfriend, Peggy Carter, was recruited by the New York branch of the Strategic Science Corps shortly after Captain Rogers went out to participate in the mission that night. It didn't take long for several plainclothes agents to pick her up until the next day none came out. Director Dooley, I don't understand what you mean. Roger Dooley of the SSR New York branch raised his eyebrows and explained impatiently. Isn't this what you have always wanted, Mr. Stark? This shield and the special metal in this suit, you have been looking forward to studying and analyzing their composition. At a military base of the Strategic Science Corps in New Jersey, Howard Stark was wearing goggles and tinkering with the anti-gravity engine he made a few years ago. But this belongs to Captain Rogers. Excuse me, I don't think he will give these things to you. Stark put down the spray gun in his hand, looked at the shield on the table. There was still a little scarlet on the edge that hadn't been wiped clean. His face became very bad, and he stared straight at Director Dooley. Steve Rogers has been detained and arrested because he refused to execute the order and openly resisted the order many times. Under the verification of the intelligence department, he has connections with the Soviet side. Dooley explained in a businesslike tone, clasped the shield with his knuckles, made a dull hum, and added easily, these are the properties of the SSR. You can start researching, Mr. Stark. I hope you will make a breakthrough as soon as possible. The super soldier serum has been reproduced. If these alloy materials with magical properties can be cracked, the military can use them in large numbers. Copy. Boom, boom, boom. The electric welding torch in Howard Stark's hand struck the workbench vigorously, and the sound of gold and iron clashing sharply echoed in the workroom. He ignored the ashen-faced Roger Dooley, and shouted loudly, who gave you the right? Who allowed you to treat the American combat heroes like this? You have no right to. It's Mr. President. With a thick neck, Dooley twisted a few buttons on his shirt, took a deep breath, and slowly lowered his voice. He looked at Stark with a shocked face in satisfaction, and said as a matter of course, do you really think that I, or Mr. General who is nominally in charge of the entire Strategic Science Corps, will do something to him without the knowledge of the White House and the President? God, you know we are dead. Dooley choked up his words and didn't continue, ignoring Howard Stark who was slumped on the back of his chair, casually left a few words to urge research, and left the confidential research institute deep underground in the military base. From the day Steve Rogers was injected with serum and became Captain America, he no longer has the so-called freedom of his own life. As the first theoretical superhuman in history, Steve's value is far from being an unstoppable super soldier on the battlefield. He is a symbol and an extremely valuable property, not even less than the far-reaching influence brought about by the Manhattan Project. The curtain of the Cold War has been lifted, and the shadows of the New World cast a mysterious light on the small setback at the top of the pyramid. When Steve Rogers no longer obeyed orders, and even naively felt that he was still a free life, the glorious story of Captain America came to an end. He will become the most perfect research object, the most ideal experimental subject, and countless great extraordinary technologies and mysteries of life will emerge from his flesh and blood, making the fortress and cornerstone of the ruling class even more unshakable. Canada, Edmond, Howlett House. Bucky galloped all the way, with howling wind, leaped to the outside of the glazed window of James's study on the 3rd floor, stepping on. Boom, no rules. The blazing blood-red torrent of gang chi faintly resembled a huge fist, blasting Bucky who was lying outside the window, and the glazed window tiles were smashed into pieces. Sergeant Barnes vomited blood and fell heavily on the square of the manor, his ribs collapsed, and he struggled to stand up. Downstairs, the old butler Casper, who was playing with his grandchildren and dogs at the corner of the city wall, smiled indifferently. He was inexplicably treacherous. He scratched his little grandson's nose and looked at the two children in a daze. With a silly expression on his face, he frightened and said, "See if you don't obey, you will be punished." The old man's teeth have begun to fall out one after another, his hair is frosty white, and his face is drooping, but his eyes are still bright. He looks at the familiar eyes of the two children, which have been planted with some kind of dreamy brilliance, and he is both sad and satisfied. Bucky didn't say a word, propped himself up, gritted his teeth tightly, stopped vomiting blood, and walked tremblingly through the main entrance of the main building step by step, not even daring to be too hasty, walked to the door of the study well, and gently knocked twice. Tuck tuck. "Come in." James lowered his head, his tone was calm, and there was no trace of anger. "Teacher, I heard something happened to Steve." That's all you have?" You rushed forward in a hurry, and didn't even think of 1, 2, 3. James still looked calm, just looking at Bucky's red-stained skirt with a little teasing. "I'm too impatient." Bucky shook his shoulders lightly, the broken bones on his body had basically recovered, and he was still a little itchy. "I'm going to the United States right now to find out where Steve is being held." "No need. How long will it take for you to find it?" "The approximate location has been found, and Asazo will go and bring him back." James paced to the empty window, looked up and down, glanced at Bucky with an embarrassed face, and ordered earnestly, "All you can do is fix this glazed window for me, and find a way by yourself. Also, don't dirty the study room. In a certain place in the suburbs of New York, it looks like a high-end nursing hospital from the outside. Most of the people inside are old people and mentally stable patients, but there are generally some stupid patients. The sanatorium is not that big, but its location is quite secluded, and the surrounding environment is very peaceful. There is only one well-repaired road leading to it. Deep underground, 2 personnel wearing masks and medical overalls were holding an overly thick needle to extract some spinal cord fluid from Steve Rogers' spine. He was lying on the hospital bed made of alloy, and was firmly bound from top to bottom by 4 or 5 centimeter thick steel fixers. There were special huge locks on his hands and ankles. There were needles inserted in 3 veins on his body. Continuously inject concentrated paralysis and muscle atrophy medicine into the body. Steve's consciousness was always a little groggy, but the pain of the puncture and pulp extraction made him very conscious. He gritted his teeth, his mouth was sealed by a rubber and steel harness, and he never groaned. Seeing that the researcher had finished extracting, 4 men with a height of over 190 centimeters stepped forward, lifted Steve up and turned him over, and pushed the hospital bed back into the square cell made of all steel alloy. Steve tried his best to control his body, pumping up his energy and blood, and the medicine flowing into his body for a long time made him unable to raise his strength at all. Until now, he couldn't believe that the military dared to do this in one go. He remembered what the teacher said, that a lion would go all out when fighting a rabbit, and it seemed that he was still naive. Puff! A cloud of black smoke exploded, and Steve's chest sank. He watched Asazo crouching on top of him, baring his fangs, and said with a smile, "Gags are cool, Captain Rogers." Asazo waved the tip of the blade cone-shaped tail, cutting off the harness that was tightly sealed on Steve's mouth. "Boy Steve, you are really good. The Howlett family has been in the hands of outsiders for more than 100 years. I'm sorry, Brother Asazo, for making you worry." Steve still lay peacefully, looked at Asazo calmly, without struggling or urging, just apologized softly. The Red Devil smacked his mouth, shook his head indifferently, jumped off him, walked around, touched the thick solid steel wall, and said casually, "We're not worried, and my father is even less worried, but your good brother will definitely rush around waving his iron arm." He pulled out an adamantium alloy short knife from his back waist, and slashed through it a few times. The thick special alloy locks were still broken smoothly by sections of chains that bound the body. Steve shook his hands and feet, pulled out the needle with a length of 7 or 8 centimeters inserted into the neck and arm veins with some trembling, sat up with some difficulty propping up his body, crossed his knees and closed his eyes. Plop, plop, plop. His heart pulse became stronger and stronger, like a drum beating in a house. After more than 10 seconds, the pinholes on his body continued to seep out light yellow liquid, and his skin began to sweat profusely, even drenching the blue-white skin on his body. Sick clothes. After a while, Steve's pale complexion gradually turned rosy. He opened his eyes, shook his body, and heard a series of popping sounds. "Let's go." Someone outside the prison seemed to have heard the continuous muffled noise inside, and gradually dense footsteps came. Seeing that Steve opened his eyes, Azazo was about to take him away. "Lend me the knife." Steve slightly staggered Azazo's extended hand, and calmly opened his palm to him. The Red Devil raised his eyebrows and smiled. Put the knife in his hand. End of this chapter. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The ear-piercing fire alarm echoed in every corner of the entire sanatorium hospital. Strands of black smoke leaked out from the ventilation ducts and countless gaps. The doctors and nurses were busy moving the patients. They were too late and could not find the source of the fire. It only matters if you run out first. In the abandoned basement of the hospital, the garden at the back door, and the disabled elevator shaft, all kinds of people wearing research uniforms or even military uniforms suddenly ran up from the hidden passages opened. Many ordinary sanatorium staff looked on in astonishment, as if they had been stabbed into an ant's nest deep in the ground. Regardless of the fear that some of them were still splashed with blood, they fled to the road outside together desperately. It didn't take long before the ground under our feet trembled violently, and a thunderous roar was faintly heard. The building of the sanatorium swayed and collapsed in a daze. Out of the group of flames, like purgatory. "I thought you were going to kill everyone here." Azazo and Steve Rogers appeared out of nowhere on the hillside not far away, and he took the adamantium short knife handed back by Steve, which was as clean as new without a trace of blood. "Your knife skills are not bad. I can't do it so neatly, without blood." Steve looked at the ruins of the nursing home that still exploded and shook from time to time, and finally responded, "Weapons are the extension of fists and feet. Many people below have never even seen me. Just solve a few people who have been getting close to me gone." They watched for the last moment, and there were already a large number of military off-road vehicles and armored vehicles speeding up in the distance. Azazo put Steve on the shoulder, and disappeared into a cloud of black smoke. When the Strategic Science Corps received an emergency communication and learned that the secret research institute outside New York had been destroyed, Steve Rogers stabbed more than a dozen researchers and military security personnel and disappeared, and the branch director Roger Dooley had just repaired there was no trace of blood on the delicate face. The old butler Casper handed Steve an exquisitely crafted but obviously old-fashioned black leather jacket, raised his chin, and motioned for him to put it on. "This is my master's clothes from a long time ago. His body shape has changed a lot over the years. The most troublesome time. The size of this dress should be just right for you." Steve touched the unusually delicate sheepskin jacket with empty eyes. He didn't notice the satisfied expression on the old butler Casper's face after he put it on. He kicked his hand into his pocket and looked hesitant. "Go ahead, it's not a big deal. You've been cautious since you were young. You look gentle, but you always want to do your best." The old butler patted Steve on the broad shoulders and urged him to go upstairs, where James was waiting for him in the study. "Tock tock tock. Teacher." The door of the study was open, and James smoked a golden apple specially made for him, nodded and motioned for Steve to come in. "Where's the shield?" Steve Rogers opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer for a while. "If you lose something, go get it back yourself," James said calmly, watching the student's eyes suddenly gather together, and added, thinking about it on the way, "Why is this happening?" Steve nodded vigorously, strode out of the quaint study, and Bucky, who was leaning on the armrest of the chair at the stairway, embraced his arms and walked down with him naturally. The teacher said, "I want to get it back by myself." Steve pushed Bucky's shoulder, shook his head, and said to him very persistently, seeing that Bucky still wanted to speak, he grinned instead. "Why, don't you believe me?" Bucky was silent for a moment, then grinned and said, "Hurry up, come back and fight with me." He found Azazo in the basement of the old house. Although he had to retrieve the shield by himself, he still needed the help of the Red Devil to send him away. After a while, "Have you figured out how to appear?" "How did it appear?" Steve looked at the Red Devil with a smirk on his face. They continued to teleport and change, and finally found the military base of the Strategic Science Corps in New Jersey. Puff puff. Steve was brought into the air more than 100 meters above the base, and Azazo disappeared immediately. He teleported to the roof of a certain building, watching him free fall and falling rapidly with a smile. Boom! Steve Rogers fell from the sky, his left knee touched the ground, and he squatted halfway in the middle of the base playground. A pit was smashed into the masonry ground, and cracks spread like spider webs. The soldiers on the sentry tower were stunned for a long time, and the surrounding patrol training team unconsciously stopped, watching this very familiar man slowly get up and walk forward. Drop, drop. Warning whistles sounded everywhere, and Steve was wearing a black wolf pack combat uniform and tactical military boots, without any special markings, and walked step by step without squinting towards a trapezoidal concrete stone structure building in the style of a bunker. It was the ground entrance to the underground research room he was familiar with the number E47 painted on the door. Rows of off-white brick-walled camps, cafeterias, and training grounds are still familiar to me. There used to be a signboard of Captain America's birthplace hanging on the gate, but now it is gone. A line of armored military vehicles galloped up and stopped in front of Steve. A middle-aged officer wearing sunglasses and a colonel's badge on his shoulder came down, and a dozen strong soldiers behind him jumped out of the vehicle and lined up to clean up. "This is Steve Rogers? Is that the captain? Didn't I hear that he retired?" There are more and more soldiers and officers onlookers, and the discussion among the crowd is becoming more and more noisy. For the ordinary American people, the Captain America who was once well known in every household has just quietly disappeared, and even the army officers only vaguely know that he has secretly retired. Only a small group of high-level officials in charge of the Super Soldier program and the intelligence work of the Strategic Science Corps understood what happened, and a considerable number of them were still told that Captain Rogers had resisted orders and collaborated with the enemy. In the barracks, Steve adopted a basic vigilance attitude towards the exaggerated appearance of Steve, but he did not raise it to a state of preparation for battle. Captain Rogers, I am the head of the New Jersey base of the Strategic Science Corps. Colonel Thomas, what is your business here? Steve looked at this Mr. Colonel with long hair, a firm face, and a tough tone, and then glanced at the dozen or so soldiers behind him, knowing it in his heart, and smiled disdainfully. Take back what's mine. The important base of the American military here is the property of the country. Captain Rogers, I sincerely advise you. Colonel Thomas approached, not afraid of this murderer who had killed a special operations company and 6 newly promoted super soldiers under a planned ambush. Surrender is bondage? Follow the military's arrangement and fight for the country like you did before. I can assure you that everything you own will be taken back. Mr. Colonel's words are sonorous and powerful, full of the arrogance and domineering of American military officers. Steve raised his chin, looked at Colonel Thomas meaningfully and said, the latter, as well as the 12 soldiers before, all came from you, right? That operation, if my guess is correct, is also your plan? Colonel Thomas. Thomas took a deep look at Steve, whose expression and temperament had changed drastically. He didn't say anything more. He was about to step back when his eyes dazzled. Soldier cue for firing. Bang bang bang. The sudden burst of fire immediately blew up the battalion, and there was a firepower conflict in the barracks, which was a very serious mutiny camp incident. The ordinary officers and soldiers who were still watching curiously, swearing indiscriminately, quickly hid back to the camp, picked up their equipped guns, and watched the increasingly terrifying battle. The nearly soldiers brought by Colonel Thomas are another group of super soldiers who have completed the transformation of serum injections. Since the success of the serum re-engraving and the effectiveness of the experiment, a special individual combat team has been formed, and it has officially been put on the military schedule of the U.S. military. Steve dodges the volley of assault rifles, kicks the military jeep, and smashes it into the formation of super soldiers. Interestingly, none of them survived the ambush of Steve that day. So, the muffled sound of rattling bones reached Steve's ears. He watched the dozen or so soldiers finish firing a round of bullets, then abandoned their guns at the same time, twisted their joints and necks, and strode towards him. Steve Rogers, I once really regarded you as a hero. I remember all your brilliant achievements, but when I, Alice Morgan, got this power, puff. Second Lieutenant Morgan, who was more than 2 meters tall after being injected with serum, had a flash in his eyes, and his chest collapsed deeply. Steve didn't move, but quickly retracted his whip legs. The second lieutenant knelt down on the ground and vomited blood. Idiot! Kiki is different from you? Different? Let's go together. Colonel Thomas, with a broken bone in his back, roared hoarsely, and ordered the armed forces of the entire camp to open fire on Steve Rogers. The light red airflow spurted out from every pore of Steve, the bangs on his forehead swayed, his body seemed to swell again, he raised his hands and swung his arms, his 2 arms were like thick iron whips, whipping the air rumbled. Boom, boom, the super soldiers who went up one by one were no match for the enemy. The crossed arms were broken, and the collarbone of the shoulder was sunken together. Steve swung his arms and crashed into more than a dozen super soldiers like a hurricane. Within the battle circle, the weird arm was as soft as water, and the whip was as long as it was, but it was twisted like strands of steel bars, and it exploded the skeleton's head all the way. Steve Rogers' face was stained with red and white blood, and he found the indescribable joy when he killed the enemy for the first time. He no longer suppressed himself. Without any hesitation, he watched 2 soldiers charge towards the steel column as thick as a bucket, and punched it, and the 2 of them were immediately fixed in place. Watching Steve lightly embrace the column, left and right with a flick, the 2 of them were sent flying. Come on, Major. What should I do? Open fire. The surrounding teams looked at Steve Rogers, who was in full swing and crushed purely unilaterally, all with bitter faces. The major who was in command gritted his teeth, and said a word that made everyone feel at ease instantly. How to shoot? What if I accidentally injured Colonel Thomas and other soldiers? The last 2 super fighters who had just completed a major turning point in their lives completely lost the excitement and arrogance of a few days ago. They watched Steve like a blazing flame, twisting the air and pressing towards them step by step. Few of the surrounding comrades could still breathe. They watched helplessly as Steve Rogers walked up to Colonel Thomas, who was slumped to one side, and slowly squatted down. You haven't answered my question yet, Colonel Thomas. Did you make that plan? Rogers cough. Mr. Colonel's complexion was flushed strangely. He rubbed his feet to the ground, rubbed his feet up, sat up straighter, and stared viciously into Steve's blue eyes. Did you betray your country like this? You are treason. Tell me, Mr. Colonel, can you represent America? Steve stood up, not really paying attention to whether Colonel Thomas had an answer, as if kicking away an obtrusive stone at his feet, raised his leg and blasted him more than 10 meters away, making a crisp sound, hitting the armored vehicle in front of him. The body shook for a while. He continued to pace towards the E-47 underground laboratory. The eyes of the surrounding soldiers followed him all the way, but no one made a sound or stopped him. Bang, bang, bang. Steve punched the heavy pure steel door, and the surrounding alloy bolts were broken little by little. The concrete wall trembled and gradually cracked. The more than 10 centimeters thick door was covered with dense fist marks, finally crashed down. Howard Stark sat in his workshop, calmly and complicatedly watching the expressionless Captain Rogers walking towards him step by step. It's all here, I haven't moved it, remember you didn't promise me to study them. Stark no longer had the ease and joy of joking in the past. He took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and even continued with a bit of begging. Do you really want to do this? This country is for you? Thank you, Mr. Stark, thank you for your respect for me. This country is very important to me. I never thought of betraying her, but from today, I will use my own way to protect America. Steve Rogers burst into his trademark smile again, warm and incomparably reassuring. He patted Howard's shoulder lightly, his words relaxed and relieved. He stretched out his hand, paused for a moment, picked up the shield again, looked at the 5-pointed star in the middle, twitched the corners of his mouth, turned and left. New York, Strategic Science Corps Division. Peggy Carter curled up in the corner of the iron bed in the solitary remand cell. A few days later, she was still wearing the long skirt and beige shirt she had when she came out of the house, with her arms wrapped around her calves, her face deeply buried. Boom, boom, where is the special service team? Call for backup. Hearing the gunshots and shouts from outside, Peggy subconsciously clenched the bedsheet tightly, thinking of an answer she had been looking forward to but was even more afraid of. Soon, the noise outside disappeared, only the sound of a pair of leather boots kicking on the ground, approaching step by step. Boom, the iron door of the prison room was kicked away, and Steve walked in tall and handsome. He was wearing his blue-black combat uniform, the American emblem on it had been torn off, and he was holding a shield in his right hand, but as if deliberately, 3 black ink marks were like scratches, tearing apart the star-striped pattern. I'm sorry Peggy, I'm here to take you home. Peggy Carter's lips trembled, tears welled in her eyes but didn't flow. She didn't ask what Steve did or where she wanted to take her, but she just jumped down, stared at Steve for a moment, and hugged his waist. Steve took Peggy into his arms, and with a pop, Azazo came over. He didn't care about the lady's terrified eyes, flicked his tail, and said relaxedly, Is there another stop, Captain Rogers? This is my eldest brother, Azazo. Steve introduced to Peggy. She looked at the red-skinned devil with a long tail in front of her, bowed gracefully to salute herself, and greeted her stutteringly. Go back, Roger Dooley should be hiding, for now. On this day, there is nothing special for ordinary American citizens, and there is no special message in public opinion, but the American military, the White House, regards this day as the worst treason day in history. The hero of World War II, Captain America Steve Rogers, destroyed a secret research institute, a military base, and a branch of the Strategic Science Corps in the New York City area. Killed Colonel Thomas, one of the top leaders of the SSR, more than a dozen super soldiers who had just been injected with serum, and several military soldiers and Secret Service personnel. Steve Rogers has become the most wanted criminal in the United States, a criminal who is not wanted at the ordinary social level, and the #1 dangerous person who will never be tried, only sniped and imprisoned indefinitely. In the top secret file of Area 51 in the United States, he only has one code name, Traitor. Miss Peggy, first meeting, James Howlett, Steve's teacher. James gently introduced himself to Peggy Carter. He often did not treat his students so gently, but he was extremely patient and considerate to their families, whether it was Steve's mother or Miss Peggy. Peggy took a deep breath. She didn't know where this inexplicable tension came from, as if it was the first time she came to the house to meet her parents. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Howlett. The person Steve and I mentioned the most is you. James smiled and nodded, motioning for Miss Peggy to sit down and rest. He looked at Steve who was standing aside holding the shield, and didn't say much, just ordered the kitchen to go down and prepare. It was a dinner with a great atmosphere, like a big family. James sat at the head, and the old butler Casper sat beside him. His 2 little grandsons and granddaughters came to James' side anxiously from time to time, stared at him blankly, and whenever James looked over, he blushed and ran away. Bucky told Miss Peggy about Steve's childhood fun, and a few boys from the wolf pack drank wine and joked with each other in a relaxed manner. Since Colin Pitt became a wolf, he always has a serious look in front of them, but tonight James is just drinking and joking with everyone like an ordinary elder, and he can't stretch himself, turning back to a young man in his 20s heart. After dinner, Steve arranged for Peggy to go back to her room to rest first, went upstairs alone, and knocked on the door of James' study. Sit down first, come up with something. James waved his hand, walked into the room from the spacious peripheral balcony, sat behind the desk, and looked at the disciple in front of him who had undergone an inexplicable change in temperament. You actually mentioned it to me a long time ago, on the day Bakey was apprenticed to a teacher, but I didn't really think it through. I was obsessed with the future enemy you said. Now I understand what it means to accept myself. James watched Steve continue talking with interest. Accept your own strengths, your own differences, and never again have the illusion that we can live in peace with the world. You are much luckier than me in the process of understanding this truth. I have paid a very painful price to understand. James pondered, his eyes a little out of focus, as if returning to the memory of a long, long time ago in his mind. Steve didn't bother the teacher, and after a while, he continued to speak calmly. I should ask you to read more about anthropology and sociology. The cornerstone of the world's current rule is formed by the uneven distribution of productivity and resources. The superstructure relies on 90% of people to control more than -% of the world. Resources to secure their position. James felt that his mouth was a little dry, so he poured a glass of gin on the table, motioned for Steve to get a glass, and poured him a glass too. However, our appearance has changed this structure, a new form of social formation, a new world based on the essence of life, stronger and more magnificent individual life, will reach the top of the pyramid, so future enemies, have a large part of it comes from the traditional forces that already exist in this world. You mean that ordinary humans are hostile to all extraordinary beings? Steve took a sip of the amber gin in the glass and asked deliberately. They will first find a way to crack such a mystery and try to master it, but when they finally find that this change cannot be controlled, the best way is to return everything to the familiar origin. The evolution of civilization and the change of race is a very cruel thing. From ancient times to today, too many lives have become sand in the torrent of history. The birth of a new civilization will inevitably be accompanied by the destruction of the old one. Steve seemed to have thought of some terrible direction. He drank the last glass of wine and asked directly, "Do you want to promote a new civilization and destroy the old world?" Cough cough. James looked at the student a little strangely, just like when he saw him kill for the first time. No need, this world will evolve naturally, just like the Darwinian evolutionism respected by the West, but there will definitely be rulers of the old world trying to obstruct this evolution, and they are the problems we need to face. Then my actions today will expose the Howlett family to their eyes. James smiled, leaned back on the chair, put his feet on the table in a relaxed manner, and said casually, "They have already noticed it, but they won't have such a deep understanding today, and there is one more thing you forgot." Steve frowned and looked at the teacher suspiciously. "Me too, one of them. I haven't seen many comments recently, I haven't interacted with you much, and my condition is slightly worse. Our grades are steadily improving, and the pressure and anxiety of the disc are getting heavier. Get up early tomorrow and adjust the status of code words. This volume is approaching its climax. Love everyone." End of this chapter. The Howlett family was founded by William Howlett, a British citizen. By the 40s, it had become the largest farmer and rancher and landowner in Western Canada, and also one of the richest among all British colonists. During the American Civil War, James Howlett, the grandson of William Howlett, as the new generation of family power, poured out his family wealth to support the Northern Union Army, and vigorously developed industry and manufacturing, purchased land, and mined energy minerals. Improved and perfected the gasoline internal combustion engine after the war, obsoleting the age of steam power. First, the United States accounted for more than half of the military supply in World War II. Bruce Howlett cooperated with President Roosevelt and strongly supported the Manhattan Project. The 34th President of the United States and five-star General Dwight David Eisenhower, who just took office, wrinkled his forehead with a headache when he watched the investigation report jointly presented by the heads of the three special agencies, the SSR, CIA, and FBI. Layers of pleats. He raised his eyelids, showing the whites of his eyes, and glanced at the three particularly serious and heavy intelligence chiefs sitting opposite him, wondering if they had some other purpose. As the candidate of the Republican Party, and the president who used a large amount of political donations from the Howlett Group, it was difficult for Eisenhower to look at this issue regardless of his personal standpoint. Bruce Howlett had a teacher-student relationship with Steve Rogers. What does that mean? Looking at the increasingly inexplicable content and information in the investigation report, Mr. President asked aloud. "Hey, Mr. President, it's not about teachers and students at the educational level. In comparison, it's more like the Godfather relationship between Italian gangs." Eisenhower pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Is Bruce Howlett still alive?" The last time he appeared in public was at the group's top meeting 6 years ago, and before and after his son James II came to the stage, Mr. Bruce disappeared, but no news of his death was sent out. This is also the consistent tradition of the Howlett family. James I also disappeared quietly. The heirs of each generation of this family are cultivated in secret. It has never been heard that they have married wives, and once the new head of the family takes office, the previous generation will simply disappear. John Edgar Hoover, the first director of the FBI, who has been re-elected for almost 30 years, told Mr. President the strange history of the Howlett family in a persuasive manner. Eisenhower looked at the director of investigation with thick eyebrows and a very wide forehead, talking freely without showing any expression. "A running president beats Hoover with iron." This is a saying that often circulates in some intelligence and government agencies in the United States. In 1924, Hoover, then a young lawyer at the Department of Justice, was appointed director of the BOI, the predecessor of the FBI. Today, Eisenhower is the fifth president of the United States served by Hoover. Even Franklin Roosevelt, one of the big three, did not remove Hoover from this position, but only supported a new foreign policy. Intelligence Agency, Central Intelligence Agency. Director Hoover knows more about every aspect of this country than any other president. No one knows what he has mastered. Rogers' shield and equipment are said to have been given to him by Howlett. We still have no clue about that magical metal material. Roger Dooley added aloud that since Steve's defection, he has been really worried for a while. President Eisenhower looked at the detailed process and information about the defection of Captain America, and couldn't say a word for a while. As the supreme commander of the U.S. military in World War II, he personally awarded a medal to Steve Rogers. After a long time, Mr. President threw the documents on the table, clasped the table with his knuckles, looked at Director Dooley with some scary eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Why is there such a big gap? Isn't the ability of the reenacted serum able to achieve the effect of more than 80% in theory? Give me an explanation, Director Dooley." Dooley looked at Mr. President's fingers poking a photo of a destroyed armored vehicle beyond recognition, and many super soldiers with twisted limbs and dead around him. His ears felt a little hot, and the shirt on his back gradually became wet. We suspect that this has something to do with the Howlett family. They have always been at the forefront of technological power in the entire world. Even the military's replacement of each generation of new equipment depends on the development of the Howlett military industry, including Rogers' equipment. Arms. Dooley looked around at the two intelligence leaders, and finally said like a mosquito, "The Howlett family may have more advanced body modification technology. Mr. President, I propose to suspend the large-scale selection and production of super soldier project plans. From the incident of Traitor, we can easily conclude that once such super individual force is out of control, the consequences will be very dire, especially in the military. Party does not have effective means of control." The person in charge of the CIA, General Walter Smith, who is also a lieutenant general in the Army, made a suggestion. Except for Roger Dooley, who turned pale immediately after hearing this, President Eisenhower and even Director Hoover nodded slowly. "Continue to intensify the research on the serum, to achieve the same level of combat effectiveness as the Traitor as soon as possible, and temporarily suspend all the super soldier transformation plans currently in progress." Mr. President ignored Roger Dooley, who was deprived of most of his political capital, and turned to look at the deepest eyes of the American government. "Edgar, don't you have a lot of underground information about the Howlett family since the 20s? From there, start to investigate, and don't miss any weird things." Director Hoover grinned without a smile on his face, and said in a low voice, but softly and slowly, "Even for the FBI, the existing information is very limited. What the Howlett family has done is too clean and neat. Some specious incident information, even my best investigators think it cannot be reproduced. For the Howlett group the investigation will be protracted, Mr. President." "Ho!" With a thick voice, Eisenhower snorted heavily, and shouted irritably, "Do you think I can do something if it is found out? Today, if I arrest James II, tomorrow the country's economic operation will be paralyzed. Not to mention the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives will be crushed immediately." This bigger rotunda. The old temper of the five-star general finally came up. The days when he was the president of Columbia University made him a lot gentler, but he had to face how to deal with one of the largest capital oligarchs in the United States and his own campaign sponsor within a few days of taking office. Which really made him jump. "Hey, sir, what you said is that the capitalists behind the scenes in the United States really want to investigate, and almost everyone is enough. Those gentlemen who sold supplies at both ends during World War II are also the guests of the governments of various places as usual?" Hoover laughed. "No one knows how to deal with all kinds of activities in the other world better than him. Secrets are like atomic bombs. They are most powerful only when they are not thrown out." Eisenhower got along and his temper improved a lot. He loved to listen to Hoover's words. No wonder no president ever attacked him. This man's abilities and thoughts are too outstanding. "Mr. President, suspending the super soldier program will be detrimental to dealing with the Soviet Hellfire forces." Smith was in charge of the Lieutenant General's CIA, focusing on foreign intelligence work. He raised another point with some concern. In the stage of the bipolar Cold War, the pressure on espionage and spy warfare was very high. Since the Soviet Union inexplicably appeared various combat teams with special abilities, it has gained the upper hand in many local conflicts. "Let's leave all the existing super soldiers to you. Go up and have a look first. If it's still so useless, I've read the information on the Hellfire unit. It's just deformities and special equipment. Stalin did it like this. Go down, the danger is great." Director Dooley, who has improved his authority in the SSR, glanced at Lieutenant General Smith with some resentment, but he hid it well. He really admired the Lieutenant General's pros and cons to take away the last few super soldiers. Lieutenant General Smith was somewhat non-committal to Mr. President's contemptuous attitude. He invested too many excellent agents and soldiers in the country wrapped in cold winter and ice and snow, and the information he could bring back was very little. The West Siberian Plain, between the Ural Mountains and the Yenisei River. The terrain here is low and flat, with wide swamps and an average altitude of more than 100 meters. Due to its proximity to the Arctic Ocean, the warm air from the Atlantic, Pacific and Indian Oceans is blocked by mountains and plateaus. Siberia is one of the coldest places in the northern hemisphere in winter, with the extreme minimum temperature even lower than -70 degrees Celsius. A black four-wing prolate plane circled over the Ural Mountains, only made a circle, and then circled back, as if it did not move. Asazo in the cabin took Colin and Opera of the Wolves, and Bucky teleported away, appearing on the windy ice and permafrost. "Woohoo! It's so cold." Asazo was wrapped in a thick fur coat, with his hands inserted into the sleeves, shivering, complaining constantly. He always hated cold places. The three of Bucky didn't feel much about the severe cold of nearly 30 degrees below zero. They were wearing black wolf pack combat uniforms, which were not considered warm, but the material was extremely tough, and there was a layer of vibrating gold armor on the chest and other vital parts for protection. Colin and Opal carried special black firearms with exaggerated caliber and length on their backs, and wore sunglasses. They compared their positions and seemed to be looking for something. Don't look around, there. The underground over there is empty. Achoo. Asazuo shivered and pointed to the front right. Before he broke through to the third stage of the evolution technique, Asazuo did not dare to teleport to a space that he had never been to before. Can get stuck in walls or anything that might come up. After perfectly mastering the ability of teleportation, Asazuo has a certain perception of unknown spaces, without worrying about the location and direction of teleportation, and to a certain extent, he has the ability to find hidden spaces. But if it is not necessary, he will still choose to enter the unknown space cautiously. In the words of Asazuo, this is the way of survival of the Red Devil. Bucky looked at a low and raised hill in front of him, covered with thick snow and ice. The three of them strode over, searched around, and finally found a hidden steel door with a door outside. Set of complicated combination locks. Opper, who was more than 2 meters tall, pushed against the iron door and shook his head at Colin. Bucky stepped forward and tore off the sleeve that was stuck with the buckle on his left arm, revealing Edman alloy arm. Angry? A 30-centimeter long sharp blade protruded from the left wrist. The material and the arm are also made of adamantium alloy. Bucky's metal arm is constantly being improved, with some small changes. He stepped forward and punched it in, swishing his hands up and down a few times. The heavy steel door more than 10 centimeters thick was silkily cut out a passage for one person to pass through, and smashed to the ground with a clatter. Several people filed in along the corridor. This seems to be an abandoned underground military base, but the equipment on display looks more like a secret research institute. At a depth of more than 10 meters underground, the searchlights on the guns of the three of Bucky shot around in bunches. They saw rows of experimental benches still with many reagents and microscope lenses that were not cleaned up. Disabled, the air smells a bit stale, like a strong fermented olive smell. Colin looked around tactically, found the electric switch, and pulled it down. The humming of the generator and the sound of rows of incandescent lights were heard. This large-scale underground research institute was displayed in front of everyone. The whole picture. After searching for so long, why is it empty? Opal said with some resentment that he managed to win this trip to the field, just to have the opportunity to fight against the special forces that appeared in the Soviet military in recent years. While Colin and Bucky looked around at the leftover equipment and materials in the laboratory, it was a bit of a headache to see that they were all in Russian, so they casually talked to Opper. The family's intelligence capabilities in the Far East are already very limited. During the Cold War these years, it is even more difficult to do business. If you just want to fight with mutants from the Soviet Union, there are many opportunities. I heard that the United States and the Soviet Army many local conflicts have been messed up. Miss Carter should soon start the family's external intelligence work, but the current situation is really difficult to stretch her eyes out. Bucky squeezed a thumbthick lock, opened a vertical alloy filing cabinet, and chatted with Colin and Opal. I heard that you and brother Asazuo met that Xiao, Sebastian Xiao. Opal asked curiously, and Asazuo flickered around in the underground space, fiddling with cylindrical cabin equipment. Not only have I seen it, but I have fought against it. My arm was abolished that time. Opal curled his lips. It seems that it is a good deal to get such an alloy iron arm. Asazuo teleported to the experimental table next to the three of them, sat down on his buttocks, and opened up the conversation. What do you guys think my old man came here for? It's freezing cold in this broken place. I dropped this Xiao from a height of tens of thousands of meters. My father said later that his ability should be to absorb and release various forms of energy. If you really want to meet him, it will be of no use at all. Colin and Opal looked at Bucky with long black hair hanging down. The latter nodded slightly, remembering the experience of fighting Shaw with Steve. Then you are coming here, take us away at any time. Opal scratched his short stub-bled hair, and looked at the Red Devil lying down like an old man. Why are you so big and stupid, so why come here? Just say hello and leave, hihi. If I can find traces of that Xiao, I will go back and bring my father over immediately. Been waiting for this guy for a long time. Asazuo looked at the rows of experimental cabins, recalling the similar equipment he had vaguely seen in Auschwitz concentration camp back then, baring his fangs and looking fierce. Bucky finally collected a box of materials. They didn't understand Russian, they couldn't recognize them, so they could only take away everything they could find here, and cursed a little annoyedly. This time, it will be even more difficult in the future. I just can't figure out why that Xiao is so powerful. How can he hide everywhere like a mouse? Dad has analyzed that this Sebastian Shaw, who has been running around since World War I and doing mutation experiments, is alone and alone. He has never had a strong organization or force for him to use, so he seeks refuge everywhere. Taking advantage of the situation, on the other hand, Asazuo turned into black smoke, flashed among a pile of looted materials, and thought about it. His ability probably depends on the input of external energy. Without a large amount of energy supply, he can't do anything. The three of Bucky each carried an alloy filing cabinet that was as tall as a person and filled with documents, and grabbed each other's arms. Colin finally thought about it, and said loudly, So if you don't consider the influence of other energy sources and don't take the initiative to attack Xiao, then he has nothing to do with me. Bingo. Asazo put his arms around Bucky and Colin's shoulders from behind, and the four disappeared instantly. On the outskirts of Moscow, in an old farmhouse that does not exist in people's eyes, Sebastian Xiao fiddled with a helmet style, spliced together rough and ugly things, and put it on his head carefully. Looking at the sickly white-haired and fair-skinned girl, he clasped his forehead and made a muffled sound, with a smile all over his face. Come on, Nina, try to see if you can do something to Uncle. Xiao swallowed nervously, and unconsciously grabbed the suit and trousers with both hands. He seemed to be full of fear for what the girl would do next. The girl Nina was not tall, with short hair and a long skirt, and she sat on the table on a wooden bench, dragging her baby fat chin, and stared directly at Xiao's with her green pupils. Oh no, you can't put the seed in Uncle's head. What kind of hat is that? Nina doesn't like it. The little girl pursed her mouth unhappily. She could no longer play games with her uncle like usual. There are also a pair of twin brothers at the other end of the table. They are not very old, they look like 13 or 14 years old, with brown hair and thin, and freckles on their faces. They talked excitedly for a few hours, and after Nina looked over with frowning eyes, she quickly closed her mouth and smiled flatteringly. Uncle is very busy sometimes, so you can't always play with Nina, right? Nina has to be good, just ask what you want Uncle to do for you, you don't need to plant something in Uncle's mind, remember. Xiao gently patted Nina's little head, and coaxed the sullen girl. He let out a long sigh of relief, and the smile on his face became more real. Nina wants Uncle to bring a new set of dolls when he comes back from get off work. Sebastian Xiao looked at the colorful dolls piled up everywhere in the room, nodded helplessly, but was still very happy, and asked casually, just now Nina just wanted to plant an idea of buying dolls in Uncle's mind. No, Nina wants Uncle to drink a bottle of water that can burn through steel after work today, and see what happens to Uncle. Nina Ivanovna spoke with a big tongue cutely, her lacquered cheeks finally showed a little blush, she squinted her eyes cutely and shook her feet. Xiao was silent for a long time, and after a long time, he gave Nina and the two twins a few words without embarrassment, and walked out of the room without daring to take off the helmet. In the wilderness on the outskirts, a door seemed to open out of thin air. Xiao walked out from it, turned around and closed the door. The snow-white ice lake, the gray sky with layers of clouds, and no trace of people left behind. Xiao walked a little farther, and finally took off a few simple helmets that were welded together by metal pieces, shook his hair, and strode not far away. A car at the place went. He drove to the downtown area of Moscow, entered an apartment, changed his clothes and went out again, and came to a well-secured institutional office building not far from Red Square. Xiao, test room 36 needs you to take a look. Colonel Sergei, who replaced General Brezhnev, who was promoted 2 years ago, and was in charge of the Hellfire project, pushed the door in, looked at Xiao who had just hung up his coat, and gave rough orders. Okay Colonel Sergei, I'll be right there. Xiao had a happy face and responded enthusiastically. Sergei still looked rough and indifferent, nodded, scribbled, turned and walked away. Boom, boom. Through the observation window, Sergei and Xiao watched the solid alloy laboratory being hit by circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, making a rumbling sound. Pressed in the corner of the laboratory, in the empty space in the middle, a young man in his 20s was sitting on the ground barefoot, with his knees hugged. He lowered his head and his body trembled uncontrollably. The ring gushes out strands of energy. How long will this situation last, Andre? Colonel Sergei asked Xiao seriously, and the latter shook his head helplessly, speaking more and more authentic Russian, and explained to Comrade Colonel. We are now more and more perfect in the process of discovering Hellfire fighters, but in the face of completely unselectable mutation abilities, we still lack effective means of control. A power as strong as Andre's is really promising, but from current experience, the more powerful the mutant ability is, the more difficult it is to control. I can only try to find a way to guide him. The colonel supported the tabletop, hammering lightly with his fists. He let out 2 breaths of irritability, and said sullenly, among the fighters who have successfully mutated, the proportion of fighters capable of combat and practical use is too small. Especially the vast majority of soldiers whose appearance is severely mutated has now caused resistance and disgust in many troops. Our image in the military is a factory that manufactures monsters. A healthy young man may grow a long tongue when he walks in, and sometimes eat live birds. Colonel Sergei, from the very beginning, I have provided information on the situation and proportions of mutation grades. I still remember what General Brezhnev said. If you pile up with a large number of bases, you will definitely find many talented people. Let me try to help Andre stabilize first. Xiao walked into the alloy laboratory. He didn't mind the constant impact of energy. He walked to the side of the young man and put his hand on his shoulder. The room suddenly fell silent, and Andre's body still trembled uncontrollably from time to time, but the energy disappeared along Xiao's trembling and fuzzy left hand. Andre raised his head, the anxiety in his heart eased a little. Looking at the man who looked down at him, he seemed to find peace in him. Those who are interested in Edgar Hoover can learn more about him, the only 9,000-year-old in the history of American imperialism. End of this chapter. James flipped through the materials brought back by Bucky and Asazo. His Russian is average, and he can only understand the general idea, which are all unimportant experiment logs and redundant data. Take it to the ground, wait for the specialist to translate it, let Dr. Erskine and Zola eat it slowly, and continue to track Sebastian Shaw. Although he is not a direct threat to us at present, this mutation transformation experiment, I don't like it very much. Colin Pitt stood in front of James and nodded respectfully. Bucky was a little absent-minded, as if there was something urgent to do. Okay, let's all go down. Tomorrow Colin will organize everyone, and the wedding will be more lively. Bucky's eyes lit up, and he proposed the unknown wedding customs in Brooklyn. Under James' disgusted eyes, he left the study resentfully. Downstairs in the room of Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter, Steve, who had just finished today's cub training course, was holding a long ebony box in his hand, and walked gently to the desk where he was studying and judging information. Beside Peggy, put the box on the table, leaned over and kissed her cheek. This is the former British Rose, Agent Carter of MI wore a well-fitting indigo dress, with fluffy hair coiled up, touching the delicate wooden box, and looked at Steve curiously. Open it and have a look. Rogers blinked with a smile on his lips. In the black wooden box of unknown material, there are 2 dark silver pistols with strange shapes on the velvet satin. Commonly used automatic pistols. The handle of the gun is inlaid with black wood, which is native to tropical virgin forests in Africa. It can grow to a height of more than 10 meters, but the growth cycle is very slow, so the wood is dense and delicate, and there are protruding lines in the shape of roses and thorns on the gun body. There is also a row of large-caliber bullets neatly stacked under the pistol, bright silver with gray texture and pointed bullets. The gun body is all made of secondary adamantium alloy, and the bullets are prototype adamantium alloy, which is the same material as my shield. The bullets can be reused, but it may be troublesome to recycle. Large-caliber ordinary pistol bullets can be used. Steve picked up one of them, played with it, and introduced it to Peggy. This is your wedding present from your teacher. He heard that you have great marksmanship. Miss Carter held it in her hand and looked at it carefully. Her eyes were full of surprises. She was a very good sharpshooter, but she often used small-caliber pistols or concealed spy pistols. This pair of specially made pistols, which have reached the extreme in terms of material and craftsmanship, seemed a bit too big for her, but Peggy still couldn't put it down and stroked it a little bit. Suddenly, she saw a small card pressed under the body of the gun. Elegantly written, "Guns and Roses, gift, Ms. Peggy Carter who blooms with thorns." Peggy raised her head suddenly, her eyes blinked, her cheeks blushed faintly, and she asked in a magnetic London voice, "Is Mr. Howlett really single all this time?" Steve froze suddenly, frowned, and sat on the table with his head tilted, as if he was remembering something. Well, there must be no shortage of women around the teacher. Heck, of course I haven't studied this aspect, but he has never had a public partner. It is not easy for a man like him to find a wife. With just the words guns and roses, he's sure to win the hearts of many ladies. Peggy took the gun in Steve's hand, put it back in the box carefully, and put it away carefully holding the wooden box happily. Steve Rogers looked at Peggy tenderly, but felt a little worried. Their wedding was going to be held tomorrow, and he was much more nervous than Peggy. The wedding was held in the square in the middle of Howlett's old house, and people from the Long Island mansion in New York also took it. Miss Sharon, Steve's mother, had moist eyes, looking at her tall and handsome son in an elegant suit and bow tie, and from time to time dabbed the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. Regarding the so-called treason by Steve, she has a steelyard in her heart, and she has no regrets as a mother to be with such an excellent lady under the protection and watchful eyes of Mr. Howlett. Bucky was the best man, with long hair in a smooth way, standing beside Steve with a smile, watching the bride slowly approaching in the distance. Mr. Casper, the old housekeeper, held Miss Peggy's hand. His little grandson and granddaughter happened to be flower girls, wearing cute little suits and pink skirts, and sprinkled petals obediently behind them. Peggy Carter's relatives are far away in the UK. Now her situation is the same as Steve's, and she cannot be exposed to the outside world. However, since she joined the army after her brother died in battle, and has completely settled in the United States, the connection with her family also faded for many years. James served as the witness of the wedding. Under his witness, the two exchanged oaths, embraced and kissed each other, and then everyone opened champagne and danced lively. Emma is today's bridesmaid. She got the bouquet thrown by Peggy and came to sit beside James, who was watching them play. Blonde, very elegant. James watched from a distance as Steve threw Miss Peggy up high, and put her into his arms amidst her hearty laughter and everyone's banter. Do you believe in the blessing of holding flowers in hand? Emma fiddled with the lilies and roses with water drops still hanging in her hand, and asked casually. James held the back of the chair behind Emma with his right hand, and seemed to be thinking about this question seriously. Emma didn't intend to wait for his answer, raised her head, and said softly, "How about having dinner tomorrow, Mr. James? I know a good Chinese restaurant." I was going to say look at your schedule. James showed 4 somewhat sharp canine teeth, deliberately joking, looked at Emma's bright smile and continued, "But I will not refuse Chinese food. How do you know that I like Chinese food? I did my homework seriously." Emma moved closer to James' ear and spoke softly. A few years later, New York City, near NYU. The pick-up trick with different color pupils can't be used often. If you plan to meet female students in the university where you just applied for a teaching position, you'd better have a new trick. A beautiful girl with dirty golden wavy hair and a plump figure was speaking resentfully, and said to the young man walking in front with a bit of sarcasm, She quickly caught up with him, surpassed the man, and never looked back. The first entered a bustling bar. Raven. Charles Xavier shook his head helplessly, and followed into the bar. Seeing many beautiful ladies laughing freely, he subconsciously wiped his long but well-manicured hair, straightened his clothes, and felt a little guilty. Whispered, "Just drop by for a drink. If you become a lecturer, you definitely can't have anything to do with students. Don't always think of me that way. What do I think? You know best." Rowan took off her jacket casually, and wore a strapless shirt that accentuated her figure. She tapped her forehead lightly, interrupting Charles's words still very unhappy. Somewhat uncomfortably, Charles lifted Rowan's clothes up, trying to cover them more, and argued in a rough tone. "You know I won't look at your thoughts, hack. This shirt can be pulled up a bit. It's a bit too exposed." The girl patted Charles's hand off, and gave him a big white look. "I'm an adult. I'm not that little sister who goes out with you to pick up girls and orders me a Coke." Raven Darkholme looked at several beautiful and hot girls surrounding a handsome man with a somewhat cynical look on his lips, glared at Charles in a demonstrative look, and moved closer. The man was wearing a black velvet suit jacket, with a tall and straight figure. The shirt inside was buttoned up randomly, very casual, with short brown hair, a thin face, and a wicked smile on his face. He seemed to be performing magic. With his white and slender right fingertips, he lightly tapped the forehead of the boldly dressed girl in front of her. After she dazzled for a moment, the man spread out the palm of his left hand. Inside was a hair that had been deeply buried in the girl's proud face. Silver dolphin pendant on the chest. The girl looked down, screamed in surprise, snatched back the pendant in the man's palm a little shyly, glanced coquettishly, and yelled after being booed by the ladies around her. "There's another Eric. I've hidden one too. Look for it quickly." Rowan stared curiously at the handsome man who was teasing with several girls. Her reaction and eyesight had always been excellent, but she never saw the young man touch the lady's neck. Lu Guang, it seemed that the necklace jumped into the man's hand on his own initiative. "How did you do it?" Rowan's voice is deeper and more magnetic than most girls, and has a special charm. Eric looked up at this sweet young girl, and smiled freely. "It's just a trick. Sit down and play together." "Of course. Would you like to buy me a drink?" Rowan smiled sweetly, and sat down generously. Eric snapped his fingers at the bartender, and suddenly remembered something. Overshadowing the noisy voice in the bar, he shouted loudly to Rowan. "You're not a student at NYU, are you?" "No, I'm here with my cousin to do some business," Rui Wen said with a playful smile. Eric grinned, nodded, and ordered something to the bar. "Ahem. Rowan, I think we should go back." Charles Xavier pulled Raven's arm with a strange expression, and made vague excuses to leave. The girl pushed Charles's hand angrily. Eric turned around and explained politely. "Please don't get me wrong, you must be this Rowan." The girl sweetly introduced her name to Eric. "Miss Raven's cousin, Eric Lands here, is a teaching assistant in the Department of Physics of New York University. If Raven is not a student of this school, please allow me to buy her a drink." Eric introduced himself politely and invited Charles to sit down with him. "Mr. Lands here, nice to meet you, but..." Charles touched his temple with his right hand seemingly unintentionally, and saw the handsome man named Eric sincerely inviting him, and suddenly froze in place. In just a few seconds, Charles gasped for a few breaths, blinked his eyes in a panic, pulled the stools around him indiscriminately, ran to the bar, asked the bartender for a glass of gin, and drank it down in one gulp. Gritting her teeth, she paused for a moment, as if she had made a difficult decision, and sat down beside Rowan. Eric laughed loudly and patted Charles on the shoulder. He was taller than Rowan's cousin and looked a few years older. He called the bartender to bring the daiquiri cocktail for Rowan. "Girls are drinking this recently, rum, lemon juice, and a little sugar. It tastes sweet and pleasant, just like you." Rowan giggled. "This young Mr. Lands here is very good at dealing with people, with a free and easy temperament, and is very comfortable to get along with." Although Charles is also very good at communicating with people, Rowan doesn't like that feeling. In addition to thinking that Eric is very interesting, it is also a kind of dissatisfaction with cousin Charles. Charles Xavier, just finished applying for a lecturer position in bioengineering at New York University. If it goes well, I should be in charge of courses in genetic research. Charles took the initiative to introduce himself, uncharacteristically ignoring the many beautiful women on the table. His eyes were always fixed on Eric's brown pupils, as if he could read something from them. "Then you must be very good, Charles. You have the qualifications to apply for a lecturer at such a young age. I managed to get a teaching assistant, relying on a little bit of connections from elders. I have a hunch that we will become colleagues." Eric smiled and laughed at himself indifferently, making him even more open-minded. Later, Charles and Raven walked towards the Xavier Manor where they lived, which is not far from New York University. This is why Charles chose to teach at New York University after he returned from Oxford with a doctorate a year earlier. Reason. "I really didn't expect that in order to prevent me from meeting boys, you even ignored a table of beautiful girls. You said that you can rest assured that I will play with boys in such a face." Rowan's tone became even more desolate, different from the angry at the beginning. The depression in the girl's eyes was heavy and deep. "Rowan, Mr. Eric Lands here, is a mutant, just like us." "Really? I suspect there's something wrong with his trick, and that's a good thing, isn't it, Charles?" Rowan's depression disappeared in an instant, and she no longer complained about Charles. She pulled him to ask questions, and was very curious about Eric, but the young Charles Xavier was a little unhappy. He had seen too many things. There are too many pictures that make people like me feel subversive. Steve, don't you claim that no one can break your tortoise-shell style? Hold on for a while longer. Bucky supported the broken right arm, and slowly waited for the broken bones inside to be connected and healed together. The cheekbones on his face collapsed, and his handsome appearance was destroyed in a mess. Steve Rogers slumped against a boulder, his back sank deeply, and thick cracks gradually covered the 2-meter square boulder, which was about to shatter. The Edmund alloy shield covered his body, heaving up and down with the violent breathing of his chest. The former stars and stripes pattern on the shield has completely disappeared, replaced by a pair of upright long fangs, the middle of which is like a scratch cut horizontally by sharp claws, forming an H-shaped emblem. That's called cloaked boxing. It's not that I carried you on my shoulders, and you've already been crippled. Steve didn't seem to want to get up, and while arguing weakly with Bucky, he bought himself some time to adjust. Come on, get ready. I'll try to hold on for a while, you find a chance, don't punch your fists. In this short period of time, Bucky's injuries have basically recovered. Only the tattered combat uniform, patches of blood stains, sweat, and dust sticking to strands of hair, still looking extremely embarrassed. He argued that he didn't hit randomly, but that he missed the hit. He flicked his left adamantium alloy arm, making a strange buzzing sound from friction. James Howlett, who seemed to be flowing with thick blood-red flames, had his hands hanging down, his thick and long bone claws almost reaching his ankles, and the bone shields on his arms and the spikes on his elbows were crackling, covered with fine energy sparks like electric current. Steve and Bucky looked at the teacher who released the skeletal weapon, and they couldn't help but get goosebumps on their bodies. If they made a mistake this time, it would be no joke. James took a light step forward, not using much force, but the speed of almost pressing against the air barrier still set off a huge momentum. Steve dodged in front of Bucky, piercing screams and sparks splashed all over the place. He didn't dare to hesitate. Relying on his fighting instinct and boxing instinct, he blocked with left and right, and narrowly passed James' sharp claws that were stabbing at him. Ho! Bucky raised his alloy left arm flat. His body was somewhat similar to James, but extra thin red energy shot around. His long hair bulged violently, and hot high-temperature gas spewed out from the gaps in the alloy arm. The palm of his left hand is in the shape of a claw. He withdraws his steps and closes his fist to accumulate energy. A dark and deep hollow is formed in the palm, the blood light is condensed inside, and all the vigorous energy of the whole body seems to be gathered in it. Finally, a fist-sized flaming red energy group compressed. Boom! Combining the explosive aggregation force technique of Falling Star Fist and the characteristics of Adamant's alloy arm, the shockwave of this hand, like an energy cannon, shot at James with the bursting roar of breaking the sound barrier. Bucky himself was forced back 2 steps by the inertia when his left arm exploded, and a ring of air ripples with a radius of more than 1 meter shot out. James happily bared his canine teeth, stretched out his right hand, and took the shot with his palm. Bucky was dumbfounded as he watched the trick that he had held back for a long time was easily crushed by the teacher. He gritted his teeth, stabbed out the dagger on his left arm, and threw himself on him. Show you something new. James slowed down the rhythm of the attack. He attacked himself with a combination of shield and sword. He parried it with bone claws and arm shield, and spoke a strange word to the two of them in a comfortable and soft voice. Chaotic claw assault. Hum. The continuous high-frequency hum exploded out of thin air. It was formed by the superimposition of air bursts from countless claw attacks. Bucky and Steve's eyes were dazzled, and the red torrents filled their eyes, like countless sharp claws piercing through the air. Come. Steve set up his shield and squatted down in time to protect himself and Bucky, but it was only a moment of reaction. Poor Sergeant Barnes behind him was riddled with holes, and even 2 of Steve's lower body the calf was also pierced with more than a dozen blood holes. The two tried their best to shrink their bodies, listening to the dense sound of gold and iron hitting the shield like rain hitting plantains, and it took 5 or 6 seconds for them to stop suddenly. James put away the bones outside his arms, and with his jade-like upper body naked, he walked over and kicked Bucky who was lying motionless on the ground. Don't pretend to be dead, this kind of injury just looks scary. Compared with Bucky's self-healing ability visible to the naked eye, Steve on the side is more troublesome. Although his physical recovery condition can heal slowly in a few days, it is difficult to stand up at the moment. After all, many ligaments and cartilage in the knee and ankle were injured. Teacher, I lost too much blood, I'm dizzy. Bucky, who had been pierced with hundreds of blood holes, was lying on the lawn of the back mountain, and his body was already red with a pool of human figures. Although the wound stopped bleeding quickly, it did bleed a lot. James looked at Steve who was trying to stand up and supported himself with a shield, thought for a while and said, I'll give you an injection of sticks later, it should be soon. Steve didn't care about his injury, and he was not in a hurry to improve again through the stick serum. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and asked James, Teacher, did that move rely on a short burst of rapid output? What's new about that? This is Chi-Jin evolving into Gang-Jin, and Gang-Jin transforming into a substantial energy-like attack. It's the use of energy, not a real claw. James pondered for a moment, and said with some pity, It's still too rough. The use of energy forms and techniques can be discovered are really complicated and varied. I'm just slowly groping for it now, but Bucky's move has this meaning. It was originally just a nickname for a good brother with Steve, but it has completely become the name of Sergeant Barnes. No one remembers that Bucky's real name is the same as Mr. Howlett, James. Bucky got up. The battle uniform on his body was already tattered. Like a few strips of cloth hanging on his body, he tore it clean. His spouted muscles were shining with a delicate luster. He helped Steve up. Looking, he followed Miss Emma and Peggy, who came from the direction of the manor. Peggy, who came closer, stared at Steve, who was trying to force herself to stand up straight, and gave her husband a bad look. James coughed softly with some embarrassment, and tried to comfort Peggy. Mrs. Rogers, who was not really angry, shook her head helplessly. This is not the first time that the three of them have often practiced in this way in the past few years, mainly as James' partner trainer, and they have suffered worse than this. Injury. In Bucky's words, once the teacher opens his heart, he will be extremely crazy and terrifying. Mr. Howlett, we have basically figured out the changes in the situation in the Soviet Union. Peggy Rogers talked to James about the latest intelligence research, and they walked slowly towards the old house. You want to go there yourself, because you suspect that there are psychic mutants in it. James looked at Emma, who was much more mature. Although her appearance was still as beautiful as a girl, her temperament and figure became more mature. Her curves were plump, and her slender and tight legs seemed to grow a little longer. Well, some high-ranking military officers in the Soviet side, as well as the Hellfire Research Institute, have become more and more weird, even spreading to their party and political work, and their usual ideology has become inexplicably distorted and extreme. Xiao didn't seem to exist a few years ago, and he was secretly active in private, but during this time he appeared in the Kremlin many times in a grand manner. If he had had this kind of power, he wouldn't have been hiding like a mouse for a few days. 10 years. I boldly guess that there should be a very powerful mutant with the ability to control the mind around him. James put on a cloak, sat on the large sofa in the study, took Emma's hand, hugged her into his arms, smiled wantonly and said, "What are you going to investigate? Since he's showing up, just push him over. Since the end of World War II, this Xiao has been hiding for many years. I don't have the patience to settle with him anymore." James stroked Emma's delicate and glamorous face, and her white and smooth skin from time to time, and said in a solemn voice, "As long as he shows his face, I will kill him, even if it will turn upside down in the Red Square." End of this chapter. The Hellfire Institute of Special Weapons is located in the complex of various military institutions not far from the north side of the Red Square in Moscow. Sebastian Shaw was wearing a ochre-red long double-breasted coat, and a silver-black helmet that looked like metal but had a somewhat peculiar texture. He was leading a man with sickly white skin and hair, but another young girl with green eyes. Behind him were two tall and thin twins in black suits, a man with short hair and a dark green military uniform who looked like a soldier, and a strange young man with long hair. Several people strode up to the roof of the institute, where a black-painted Mi-8 military helicopter was parked, and the actual director of the institute, Colonel Sergei Kriki, stood by and waited respectfully. "Master, the helicopter is ready to take off at any time. The person in charge of the Murmansk Naval Base is Rear Admiral Robert Rostislav. As long as you control him, you can quickly control the entire Murmansk military port." Colonel Sergei looked at the man in front of him with a look of fanatical excitement. Xiao Helmet showed a fairly satisfied look on his face, and raised his lips jokingly, remembering the time when he was submissive and forbearing under Colonel Sergei. Suddenly, this burly and tough Mr. Colonel grabbed Xiao's hand obsessively, kissed the back of his hand frantically, and kept telling his loyalty. Boom! Xiao kicked Sergei away, shook his hands in disgust, and glared sternly at Nina Ivanovna, who was covering her mouth and snickering beside her. Nina's stature is still not very tall. She is only about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a black fur coat and a thick mink fur hat. She looks round and cute. "Can't you just stop leaving these disgusting thoughts? Uncle doesn't like Nina like this." The girl followed Xiao into the helicopter and sat down, aggrieved and tenderly defended. "Nina can't control them all the time. She just puts the seeds in and lets these minds suggest themselves to take root and sprout. Everyone's mental state and subconscious will be different, so there will be various strange behaviors." The four people behind Xiao sat in one by one. The moment the pair of thin, brown freckled twins came in for the last time, Colonel Sergei no longer saw the huge black military transport helicopter. As if these scenes were erased from this world, even the roar of the helicopter's blades spinning rapidly disappeared without a trace. Red Square is a famous square in the center of Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, adjacent to the Kremlin in the southwest. It is a place for mass gatherings and military parades during important festivals. In Russian, red means beautiful. Red Square means beautiful square. Wall and 3 towers, the south is Moskvazely Cathedral. With a total area of more than square meters, it has a solemn atmosphere, which contrasts with the rich and gorgeous buildings of the surrounding Orthodox Church, and fully shows the magnificent atmosphere of one of the two poles. In winter, there are not many people on the square, and today's cold wind is howling. The weather is extremely cold, only the etiquette team patrolling the Red Square from time to time. Occasionally passers-by also squeezed their heads tightly, pressed the felt hat on their heads with one hand, walked quickly across the square, and faintly heard a strange roar above their heads, but they just thought it was because of the heavy snowstorm, so they didn't pay much attention. Boom! The snow on the square seemed to be blown by a strong wind, causing rows of white air waves, and it seemed that something invisible had fallen on the open space in the middle, but there was a dull abnormal noise. James came out from the hold tail of the Wolf Nest 2 aircraft, casually wearing a neat and easy-to-move black suit, which was very similar to the combat uniform of the Wolves. Emma and Eric, who were half a body behind, followed closely, each wearing white and dark red fur cloaks. Emma is wearing a white fur coat, revealing a flat and firm belly, with a bumpy figure, long white leather gloves and boots, which are particularly eye-catching. She has mastered James' taste more and more over the years. Bucky and Colin led all the Winter Wolf warriors in full armor to keep up. Asazo, who fell at the back, was wrapped tightly in a fur coat, and walked down with his tail tucked. James looked at the queue that was passing by more than 20 meters away in front of him. He looked around the square and said in satisfaction, "It's right to send you to study physics hard. Although your academic performance is so-so, at least you have developed your own skills in a decent way." Eric Lancher's slim dark red suit, coupled with his tall and straight figure of 1.8 meters dash, his handsome appearance, has a bit of arrogance. After hearing his father's praise, he was happy but humbled. It's just using electromagnetic force to bend the visible light around you to achieve an invisible visual effect. It's not as good as Emma's spiritual invisibility, which can make people unable to hear or smell, and even shield the sense of touch. Eric shook his head with lingering fear. If he had to say what kind of power scares him the most at the moment, it is the mind manipulation that cannot be caught and resisted. He has always envied a body that is as invulnerable as his father. I can only shield the senses of each living individual. If there are too many, it will be difficult. And it's not like you can shield the radar scan and let the aircraft fly all the way here. Emma smiled and said that with the practice of evolution over the years, her physique has become stronger and stronger, and she is almost as brave as the warriors of the wolf pack, but there is always a layer of barriers. Practiced in one stage. It's just that each has its own characteristics. In the end, where you can go depends on your knowledge and mastery of strength. Both of you are top talents at least at the alpha level. Reaching the third stage will be much more difficult than ordinary mutants. Later there is a second or even third floor. Take your time, don't rush. James casually mentioned a few words, and everyone immediately walked towards the north side of the red square. Asazo teleported away first, and arrived at the Hellfire Special Weapons Research Institute, constantly flickering, and searched from room to room. Woo, woo, woo. As soon as he arrived outside the Research Institute, he heard sharp sirens sounding from the whole building one after another. It may be that Asazo has already attracted his attention. James signaled Eric to remove the visual occlusion, and the guard at the door dazzled, then blinked in disbelief, and stared blankly at the dozen or so strangely dressed people who suddenly appeared in front of him. The guard subconsciously picked up his gun and aimed at James, who was standing in the front, but the rifle in his hand suddenly rattled, the wooden butt of the gun shattered, and the gun body twisted and deformed, like a steel bar stuck behind him the cement wall. The guards are firmly fastened to the wall. James walked towards the Research Institute calmly, without any urgency. The guards and Soviet soldiers kept rushing around, and before they could fire, they covered their heads and yelled and passed out, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Or they were deformed and squeezed by the weapons and helmets in their hands, and lost their ability to move. Bucky, Colin, and the other 10 Winter Wolf warriors were a little helpless. They watched Miss Emma and Eric deal with all the ordinary soldiers with a wave of their hands, and they really felt that they had robbed themselves of the opportunity to make a move. Puff. Asazo flashed in front of James, shook his head and said, "I haven't found it. He's not in the Research Institute, and there are many special sensing devices here, which are very exciting, very exciting." The Red Devil bared his fangs, and said something incomprehensible. Behind him, Colonel Sergei, the person in charge of the Hellfire Research Institute, finally rushed out with a dozen mutant warriors. The colonel stays, and all the others are dealt with. James made a soft voice and gave the order. He didn't think that as long as he was a mutant, he could be his compatriots. The opponents were all enemy fighters. Since he went deep into the enemy camp with a high profile this time, he didn't plan to hold back. "I said, Eric, Emma, you two, take a break, and leave some entertainment for our boys." Bucky shook his shoulders, and said to the 2 young rookies with a smile, Emma's mind explosion alone could wipe out most of the enemies, and they didn't want to come out just for nothing. The Hellfire mutant troops rushed out a strong young man over 2 meters tall. Without any cover or observation, he charged forward, took out 2 daggers from his back waist, and slashed at the wrists of both hands, and cut his own chest indiscriminately. Blood spewed out from several openings more than 10 centimeters long, but it condensed and changed strangely, gradually covering the whole body, and the blood flowing out from the cut wrist was also shaped into 2 black and red sharp scythes. The warriors of the wolf pack tentatively focused their fire, and the men in blood-colored armor blocked most of the firepower. The soldiers of the mutant army behind them showed their skills, jumping or running fast, and some shook their bodies. Retreat into the shadows and battle the winter wolves. Opper found this man who could rely on hardened blood armor to resist bullets. He took out the vibrating gold dagger that every winter wolf is equipped with, and threw himself on him. Hit, bang, the opponent staggered back a few steps, hastily parrying Opper's slash. The blood coagulation sickle, which has always been tough and sharp, cracked a gap within a few strokes, faintly about to shatter. James watched the battle of the winter wolves. Most of the mutant warriors with mutant bodies were not their 3-in-1 enemy. The wolves' years of hand-to-hand combat skills, combined with the killing technique to improve the super soldier physique, reached the level of Dr. Erskine classified 3 levels of destructive power standards. That is, it is close to the destructive power of medium-sized firepower weapons, roughly comparable to shoulder-fired rocket launchers, landmines, mortars, and heavy-duty sniper rifles. Azazo teleported to Colonel Sergei's side, pinched his neck in his frightened eyes, and the two turned into a cloud of black smoke, flashing in front of James and Emma. Emma understood James' eyes, stretched out her white and slender palms to cover the eyes of the colonel who was restrained by the Red Devil, slightly closed her eyelids, and kept rolling her eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly to James, "Xiao wants to cause a nuclear war." Colonel Sergei, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly trembled violently. He grunted and spurted out large streams of blood. It turned out that he had bitten off his own tongue. His brain has been planted with deep layers of psychic hints. Maybe the last layer is that he would rather die than reveal Xiao's secret. I have never been very good at this kind of psychic ability to control, so I can only search it out roughly. His memory. James nodded, his eyes fixed, and he looked at Emma seriously. Tell me what Xiao plans to do. Murmansk port is a famous year-round ice-free port in the northern part of the Soviet Union and an important military port in the Arctic Ocean. The port area is long and narrow, 8.5 kilometers long from north to south, and can accommodate ships of 1.3 tons. There are 1.5 months of long nights and 2 months of long days in a year. During the 2 months before and after the summer solstice, the sun does not set all day long, turning around in the sky again and again. Is this the nuclear submarine November? Sebastian Xiao looked at the November nuclear submarine slowly rising from the submarine berthing area of the military port with great interest. Some impression of a nuclear-powered submarine. Rear Admiral Robert Rostislav, the supreme officer of the naval base in Naval Harbor, saluted and introduced loudly. Yes, sir. The first nuclear-powered submarine, the Type 627N class, and there's a newly launched Project 658 high class with ballistic missiles. Xiao was obviously more interested in the new model equipped with strategic missiles, and said eagerly, "Then I want this one." This. Major General Robert obviously hesitated, his brows were furrowed, and his expression was struggling in pain. Nina stepped forward and poked the Major General on the forehead with her finger on tiptoe. Soon, Mr. Major General stood at attention and saluted again, ordering the captain and officers of the submarine to obey Xiao's order. Is there a nuclear warhead in it? Xiao excitedly asked Major General Robert, then winked at Nina and the mutants behind him, and they accompanied Nina to plant spiritual seeds for the submarine officers and soldiers one by one. I'm sorry, sir. This ship has just completed its launch test and has not loaded any ballistic missiles. Moreover, the launch of a nuclear bomb requires the authorization of the Supreme Leader and the Minister of Defense at the same time and the delivery of the nuclear code. Without this procedure, even if the missile is launched, it is safe. The device will also ensure that the nuclear warhead does not trigger an explosion. Xiao nodded sloppily. He had already understood this point. Fortunately, the seeds had been planted, and the Soviet side had made arrangements, leaving only the United States. Rear Admiral Robert Rostislav looked at the sinking nuclear submarine for the last time, blowing kisses like a child with his trembling white beard, saying goodbye to the invisible Xiao. In the submarine cabin, Sebastian Xiao sat in the cramped command room with some discomfort, and said to several followers with unclear meaning in his eyes, "It would be great if I could control a mutant who can move instantly, so I don't have to run around like this anymore, don't you think, Andre?" Xiao recalled the Red Devil in the Alps, and the forces that had been faintly looking for his own position all these years, and secretly felt ruthless in his heart. He finally had some capital, and when the plan was successful, he would never. Andre, a soldier with tough facial features and a short-cropped head, remained silent as usual. When he heard Xiao's casual question, he smiled a little and didn't say much. Bucky finally pinched a bald soldier with a birthmark on his face and strange patterns. The Edmund Alloy left arm gently squeezed his neck and broke his neck. Bacteria caused disease. During the battle, several Winter Wolf fighters got hit unknowingly and vomited uncontrollably. Fortunately, Bucky, relying on his strong resistance, rushed up and squeezed the weak guy to death. James noticed. In his memory, Xiao and the albino mutant named Nina gave psychological hints to important figures in the Soviet army. Once the United States made a major military move, the Soviet side would take extreme reactions, thus trigger a nuclear war. Emma told James about the information she had searched from Colonel Sergei's brain. After listening to it, James asked suspiciously, why didn't he just let the mutant directly order the Soviets to launch nuclear missiles at the United States, instead of making such a big detour? The battle of the surrounding Winter Wolf warriors gradually came to an end. From the corner of his eye, James caught a glimpse of a mutant soldier bursting out from the shadows. Colin was the first to expect it, and kicked his head with a high leg. Emma shook her head helplessly, and explained to James, will and mental manipulation are the most profound and complicated of this kind of mutant abilities. I don't have much talent in this area, and the mutants around Xiao can't completely control a person's mental thinking. They can only guide, hints and deceit, and the longer the effect, the better. Like this Colonel Sergei, He may have been infiltrated for a long time, and even planted a psychological inducement that he would rather die than betray, and those high-ranking Soviet high-level officials will not have too many opportunities for them to reform their thinking a little bit, directly depriving the mind and ordering the launch of nuclear missiles. I can't imagine what kind of powerful mind control this will be. James pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. After reaching today's level, his spirit and ideas have undergone several transformations, but they are only simple and crude with the characteristic of immortality, and he knows little about this extremely complicated field. Emma's psychic power is extremely strong, but she is more inclined to fight. The powerful psychic blast, deterrence, and psychic barrier can effectively destroy a person's spirit or resist similar psychic attacks. To a certain extent, it can affect other people's perception of oneself, and even deceive the five senses to create an extremely real illusion, but so far, it has not been able to truly grasp the power to control the spirit and will. James put aside his thoughts for the time being, took Emma and Eric into the research institute, and led by Asazo, checked some prisons where mutants of various colors were held. Most of these mutants are dangerous elements with mutation ability and can't control themselves. Some of them are quite talented, and they are all energy-type mutants with high potential for discovery. But these mutants who grew up in the Soviet military system were very loyal, and James was not interested in taking them back to study one by one. They found Xiao's office and took away all the documents and materials. Outside the research institute, the wolves had already cleaned up the battlefield. Only 4 people were slightly injured. James looked back at the large-scale building and walked out. Everyone followed him all the way, only Eric Lanz here stayed at the end. He raised his arms horizontally, his body slowly floated up, hovered more than 20 meters into the air and stopped, and the wind and snow blew Eric's robes. The 3 connected buildings of the Hellfire Mutation Research Institute began inexplicably shaking. As if distorted and deformed by some kind of huge force, countless bricks, stones, and concrete stones shattered and smashed down. The steel structure building and the foundation creaked harshly, bending and collapsing section by section. It was crushed down like an invisible giant hand. Boom! The whole row of buildings moved instantly, and finally filled with boundless dust, slowly drifting away. The field army defending Moscow has already driven armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters to the Red Square, and James and others have long since disappeared without a trace. Surrounding the research institute swept by Emma's last mind blast, sporadic mutant survivors climbed up from the ruins of the collapsed building. They escaped with their own skills, but it seemed more like Eric didn't deliberately kill her. However, some ordinary people or mutants who survived this encounter lost this part of their special memories, as if there was a blank space in their minds that had been ripped out. Beep, beep, beep. The radio transmitter of the nuclear submarine received a message from Moscow. The submarine captain looked at it and sent it to the room of the chief officer, Sebastian Shaw, but a voice kept repeating Xiao's important identity to him in his mind. Xiao took the military newspaper, read a few lines for a long time, sat on the chair without saying a word, rubbed his cheeks and hair with his hands, and even his facial features were twisted and twisted, his eyes crawled. Bloodshot, he choked back the full roar in his throat. Sebastian Shaw, who worked hard for more than 10 years, finally controlled the Hellfire base camp in his hands. It was completely destroyed, just like the original Auschwitz. Everyone must want to scold me, let this Xiao run away again, don't be angry, again and again. Xiao's behavior will promote the intersection and changes of the characters in this plot, and will affect the tension of the follow-up story. He still has life. The usefulness of coming down is only to live for another day or 2, poison is impossible. Love everyone, scold lightly, the dish is very fragile, the kind that punches and cries for a long time. End of this chapter. Matryoshka, Nina Ivanovna, unknown date of birth and death, unknown source, congenital albinism, awakened mutant ability mind suggestion through near-death experiment, due to extreme uncontrollable personality and ability, many researchers, and after the paramedic committed suicide, it was decided to keep it secret. Eraser, Anton Goncharov, brothers Alexander Goncharov, born in 1942. His father died in Berlin during World War II. His mother died of illness. He lived in an orphanage for more than 3 years, disappeared shortly after the awakening of the experimental mutation, suspected possesses stealthy mutant abilities. Perpetual motion machine, Andrei Dukowski, born in 1937, experimental volunteer soldier, has the mutant ability to continuously emit potential energy positions. In the study of the mansion on Long Island, New York, James looked at the information Emma sorted out from the materials brought back by the Hellfire Research Institute, took the wine glass she handed, and said loudly, "Is the information on the mutants around Sebastian Xiao here? From the memory of Colonel Sergei who committed suicide by biting his tongue, besides the 4 people I sorted out, there is also a long-haired young man nicknamed Torrent, but he doesn't seem to have passed the research institute. Mutants found through channels." Emma Frost sat beside James with another glass of whiskey filled with ice cubes, clinked glasses with him lightly, and took a sip. "What do you think of these mutants?" James shook the crystal cup lightly, and asked indifferently. The abilities of these mutants are a bit impressive, but they are still of little interest to him. Emma put down her cup, pondered for a while, and clearly analyzed Xiao through these mutants, and gradually grasped the mutant laboratory and mutant armed forces that belonged to the Soviet military. Xiao should have gained the trust of the Matryoshka Nina first. How he did it is unclear, but relying on this most dangerous experimental subject, Xiao further controlled the Goncharov brothers, and the two brothers the ability can make Xiao hide his whereabouts very well and move more freely. Like this Andrei, it is not difficult to conclude from his information and experience that this is a soldier who is extremely loyal to the Soviet Union, but in the end he followed Xiao. With the ability to hide his actions and control his mind, Xiao can grab the talents you need step by step. James nodded, laughed suddenly, lay on the sofa, resting his head on Emma's plump white thigh, closed his eyes and said, Xiao Ben's plan was very perfect. After mastering the high level of the Soviet side, with the support of a steady stream of new mutants, he will use nuclear war to destroy the old world order, and use nuclear radiation to mutate the mutants of all mankind. Accelerate even further to truly have a place in the chaotic new world. Emma gently pinched James' forehead with her green and tender fingertips, and continued in a clear voice, but he didn't expect that he would become a rootless tree just after he left, even though. Emma suddenly remembered something, and asked instead, do you think Xiao will give up the nuclear war plan? Even if there are two major wars in the current situation, he is just a lonely dog, and it doesn't make much sense. Yes, because he can't find such a good opportunity again. The Su-658 high-class nuclear submarine quietly docked at a port in Sacramento, California, USA. During the time of sailing under the sea, Xiao was in a very bad mood, and several mutant followers around him had no idea about it. Nina tried to peek into Xiao's consciousness, but he stayed alone in the cabin all the time, without any clues. Too many opportunities for contact. After landing, Xiao seemed to have returned to his previous appearance, sometimes exaggerating and enthusiastic words, and making incomprehensible jokes. They came all the way to a nightclub that Xiao secretly invested and opened in Las Vegas a few years ago, waiting for the guests who will meet tonight. In 1931, during the Great Depression in the United States, in order to overcome the economic difficulties, the Nevada state legislature passed a bill to legalize gambling. Las Vegas has since become a gambling city and has risen rapidly. The temperament of Las Vegas is like two sides of a coin, one side is hell and the other side is heaven. Divisible. Not far from the Las Vegas Boulevard, which is full of luxury casinos and imitations of iconic buildings from all over the world, the famous nightclubs gather on the street, Tropical Road. Outside a newly opened Atomic nightclub, batches of hot ladies in cool and revealing clothes were walking in with their exaggeratedly undulating buttocks. This job is finally a bit sweet. I like the black-haired one. How her ass is long, like a fat peach. Detective Maura McTaggart quickly took off his coat and shirt, while scolding his partner helplessly and disgustingly. Can your eyes see anything other than a stuffed ass? That's Colonel Henry over there. Detective Mark Taggart propped himself up with his feet, leaned against the back of the co-pilot's seat and raised his buttocks. He took off his casual trousers, revealing his black boxer lace underwear. The female agent who hadn't dated for a long time thought a little, well, it would be nice to have another pair of stockings. Colonel Henry? The NATO one? Oh Maura, you have beautiful legs. Thank you. The female CIA agent slammed the car door hard, and quickly followed the team of professional women. She straightened out her long brown and black hair nervously, entered this nightclub with extremely tight security at the entrance. The Atom Club was targeted by the CIA because it was suspected to be an intelligence transfer point for the Soviet side, and the boss and source of funds behind it were also mysterious. Maura didn't expect to encounter such a big fish in the extremely boring stalking operation tonight. She concealed her unfamiliarity and panic about the club environment, and turned her anger into coquettishness very well. She patted off the big hand of a man with a Spanish mustache and looked at Colonel Bob Henry. His back finally flashed into a box covered with curtains, and hurriedly chased after him. Emola took a deep breath and opened the bright red curtain. Before she could use the excuse she had just thought of, she found that the place was empty, and it seemed that the figures that came in one after another were all her own illusions. Miss Inspector groped around with great experience, and finally pulled a handle under the coffee table. The private room turned and moved, and a secret door was exposed in front of her eyes. In a secret and spacious reception lounge with a more refined and gorgeous decoration than the outside, Nina Ivanovna was sitting on a high stool in front of the bar, her calves drooping so that they could not touch the ground, swinging back and forth. The Goncharov brothers were mixing drinks at the bar, simply poured 2 glasses of martini and pushed them in front of Xiao. Sebastian Xiao served the bar for Colonel Henry, wiped his pockets square, and said in a well-bred manner, "Bob, we're old friends, and the business we've been doing together has been doing well, so..." Xiao took a sip of the wine in his glass, pondered for a moment, and continued heartily, "I hope you can consider the suggestion of deploying Jupiter missiles in Turkey again." Colonel Bob Henry, a senior strategic staff officer of the U.S. military and an important representative of the NATO military organization, did not drink the martini in the glass, but casually stirred the olives inside, and the thick folds on his forehead were huddled together with the raised eyebrows. "Sebastian, exchanging Soviet intelligence business with you really makes me very comfortable, especially this year. You have provided a lot of effective overseas deployment of the Soviet army, which has really benefited me, but..." Mr. Colonel smiled, spread his hands on the back of the soft sofa, snorted helplessly, and continued, "I don't know why you are so obsessed with exploiting the Soviet Union's loopholes, of course. I am happy to see it succeed, but once Turkey's strategic missiles are deployed, the development of the situation will also be very unfavorable to the United States. Xiao, you are trying to cause a war, a nuclear war. Call me the Black Emperor, Mr. Colonel, it's time to abandon the title of the mortal world. Xiao put down his glass and waved to Nina. The girl jumped off the chair and threw herself into Xiao's arms. Bob, it's not for anything else to talk so much to you, but to talk to you later, it will become very boring. In fact, I quite like dealing with you. Nina's eyes were fixed on Colonel Henry, and her emerald green pupils were extraordinarily bright. Mr. Colonel felt a little uncomfortable looking at this white-haired, bloodless girl. Hitomi gradually aroused Henry's consciousness. Nina gradually approached Henry, and put her pale little hand on his forehead. Colonel Henry couldn't help rolling his eyes, and his body twitched slightly. After a while, Nina happily ran back to Shaw beside her. She said softly, "Deep, deep seed." Nina did her best. Xiao nodded in satisfaction, stroked Nina's little head, and looked at Mr. Colonel, who finally raised his head, as if waking up from a big dream. Whose permission is needed to deploy strategic missiles? Xiao's voice was emotionless and undulating. Colonel Henry lowered his head and said seriously, "There are still 2 generals who are opposing. If they can also agree, then there will be no obstacles to Turkey's strategic deployment plan. Give me an opportunity to meet them." "Yes, sir." Detective Maura McTaggart, who had been watching through the crack of the door for a long time, tightly covered her mouth, lay on the ground and crawled out without making a sound. When she ran back to the old Ford sedan that was following her, "I still have lingering fear for a long time and haven't relieved it." Levin. Ms. Maura yelled at her unreliable partner who was wearing glasses beside her, and continued on her own. "Do you think the power of mutants can control a person's mind and behavior?" Agent Mark Taggart, "We don't know nothing about mutants. We have fought against those monsters from the Soviet side many times in these years. Deformed children with various strange mutant abilities. Long tongue, hardened skin, or covered in germs, something." The new director of the CIA, Mr. Mike Cowan, took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose tiredly. He was considering whether to continue to let the incomprehensible agent Mark Taggart continue to work in the field. "Sir, I have checked all the information on the Soviet Army's Hellfire Laboratory and the mutant troops that I have come into contact with in recent years. They are not just what we can easily understand, strong bodies, speed or disgusting tentacles. There are even some mutants who can change the temperature of the environment to a certain extent, but no one can control people's hearts? Mark Taggart, there are no such mutants, and it is impossible to exist. I admit that they have some abilities that are really incredible, but they still can't stop a sniper bullet. You have to know that several of our super fighters have maintained a record of winning more victories against these mutants since they joined in." Director Mike Cowan paused and put on his glasses again. He looked no more than 50 years old, but his short hair was already grayed out. Looking at the female detective whose face was full of grievances and frustrations, she took a breath and whispered, "Mola, you should understand that such accusations and intelligence cannot be used as the basis for our actions. Colonel Bob Henry has a high status and trust in the military. I have no reason to accept such a ridiculous specious speculation." The female detective was not discouraged, her eyes lit up, and she said simply, "I will find the evidence." Director Cowan. New York. NYU Faculty and Staff Recreation Area. "Charles, how was your vacation?" Eric Lanz here held a fruit salad, patted Charles Xavier on the shoulder, and leaned to the side to eat. "Oh, by the way, it's time to call you Professor, Professor Xavier, Xavier. A mouthful last name, cough, sorry, there are very few names starting with X." Charles Xavier, the new lecturer of genetics at New York University, loosened his shoulders a little uncomfortably. He took a sandwich from the table. "After class, I was really hungry. Well, Ruwen and I are the only 2 people in my family. The relationship between parents is a bit complicated, so there's nothing special about it. How about you, Mr. Lanz here? You don't seem like someone who will stay at home." Eric smiled aloud, greeted a pretty female teacher passing by, and continued chatting with Charles casually. "I went to Suzhou and Europe with the elders of the family. It was a short-term trip. I was a little regretful, but I also relaxed for a few days. Heck, speaking of it, you must have a way of writing papers. I know that our majors are very different, but in the entry angle of academic papers." Charles was a little dazed listening to Eric ask himself for advice on thesis writing skills, struggling in his mind whether to take another look at what Mr. Lancher's so-called European travel experience was like. He was full of curiosity and a certain fear of the so-called elders in the family that Eric called Charles Xavier, Professor Xavier of Mutations and Genetics. "I'm Maura McTaggart, may I have a word with you?" Charles's mouth was full of bacon and ham sandwiches. The fiery lady apologized to Eric, and then dragged him to the corridor outside the lounge. She breathed a sigh of relief and spoke more stably. "I'm sorry, Professor Xavier. I'm an agent of the Central Intelligence Agency. I have some very important questions to ask you. I understand that you are the most accomplished scholar in the field of genetic mutation. I don't know your understanding of mutants." "Yes, it can be done." Charles stared straight at the pretty female detective, and slowly swallowed the last mouthful of the sandwich, as if saying something out of nowhere. "Excuse me, what did you say?" Maura was also stunned. She looked at the young and promising Professor Charles Xavier gently rubbing the side of his forehead for some unknown reason, with a complex but strangely excited expression. The female detective made sure that she heard the words right from the mouth of the professor of genetic mutation. Mutants can do mind control, as you can see, Agent Mark Taggart. So, it's like watching a movie? You can see everything I see and everything I think. Mora almost stomped on the gas pedal of the 50s Ford sedan and drove non-stop from New York to Virginia, yelling at Charles in shock. Rowan in the back seat rolled her eyes. After the car suddenly turned and overtook, she fumbled to fasten her seat belt, and grabbed the handle of the window with her left hand. Well, it can be described in this way, Miss Mora, can I call you Mora? In fact, we can drive at full speed and slow down. I don't know if it was comforted by Charles's words or other influences, the female detective gradually calmed down, and gradually slowed down the speed of the car. She heaved her body up and down, panting heavily, and said in disbelief, I originally thought that this kind of mind control was just like some kind of psychiatrist's hypnosis method, but it was done through the mutation ability of mutants. I didn't expect you to be able to. You better not be looking at something you shouldn't be looking at. Mora seemed to have finally realized something. If all her privacy and secrets were seen in this man's eyes, it would be really not something to be happy about. Another hour or so later, Mora McTaggart brought Charles and his younger sister who could not be left at home to the headquarters of the CIA in Langley, Virginia. He applied for visitor badges for the two of them, and hurriedly led them to the director's office. On the road, Charles couldn't help recalling the scene he saw in Mora's mind, and the first time he saw Eric, the secret and terrible family, the traces of mutants in this world became more and more obvious. It was hard to say this is good and bad. Eric Lanz here drove this year's new silver gray Mercedes-Benz coupe and drove all the way back to Long Island. After getting out of the car, he tilted his head and looked at this brand new sports car that has not yet been officially launched on the market. I prefer a Ferrari. However, every year, Dad will receive more than a dozen car brands directly or partially controlled by various families to choose new cars, and he always has to share the burden for him. Sir is waiting for you in the study downstairs, hurry up. Eric's mother, Madame Eddy, helped her son take off his coat, patted him on the back, and urged him. More than 10 years have passed, and Mrs. Eddy's complexion and appearance have become more and more healthy. The only thing she is dissatisfied with is that her son's current love life is a little out of tune. She still hopes that Eric can find a marriage with the same ethnicity and have more children earlier. James sat cross-legged with Emma in the quiet room next to the study, and both of them closed their eyes. James frowned slightly, as if he was not feeling well. Emma's whole body was trembling with increasing distance, her skin and golden hair were shining faintly, which looked like an illusion. Finally, the skin on James' face and neck was shattered out of thin air, as if burned and festered by an invisible flame. Eric watched this scene in horror, but after a few seconds, James' damaged skin, the tissue rapidly proliferates and heals, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Yes, the intensity is not low. It is the first time that my body can respond to injury. There were big beads of sweat on Emma's forehead, and she let out a sigh of relief. James got up, picked up a towel, and gently wiped her sweat. I didn't expect you to let go of your spirit and let me use the mind piercing with all my strength, but I only suffered some flesh injuries. As an ordinary person, I would be brain dead just by using a little force. Eric leaned against the door frame, crossed his arms, with an envious smile on his lips. Dad's spirit and body are indistinguishable from each other, and any damage to the spirit, heart, and even soul domain will be passed on to the body, while the body, which is already tough enough to easily withstand ordinary artillery without any damage, can quickly heal itself and regenerate. There is simply no solution. The physical strength gap between me and ordinary humans is too great, there is no comparison, and there is no suitable definition for the non-directly destructive mutant ability, but the damage response transferred from my body should also be 4 to 5 levels gone. James gently kneaded the top of Emma's head, and the latter leaned comfortably in his arms, always feeling that a little bit of strength stimulation could break through a certain limit. Father, what are you looking for? Eric threw his body on the spacious sheepskin sofa and asked with a smile. Sebastian Xiao's traces have been found. He has contacted a person in charge of the military's strategic weapons. He should continue to meet with 2 generals who can influence the deployment of strategic missiles in Turkey. Eric was refreshed and sat up excitedly. This time he failed to catch the Dr. Schmidt who had imprisoned and tortured him in Moscow this time, which made him silently resentful for a long time. This time he will not let him go. Listening to Emma mentioning the information content in more detail, Eric suddenly remembered something, and said to James with a playful look, Father, I suspect that my identity was found out by a university colleague. I didn't hear it until today. It turns out that his major is genetic mutation. Is he a mutant? Eric shook his head, wondering, I don't know, but this Professor Charles Xavier seems to be very interested in my situation, and something is wrong with him. James didn't pay too much attention, and told Emma to go down to prepare, rubbed Eric's hair, and saw that the former boy was already a real man. Go back and check the professor. Now, let's wait for the one who has been here for many years, Mr. Xiao. End of this chapter. Chapter 106 Black Emperor. Director Mike Cowan rested his cheeks in his hands, and the tip of the ballpoint pen wandered aimlessly on the manuscript paper. He was a little dozed off. After all, he was getting older. The eloquent talker in front of him, Zawizwal, who has the title of so-called professor and doctor at a young age. In short, Mr. with a very awkward name, his boring and drowsy speech. How long will it last? Therefore, there is huge uncertainty in the effect of the possible mutation of the X gene, and the variation of synapses and brain waves in the brain. Mike Cowan lowered his head, covered his hands a little, yawned, and thought wildly, have some pie at noon, I hope it's not apple pecan stuffed. Apple hickory, yes, Mr. Cowan. Charles Xavier capped the marker pen, threw it on the desk in the meeting room, and ended his presentation. He seemed a little unhappy. Anyone on the stage was serious about his important point of view, while the audience below was distracted by writing and drawing. Their minds were full of what to eat today, and they would not be in a good mood. By the way, it's Professor Xavier, starting with X. Charles pulled over the chair and sat down. While unbuttoning his gray suit jacket and straightening his tie, Charles raised his chin slightly and corrected Director Mike Cowan of the CIA. In the conference room, apart from Director Cowan sitting at the head, Charles, CIA female agent Rui Wen, and a pot-bellied black-haired official sat in the corner of the room. Compared with Mr. Director, who was speechless for a while, this unknown gentleman figured out the meaning faster, leaned on the armrest of the chair, moved his buttocks, leaned his body forward slightly, and stared at Charles carefully. Detective Mark Taggart, if what you bring today is a superb magician or some kind of psychological expert, then I can seriously tell you that you have been demoted. Charles waved his hand to Detective Maura McTaggart, who stood up hastily and tried to explain, and said quickly, Mr. Mike Cowan, at the very beginning, I am very happy to know that our government is not ignorant of mutants, and I am also happy to share my research and knowledge in this regard, and prove to you that mutants what can be done is far beyond the scope of what we currently know and understand. Charles paused for a moment, and continued, as I can now clearly see in your mind, the deployment of strategic missiles in Turkey. Director Cowan was shocked immediately. He glared angrily at Emola, who was looking nervous, and shouted loudly, You actually revealed such a level of secrets. This gentleman, whether you are a professor or someone else, from now on you cannot leave. Listening to Mr. Director's loud questioning, Charles frowned with some headaches. Suddenly, Mr. Mike Cowan, who was leaning forward while leaning on the table, sluggishly maintained the strange posture at the moment, motionless, and the finger pointing to Charles also stopped in midair, and he did not even blink his eyelids. There. Mr. Cowan, please don't get excited, I will untie your brain now, please listen to me quietly. As soon as the words were finished, Mike Cowan took a deep breath, and his face quickly flushed. He slumped back to the chair, rubbing his cheeks and head indiscriminately, as if he wanted to catch some invisible bugs from above, avoiding his head, dare not look at Charles. I'm sorry sir, I let you have an unpleasant experience. As you felt just now, your brain can no longer give instructions to your body. If I want to, I can even. In short, the power of mutants can affect people's minds and it is entirely possible to control the opponent. The chubby official who was present, his eyes became more and more bright, he rubbed his feet back, dragged the soft chair with a pulley over Mr. Director who had been speechless for a long time, and asked Charles earnestly in a rough voice, Professor Xavier, besides what you just showed, what other step is it possible for mutants to do? That's a difficult question to answer clearly, are you? Michael Halls, the head of the Mutant Force Research Laboratory, belongs to the Strategic Science Corps, referred to as SSR, but the name will be changed soon. Halls pushed his glasses, his small eyes were squeezed smaller by the fat on his face, he cleared his throat, and continued. In order to deal with the Hellfire mutant troops that have been continuously appearing in the Soviet side in the past few years, the SSR has also set up related research units, but so far, there are very few discoveries, and they still stay in the enhancement brought about by physical distortion, or animal-like abilities. Charles nodded knowingly, and finally met a government official who was willing to take it seriously, which cheered him up a bit. What disappoints you is that I can't give a complete and exact answer. Any possibility, any mutant ability that we can think of or can't think of, may appear, Mr. Halls. It's just that the vast majority of mutants stay at the level of physical changes that are relatively easy to understand, as you have mastered. After Charles finished speaking, the scene he saw from Eric's memory for the first time flashed in his mind again, the man who burst into the air with a strong red light all over his body, with a pair of hideous skeletal weapons in his hands, like that even through memory images, people feel full of boundless oppressive power. Is it also something that mutants can achieve? Mike, I think they are more suitable for docking with me. You may have more important things to do now, if that important plan is interfered by special forces. Michael Halls patted Director Cowan on the shoulder, and whispered, he understood how complicated the CIA director who was completely speechless at the moment was, especially for a chief of an intelligence agency. There are such a person is a kind of deep-rooted fear and despair. Mr. Halls temporarily borrowed Agent Mora from Cowan, and brought the three of them to the parking garage. He glanced at the young and sweet Riven who had been silently following Professor Charles Xavier, and asked casually, Pretty lady, are you a mutant too? The chubby Halls was quite joking. He made a pair of scissors, hooked his fingers, and said something with a smile. Of course, but Charles won't let me use it lightly. Michael Halls was picking out the keys, looking for his Cadillac, and asked Raven curiously. Mora pulled Charles to walk behind, and whispered worriedly, You shouldn't show this ability so frankly and directly. It's too easy to arouse people's jealousy and fear. Charles was stunned for a moment. Interestingly, this master of the spiritual level has been living since he was a child, constantly seeing through people's true thoughts and thoughts hidden in the dark corners of their hearts. He shouldn't be, and can't be, a pure idealist, but maybe it's this overpowering power that keeps Charles too confident, maybe. Charles nodded slightly, without saying a word, got into the car together, and drove to the research base of the Strategic Science Corps in New York. The expansion of New York City's urban scale has never stopped. The two explosive expansions were related to the war. The 20s and 50s were the golden years of the United States. So much so that some people in this country sometimes secretly think in their hearts that it would be great if there was another world war. Since the founding of the United States, which has never stopped foreign wars, when will the flames of war be burned on itself? Fisher Golf Course belongs to the suburbs of New York, which is not considered a marginal location, and it can be said to be a golden area. In a few years, when the urban construction layout reaches this area, a large area of land will become an innumerable gold treasure, and the ownership of this area, or a considerable proportion of private land in New York, belongs to Howley of the TE family group. A few days later, Sebastian Shaw drove towards the Fisher Golf Course in a Hummer Jeep arranged by Colonel Bob Hendry, followed by brothers Eraser Goncharov and Perpetual Motion Machine Andre, and Torrent, a young long-haired mutant whose name is unknown. Xiao sat in the back with Nina, and Hendry drove the car himself, speaking to him flatteringly. Master, Lieutenant General Stanton is already waiting for you at the golf course. I lied that you are an arms dealer of a NATO ally, hoping to purchase some retired equipment. Such relatively private transactions are very common in the military. Colonel Hendry's mind control is getting deeper and deeper. He has completely abandoned his ego and personality, and regards Shaw as his only master. The other one, I remember you mentioned two generals of the US military. Major General Carlin has been shaken. In fact, he and I belong to the same faction. Because of my persuasion, as long as General Stanton can change his mind today, things will not change. Although the deployment of strategic missiles in Turkey is a dangerous and aggressive military move, it is also a way to wait and see the Soviet Union's attitude. After all, they will not launch nuclear warheads immediately because of this action. Xiao's face was exaggerated and he laughed with Colonel Hendry. When the missiles from the Soviet Union hit the American soil suddenly, there will be a grand nuclear fireworks in this world to enjoy. The two off-road vehicles stopped slowly and came to the gate of the golf course. It was too quiet here, and there was not even a staff member at the gate to greet them. When everyone got out of the car, Xiao saw that it was so quiet here, so he didn't think much about it. He winked at Nina and the Goncharov brothers, and the three followed behind, then disappeared, leaving behind Kong Wu's tall Anne. Andre and Torrent stood guard at the door. In the lobby of the main entrance of the golf course, a man and a woman, two young men with outstanding appearance and temperament were waiting in elegant suit jackets. Colonel Hendry blinked and was stunned for a moment, and then everything was as usual, and there was nothing unusual. Please follow me, sir is waiting for you inside. The lady with golden hair and delicate snow-white skin smiled brightly at Xiao, and guided him and Hendry forward with great cultivation. It was the tall young man who looked at Xiao with a strange expression. Heavy and very solemn. Xiao thought in his heart that this man should be an officer, so he took a second look and ignored it. He followed the beautiful lady through the hall and arrived at the court with a pleasant environment and vast green shade. A young man with long hair was sitting alone on a chair on the lawn, with a huge parasol standing behind him, and a small round table next to him was displaying some cigar-smoking items. There was no one else around, and it looked like an oil painting. Xiao looked at Hendry beside him strangely, but he walked up to him warmly and greeted him. Sir, I kept you waiting. Hendry walked up to the young man quickly, saluted him, shook hands actively, and then introduced to Xiao. This is Lieutenant General Stanton, and this is my lord and our friend Mr. Sebastian Shaw. The young man stood up and turned his head to look over. His figure was unusually tall and burly, over 1.9 meters tall, but he did not appear to be muscular and thick, but had an inexplicable aesthetic coordination, as if the natural proportions of the skeleton supported him. Such a perfect body shape. Xiao looked at the young man's half-smile expression, and subconsciously asked Hendry, is this Lieutenant General Stanton? Of course you, what are you talking about? Hendry laughed in embarrassment. Mr. Lieutenant General with grey hair and short stature was standing in front of them, why bother to ask? James smiled, waved his hand and said casually, go and rest inside, Colonel Hendry, I will have a chat with Mr. Xiao alone. Bob Hendry saluted again, gave Xiao a positive look, and left under the parasol. Xiao's eyes followed Hendry who was walking away strangely, and coughed twice on purpose, as if hinting at something. The two young men and women took a deep look at Xiao, each with different meanings. They walked a little further, leaving this space to the two of them. Sit down, Mr. Xiao, Lieutenant General Stanton should have a good night's sleep in the office. He is an old man who is usually very busy with military affairs, and he rarely sleeps well. James returned to the chair, crossed his legs, picked up the lustrous wooden humidor from the table, took out one and cut it himself. Xiao stood there for 2 seconds, sneered, and sat on the side calmly. I didn't expect things to change like this. Since we can sit together, I still have to ask this young gentleman, who are you? James frowned, tilted his head slightly, glanced sideways to the rear, raised the corners of his mouth, revealing 2 monstrous canine teeth, raised his hand and lit a cigar to smoke. After taking 2 deep breaths and slowly smacking his mouth, James finally spoke, saying in an unclear way, "Actually, you are not qualified to sit with me, Mr. Xiao, even if you call yourself a Black Emperor. In my opinion, you are still that Nazwai psychiatrist running around." Sebastian Xiao's pupils suddenly tightened, staring at James, and the muscles of his cheeks bulged high. James didn't look at him, but looked at the endless rolling lawns and forests of more than 10 hectares here. Without waiting for Xiao's response, he continued on his own. "You don't have a direct conflict with me. If there is, it's impossible for you to live on for so long, but I don't like what you've done, and I can't accept your plan for this world." Xiao looked around, looking strangely at the young man who was still smoking a cigar comfortably and speaking clearly. He collected himself, let out a long breath, and told himself to be graceful. "Isn't that bad? Mutants will emerge in large numbers, the old order will be subverted, and new empires will rise. Our era, which can span a long period of time and uncertainty, will come ahead of schedule." James continued to smoke his cigar, and suddenly put the golden apple in his hand in front of his eyes. "I made this kind of cigar specially for my own taste. I have a tricky mouth. I searched all over Cuba and surrounding countries just to select the origin of the cigar leaves, and finally settled in a valley with the best climate in Dominica. Hundreds of hectares, each mew of seedlings will only be screened for 2 or 3 seedlings in the end, plus picking and drying, as well as the selection standards of various natural materials in the production process. There are so many that I am qualified to import every year. Up to 100 boxes. You said it was all subverted by you. Where can I smoke such a good cigar?" James seemed to be seriously chatting with Xiao about cigar knowledge and tasting experience, not paying any attention to the increasingly crazy spiritual power around him, constantly trying to invade and control his brain. If it weren't for the waves of mental invasion that surged over, James would have never noticed that there were other people hidden in the surrounding void. He didn't even perceive his own mental awareness and powerful hearing and smelling abilities. The pair of Eraser brothers in the data seemed to be more than just mutant abilities such as being able to hide. "Where is that red-skinned Mr. Devil? The first time I met you, you were so young. Auschwitz was almost 20 years ago, and your life must have been extraordinarily long." Xiao suddenly felt like talking like this, which was much more polite than the 2 young men who started fighting without saying a word back then, and his truly elegant conversation and calm demeanor seemed to be what he had been subconsciously pursuing. But this further shows that the gentleman next to him knows himself well, and "Have no fear. Why, do you still want to go to heaven?" James extinguished his cigar and stared at Xiao with burning eyes. His eyes were extremely excited, as if a ferocious beast had finally reached the moment of predation. "Goncharov." Xiao yelled a Russian name, and stretched his right hand forward, as if trying to grab something. Boom! The blood-red light beam soaring into the sky disappeared in a flash, sweeping away thousands of miles of blue sky. James instantly raised his energy to the extreme. His black hair shot up, and the thick bloody flames enveloped his whole body. Under his deliberate control and restraint, the surrounding area with a radius of more than 10 meters was shattered into fine powder by the biological energy emitted by the explosion. The tables, chairs, and parasols were all smashed into fine debris, and even the lawn on the ground was instantly reduced to scorched earth. "You want to run so quickly, it doesn't match your ability." James didn't know what the Eraser mutant brothers' abilities were, but his range of indiscriminate vigor exploded, blocking Xiao's thoughts of trying to escape. Bang! There was a sound explosion, and James appeared in front of Xiao as if teleporting. The figure taller than Xiao's head suddenly filled his sight. James lowered his head slightly, and pressed against Xiao, almost touching him with the tip of his nose. Forehead. Sebastian Xiao was grabbed by the neck, and the big hands became tighter, and he was slowly lifted up. Xiao could even feel the strength of this man's just grasping, and let himself flow continuously absorb considerable kinetic energy. Boom! James soared into the air, grabbed Xiao's neck, burst the sound barrier one after another, and shot away into the distance. "Emma, will you help me fight?" Eric twisted his neck, looked at the flying away father, and asked Emma Frost tentatively with a smile. "Or I'll let you sleep and wake up and it's all over." Emma ripped open the lady's suit jacket she was wearing on the outside. Inside was a white close-fitting battlesuit, only her lower abdomen and shoulders were exposed. Her figure was uneven and firm. She flicked her long golden hair, raised her eyebrows, and stood alone. Eric Lanz here smiled embarrassingly. He coughed twice and twisted his neck. 2 of Shaw's men guarding the entrance of the stadium had already rushed in. The blood was red and flowing, and the 2 of them were shocked immediately, and they were covered in cold sweat. "Blast!" Emma whispered a word, and swayed slowly towards the 2 who rushed in. She raised her right hand above her head and spread her 5 fingers. Andre and Rainwater suddenly knelt on the ground, their hands hurting squeezed his head. Eric slowly floated up. The golf course was full of toothsick metal twisting sounds. The building hall at the entrance collapsed, and a dozen steel structures and countless steel bars seemed to have their own life, winding like a snake twisting and dancing in the air. Emma was about to kill her when she suddenly felt a shock in her brain. She soon realized that there was an intruder in her heart. Matryoshka Nina is holding Anton Goncharov with her right hand, her green pupils are glinting, and her left hand is pointing at the center of her eyebrows, staring at Emma who is less than 5 meters away in front of her. The two brothers Eraser Goncharov are not simply invisible or visual deception, but escape into an unknown space field, and can only be activated when the two brothers are in physical contact. This domain seems to be a backside of the real space. They can see and hear everything outside, but they cannot affect reality. Once they try to contact or interfere, they will leave the backside world for a short time, and the only thing that is not affected by this rule is the invisible and intangible spiritual power, so they have hidden with Nina since they came here, and they have been James' side tried to control him. But what made Nina annoyed for a while was that this young man was not affected by her in the slightest. She was like a little girl holding a long shovel, trying to dig a hole feebly on a rock made of pure steel. Put your own seed in it. Emma felt the weird spiritual power, which was not as sharp and hard as her own, but twisted and dark like a Tarsus worm. This is a special experience that only those with spiritual power will have. She caressed her forehead with her right hand. She didn't have the energy to deal with the two mutants for the time being, and thought about how to deal with this psychic mutant who couldn't find the source. On the other side, Torrent's long dark hair danced wildly, and a miniature tornado appeared in each of his two palms. Looking at the man standing in the air, dancing steel and silver snakes around him, his face was extremely heavy, and he spread his hands. Standing in the shape of a cross, the whole person spun rapidly on the spot. The sky and the earth changed color for a while, and the blue sky that had been shaken up by James suddenly gathered thick clouds. A tornado column that really pierced the sky, stirred countless earth, rocks, rubble, and uprooted trees and turf, and confronted Eric. It will be updated during the day. There is no reason. I know the card is uncomfortable for everyone. Try to present this paragraph to everyone coherently. But it's really not working tonight. Pan has been busy all day during the day, and he just finished writing these 2 chapters, and the state of writing is still very poor. It's unrealistic for everyone to wait until 3 or 4 o'clock, so let's do it during the day and try to send it out before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just sauce, love everyone. End of this chapter. Hank McCoy has mixed emotions these days. On the one hand, it is because Minister Michael Halls of the Mutation Force Research Department has brought 2 magical fellow mutants, and on the other hand, it is also because this fellow accidentally revealed own secret. I thought your research direction was supersonic aircraft, but I didn't expect to make such a magical brainwave device. How did you come up with the idea of developing this? Rui Wen stopped and walked aside, curiously playing with some strange instruments, and she asked the somewhat restrained Hank with a sweet smile. Her voice was hoarse and magnetic. Charles sat somewhat nervously in the messy research room full of network wires and pipes. He watched Hank fiddle with the helmet that looked like a cauldron, filled with chip synapses and connectors, and couldn't help but doubt that this young man, does the researcher have a mentality of revenge against himself? After all, Minister Halls has a deep understanding of mutants, and he instinctively thought that Hank McCoy's mutant identity was known to Halls. Hank is very young, a few years younger than Charles, but he is an out-and-out genius. The electroencephalogram is a temporary hobby. I was recruited into the SSR because of the Super Soldier Serum project. My research direction is evolutionary biology, genetics, and biochemistry. Hey, well, we're pretty much in the same field of research. I did my PhD in mutations and genetics at Oxford. Speaking of this, Professor Charles Xavier was stunned for 2 seconds. He was even more worried about whether Hank McCoy's brainwave device was reliable. I didn't go that far in academics, and soon turned to practical biochemistry. At that time, I wanted to work earlier and earn money. I was inclined to go to the Howlett Institute of Advanced Technology. The salary there is top-notch, but the chief of the SSR has worked for my parents for a long time, and the salary here is not bad, so. Hank looked at Charles, who was a little nervous, pinched his glasses, and was also moved by this emotion. He was thin, with short brown hair, and was wearing a researcher's white gown. He looked like a tech nerds are no different. Don't worry too much, just try it on a small scale. Theoretically, this brainwave device can cover the entire Earth. I remember you said that your limit can cover a block of consciousness. Charles brushed his hair, flattened it, rolled his eyes upwards, stared at the brainwave device that Hank was slowly placing on his head, and hummed nervously twice to confirm. Then, let's test the scope of New York City, and try to see what you can see. By the way, are the brainwaves of mutants really different from ordinary people? Hank still asked Charles in disbelief. That was how his identity was exposed, and he couldn't help showing his beautiful big feet. At least in my eyes, maybe mutants who also have psychic powers can block this kind of induction, but the brainwaves of other mutants are as obvious as the sudden bright red in a gray figure. Hank nodded, walked to the console, activated the device called Brainwave Enhancer, and turned on the amplification effect with the lowest power. With the sound of humming, the faint blue fluorescent light illuminated Charles. Close your eyes and face. Rowan jumped up and down excitedly, and said in a low voice, look how many mutants there are in New York. Ho, ah, boom. Just over 10 seconds later, the brainwave device and the control panel sparked everywhere. Charles roared in pain, and lifted off the heavy brainwave device helmet. Hank immediately shut down the machine, ran to the corner to pick up the fire extinguisher sprayed everywhere. How's Charles? How are you? Raven stroked Charles's cheek and forehead in a panic, and she didn't look excited and curious at the beginning. It was the first time she saw Charles lose his composure in such pain. Suburbs. A few strong. Mutants, the colonel in the suburbs of New York. Professor Charles Xavier was confused for a moment, and spoke slowly. In just a few seconds, he looked all over New York City, and saw a few mutants who were particularly eye-catching gathered together, and among them was a knife-like spiritual power that exploded out of thin air. And among these people, there is his good colleague, Eric lands here. Bang, bang, bang. Eric pointed at the same moment at the first moment, and the steel frame structure all over the sky and the steel bars as thick as a thumb slammed into the center of the tornado that had just been twisted and formed. While piercing, the steel that was originally cast into building materials was twisted and deformed roundly, and the head was twisted into a cone-like shape, even with blood grooves and barbs, which was extremely ferocious. Hum, hum. Groups of radially spreading positions repelled the surrounding air, shaking off the countless steel spears that swarmed, and rumbling roars erupted from the piercing clashes of steel. Perpetual motion machine Andre stood in the center of the storm, releasing a continuous potential energy position, like a translucent protective cover, which matched the ability of Torrent unexpectedly. The gray-black tornado column finally swept over with panic and prestige, rolling up a large piece of thick dirt and lawn where it passed, and bringing up the rocks and trees by their roots. Eric lands here suspended in midair at a height of more than 20 meters. With a muffled puff, Eric's figure fell and landed on the ground. Looking at the imminent, piercing oolong pillar, he didn't panic at all. The surrounding steel pillars and steel cones that were still undulating faintly in midair instantly gathered beside Eric, wedged deeply into the soil one by one, gathered and surrounded, and covered each other layer by layer. Boom, boom, boom. The steel pillars slammed down and piled up to form an irregular semicircular sphere. The steel structure that protruded several meters into the ground was like foundations, firmly buckled there, as solid as a rock. The hurricane finally completely engulfed Eric, and it stopped and stirred for a long time before it gradually dissipated. Torrent was half kneeling, his long black hair was dripping with sweat, his back was heaving uncontrollably, his chest was constantly panting like a bellows. A hurricane of this scale was the strongest force he could do his best up. Can he still survive? The already thick and chatty Russian was even more blunt under Andrei's dull tone and rhythm. He was wearing a fur jacket with his chest exposed, and his thick hair looked like a close-fitting shirt. The sound of the wind died down, the rustling grass blades and misty sand, dust, and rocks slowly fell silent. Torrent did not respond to Andrei's question, looking at the black-gray semicircular fortress meters ahead. My heart sank suddenly. Zira. The octagonal and nearly round irregular steel fortress cracked a gap, and the light shone in, just hitting Eric's cheek. His handsome profile smiled and his eyes flashed fiercely. Puff. Andre stood there dumbfounded, with 7 or 8 sharp steel spears several meters in length pierced out from under his feet. These steel spears drilled into and out of the soil pierced into his body staggeredly, and blood dripped down immediately. The tall and burly body was propped obliquely in midair. Torrent looked at his companion who had lost his life immediately. His distorted face happened to look at him, the blood spurting from his mouth splashed onto his cheeks. Andre's not hideous eyes and expression seemed to be it doesn't hurt much to say all this. Bang bang, Eric waved his hand gracefully. The steel fortress in front of him opened up and opened a door. He strode out, looked at the torrent that turned around and fled, pushed his palm up, and stuck it on Andre's body. The steel spear shot into the sky, and then pierced forward again. Eric turned around and left without looking back at the nameless man who was dressed like a hedgehog behind him. He looked at Emma who was sitting cross-legged outside the battle circle with some doubts and worries. Matryoshka Nina is not as powerful as Emma, and her mind barrier can perfectly resist this mutant who is good at mind control, but the strangeness of the Goncharov brothers' escape into the backside world makes her unable to find it. To the object of counterattack. Waves of mind invasions are like parasites, trying to find a hole to invade but failing many times. Emma gritted her teeth, watching Eric come over from the end of the battle, and then opened the mind barrier to protect him. After putting on a layer of armor, he completely let go of his mental defenses, allowing Nina's consciousness to sneak in. In the illusory, indescribable realm of consciousness, a snow-white, thick and long caterpillar with 4 pairs of green pupils wriggled in Emma's spiritual world, and it was a bit cute. There hangs a bright diamond high in the sky, with countless flawless facets shining with various brilliance and pictures, like a mirror that shines on all hearts. Nina's mental evolution slowly crawled towards this charming gem, and the pale white caterpillar thrust its sharp mouthparts out of its mouth, becoming ferocious and terrifying, and poked it up and down. Emma frowned in pain, and she finally found the source track by going deep into the thoughts in her mind. Ping, ping ping. The soul diamond is constantly being stabbed by parasitic thoughts, and there is a non-existent sound of gold and iron in the mind. After a while, the diamond gradually burst into cracks, and even became bigger and bigger, crackling. Full of the hole. Emma's body was constantly trembling, and the sun shone on her skin, even reflecting light faintly. She clenched her silver teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Boom! The jewel in the spiritual field exploded, and Nina's parasitic caterpillar was blasted into powder. 2 screams came from the void, and 3 figures appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, Emma Frost's whole body exploded with dazzling brilliance. Her skin, hair, and every inch of her body turned into dazzling diamonds. With a clear and long howl, mind shock overwhelms all creatures around. James Howlett clamped Xiao's neck, and flew at supersonic speed for a few minutes. He felt that the energy surging around him was continuously absorbed by Xiao. Seeing that the place was almost there, he suddenly fell and left Xiao aside. Some Xiao, who violated the laws of physics, slammed into the rocks in the empty valley at high speed, but did not cause any damage, as if all the kinetic energy had been eliminated. James nodded excitedly, hung in the air, and said with a ferocious smile, "It's time, Xiao, I hope you are really so resistant to beating." Adding more, "But it is definitely not possible to end the entire battle immediately. I can only let everyone not wait too long. I really tried my best. Tomorrow's may be updated later, and I have to work for a living in the afternoon, so I can only code tomorrow's 2 chapters at night. If the midnight is not on time, I will let you know earlier." Pan would like to ask some readers who do not have a full subscription to give a lot of support. It is best to book a wave of all the previous ones, because soon the number of VIP words will be full of 20 words, and the average subscription score can reach an achievement. There is not much content now. There is no pressure for everyone to book a wave. Thanks guys, love everyone. End of this chapter. All the way north from New York, passing through Hartford and Albany, you will soon reach Canada, where there are vast no man's land and mountain wilderness, and you will never be disturbed. Asazo has already found the best sightseeing location. He found a basalt column in this unnamed valley. The top is flat and stands tall. He can see 2 figures in the distant mountains. Sebastian Xiao was not in a hurry, stood up slowly, patted the elegant silver grey suit jacket, shook off a lot of dirt, and said slowly, "Sir, I still prefer the atmosphere of sitting down and talking together just now. We are all a few compatriots living in a world of billions of human beings. I think that if there are inconsistent ideas, they can be resolved through communication." James still looked down at Xiao, his long hair danced vigorously, and a faint blood-colored energy flow lingered around his body. The white shirt he was originally wearing had already been turned into dust under the torrent of turbulence around him, and the black combat trousers and boots he wore on his lower body were all custom-made from high-resistant materials specially researched by the Howlett Research Institute. Maximum resistance to the damage of the body's dissipated energy. Over the years, I have gradually improved my strength to today, and established this family and power, so that I can show my claws directly when I don't want to talk nonsense. Bang, boom, boom, boom. The bloody flames around James exploded one after another, and the bone blades and shield spines on his arms instantly proliferated and spurted out. The spurting bioenergy flow rubbed against the air to create fine sparks, crackling on his body. In the short period of time that came here, Xiao kept thinking about what kind of mutant ability this young man who has not even bothered to reveal his name to him so far has. What made Xiao desperate was that this majestic man seemed to have perfect power without loopholes that was beyond the reach of ordinary mutants. He can release a certain kind of energy, which is stronger than any mutant of the same type he has ever seen. It is not comparable to his perpetual motion machine Andre. His body is extremely solid and strong, and he can also produce bone weapons. Judging from Xiao's experience, this type of mutants often has a certain self-healing ability, and the most frightening thing is that this man's spiritual consciousness, even Nina, there is nothing they can do. But Sebastian Xiao cheered up, with a narrow smile on his thin face. He was least afraid of this kind of simple and rude power. Boom! A sound barrier exploded behind James, and he shot at Xiao with a bang. The bone blades in both hands pressed against Xiao's chest, breaking through the blue-gray rocks behind him, and smashing into a deep pit of more than 10 meters. Sebastian Xiao's figure continued to blur, and James' bone blade pierced it felt particularly strange, not solid, as if it had hit a non-Newtonian fluid at high speed. Just like the feeling when flying with Xiao Pokong before, all the strength and energy blows of James have been absorbed, and the seemingly exaggerated destructive power is only left in superficial movements, and all the energy in it has been absorbed. Eliminate all. Xiao stretched out his fingertips and touched the opponent's shoulder lightly. Suddenly, the strong light raged. James instantly accepted all the energy currently stored in Xiao's body, and was blasted out of the deep pit and blasted to a distance of -meters. Thick smoke and dust billowed down, and Xiao walked out of the hole in disgrace. His clothes were pierced a few times, and a few rips were cut. Everything else was as usual. He felt at ease temporarily. As long as the man has no other weird abilities, so Xiao can be confident and invincible. Gradually falling dust reveals the vision ahead, centered on James, who was deeply sunken on a cliff by the bombardment. The broken wall of the canyon was cracked with cobweb cracks with a radius of more than 10 meters, and at the same time it was still constantly falling apart. Smack! Smack! The sound of falling gravel echoed in the empty valley. James jumped out of the 3-meter deep pit. He intentionally controlled the self-healing ability of his body and did not recover immediately. Looking at the broken skin and parts from his left shoulder to his abdomen, the fascia tissue, curled his lips, and blinked his eyes to heal as before. Xiao let out a long sigh. This gentleman's physical strength and self-healing ability were even beyond his imagination. Xiao, who had done thousands of experiments on mutants, was very puzzled. Mutants who often have energy released, physical strength is relatively limited. If neither side can do anything to the other, this will be a protracted battle. Not bad, you are tough enough. Xiao was thinking about how to speak, but it was James who had a strong body like gold and jade, showing 4 sharp canine teeth, and said softly in satisfaction. He was floating in midair, and the blades of his claws gleamed coldly, not like bones, but more like 100 smelt steel knife. Sir, I think there will be no results if we continue fighting like this. I, Sebastian Shaw, the mutant Black Emperor, would like to talk to you again. Ha 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 ha. Asazuo teleported closer, hugged his stomach and laughed harshly. He really felt that Xiao was too neurotic. The word that the old man sometimes said about himself, the second, might be more suitable for Xiao. James restrained his stance and fell to the ground, but what he said was not what Xiao was willing to listen to. I have two guesses about your strength. One is the upper limit of your energy absorption, and the other is the absorption speed. He walked forward at a leisurely pace, and as he approached step by step, a faint sense of panic and oppression rose in Sebastian Xiao's heart. Your absorption speed is not fast, and the nerve and body reactions are also very average. As for the upper limit, James' eyes were fixed, and he gathered the energy in his body without dispersing it. As if the most basic fist attack, he dodged in and slashed on Xiao's shoulder with a claw. Immediately, countless double images superimposed. Xiao was like a sponge that could absorb water stains, and was suddenly thrown into the pool. The power poured into him instantly by that claw made him immediately lose all mobility, and he had to concentrate on absorbing it. Stand up. Xiao's energy absorption process is a one-way line. Absorption and release cannot be carried out at the same time, but in most cases, especially during World War II, Xiao entered the second mutation awakening through the energy stimulation of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Even if it is the energy of more than a dozen grenades exploding at the same time, he can store it in his body instantly. As for the upper limit, he has not tested it himself. Punches or bone blades didn't have much effect on James' attack release. What he did was extremely compress his own strength, and the energy positions in his body continued to gather, like nuclear fission. This body with infinite life energy, played to the extreme. Atomic Claw. This is the energy utilization move learned that day in the capital of the Neon Country, completely exposed to the central area of the atomic bomb, and it is also the strongest blow that James can do now. Boom! Xiao was hit into the air by the bone claws picked up by flipping his hands. James' figure instantly turned into a blurred streamer in this space, and the explosions in the air were superimposed. Constantly bombarding him, the body's trembling and absorbing load gradually reached the extreme. The short tens of seconds made Xiao feel as long as eternity. He had already lost consciousness, and the bone claws stabbed by James stopped suddenly and did not strike again. Xiao's skin was chapped inch by inch, but there was no trace of blood flowing out. An extremely unstable stream of energy surged through the gaps, and it became like a broken doll, even suspended in the air in such a strange way. James stepped back slowly. From the depths of his heart, even every cell felt a sense of fatigue that he had never felt before. This was the first time he felt empty and tired in his body, and it was the strongest feeling hundreds of times. The blow also made James understand the upper limit of his destructive power, almost equal to the explosion energy of an atomic bomb. James stopped the final blow. He knew that Xiao at this moment had completely reached the critical point of bursting. Maybe it only needed a light touch, and even the slightest force could destroy his weakest balance. Xiao ate an atomic bomb-level energy attack in a very short period of time, and finally came to the abyss of death. Asazo teleported below the two of them, looking at Xiao who was floating out of thin air like magma surging with energy flames. He was amazed. Go and bring Eric. James' voice was faintly tired, and his eyes did not leave, still staring at him firmly. He could feel that Xiao was not dead yet, and maybe if he just left it alone, this talented mutant might really survive again, and even reach the critical point of dying by energy absorption, and go one step further. The two brothers Nina Ivanovna and Goncharov passed out on the ground, blood flowed from the corners of their eyes, and they were still alive, but they could basically be declared brain dead. Emma followed Nina's mind, coupled with the mental storm that she broke through to the limit, and swallowed back the spiritual power that Nina had invaded in one fell swoop. Out of the backside world, Eric looked at Emma, who had been transformed into a diamond and returned to her original appearance, and was more and more shocked by the power of the mutant group. The transformation into a diamond-like life form was really shocking. With a puff, the black and red smoke gathered and scattered out of thin air. Asazo looked at the ruined golf course, put his waist in and smiled and said, "You two are making a lot of noise. Let's go, Dad is looking for you." Did Xiao get killed by Dad? Eric asked eagerly. They had made a plan to deal with Xiao from the beginning. If James couldn't solve Xiao in the end, then Emma still needed to take action. Well, that's right. It's mainly for you to make up the knife. Asazo flashed his fangs. Eric and Emma put his shoulders on the left and right, and the three of them disappeared in a flash. Almost at the front and rear feet, a military off-road vehicle drove up, and Charles Xavier finally arrived with Raven, Hank McCoy, Agent Mora and Mr. Halls. They were stunned for a while looking at the suburban ruins that seemed to have been ravaged by a Category 10 hurricane, and all the traces of Charles's mind in the brainwave instrument had completely disappeared. In the desolate canyon of Canada, Asazo appeared again. Eric looked at the two figures floating in the sky, and then leveled his arms and floated up. I'll leave it to you for the last time, it's all one thought. James looked at Eric, who had grown into a man, and returned the last knife of revenge to his hand. Eric stared coldly at this Klaus Schmidt doctor who had appeared in his nightmares countless times when he was young. After a long time, a coin floated out of his pocket, which was the time of Duchner. Minted eagle coins. He took a last deep look at Sebastian Shaw, who had been torn apart and barely maintained his human form. As James slowly flew back to the mountain, standing side by side with Asazo and Emma, the coin slowly moved in his palm. Slow rotation, faster and faster. It gradually accelerated into a blur, and even faintly flashed electromagnetic sparks. Accelerated by the high-speed electromagnetic force, the coin burst into Xiao in midair in an instant, sending the last straw that overwhelmed the camel's camel. The extreme light engulfed the brilliance of the sun, and the nearby mountain peaks, whether they were rocks or vegetation, were all crumbled into pieces. Hundreds of meters above the sky, that spot of ever-expanding and magnifying light swallowed everything in this space. At the moment when the white light was about to overwhelm everyone, the four figures turned into black and red smoke and disappeared. Charles and the others seemed to have taken on the job of cleaning up the battlefield, and found 6 bodies in total. The faces that Agent Maura Mark Taggart saw in the secret room of the Atomic Night Club, except for Sebastian Shaw, everyone is here. Strategic Science Corps, Michael Halls of the Mutation Force Research Department is talking on a military vehicle mobile phone, reporting the situation here to the peak. Ugh. Raven endured the nausea, looking at the steel spears piercing through the tattered corpse. The long-haired man's body was pierced on the ground and strung up, crisscrossing through the wounds, opening his entire chest and abdomen. The internal organs fell out piece by piece. Hank came to Raven and pulled her away. Charles was examining a pair of twins and a young woman with albinism. Their eyes were crying blood, their hearts were still beating weakly, but their brains were dead. As for Colonel Bob Hendry, he was found in the ruins of a collapsed building, and he should be a pond fish that was affected. This way the problem is solved, and all the black hands behind the scenes are dead. Raven swayed around for the last time, speaking innocently. Maura and Charles did not relax. On the one hand, the most important leader is still dead, and on the other hand, it is even more of a problem who made such a big battle and wiped out such a powerful team of mutants. Charles, do you have any clues? What else did you see through that brainwave device? Mola looked at the scene of Shura in a complicated manner, and lost her mind for a moment. Of course, Charles Xavier knew in his heart that there were 2 other mutants discovered through the brainwave machine, an unknown woman with extremely strong psychic power, and one who was a mutant. Puff. Asazo brought James and the 3 of them back here in a flash. After the void flashed, they looked at a few strangers who appeared suddenly. The 2 groups were a little stunned by each other, but Eric grinned, his eyes were burning, and the meaning was unclear. Said to James, "Father, this is the colleague I mentioned to you, Professor Charles Xavier. Last night, I couldn't sleep well because of being upstairs. In the morning, I thought about agreeing to everyone's additions. I forced myself to wake up early and take some time to finish writing, but the backlash came at night. Now my mind is in a mess, and I can't do this vicious circle anymore. Sorry everyone, today's update is a little less. It's very sad." End of this chapter. Conditions at the Fisher Golf Course resembled a hurricane and a missile. The turf and trees, the debris of the collapsed building, and the range as far as the eye can see have been messed up, like a messy oil painting painted by a child's naughty. Minister Michael Halls dropped the phone receiver on the ground. He stared blankly at the 4 figures flashing on the ruins, especially the one with blood-red skin and tail waving wildly behind him. Devil? James calmly looked at Professor Xavier with a worried face. He was very young, not tall but very energetic, wearing a well-crafted handmade suit jacket and an Oxford College checkered scarf. Well, the scarf is still in the same style as it was half a century ago. Look at him, he can hold the title of professor at such a young age. Instead, James opened his mouth and talked about his daily life, praised Charles a few words, and talked to Eric quite seriously about his lack of progress in his work. What a coincidence, Charles. Why, come to play golf. Eric lands here and James chattered, and hurriedly diverted the topic away, so that his father would no longer be entangled in his evaluation of the lecturers of the college next year. Asked again. Call. Charles took a long breath, stretched out his hand to James, shook hands with him, and said with a little respect, "It's my first time meeting you, sir. This is my cousin Rowan. These are just ordinary friends. We happen to." First time? Professor Xavier, I'm afraid it's not the first time. James smiled frankly, rubbed his forehead with his fingers, and then patted Eric's shoulder helplessly. The Research Institute has almost finished experimenting with the materials for shielding telepathy. Go back and make a helmet yourself. He and Emma looked at each other, and they both understood each other. Although James did not have the power of mind and spirit, the majestic and imminent spiritual thoughts of the young Professor Xavier were as dazzling as the rising sun. Eric finally understood something. He was at a loss for words, put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and stared at Charles. He didn't expect that the embarrassment in front of Emma would happen again this time. Hold, I'm sorry Eric, I didn't meet the right opportunity to explain to you. Charles apologized to Eric in embarrassment. He smacked his mouth and pulled his scarf unnaturally. Under the deep eyes of this tall, handsome, and unusually young gentleman, Professor Xavier, for the first time, I felt at a loss. Kukikiko. A blue-black aircraft that looks like a military transport plane but has a flatter structure, with a pair of ailerons at the tail, suddenly flew overhead, and was driven by 4 blue energy engines to land slowly vertically. Hank McCoy stared at this strangely shaped aircraft with bright eyes. From his professional point of view, this kind of power engine technology surpassed the highest level that the United States can achieve at the moment. Bucky wears a black metal mask that covers his face, his eyes are exposed, his black hair is scattered, his adamantium alloy arms are shining in the light, and there is an emblem on his shoulder that is the same as Steve's shield, fangs and knives, the H composed of traces. He picked up a few corpses at random, and the 4 wolf pack fighters behind him stepped forward and carried them, and walked towards the wolf nest transport plane without looking back. Wait a minute, which department are you from? I am a senior agent of the CIA, and this is Minister Halls of the Strategic Science Corps. The identities of these corpses are yet to be investigated, and you can't just take them away. Detective Maura McTaggart saw that these teams in black combat uniforms were carrying away the corpses of these important Soviet mutants, so he had to run forward and stop them loudly. Minister Halls, who is also an SSR official, also shook his fat belly and ran forward to question. They took it for granted that these soldiers, who seemed to have undergone the most rigorous training, were the special forces of the United States. The warriors of the wolf pack continued their actions without being affected at all. Although they were not winter wolves, they were not comparable to the so-called special forces from the outside world. Bucky didn't seem to hear the noise of the two, and when Michael Halls approached him, he stared sideways, making the fat man swallow the words he was about to say. Charles, your ordinary friend. Eric glanced at the two of Maura, and turned to ask in a sharp tone. He looked at James' expression and didn't say any more. That's Mr. Howlett. We are also tracking down the Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw who tried to cause the US-Soviet war. I saw some clues, so I rushed all the way here. Charles sincerely explained to the real Chief James that he hadn't figured out how to deal with this mysterious and powerful gentleman, but the current situation became more and more troublesome. It doesn't matter, Professor Xavier. Xiao is dead. I want to take away the corpses of these mutants. The US Colonel can give them to you. As for your friends Emma, clear their memories. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Charles was just relieved when this Mr. Howlett turned to an unquestionable order, which immediately made him break out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, Mr. Howlett, please wait a moment, isn't your approach too much, and Raven and McCoy are also mutants. Oh, James glanced at the young professor's cousin unexpectedly. The latter had almost focused all his attention on Asazo since they appeared. The other thin fair boy with glasses was shy and embarrassing. Smiled. He has a pretty good personality. Charles? Do you remember how many times you pry into the minds of others without their consent? James asked Charles Xavier with a slight smile, and Emma beside him raised her jaw slightly, looking at herself quietly, waiting for the final decision. Forget about these two young people, let's deal with the people from the government. Emma flicked her long hair, walked in front of Charles, and glanced at him inexplicably. The spiritual power of the two was split at the touch, and Charles had a slight headache. This extremely beautiful young woman, her spiritual power is like a diamond. Sharp. Agent Maura and Mr. Halls from the Mutation Force Research Department watched the lady walking towards him pointing fingers at him, his eyes dazed immediately, and he immediately froze in place, murmuring in vain. Charles's chest was bulging, he was angry at Eric, the elder's domineering behavior, and he was confused by his sharp questioning. Miss, erase the memories of Maura and the others. Let's go. James glanced at the few people for the last time, turned around and walked towards the aircraft, but Asazo flashed to his side with some embarrassment, talking happily. Father, do you think that young professor's sister is interested in me? She keeps staring at me, making me blush. Hey, when don't you blush, be careful that her cousin makes trouble for you. James sneered and walked into Wolf's Nest took Emma's hand, and looked at it carefully. The girl has now been reborn. Charles, see you at school. Eric Lands here, who was walking at the end, said goodbye to Charles, and there was no sign of displeasure in his expression, as if he was more interested in getting along with him in the future. He winked at Raven with a playful smile, then looked gently at Hank McCoy, who looked like a little researcher, and strode away gracefully. On the plane returning to the old manor house, Emma hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can these mutants be trusted? And you know, if that Professor Xavier is willing, he can restore the memory of the two government agents. This little thing can't affect us. It's just an attitude. If Charles Xavier goes to help them recover, it will be his attitude." James curled his lips and asked Bucky in the front cockpit, "How's Sola's preparations going?" "All the manufacturing is completed, and the terrain layout of Greenland is basically completed. Teacher, what are we going to do?" James smiled and said nothing, and Bucky was not persistent. He unfastened his seat belt and ran to the back cabin, and hooked up with Eric. He heard that the boy's metal form has changed, and he is more and more comfortable playing. He interrupted Asazo's bragging that he claimed to be popular with girls. Switch to adamantium. "Are you kidding? Where did the hurricane come from in New York? Maura, this must be the cause of Colonel Hendry. It is very likely that a special team blew up there." Minister Michael Halls and CIA female agent Maura, who were driving back, were having a heated discussion in the front row about what destroyed this golf course. Bob Hender died in the ruins of the building. What happened to Colonel Lee? The three people in the back row were silent. Charles sat in the middle, feeling that nothing was going well, and moved his butt from time to time irritably, making Hank, who was so good-tempered, almost stick to the car window. Charles. Raven, who hadn't spoken all afternoon, called Charles's name softly. Hank McCoy also listened curiously. The two people in front were arguing louder and louder. He didn't know why, but always felt very awkward. That red-skinned man, he still has a tail. Why is he so confident that he doesn't care about other people's eyes? The melancholy and loneliness in Raven's words were indescribable. In this world, she could easily be anyone, but she chose to. "Can't be myself." Charles Xavier, who is knowledgeable and extremely intelligent, was questioned again today. He tried to comfort the lonely Raven, but he couldn't utter a word. Hank McCoy lowered his head against the seat in front of him, staring at the size 50 shoes propped up by his instep, and suddenly he knew where he felt awkward. It's the beast feet that have been squeezed into the little shoes since childhood. Mr. President, in your situation, I can only suggest to use some antibiotics. Painkillers are also necessary, and the side effects of these two new drugs are more obvious, but I still hope you can. Dr. Schneider, it's okay. I'm used to it. You know that I had malignant scarlet fever when I was very young, and then I got severe Addison's disease when I was in middle school. These reactions are normal. The number 35th President of the United States, who has just taken office for less than a year, Mr. Johnson Kennedy, communicated with the exclusive doctor of the White House about his physical condition with a gentle face. He once again declined the doctor's suggestion for a comprehensive examination. Since he was a child, Kennedy has done dozens of in-depth examinations for his strange faults. He has suffered a lot, but there is still no way to do it, and many diagnosis results are specious. Later, in order to deceive others, he always claimed that he had a similar situation with Addison's disease, a kind of primary adrenal hypofunction with localized pigmentation, taupe or dark brown. Dr. Schneider opened his mouth, and couldn't help but glanced at the chest and ribs covered by Mr. President's shirt. He knew clearly, such a skin disease. What is Addison's disease? Johnson Kennedy no longer expects to be cured. There is no cure for this disease, which has long been known to be at the genetic level. He only hopes that his daughter Caroline and the newborn John will no longer inherit such a terrible curse. Relying on some serum injections, he has controlled it fairly well in the past few years, but the side effects of severe pain are not only physical torture, but also the psychology and spirit of Mr. President. Kennedy collected himself, rubbed his face, and flipped through the briefing on the table. The United States representative in NATO, Colonel Bob Hendry, the strategic advisor, was instigated by hostile forces for the time being. Lieutenant General Stanton and Major General Carlin are still undergoing internal review, and it has basically been confirmed that they have not had any contact with Hendry. Because of the serious external force, the plan to deploy strategic missiles in Turkey, which was almost reached, was completely shelved. However, the reports and suggestions submitted by the CIA and SSR on the mutant powers opened the eyes of the new president, who was sitting in the round hall of the White House, and made him even more skeptical about whether the strange powers and abilities above were real. He looked at the large amount of information about the group of mutants provided in the material, and unconsciously scratched his side. A terrible answer slowly emerged in John Kennedy's mind, and he gradually felt his side itching badly again. Subconsciously, he looked at the empty rotunda again, unbuttoned 2 shirts on his stomach, and put his hands stretched in. Puff puff. Asazo just sent Emma Frost back to the old house, and immediately teleported and disappeared alone. Emma looked at the place where the black and red smoke dispersed strangely, and she didn't know what the red devil was hiding these days. Demons are often missing. But when she thought about it again, Asazo's normal behavior was to disappear. Is everything done? In the study of the old house, James held a map scroll that looked quite old, and looked at it carefully. He put on the black suit that he went to Moscow, which was very similar to the standard combat uniform of the wolves. Clothes, but more refined and concise. Unlike Eric, who likes to wear a cloak, James prefers a style that is easy to move. The generals of the Soviet Missile Force, the Minister of Defense, and the high-level figures who had contact with Xiao have all been checked. The spiritual hints in their minds are not serious, and the resolution is relatively smooth. James put the leather roll back in the drawer, stood up and looked out the window at the assembled wolf pack. Steve had already carried his shield and stood in front of the team with Bucky. Peggy Rogers was crossing his arms, a little unhappy, talking to him about something. The success this time has a lot to do with Sister Peggy's intelligence work, which saved Asazo and me a lot of time. Ever since Emma broke through to the limit of the first level of the evolution technique and opened up her diamond mutant power, her figure has grown a bit taller, and it seems that her entire length is on her legs. She is 180 centimeters tall and wears some high-heeled long tubes wearing leather boots. He walked slowly behind James with his exaggerated long legs, and hugged his waist intimately. James smiled slightly, patted Emma on the back of his arm, remembered something, and asked, "Where's Asazo? He ran away as soon as he sent me back. Why isn't he interested in such a big operation this time? Don't worry about him. This kid might be wishful thinking. Asazo has been to that place. It's normal for him to lose interest." The two came downstairs immediately, and the Winter Wolf fighters boarded the Wolf's Nest transport plane one by one. Peggy was also wearing a well-fitting combat uniform, and the pure and clear London voice sounded, "Sir, Steve refused to let me go with you. I remember you didn't specifically name the participants in this operation." Peggy frowned and glared at her husband. Steve pulled Peggy's finger awkwardly, and smiled helplessly at the teacher. "The battle of this operation is even more exaggerated than that of going straight to Moscow's Red Square some time ago. Peggy's physical condition is an ordinary human, so it's better not to join in the fun. Go together, this operation is not dangerous." James gave Peggy a smile, and walked towards the smaller supersonic aircraft Lijox, which is a small manned aircraft specially designed by Dr. Anam Zola to flatter James. The environment inside is more comfortable, and the number of loads is relatively small. Peggy looked at Steve proudly, took Emma's hand, and followed her on board the Wolf, where Eric lands here was already waiting. He has been dragged by Bucky in the basement research room of the old house for the past few days, transforming the Edmund metal parts little by little. This super alloy is unique in the world and even in the entire universe. The gravitational repulsion between them is terrifying. Even with my current control level, I still need to soften the alloy first by means of melting and casting, and then change it into the required component shape little by little through electromagnetic power. You really don't know where to go this time? What are you going to do? Steve asked Bucky again, and the two walked towards the wolf's lair where the Winter Wolf warriors were riding, while exchanging information and analyzing randomly. You, the teacher's favorite student, don't even know. How could I know that the location is in Africa? But what to do? I boldly guess that it has something to do with these objects on us. Bucky used his alloy left arm to buckle the shield on Steve's back. There was a muffled sound of clashing. The two came to the cabin, sat down, and fastened the seatbelt without any further words. Two Rubik's Cube-powered aircraft burst through the sound barrier one after another, relying on the energy supply of the vibration gold engine and the cosmic Rubik's Cube. They shot towards the African continent at an appalling Mach-speed. And in the distant waters of Somalia, a large number of Howlett family transport fleets have arrived at the designated location. Mr. J. Gatsby, as a peripheral personnel of this operation, is waiting to finally reveal the truth of the Howlett family 20 years ago. The true secret of the task that Mr. entrusted to himself. T'Challa looked at his younger brother Nizab, patted his somewhat thin shoulder, and hugged him again, and said in a rough and deep voice, "The most important thing there is patience. If we leave this continent, no one will give us respect and equality in any land. You have to be like a real hunter and learn to wait for opportunities under the filthy swamp and hot and dry desert." Nijab looks to be only 12 or 13 years old. She is the last child of her mother, Nanali. It is not the same father as T'Challa, but was born to an uncle who briefly succeeded the Wakanda throne. Women still follow the tradition here. Traditions that can be carried on by brothers or even non-blood mother-child relationships. Nizab nodded vigorously. He knew that since the return of his brother T'Chaka, Wakanda has finally become unified as never before for thousands of years. And with the smelting and manufacturing technology he brought back, as well as the knowledge hunting of the outside world, more perfect armor equipment, flying machines, and weapons were continuously researched and cast. In the more than 10 years since T'Chaka's return, the Wakanda people seem to have finally got rid of the shadow of the red and white demon that has become a nightmare for children. They finally gradually learned to use the true power of holy gold and established it as a national policy to constantly understand the world and obtain external intelligence. Don't worry, brother, I won't embarrass you. Nizab is very similar to their mother Nanali, which also makes T'Chaka like this younger brother very much. He wears the vibrating gold full coverage armor that only belongs to the panther, and the black cloak that represents the identity of the king, watching him from afar. With this group of people going to America, Europe, and other places, the high priest sang the ancient ballad of Wakanda to send off the wanderers and pray for them. On the inner side of their lower lips, they used the fluorescent stone powder from the holy gold ore to stab Wakanda characters that could prove their identity. T'Chaka has been watching the traveling team disappear from his field of vision. He can't help but feel hot when he thinks of the child just conceived in the belly of his princess. Although the power of the heart-shaped grass can greatly prolong the youth of the panthers, so that they can still maintain their peak strength and bravery in old age, but most kings will choose to let the next generation of better heirs take over the guardian of the panther's responsibility. T'Chaka strode towards the throne mountain, followed by Dora's guards. Their armor was more sophisticated, and their weapons were no longer single spears, but daggers, sabers, and revolvers. After T'Chaka's return, he admired the gunpowder weapons from the outside world. He knew that although such weapons were meaningless to the Black Panther wearing vibrating gold armor, they were powerful enough to kill ordinary people. If it weren't for vibrating gold's ability to absorb kinetic energy, he would looking forward to what kind of power they will have in forging firearms. The weather was fine early in the morning, and the sun shone on the sparkling waves of the Wakanda River. Looking at the newly completed Black Panther Mountain, T'Chaka finally felt that all these years of hard work had not been in vain. In a trance, there seemed to be clouds drifting over, covering the rays of the sun above the head, casting a thick shadow on the land of the river valley, and the vigorous and ferocious Black Panther statue was also engulfed in the darkness. T'Chaka and every Wakanda citizen looked up at the sky at the same time. It was oval-shaped airships they had never seen before, like a group of black clouds covering the sky, engulfing Wakanda soil of. The chapters a few days ago were not marked as 2 in 1, and some readers scolded me for changing one in a day. I will not take this blame. The inner feelings of several mutants, Pan felt that he wrote well today. I wish you all a happy National Day holiday, love everyone. It was the first time for Nizab to leave his hometown and go to the outside world. This trail hidden in the depths of the jungle did not have too many complicated traps and obstacles. It didn't take long for him to see the scene in Kenya. To the surprise of Nizab and the Wakanda tribe, this country, which is extremely poor and backward among the population in its hometown, is unexpectedly lively. A large number of transport convoys passed by, and there were mechanical vehicles with unique shapes in front of them, while moving forward, leveling the vegetation, soil, and rocks, and clearing obstacles that were inconvenient to pass. They looked at the dozens of trucks equipped with huge off-road tires rumbling past with some strangeness, and finally found that there seemed to be the direction to Wakanda. Steve and Bucky looked out of the cabin window, gradually clear, no longer a blurry flashing scene. It was a vast jungle, and a valley with lush vegetation. The terrain here is closer to the basin. To the northwest is a continuous mountain range. The mountain is steep and has a great drop from the plain below. However, a towering mountain in the middle seems to be wedged in alone, and it is connected to the entire mountain at a slant. In the east is the outlet of the river that runs through the valley of the basin, forming a rather magnificent mountain waterfall downwards, and the river water finally converges into the distant lake. The dense but well-proportioned low wood and stone structures are distributed in flakes, and more buildings under construction have just been erected. The transport fleet that arrived first stopped in the waters off the coast of Somalia. Like the airships that have been suspended over Wakanda, they are all part of the secret manufacturing of the Howlett Group over the years. Especially after solving the energy problem, relying on the energy of the Rubik's Cube, it was designed and appeared in the 30s and -s, but because the actual effect should be too ordinary, the floating ship was re-improved and reproduced. The Wolf Nest -No. Supersonic transport aircraft landed in an open space on the mountains, while the Wolf seat on which James Howlett was riding drove directly to the core of the Wakanda plain. Colin Pitt led more than a dozen Winter Wolf warriors, carrying special Rubik's Cube energy guns, and each of them carried 2 huge boxes on their shoulders. The machines inside were all the remaining machines invested by the Research Institute over the years, made of vibration gold material. It is octagonal, about 1 meter long and wide, and about 40 to 50 centimeters thick. It has honeycomb-like dense holes inside, and in the middle is the extracted ice blue Rubik's Cube energy box, which serves as the energy supply core of this weird machine. Steve and Bucky are also helping to unload the cargo. The full acceleration of the Wolf Nest model is not something ordinary people can bear. This era is far from a supersonic aircraft that reaches Mach dash. Only the Winter Wolf that has been transformed by the evolutionary serum soldiers can bear it freely. There are also a large number of non-vibration made octagonal machines, which arrive by air fleet and are transported overland to the Wakanda border. The Winter Wolf warriors carried and put down hundreds of pieces of machinery one after another on the edge of this huge peak that slanted into the mountain range. They randomly took out a vibrating gold dagger in their hands, jumped off the cliff, and fell from the mountain peak that is more than 1,000 meters high. The dagger in his hand pierced the cliff, slowed down, and landed on the plain one by one. My lord, the border guards have assembled, and the teams from the River Valley and the Merchant Tribe are coming, and the Dora guards are ready to fight. T'Chaka slowly put on the panther helmet. Unlike the half-covered leopard bite helmet that was relatively simple in his father Azuri's era, Wakanda's manufacturing skills today have been able to cast a full-covered helmet. Armor. Order the Jabari tribe to gather by the river and prepare for the first charge. King T'Chaka's deep and solemn voice came from his helmet. He stared at the blue-black aircraft that landed a few hundred meters ahead. He was familiar with the metal material on it. It was the holy gold of Wakanda. Whoosh whoosh. The cables on the airship were thrown down, and hundreds of wolf pack warriors slid down carrying Rubik's Cube guns and various combat equipment, and gathered behind the wolf seat. They had already learned the operation order and did not stop. Head towards the dense forest. T'Chaka watched the fighter plane finally crack a gap from the belly, and leaned down the hanging ladder. He was dressed in black close-fitting clothes, half-length black hair, and the tall and burly man slowly walked down. Every step he took seemed to be slow and fast, and it wasn't until his feet stepped on the land of Wakanda that the Black Panther King saw the whole picture of the person coming. T'Chaka doesn't need any doubts, because the man's appearance has not changed at all, just like the one he saw from afar when he was a child. Hoo-ha, ho-ha-ha, boom! The assembled warriors of the various tribes in Wakanda began to shout the roar of battle. Their king just stood on a bluestone, looking at the 4 figures walking out of the unknown machine in front of him motionless. The environment is very good. It's the first time I saw the African jungle. Dad, is this the origin of Genjin? Eric Lanz here was wearing a dark red combat uniform and a half-shoulder cloak. He, Emma and Miss Peggy looked around at this fertile land hidden between dense forests and valleys. They are very curious about the tribal warriors who have been waiting for battle and are still gathering. The architectural style and clothing characteristics here are self-contained. The place of origin of Genjin is Tianwai. James Howlett revisited his old place, and mentioned something to Eric with a relaxed expression. He looked at the Black Panther standing in front of him, and the Wakanda guards who had gathered nearly people, and suddenly smiled. Some progress, at least the craftsmanship of equipping weapons is not so rough. Sarah. T'Chaka suddenly called his captain of Dora's guards. He took a deep breath, and the vent hole on the face of the helmet blew out a soft whistle. The Black Panther King said strangely. An order was given to all the old people, women, and cubs to hide in the cave and prepare to evacuate Wakanda at any time. My king, the enemy of invasion is not Sarah. T'Chaka sighed deeply, and said softly, you weren't born at that time, he was that demon, the red and white demon. Boom boom boom. The wolf pack warriors who entered the dense forest had already removed the energy guns they were carrying on their backs, spraying out a steady flow of energy flames, destroying and fusing trees with a lifespan of thousands of years, clearing a path in the dense forest. The explosion in the forest and the burning smoke startled the tribal warriors who were waiting in line. They shouted the slogan of fighting almost at the same time. Hit the shield and shake out the rumbling drums. The man in black armor is here. Emma reminded aloud. She looked at T'Chaka, who jumped off the bluestone, turned around and gestured to the assembled team, and then walked slowly alone, and looked strangely at James, who was also not in a hurry to give orders. Aid Suri is my father. T'Chaka came more than 10 meters in front of James, speaking quite proficient English with a New York accent. Have you seen me? I have seen. James nodded slightly. This Black Panther is very different from his father. As much as you want, I can trade with you. T'Chaka's words surprised James even more. This new generation of Panthers is smarter than he thought. It's a pity, I'm sorry, I can only take it by myself. The three of Emma behind him became even more puzzled when they heard some endless conversations. The Black Panther helmet covered T'Chaka's face, but his clenched fists suddenly showed the incomparable anger in his heart. I don't believe it. I have lived in the United States for many years before returning to my hometown. I know very well that for the people there is nothing that cannot be discussed, and there is no business that cannot be done. T'Chaka's tone was a little eager. Judging from the airships covering the sky and the strange planes he had never seen before, King Black Panther knew very well that Wakanda still cannot protect itself. You really can't give me what I want, and I'm not a pure American. It's too wasteful for Jinjin to stay here. Then what you will face is the long knife cut by every clansman in Wakanda with their lives. Huh? T'Chaka's 10 fingertips pierced 3 or 4 centimeters of sharp leopard claws, and the Black Panther King, who had no room left, finally made a last-ditch fight with his life. Presumptuous. Eric took a step forward, his eyes flashed. He looked at the Black Panther that was pounced on him, and raised his right fist flatly. T'Chaka, who leaped forward, was suspended in the air like this, and he still maintained the posture of bending over and stabbing, but no matter how hard he tried, his body was bound by the armor and remained motionless. The Black Panther armor was like being cast and hardened. Average. Ho! T'Chaka roared loudly, and the face under the helmet was covered with tiny blood vessels. Eric split his fists and changed his palms, and the Black Panther fixed in the air suddenly stretched out its limbs and hung in the shape of a cross. Long live Wakanda. Sarah, the captain of Dora's guard, watched her loyal king being hung in the air strangely. Her flat and thick nose flickered, and her eyes were cracked. She threw the spear in her hand first, and many tribal warriors flocked. He threw the weapon in his hand, and then charged forward. James and the others looked at the spears pouring from the sky like rain, and they remained motionless. Even Peggy Rogers was not worried at all. Eric spread his left palm and held it high, fixed in the air. Emma, let them all sleep and sleep longer. Seeing the Wakanda army charging and shouting, James turned and walked away, giving a simple order beside Emma. Emma Frost was dressed in a white dress, and her strong and hot figure faced thousands of Wakanda warriors who were screaming and charging. It turns into a dazzling diamond shape, shining brilliantly. Peace of mind. In an instant, the hundreds of warriors who were about to pounce in front of Emma suddenly fell to the ground. The inertia of the charge brought their bodies to a section in the wilderness, and more tribal warriors fell to the ground one after another. They still had breathing and heartbeats, but just passed out and fell asleep. Peggy looked at the two young people standing alone like gods. What is the power that human beings can have? In the distance, there are many Winter Wolf warriors in Bucky, looking at the vibrating spears floating in the sky and the fallen warriors like mowing grass. They no longer have any hope of being able to fight this time. Up. Demon, the leopard god Buster will finally bring divine punishment? Your souls will never rest in peace. T'Chaka, who was still hovering in midair by Eric, couldn't see the scene behind him, but he could hear the shouting and charging warriors falling down one by one without a sound. James walked towards the mountains in the northwest, ignoring T'Chaka who kept shouting and cursing. Emma had already penetrated into the center of the plain, and countless people lay down densely in front of her and behind her. In the end, she folded her arms, like a statue of a goddess made of the most expensive diamonds in the world. She leaned back and spread her arms, centering on herself, faintly radiating a faint white glow to the surroundings. Except for Eric and Peggy, there is no longer a standing figure on this vast plain. Eric lowered his arm, and the swords all over the sky fell ping-pong-pong. He casually threw the Black Panther, which was also unconscious, into the lying crowd, and followed James' direction. Go to work. James came to the foot of the mountain, looked at the green and black sloping olive-shaped huge mountain, and said to Steve and others that the dense forest surrounding Wakanda in the distance finally cleared a through road, and transport vehicles carrying fuel. The roar of the engine came gradually. Teacher, what should we do? Bucky followed James' gaze, looking at the 1,000-meter-high blue-black mountain, and still asked confusedly. Move the mountain. James finally said. Hereby invites Professor Charles Francis Xavier, Ph.D. in Genetic Mutation and Genetics, to serve as the Chief Advisor of the Department of Mutant Power Research, Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support Agency. Charles accepted the letter of commission from Minister Michael Halls and shook hands with him. Those plump palms were warm, and Mr. Hall's eager smile squeezed his small eyes again. After the Strategic Science Corps was fully reorganized and established as a new institution, the status of the Research Department of Mutants and Mutant Forces that he was in charge of rose sharply. In addition, Professor Xavier, an extremely outstanding consultant in the academic field and mutant ability, joined. Heir is confident that he can compete with the Scientific Research Department under Howard Stark. Not many people participated in the appointment ceremony, just a simple cutscene, except for Maura Mark Taggart, who has been transferred from the CIA to the newly established SHIELD, and Hank McCoy, Raven and several staff members of the department to testify. Thanks, Mr. Halls, hope I can do something for mutant affairs and development. Charles was in good spirits, and he accepted the invitation without thinking too long. On the one hand, he had a good impression of this department through previous cooperation. On the other hand, the young Professor Xavier decided to put it into practice, and worked hard to answer the question raised by Raven, who was regarded as his own sister. I have considered Hank's proposal. If we can improve his incomplete brainwave device, it will allow you to truly grasp the dynamics of mutants, so that you can actually discover and help them. Michael Hall's chubby body was leaning on Charles's shoulders. His weight was indeed heavy, but nay, he was so enthusiastic that Charles couldn't shirk it away for a while. Charles, you have also seen some horrific experiments about Sebastian Shaw in Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. I promise you that SHIELD will never do such research on anyone. Minister Halls, this is one of the reasons why I am willing to help you. I hope that this special group that has emerged among more and more ordinary people can be properly known and understood. Hank. Raven watched Charles deal with all kinds of greetings and conversations in the crowd freely, curled her lips non-committally. She was wearing the popular stud jacket, jeans, and short boots, which seemed out of place in such a formal occasion. Hank came over and heard Raven continue. Do you think that one day we can really walk on the street openly, go to movie theaters, bars, shopping malls, without being cast a strange look? Of course not. Hank McCoy seemed to feel that his reaction was too direct, and he shrugged his shoulders, explaining the conclusion that sounded too arbitrary when he blurted out. Well, I mean, think about the blacks in America. It's been almost a century since slavery was abolished, but they still get suspicious eyes when they walk in the white neighborhood. Of course, their crime rate is indeed high, but this yet another complex social issue. Raven looked seriously at Hank, who was not very fluent in speech. Although he usually didn't talk much, he thought deeply about many issues. From the perspective of the population, characteristics of creatures, appearance, breath, color, and other external manifestations will affect mutual attraction or repulsion. We instinctively choose to integrate into groups similar to ourselves, so even if mutants are all over the world one day, I know, still can't change that a big fluffy man will be surrounded by passers-by on the street. But what? Raven grinned, amused by Hank's imitation of a long-haired beast, and hurriedly asked. Hank pursed his lips, and said with a bit of self-deprecation, but if possible, I hope that the vision and discussion will be envy and respect, not disgust and contempt. The two young people were silent at the same time, but Raven didn't stay depressed for too long. She thought of the Mr. Red Devil who met with her from time to time these days. He said he would take himself to a fun place today. Raven looked forward to it. Boom, boom. Bucky held a beam particle gun that was very similar to the energy guns used by the Hydra troops back then, and a dozen Winter Wolf warriors, including Steve, Colin, and Upper, were constantly bombarding the mountain. Millions of years ago, a vibranium meteorite fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The vicissitudes of life, the mountains, and rivers are turning. With the changes of the landform and the evolution of the natural environment, this meteorite is gradually connected with the surrounding mountains, becoming a mountain in Wakanda. According to ancient tribal legends, the leopard god Buster, believed by the Wakanda, led a warrior to the vicinity of this mountain range, found a strange heart-shaped herb, and gained extraordinary power after taking it, thus ending the war. The surrounding tribes competed for the vibrating gold ore, creating this country. At this moment, they are using these energy weapons to smash and cut the connection between the vibrating gold meteorite mountain and the surrounding mountains bit by bit, cleaning up the surrounding rhizomes and veins like digging a sweet potato from the soil, as well as the sticky ones, earth and rocks. Gradually clearing away the surrounding rocks and vegetation, the vibrating gold meteorites that fell from ancient times have reproduced their original blue and black appearance. Everyone present, except James and Dr. Enam Zola, who had just arrived in a transport vehicle, felt that all this was too incredible. This meteorite mountain is approximately oval in shape, nearly a kilometer high, and the density and mass of vibrating metal are much greater than ordinary earth and rocks. James' light move the mountain really scared everyone. Dr. Zola crouched on a small instrument, crackling and calculating the data. He looked extremely crazy, jumping up and down to let the warriors of the Wolf Pack take the airship to measure the volume of the vibrating meteorite and the final data. The boss's crazy idea made Zola's scalp tingle with excitement. How about it? James still asked with some trepidation. After coming to Wakanda for the first time, he had carefully observed this meteorite mountain. The mountain has been continuously excavated by the Wakanda people for generations, and a space has been carved out, but the low productivity primitive what the kingdom can develop is very limited. After getting the Rubik's Cube, the ridiculous idea that James had flashed in his mind finally became possible. Through my own rough estimation at the time, and later sneaked into Wakanda several times with a CISO, observing the position and volume, combined with the density of vibrating gold, under the calculations of Zola and a large number of engineers, I finally decided to promote the almost crazy plan of moving mountains. Sir, it's doable, but part of this meteorite mountain is deep underground, and the power will be insufficient at the beginning. Try it, let's start to arrange. With James' order issued, Eric finally understood what a heavy responsibility he was shouldering today. While swearing in his heart that his father thought highly of him, he took control of the 8 animals that the Winter Wolf warrior had unloaded from the Wolf's Nest transport plane. Angular machines. The anti-gravity device developed by Howard Stark in the 40s made up the last link of this mountain-moving operation. Of course, the so-called anti-gravity cannot really counteract the gravitational influence of the Earth on matter, but this is an engine device with very advanced ideas. Its characteristic is that it can form a small volume independent engine in the form of a unit module, and the effect is quite good, but the biggest problem is that the demand for high energy is too large. In the era when the internal combustion engine is still powered, it is purely a tasteless technology. But in the past 10 years, the improvement and perfection of the Howlett Advanced Technology Research Institute, as well as the magnificent energy body of the cosmic Rubik's Cube, finally made this technology completely glow. Only a Rubik's Cube anti-gravity engine made of ordinary alloy can support the weight of a large passenger plane of nearly tons, while the power of an engine made of pure vibrating gold can reach nearly tons. More and more anti-gravity engines were being unloaded onto this plane, and 2 Wolf Nest transport planes were constantly carrying the remaining engines from the freighter in the Somali waters. Eric and James rose into the sky together. He raised his arms, and tens of thousands of densely packed engines rose into the air like a swarm of bees, sticking to the surface of the meteorite piece by piece. A huge nearly oval-shaped meteorite mountain, like an olive coated with honey, is covered with ants in black. Bang bang bang. There was the knocking sound like raindrops falling on plantains. Dr. Zola saw that all the anti-gravity engines of the Rubik's Cube had been arranged, and turned on the control button. Immediately, the ice blue energy flames enveloped the entire Genjin meteorite mountain, and the earth-shattering rumbling sound was like a violent change in the Earth's crust. This million-year-old extraterrestrial meteorite. It's here? Finally, I didn't miss it. Fuck, the nest. Azazo took Raven's hand and appeared on a newly built building in Wakanda. He looked around, and suddenly saw blue-black meteorite mountains that were cut out by knives and axes, densely covered with patches. Ice blue energy flames. The earth-shattering power made him swear immediately, and he stared blankly on the spot. Looking at this scene, the young Miss Raven Duck Holmes suddenly woke up, cursing firmly in her mind. Charles Francis Xavier, you bastard! How dare you hallucinate my old lady? End of this chapter. How much does a mountain weigh? Assuming that this is a mountain purely composed of stones and minerals, the density of general granite, marble and other rocks is about 2.6 tons per cubic meter. If the mountain is cone-shaped, it is 100 meters high and the radius of the base is 200 meters. Then its volume will exceed 400 million cubic meters, and its mass will reach about 1,000 million tons. The vibrating gold meteorite, which is shaped like a prolate olive, has a volume of 2,000 million cubic meters and a weight of nearly 7,000 million tons. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of anti-gravity engines powered by the cosmic Rubik's Cube energy densely cover the entire surface of the meteorite mountain, and the blazing flames ejected from each one converge into a variety of spark coats, wrapping this ancient extraterrestrial meteorite rumbling and trembling shaking. Countless earth, stone, and sawdust fell down rustlingly. Eric Lands here raised his arms in the air, and the dark red cloak he was wearing was fluttered by the wind. Full of bloodshot eyes, he tried his best to move Genjin Meteorite Mountain. Little by little, the meteorite finally floated up slowly, and the 8 airships were connected 2 by 2 by a giant chain several kilometers long, embracing the vibrating gold meteorite mountain that was gradually swinging sideways, and 2 large wolf nests. The No-transport plane also turned on its full power and flew over the meteorite, and released a special adapter to fix it together. Relying on Quangenjin to build the energy engines of 8 airships and Wolf Nest transport planes, and tens of thousands of anti-gravity engines all gathered on the bottom of the meteorite. Finally, the meteorite mountain was pulled by the suspension and slowly moved to the northeast. It's done? It's really done. Zola jumped up and down excitedly. As the designer of James' whimsical plan, no one was more amazed at this moment of power than him. Puff! Asazo flashed to the plane with Raven, raised his head together with Emma and the others, and stared at the vibrating meteorite slowly driving away without saying a word for a long time. After a while, Emma came back to her senses, and seeing Raven brought by Asazo, she remembered that it was the girl she met once that day, and smiled at her gently. Raven pursed her lips shyly. She thought that this beautiful young lady who looked about the same age as her was also a spiritual master, so she couldn't help asking, "Is all this really not an illusion?" Emma was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "If all this is an illusion, then I am also a part of the illusion. It seems useless to ask me this question. Well, if you doubt the authenticity of reality, then everything may be false, the power of the mind is too scary." In midair, Eric panted with a flushed face, but shouted to James excitedly, "Father, I have finally broken through to the 3rd stage." Only Eric Lands here could feel the powerlessness of shaking a vibrating gold meteorite of tens of millions of tons. Of course, he couldn't shake the meteorite mountain even by his own ability. However, the mutant power that controls the electromagnetic force made him truly realize what kind of mass pressure such an exaggerated volume of metal material would bring. Emotions are a big catalyst for the use of mutant powers, especially him and Emma, and many energy, rule, occult-type mutant powers. Most mutants don't have the correct guidance to use their power, and they often rely on strong emotional catharsis to release their brains. Hate, anger, fear, love, emotion, and so on. But mastering one's emotions, exercising one's spirit and will, controlling one's spirit like a warrior, honing and driving one's fists and feet, is the method of practice of the Howlett family. If the pressure from the mountain can't stimulate you to take another step, it will be terrible. Don't worry about the road ahead, it will be difficult. James smiled, and flew together with Eric to the meteorite mountain that was being transported to an unknown location, and landed on it. You need to work harder to keep the magnetic field shielding and light distortion all the way. This speed is estimated to be reached early tomorrow morning. He looked at the sun that was gradually turning red in the west, and patted Eric on the shoulder. The latter sat down cross-legged, releasing electromagnetic power to distort the light and disturb the surrounding magnetic field. People who are still in the Wakanda Valley can't help being amazed again when they see the meteorite mountain that is gradually shrinking and disappearing in the distance. James swelled up the energy position of his body, shot back, and landed lightly under control. Steve, Bucky, and others couldn't wait to surround him. Finally, it was Steve who asked aloud, "Teacher, why do we take Genjin away? Of course, I understand its importance, but this process is too unimaginable. I don't understand the significance of doing this. Or occupy this place and continue mining and development." Bucky also added aloud that he seemed to think this method was much better. There was no emotion on James' face. He glanced at Ravan next to Asizo, then looked at the pits dug out of the mountains in the northwest of Wakanda, and sighed faintly. "Because I want too much." Several researchers came forward to hold the box made of vibrating gold. James glanced at the heart-shaped herbs transplanted from the roots and nodded. After the Genjin meteorite will replace a piece of land and resettle it again, this magical plant will also be recultivated and multiplied. The radiation stimulation of the meteorite mountain is the focus of the growth of the heart-shaped grass. As for other climate, temperature, soil, and other issues, the impact is not great, and can be solved by technical means. Tell me, after occupying this land, what should these people do? James tilted his head, indicating that on the plain by the river in the distance, there were tens of thousands of Wakanda warriors lying in a coma, lying on top of each other. Although this is a small primitive country, it has a population of hundreds of thousands. They have regarded Genjin as a sacred object for thousands of years, and lived here in seclusion. Any outsiders who try to step in or covet Genjin are regarded as become the greatest enemy. Occupy this land? Should I kill all these people, or chain them one by one, and use the whip to force them to work for me? Bucky, like everyone else, seemed to have just remembered that there are hundreds of thousands of Wakandas who are willing to fight for Genjin. And Wakanda's geographical location is too bad, far away from the American continent, and in the inland lush jungle. Although the surrounding countries are extremely poor and backward, they all have the colonial background of major powers, and it will be very difficult to develop. Far worse than, boss, a large number of vibranium rough stones that have been mined have been found in the mines in the nearby mountains. It is conservatively estimated that there are tens of thousands of tons. Do you think? Zola's abrupt report interrupted James' words. He was too excited today, and he was already a bit reckless. James shook his head and walked towards the wolf. The wolves of the Howlett family or the researchers and engineers of the science team also evacuated one after another. He looked at the former chief scientist of Hydra, whose eyes were still shining, and quickly staggered to keep up with him, and said simply, "Let's just stay here. Wakanda's accumulation of thousands of years must be more than that, but we don't need it anymore. We all end the mission and return home." Beep, beep, beep. Director Edgar Hoover put down the phone with a serious expression. The busy tone kept ringing, and he didn't hang up in a hurry. With age, Hoover's skin gradually became a little dull. It suddenly occurred to him that this was the first time anyone dared to hang up on his phone. The previous Mr. President ended his 8-year term without much merit or demerit. What he continued was nothing more than the consistent expansionary policy and unilateralism of the United States. However, this young and beautiful new White House owner has a brain. The idea here is much more troublesome. Moreover, he has a pretty good relationship with this Mr. Martin King who just hung up his phone. Thinking about how blacks in America have become more active in participating in politics and making appeals these years, Director Hoover felt a sense of shock in his heart. He still prefers the 30s, at least in that era. He would not allow his FBI to recruit enter even a dark-skinned operator. For nearly 40 years, Edgar Hoover, who founded and ran the FBI to this day, has power to a certain extent, even far higher than the president in the rotunda of the White House. The political secrets he mastered and the scandals of high-ranking officials and congressmen allowed the King of the White Way in the United States to grow steadily from youth to age. But what he is still unwilling to do is still the surname in the information in his hand, the Howlett family that has been focused on since Roosevelt's time and has continued to this day. Hoover picked up his presbyopic glasses, scratched the large forehead exposed by the receding hairline with the mirror leg, hung up the glasses and opened another study and report on the issue of mutants for more than 10 years. Especially with the latest intelligence and records this year, Director Hoover finally tried to connect some unsolved mysteries in the past few years. Perhaps those strange events beyond the reach of manpower can be explained in another way. Sunrise in Greenland is not easy to see. Most of the land here lies north of the Arctic Circle, so the sun is invisible during the long winters, and the closer to the higher latitudes, the longer the polar days and nights of the year. Every winter, there is a polar night that lasts for several months. At that time, the colorful northern lights occasionally appear over Greenland. Sometimes it sprays the sky like colorful fireworks, and sometimes it dances like a fairy holding colored silk. Bring a burst of life. In summer, Greenland will be under the bright sun all day long, becoming an island on which the sun never sets. Only in the short days between winter and summer each year, the few Inuit Aborigines and very few Danish immigrants on the island can see the sun rising and the moon rising, falling, alternating black and white scene. With an area of more than 200 million square kilometers, Greenland can be called the largest island in the world, but about 3/4 of the entire island is within the Arctic Circle, and the annual average temperature is below 0 degrees Celsius. The coldest central inland area, the lowest temperature can reach -70 degrees Celsius, and the population is only about As early as 30 years ago, James Howlett arranged for Mr. J. Gatsby to be anonymous and forged a series of identities, and bought from the Danish royal family and government the almost uninhabited building at that time. Extremely cold islands. Although Greenland is still a colonial land belonging to Denmark in terms of nominal ownership, the actual ownership and development qualifications here are in the hands of an American oilman named Ben Hudson, who does not exist in reality. In the past few years, the people in their early days on the island have launched a so-called referendum on autonomy, and Greenland has been established in this way. This is a cold island that is isolated from the world and no one cares about it. No country or organization really cares about what really happened here. On the few lands that have not been buried by the 10,000-year ice sheet, the reconstruction project that goes deep underground has already been carried out for several years. James put his hands against the rock behind the meteorite mountain and pushed it with all his strength. He said with a smile that this is a kind of resistance exercise. After all, he can't find suitable exercise equipment with his current strength. He seems to be an ordinary person pushing a truck on the ground to exercise, with energy flowing all over his body, pushing the vibrating meteorite forward and flying forward, slightly increasing the speed. At the moment when the morning light of Greenland shines on the dark permafrost and frost-white ice, we arrived at our final destination. This is the southwest corner of Greenland near the Atlantic Ocean and the Davis Strait. It is a little norther than Nuuk, where the main population lives here. It has a natural continental depression and is close to the sea. The coastal cliffs have already been excavated and cleared a large area of hollows, which seems to be a cylindrical groove. The underground excavated spaces are layered on top of each other. Several areas are supported and divided by steel frame structures, like a large-scale underground city. The core cabin used by James and the Wolf Pack fighters to evolve, as well as the sealed cave of the Wolf Winter Project, are also connected to this newly developed base. The cosmic Rubik's Cube is located deep underground in the center of the base. A complete set of energy extraction and supply equipment connects the entire underground base in series, providing an endless supply of ultra-high energy here, as well as production units for Rubik's Cube energy blocks on the assembly line. With the arrival of enough squandered vibrating gold ore resources, the energy core and a large number of equipment structures here will all be replaced with vibrating gold to greatly increase energy usage. Emma, Steve, Bucky, and the others had already arrived here on the Wolf Seat supersonic plane. Asazo took Raven back to New York, but did not bring her here. Several people looked at the scale and structure of the building. The unusually large icefield base couldn't help but joke. I found that the teacher really loves to punch holes. From old houses to New York mansions, almost all properties of the Howlett family will arrange large-scale underground spaces and secret passages. This time is good. Bucky hugged his shoulders and looked at the hollows in the cliff where there were grooves waiting for the vibranium meteorite to be embedded. He couldn't help sighing that there is also an underground river connected to the bay and the port, which can be used by submarines and ships. James said that this kind of obsession is called farming. I joked at him whether it was because of his experience as a farmer in the first place, but his description of this word was like a child who likes to build a farm on his own banyan tree. The log cabin, there is your safest and most secluded haven. Boom boom boom. Finally, they heard the increasingly clear roar gradually, and the airflow was stirred up abnormally. Eric suddenly withdrew the electromagnetic force that distorted the light. At a height of several hundred meters in the sky, everyone's eyes flashed instantly. Vibranium meteorites transported all the way from the African continent. Eric floated down. His mission had been completed. Mr. Lenz here with a tired face hooked Bucky's shoulder, and said weakly, "But I was so exhausted that I couldn't sleep all night, and I had to pay attention to the flights that took off at night from time to time. When I got near Greenland, it was freezing cold." At this moment, everyone is staring at the meteorite mountain that is slowly moving its direction, ignoring Eric, who needs to be concerned. A large number of alloy devices have already been reinforced in the groove of the cliff, waiting for the meteorite to be placed. With the violent tremor under the feet, the tundra seemed to have experienced a short magnitude-earthquake, and soon it gradually subsided. A section of the meteorite mountain submerged deep into the sea, crushing the reef and the land structure into one piece. Later, the outer circle layer will artificially build a covered mountain rock structure to cover the vibrating gold meteorite, instead of being exposed naked like this outer. Honestly, Steve Rogers put his arms around Carter, looked at the majestic project, the boldness of moving mountains and reclamation, and the extremely sophisticated industrial technology, and continued to speak with a sense of loss. The teacher's sometimes inexplicable persistence really makes me not understand, but when I see such a scene, I really look forward to how the old man will develop the vibrating meteorite that was wasted by the Wakanda. The newborn sun slanted on the figure of James suspended in midair. He overlooked the entire land-based transformation project from a height, and looked at the meteorite mountain that finally fell into his pocket, just like an old farmer who piled up his barn full. The look of joy that is finally satisfied after being full is bright and full. Is it okay for me to see what your father did in Africa? On the roof of the Empire State Building in New York, a bright red and a blue figure are sitting side by side on the edge of the roof. Ant-sized traffic is under their feet. The buildings and streets are laid out layer by layer until they can be seen. You can't see the end of this bustling city. There are cans of beer next to the two, and they touch each other from time to time, drinking wild wine on the top of the Empire State Building, watching the sunset gradually fall, and the dim light shines on this city that has never been quiet. Romance. Raven was no longer a sweet white girl with dirty blonde curls. Her skin is indigo blue, with weird raised lines and dark brown spots or stripes on it. The whites of her eyes have turned amber, and the tiny, dark pupils look a little scary. Her hair is dark red, and there is no as though his skin is so bright, and he still wears a studded jacket and denim trousers. On the contrary, the outline of the facial features is the same as before, a sweet appearance with a little baby fat. Don't think that your cousin is a spiritual master, but he can only see through others, but he can't see through himself. My father said that people, one day is enough to see themselves clearly. The world is dazzled. If you don't see whatever. Asazo drank another sip of beer, dangling his feet in the air, and flicking his tail behind him. He looked at Raven with tenderness and shyness that he had never felt before. The girl turned her head and looked over. Asazo avoided her eyes and hurriedly continued. He has nothing to worry about you. In other words, he has enough confidence in me. Although I did not cause trouble for his old man when I was young, I was very naughty before. Raven chuckled. The current Asazo wasn't much mature. She picked the edge of the beer can in her hand. Her voice lowered a bit. Charles is not my cousin. I was adopted by him. Actually, I should be older than him, but like you, I age very slowly. On the contrary, Charles has always taken care of me, but he has never don't worry about me. Don't worry? I won't tell anyone about your family's affairs. Charles has promised me that he won't read my thoughts. He is very disciplined, although sometimes he is too disciplined. As Raven spoke, she hurriedly added that although she didn't know much, she knew very well in her heart that what this Mr. Howlett did was not a big event that outsiders could know. Azazua waved his hand, touched the wine jar with Raven without hesitation, and said carelessly, the old man said that after the completion of this plan, he will very much look forward to some people jumping out, and... The Red Devil suddenly fell silent for a moment, then turned to whisper to himself. And he promised me that one day I will be able to walk on the road in an upright manner. Dad will not lie to me, never has. Raven trembled, and Asazo's words pierced her heart deeply. After a while, neither of them seemed to know what to say. Raven worked hard to liven up the not-so-relaxed atmosphere, jokingly said, Azazo, what kind of girl do you like? Do you think Miss Emma is pretty? Suddenly, Rowen's body swayed slightly. His body grew taller silently. The jeans on his legs became shorter. His long golden hair fell down. His skin was extremely white and greasy. Even not a single pore can be seen. She completely changed into Emma's appearance from head to toe, and she was looking at Asazo with a smile. Then he ostentatiously changed his hair color, eye pupils, even body shape and skin color, and transformed into 4 or 5 completely different beautiful faces in a moment. I like the way you look. Nezub and his companions crouched in the jungle. It wasn't until night fell that the deadly primitive woodland gradually had the sound of animals screaming and whimpering, and then slowly returned to the direction of Wakanda. They looked at the messy passageway that was bulldozed all the way. Okame and Neovi surrounded by 2 people were melted from the roots and pushed aside. Common shrubs and acacia grass were crushed into pieces. Green straw mat. The changes on the periphery of Wakanda even made them lose their way for a while, but this passage, which is enough to parallel 2 large transport trucks, extends all the way to the interior of the kingdom. Bang, bang, bang. All the bags in their hands fell to the ground. Nizub didn't cry out, but ran desperately to the plain by the lake. He slapped his legs frantically and staggered from time to time when he tripped over stones. Tears spewed out silently while running, and all their brains fell on the densely packed tribes that covered the entire river valley and plain. Nizub wiped away his tears, his sagging nose twitched. He took off T'Chaka's Black Panther helmet, still shaking Brother Wong's body without shouting. More and more Wakanda people came out of caves or dense forests, and the sound of crying and mourning was rising and falling. Nizub watched T'Chaka twitch his mouth in disbelief, and then he thought of bending down and listening, hearing the faint heartbeat in the vibrating gold armor. Gradually, the Wakanda fighters who collapsed on the grass and dirt like dead bodies got up one after another. They looked around blankly. It's all right, Nightrobe, don't cry. T'Challa patted the little brother who was finally howling, grabbed the helmet on the ground, looked around eagerly, and looked at the clansmen hugging and crying. Everything was fine, as if nothing had changed. He heaved a long sigh of relief. He probably had some calculations in his mind. He casually glanced towards the northwest direction, and the helmet in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. In Wakanda, a hidden country that has lasted for thousands of years, nothing has changed, and everything has changed. Early morning, Manhattan, New York. The headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. was newly established, and the laboratory of mutant power. No matter how much Hank McCoy assured that this experiment would go well, Charles Xavier still hesitated to sit on the chair that looked like a perm in a hairdressing salon. He has a deep memory of the bone-piercing pain of piercing the iron rod into his brain and stirring it again. Mr. Stark from the Science Research and Development Department came to see it and gave me a lot of advice. He also participated in changing the sensitivity and power of the synaptic junction. He is indeed a genius. I heard that he recently decomposed an unknown energy captured during World War II. Maybe he could win the Nobel Prize for discovering new elements. The thin Hank dragged his huge leather shoes that were seriously out of proportion to his body, and while confirming the data settings over and over again on the console, he praised Howard Stark quite highly. After hearing this, Charles subconsciously raised his eyebrows, squinted his eyes, and looked at the rather decent brainwave device, feeling a bit like the electric chair used by executioners. Thank you, Hank, that Mr. Stark's reputation is not a reliable person, your comfort is really helpful. While muttering, he finally walked up the steps and sat down. Hank McCoy's palms were sweating a little. He rubbed his white coat, turned around and carefully held up the silver-gray Cerebrograph 2.0 helmet, let out a long breath, and slowly placed it on Charles's thick brown-black head on a long-haired head. Professor Xavier, well, didn't Raven come with you today? Just call me Charles. Raven has been running out recently. After all, I now have a teaching job in the college, as well as consulting affairs here. I can no longer stare at her like I used to. Hank pushed his glasses a little disappointed, and signaled to Charles that the helmet was put on. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still creaked and asked, does Raven like to watch movies? Me, I have 2 premiere tickets for Miss Monroe's new movie The Misfits, which is a Western romance movie. Hank dawdled and began to talk about the plot outline of the movie, constantly trying to explain that the movie would be exciting and worth watching. Charles was stunned for a while, scratched his forehead, laughed, and continued. Hank, I believe this must be a good movie. Raven will be interested. She always likes to go out and play, but you have to pay attention to help me keep an eye on her and don't use her abilities. Then, should we start? Oh, that's right, yes, this time the electroencephalogram has been improved and a power valve has been installed, which will gradually increase the radiation range as your brainwave exploration speed increases, and it won't explode your brain at the beginning. Hank nodded his head hastily. His fair and delicate cheeks were flushed. He explained the improved features and optimized content of the instrument very quickly. Just about to ask what Raven's mutant ability is, he has already pressed the button in his hand. Press the start button. Bang, bang, bang. The light blue light is transmitted from the console step by step, along the clusters of alloy-wrapped pipelines to the helmet Charles is wearing. It hurt a few times, but soon stabilized. Charles Xavier spread his psychic power, covering the entire Manhattan area almost instantly. With the extension of his thoughts, the energy amplification rate of the brainwave device also increased, although it was still a little unstable. From time to time, my temples will feel swollen and sore, but I can basically use them normally. How about it? Hank looked at Mr. Professor, who was gradually showing a fanatical smile, and asked anxiously. Charles's mind seemed to have drifted to an unknown distance. His eyes looked at Hank's face, but the focus was thousands of miles away. Charles Xavier's mind seemed to build a world shrouded in gray mist, and only life could have color. The dense and endless ordinary human beings are white, and the sporadic red brain wave images are mutants, but they are particularly conspicuous in the vast crowd. There are even green orangutans and blue dolphins with higher brainwave frequencies similar to humans. Charles can arbitrarily project perception thoughts into their brains, and instantly obtain the vision and thoughts of the other party. He controls his own telepathy, shields the endless and majestic thoughts of sentient beings, and focuses his attention on the eye-catching red brain waves of people in the shadows. At this moment, he can control the mighty power of the will of thousands of lives in a blink of an eye, making him unconsciously fascinated by it. The unique brainwave images of mutants can only be used to distinguish their mutant identities, but they cannot judge their mutant abilities and levels. However, Charles can project them into the other person's mind at any time, not only seeing what he sees and thinking about him, but also instantly read through this person's life. He sometimes sits in a taxi, looking at the bustling streets of Broadway in New York, and paying attention to whether there are any guests greeting on the side of the road from time to time. The hand holding the steering wheel is dark-skinned, thick, and powerful. Sometimes dancing on a stage of a bar where no customers are seated, the posture is turned upside down, enchanting and pretty. It seems to be some kind of show that men like. The whole of New York City was soon in Charles's mind. He saw a special shadow in the direction of Long Island, not red and white or the colorful shapes of any animals, but a mental image that glowed faintly like a diamond. The points are eye-catching. He explored it curiously, and hurriedly withdrew before making contact, and it disappeared in a flash. Charles soon realized that this was the unprovoked young lady who rationally ran farther and expanded to a farther area, with New York as the center, exploring along the way. Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington. His consciousness even came to the White House, because there was also a bright red shadow there. It's pretty smart. In the mansion of Howlett Manor in Long Island, New York, Emma Frost lifted herself up from the soft and thick velvet quilt, grabbed the corner of the quilt with one hand, and covered her bulging white and tender breasts. Her eyes flashed. He raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. What happened? James Howlett grabbed Emma Yingying's but exceptionally strong waist, and asked curiously. The momentary sharp look in Emma's eyes turned into a pool of clear water, slipped back into bed, and wrapped around James' golden and jade-like body. It was the young professor. He must have used some instrument to greatly increase the projection range of spiritual power. When I was in Fisher Stadium, I felt that the vast spiritual power was swept away. At that time I thought it was the mutant under Xiao's men. Emma gently explained while stroking the skin of James' chest, comparing it with herself. Although she has fully mastered the mutation ability after the breakthrough, and after unlocking the diamond transformation, her skin has transformed unbelievably well. Not only is it radiant and extremely white, but it is also smooth like the freshest egg white, and even the pores are smooth. Not visible at all. But even so, it seems that it is not as good as James. His body is perfect in all aspects. The proportion of bones and body shape coincide with a certain aesthetic charm. From every strand of hair to the white jade-colored teeth that are as flat as snow, they seem to have evolved to the extreme of human beings. Isn't it possible that it was his own power? James has always been very curious about the form of power in the spiritual realm, but this aspect is too mysterious to describe in words. No, the traces of power with special energy fluctuations are very obvious, but with his telepathy and the assistance of such an instrument, it is possible to grasp the mind and spirit of intelligent life in the entire world. Emma looked at James with some concern. Of course, she herself would not be affected, especially after being transformed into a diamond. She can still support a wide range of spiritual barriers. James's spirit is even more united with his body, and he can't even see his spiritual image, as if he is an ordinary human being. But when you really try to delve deeper, you will find that your spiritual power is facing a vast and majestic stalwart mountain range. I am afraid that there are not many people in the world who can protect themselves under the powerful spiritual power of Charles Xavier. James was needing something in the bed, shook his head and smiled slightly. The Research Institute's development of materials that shield telepathy is becoming more and more perfect. Eric's colleague should have received official help. We don't need to worry about such power. He has already caused himself a lot of trouble. With a flushed face, Emma resisted not making a sound, and covered the quilt again. After being reborn, her physical fitness has also been greatly improved. Washington, the rotunda of the White House. Okay, Mr. President, the FBI will do its best to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D., please rest assured. At the call of President John F. Kennedy, Edgar Hoover, and the newly reorganized S.H.I.E.L.D., Minister of Intelligence Roger Dooley, expressed their position on the investigation plan of the mutant force. In public, Director Hoover's respect for previous presidents has never been too much to criticize. Even though decades have passed, his so-called shadow leader title has already spread throughout the American political arena, but he is still cautious enough at the official level. President Kennedy gave a few last instructions, and with special concern, proposed to report to himself in detail at all stages of the investigation. Hoover lowered his head, as if he was really old and not in good spirits. He looked at the knots on the oak table legs, and suddenly became interested in Mr. President's unusual emphasis on the attitude. That's it. Mutant affairs are the first priority of American intelligence. I still have some proposals to sign, too. Mr. President, I hope to communicate with you a few more important intelligence messages. Kennedy's voice faltered, and he nodded unwillingly, but his expression was as usual, and he shook hands with Roger Dooley again, and after a few words of encouragement, he finally stayed alone in the rotunda with Edgar Hoover inside. Mr. President suddenly felt a little awkward, and his side ribs began to itch and tingle again. Hoover stretched his legs, leaned back on the sofa, spread his hands out, and became as if he was at home. He got up quickly, opened the wine cabinet skillfully, and poured himself half a glass of whiskey. Where are the ice cubes? Ice. As soon as Kennedy subconsciously uttered a word, he closed his mouth tightly. He watched Hoover rummaging around on his own, and barely took a sip without adding ice, and said in a loud voice, "Sir, Brother Ling's affairs have had a very bad impact. He and that female star, you are also very familiar with it, Ms. Monroe, have been photographed on many occasions." Hoover's words "very familiar" had strange meanings. President Kennedy suddenly became dumb when he mentioned it just now. Hui reported. You know, the outside world will make a fuss about the surname Kennedy, and even connect the two of you brothers. The third-rate writers in Hollywood are crazy? This is simply the best romantic story template ever. Arrive. Okay, Director Hoover, no matter who took what or how, you must have a way to deal with it, so don't tell me any more. Is the Bureau of Investigation not getting enough funds recently? I will write a proposal to the Congress. John Kennedy's voice was not loud, but his tone firmly stopped Hoover's next performance. In the past 30 years, no American president has avoided being pinched or wooed by him, and he can sit in this seat. Personal happiness and anger are no longer important. A politician is a special kind of creature. Ahem, the funding problem is actually not that big. I am a little uneasy. The newly established SHIELD, an intelligence agency, would be troublesome too. Then what do you say, let the FBI cooperate with SHIELD? How about you go and serve as a director? I think it works. Hoover immediately grasped Kennedy's tentative inquiry, quite old-fashioned, obliged to sacrifice. Hehe. Mr. Director is really thinking about the United States every day, and I am so worried. Just like you did 20 years ago, you proposed to the authorities to send me to the Pacific battlefield. Back then, even a small lieutenant was able to join you. Mr. President put on the cap of his pen and chatted with Hoover relaxedly about his experience as a lieutenant in the Navy with a half smile. That warm and bright smile really seemed like old friends sighing about the old days. Hey, you also know the nature of my job. Although I was only a lieutenant, your position at that time was very important. The officer of the Foreign Intelligence Department of the Naval Intelligence Office had a relationship with a lady who was suspected of being a spy. Being transferred to the front line is also a kind of protection. And Hoover's bulging eyeballs and loose eyelids were drooping. After drinking the last sip of whiskey, he stretched for a few seconds before saying leisurely, and relying on the victory of that heroic swimming battle, you have the great reputation and political capital of an American combat hero, don't you? After a while, Mr. Hoover, who walked out of the rotunda, was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down on the bench in the corner corridor, and he didn't have to pay attention to the White House staff coming and going. In 1943, Lieutenant John Kennedy was sent to the Pacific battlefield. After the PT-109 torpedo boat under his command was sunk by a Japanese torpedo, Lieutenant Kennedy rescued many subordinate officers and soldiers with amazing courage, and finally swam to win. After several months of recuperation in the hospital, Kennedy returned to the United States and became a well-known combat hero. He was even as good as the man who now has only one sealed code name. With this prestige capital, the military, the political path has been smoother, swimming with arms more than 10 nautical miles offshore, and leading 7 or 8 people. Hee. Hoover smiled slyly. The president's achievements back then were a bit too boastful. The old and sophisticated Director Hoover kept flashing information about Kennedy's early and recent days, including his personal details, medical records. With a bang, a thought exploded in his head out of thin air. Edgar Hoover was stunned like a lightning strike. His lips moved up and down silently, and many fragmentary details were connected in his mind, and the mutant population has existed in human society for decades, and even the number of them is now in a stepwise manner. Incremental reports, page by page, appeared in front of my eyes. Mr. Hoover, who was then the director of the FBI and founded the FBI, almost had an idea in his heart. President Kennedy is a mutant. Panting heavily, Charles Xavier withdrew from the augmentation state of the brainwave machine. He did not continue to explore, and his mind kept flashing back to the only bright red brainwave image he saw in the White House. That's sitting in the rotunda of the White House, Mr. President. On the distant roof of the world, an ancient temple-like building in the depths of the Himalayas stands unbelievably on the half-waist of the snow-capped peak. This large-scale wooden and stone palace is exquisite but not gorgeous, with flying eaves and multi-story pavilions. It stands alone here, but there is no way up the mountain, as if it fell from the blue sky out of thin air. But I didn't expect that there are still people living here in such an unpopular and extinct deep mountain ancient temple. Supreme Mage, an old man with gray hair and beard, wearing a ochre-red one-piece robe, walked out of a circle of light with tiny sparks, bowed his head towards the temple-like hall, and saluted respectfully. Master Wang, how is the repair of Emperor Weishan's enchantment going? Back to the Supreme Master, the enchantment is no longer a serious problem, and the uninhabited valley on that continent has been collapsed into an absolute territory, much like the cannonballs dropped on the neon lights in the secular country more than 10 years ago. A thin figure with purple wide sleeves who was sitting cross-legged on a futon rose into the air, and then walked down the stone steps with his legs apart. She has platinum blonde waist-length hair, a tall but thin body. She should be a young woman from the face, but her voice and behavior are like a man. Except for a simple brass pendant hanging on his chest, and a purple dress, there is nothing else. She opened her thin lips lightly, and her voice was indistinguishable from male and female, as clear as jade and dew clashing. The language she spoke was actually the Chinese language that James was very familiar with. It can't be done by mortals. The Trinity Weishan Emperor's barrier created by the Holy Spirit is to guard against magic and the demonic power of the alien space. The destruction of the real level such as shells, flames, and meteorites cannot affect the barrier. It is the bursting of extremely pure life energy and powerful soul consciousness that makes Weishandi's power appear empty. If it is not far away from the sky, this power may make the nearest sanctuary seal and collapse immediately. Destroy. The Supreme Mage pondered for a moment, stroked the brass pendant in his hand a few times, and then ordered, Master Wang, go down and prepare. The work of setting up the new Holy of Holies in New York needs your attention. Not too young and not too tall, Mage Wang clasped his palms together and saluted. He walked vigorously, shaking his rather strong and muscular body, and left the temple hall built of old mahogany and lathed bluestone. The young and handsome Supreme Mage took out a brass-colored ring pierced by 2 fingers from his sleeve, made a formula in his hand, spun and opened a circular portal sprayed with fine sparks, stepped closer, and jumped enter it and disappear. The last spark fell on the stone steps of the temple. This old temple, which could even smell the tranquility in the air, and the clear ringing of the copper bells, could also see the passage of time, became empty and deserted again. It seems that for thousands of years, there has never been a human presence. The second volume is over, and there will be a long time span if the next volume does not come up, but the conflicts and plot clues of the story will have a new direction. Volume name, Mutant Dynasty. Azazuo said quietly. He looked into Raven's eyes indifferently. The brilliance in his eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest due to the girl's various charming appearances, until Raven blankly changed back to red-haired and blue-skinned. Only then did he grin brightly. the last rays of the setting sun cast on them, reflecting the image of Raven and Asazo touching their lips lightly, before it finally set. Let the lights and the stars and the moon light up the city again. Dr. Brian Xavier is a physicist with a wealthy family. The castle-like mansion in Westchester is the ancestral property of the Xavier family. This family came to America as the first batch of British colonists and has been operating on this land for nearly 200 years. As early as the 18th century, the prototype of Xavier's mansion had already been established here, but in Brian Xavier's generation, there was only one single seedling left in the family, or a healthy single seedling. Charles lived in the UK for many years during his studies, and took Raven to live in New York for several years after he received his doctorate from Oxford University. Although the drive is not far from the old house, he prefers New York University, where he works, to be closer, especially now that he is also the chief consultant of the Mutation Force Research Department, and he has no time to travel between the two places. Hank McCoy lingered for a long time at a townhouse near Greenwich Village, rehearsing the manner and tone of his greeting. Charles had hinted to him that Raven would be home today. Finally, Hank paused, took a deep breath, and just knocked twice. The door opened immediately. I didn't expect you to knock on the door. Hey, Hank. Charles has gone to the institute. Rowan seemed to be about to go out. In front of the mahogany full-length mirror at the entrance, she was tidying up her dress with a smile. She had just changed into a white off-the-shoulder one-piece dress. Her hair was much smoother and her complexion looked great. No bright makeup, rare, elegant and dignified. Hi, I just want to ask if you are free tonight, Marilyn Monroe's new movie premiere. I have 2 tickets. Hank was disturbed by such a fast pace of opening the door. He looked at Rui Wen, who was wearing a white slim-fitting dress today, which was extraordinarily bright and moving, and his ears were burning hot. He still clearly explained the purpose of coming. Oh sorry Hank, I have plans for tonight. Maybe you can ask Charles, and I. Puff. There was a slight abnormal sound in the air, and Asazo appeared along with the red and black wisps of smoke, interrupting Raven's apologetic expression and hesitating to explain something. He still wears a slightly flamboyant black stand-up shouldered slim-fit suit, and his hair looks carefully groomed. The dress is so pretty, I think blue would go with it better. Oh, I'm used to it. I forgot to keep it like this when I go to your house. Is this dress really okay? I don't have many clothes for formal occasions. Raven changed back to her red-haired and blue-skinned appearance as she spoke, and asked Asazo worriedly whether the attire was appropriate. It was the first time she went to Mr. Howlett's house for dinner, and she was still nervous. Hank McCoy froze in place. The sudden red figure and Raven's sudden change into a bright yellow eye white and blue skin made him even more unable to keep up with the rhythm. From Charles, Hank already knew that Raven's mutant ability could change his shape, but this was the first time he saw Raven's original appearance. Mr. McCoy, a young scientific genius, suddenly felt empty. He avoided his cheeks and picked the frame of his glasses. He was not just sad because Raven was dating this mutant man he had met once. It was precisely because at this moment that he realized that compared with Rowan's real face, his feet were nothing. Hey, young man, let's go to dinner together. My family is very hospitable, and you have seen my father. Asazo generously took the initiative to invite. This young mutant who doesn't know the exact origin seems to be an honest person, and he is also Raven's friend. There is nothing wrong with getting together. Hank reluctantly twitched the corners of his mouth, and raised his spirits. I remembered that the institute still has an urgent project. By the way, Raven, you look so good. At last he tried his best to smile, praised Rowan sincerely, and ran away in a hurry. Asazuo shrugged his shoulders and took Raven's hand. Just as the girl closed the door, the two of them instantly exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared without a trace. Why are you back? Raven isn't home. Charles is writing the basic information of a mutant he just discovered in the brochure. They plan to start from New York and gradually get in touch with mutants hidden in every corner of society to help them solve problems and troubles in life. Participation in the study of mutational forces. At least that's what Professor Charles Xavier conceived and considered. You still need to ask? Don't you know it by just thinking about it? Hank sat down on the swivel chair, and the inertia caused the chair to squeak and shake around. He kicked off the oversized leather shoes with his feet staggered. He didn't wear socks, and was forced to curl his folded thick long toes stretched slowly, without restraint, and scratched the floor comfortably from time to time. With the eyes of a doctor of genetic mutation and genetics, Charles looked at Hank's strong calves and soles with interest. Each of his toes is extraordinarily long and strong, a bit like a gorilla's foot, and he can grasp things as flexibly as a hand, but with more strength. We are friends. I will not take the initiative to probe into your spirit and thoughts, and even if necessary, most of them are just superficially searching for what you want to see. You must know that people's memory and thinking are very complicated. Charles stopped talking. He really seldom press into people's deepest thoughts and secrets, because what he sees often is the most unacceptable truth. It's like seeing the cruel truth in her heart that she has no nostalgia for herself when her mother Sharon decided to remarry not long after her father died. In this world, only the sun and the human heart cannot be looked directly at. Raven left with that red-skinned guy, saying he was going to eat at his house, you know, the Howlett family. Hank stretched his legs and stretched out his body, looked up at the ceiling, and watched the fan blades flickering without surprise and maintaining a boring rhythm with his eyes unfocused. He wanted to lie flat. No wonder. A few days ago, I brought back a so-called craft decoration from an African indigenous country. I insisted that it was brought from the place of origin. At that time, I joked that she was deceived by a certain gypsy vendor. Charles put down the pen in his hand and spoke a little anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a long awkward silence. Like Hank, he just stared at the ceiling blankly, as if the boring fan blades could really what's new. Both men seem to feel they have lost something. It's just not the same. What do you think of the situation in Mr. Howlett's house? That person, and the people around him look much more terrifying than the so-called Black Emperor Xiao. After a while, Hank McCoy finally quietly asked Charles beside him, but it was more like talking to himself. Charles suddenly shuddered, stood up abruptly, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and was about to walk towards the brainwave apparatus in the center of the laboratory. No, it's too dangerous for Raven. That family is like a gangster organization. Maybe there will be some inhuman entertainment methods, or even smoking some drugs. I have to go and see. While he was talking, he was about to put on the brainwave device in a hurry. Hank didn't even move his buttocks, and said embarrassingly, "Didn't you say that the woman who also has spiritual power can stop all your prying eyes, and who knows where they will be in the world? The person who took Raven can move instantly." Charles was deflated, and he muttered that when Raven came back, he must ask clearly, even if he secretly took a look in his mind behind her back. Howlett House, Edmond, Canada. Over the past few decades, the vicinity of the old house is no longer what it was when the old Mr. Howlett first built the manor. There is only a boundless wilderness and hills. As generations of Howlett family core members, whether the earliest descendants of the Wolf Pack or members responsible for business and other affairs, have been multiplying around the manor buildings of the old house, they have built their own houses. Gradually, it became a bit like a medieval lord's fiefdom, like a quiet town hidden from the hustle and bustle. Eric Lanz here was holding a stack of plates, with a lot of knives and forks floating beside him. He placed the plates one by one on the dining table in the hall, and at the same time controlled the metal tableware to land on each chair flexibly. Forward. There are not many servants in the old house on weekdays. After all, there are not many people who need to take care of here except the old housekeeper Casper, who can hardly walk around. Although they are doing the work of servants, they are all descendants of the old folks in the family. They are also members of the family in essence, and they will choose their own future according to their own wishes, instead of being James's generation after generation. Servant. When it's time for a dinner party, there will always be some shortage of staff, and everyone will do something by themselves, just like ordinary people eating together. A Sazo teleported from the kitchen, holding a bundle of wooden, delicately crafted slender sticks, and placed pairs on each plate. I've seen this before. Are they called chopsticks? I used them in a sushi restaurant. They are tableware used by Japanese people to eat. No, it is from China. All other places learned from there. In ancient times, they would be proud to call it a cultural creation from that country, but just like people, countries, or nations will change. Very snobby. James smiled and walked downstairs, and corrected Raven's statement seriously but not seriously. He looked at Raven's original face and happily praised Asazo's eyes. Miss Raven looked at Mr. Howlett, who finally appeared, still a little nervous, standing quietly beside Asazo. Although the other party looked as young as Charles, the profound and distant temperament seemed to come from another era, and it didn't seem out of place with the present. James sat in the center of the upper head, and Emma sat down on his right-hand side, pulling Raven next to him, and as the chefs put the dishes one by one, Bucky, Steve and his wife were still a few minutes away. All the winter wolves at the manor sat in their seats and watched him. It's the holidays. Let's have a meal together and try these dishes. The chefs went to Chinatown in New York to learn for several years before making them. There were no special speeches or ceremonies, just like the most common family dinner, even more casual. Raven watched almost everyone skillfully using chopsticks, eating fresh dishes with unusually attractive taste and color. Not only confused, he asked Asazo beside him in a low voice, "What holiday is today?" After thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't remember any special festival on this day in September. Could it be that Mr. Howlett followed some other cultural customs? Our family only celebrates the Mid-Autumn Festival, a traditional day in the East. No one knows the exact day, only the father knows, and the date is different every year, and our family will have another day alone during the new year. Raven nodded, half understood. She was very curious and interested in everything about the Howlett family. The atmosphere here was relaxed and at ease that she had never felt since she could remember. He was able to show his original appearance generously in front of so many people without seeing any weird eyes. "Raven, how do you feel when you change? Can you only change the appearance of your body?" Emma has gotten to know Raven very well after an afternoon. Before Miss Peggy came, she was the only girl here. Raven, who is also a mutant, can have dinner together today, which made Emma very happy. She curiously asked about the details of this magical ability. As a woman, Emma was also very envious of this ability. Swish, Raven's white skirt turned into the same black suit as Asazo's beside him, and then the person also changed into his appearance, with his body shape and even his tail vivid. Everyone was amazed. Bucky and Eric even applauded and cheered a few times. James watched Raven's changes carefully, and couldn't help but be amazed. Only Asazuo looked at myself, who winked at him playfully, couldn't help his scalp numb, and goosebumps appeared on his body. I can directly imitate the appearance of clothes and the appearance of many substances. It may be that my skin tissue is different. But if I wear other real clothes, I can only cover them up without any changes. They are relatively light and thin. It's okay, 2 heavy coats won't work. Everyone chattered about Raven's skills, and Bucky even found another way to ask if the clothes that Raven imitated with his body could be taken off, and Steve slapped him on the back of the neck before closing it tactfully. Mouthed. Raven happily chatted with everyone, asking Steve about his experience in World War II, how Bucky's metal arm felt when he used it, and even biting ears with Emma, curious about how she got along with Mr. Howlett. Feelings. James spends more time watching people laughing and chatting cheerfully. He just eats with his head down, with braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and fried pork with green peppers. The back kitchen makes bowls of rice one after another. Although he didn't speak much, there was a wave of fiery emotions in his chest. That is the joy and warmth that can only be brought by home. After dinner, James took out old black and white photos from more than half a century ago, and showed Raven the appearance of a Sazo being held in his arms when he was a child. His thin, pitiful appearance attracted several women. There was a soft light in his eyes. Everyone began to complain that Asazo was really disabled now. Under the resentful eyes of the Red Devil, James gave Steve and Peggy a look, and went upstairs to the study. The Rogers couple sat in front of the antique desk, looked at the fluorescent purple serum potion bottle in a slender vibrating gold box in front of them, glanced at each other, and looked at James with some puzzlement. Stick serum, Steve knows, this is what Bucky uses, you already have the foundation, don't bother so much, go back and get an injection yourself later. But Peggy. James pondered for a moment, and slowly said to Mrs. Rogers, I can give you 2 options. One is the mature and safe super soldier serum, and then one day you can enter the wolf winter, and then thaw at a suitable time in the future, and see him again. The other is Styx, which is very dangerous, with a survival rate of less than half. Steve himself has undergone serum transformation, coupled with so many years of tempering and practice, and his level of killing skills is also very high, so it may be easier bear, but if you inject directly. After a long while of silence, none of the 3 made a sound. Steve smiled suddenly, and said seriously, Teacher, I'm not interested in Styx. Even now, Bucky may not be my opponent. The original serum is enough. Peggy and I can live together for a long time. James nodded. This result was what he expected. With Steve's character, he would probably choose this way. He said a little sadly, nothing is eternal. Maybe I can live for a long time, but that is not a kind of happiness. Immortality is a cruel choice, not for others, but for myself. In this universe, only life with no emotion will choose this way, but what is the difference between such a life and earth, stone, gold, and iron? Let's do this first. The technology will improve in the future, and I believe there will be more choices by then. James felt that the matter was basically settled. Just as he was about to get up, Peggy, who had been silent all the time, said seriously, Sir, I hope to try Styx. You don't talk yet. Peggy covered Steve's eagerly opened mouth with her pale fingertips, turned to look at James, and continued without blinking. You said that this choice is left to me, and now I have my own pursuit. If I hadn't met you, I would be happy to do a job that is helpful to society and the world, and stay with Steve. We are old, but you showed us a way and opened the door to a new world. I don't want to miss the excitement of this journey. I will grow old after a few years, or lie in the frost and wake up, let the world become strange to my eyes, which is not what I want. Steve finally spoke out urgently. His handsome appearance was a little deformed. You can use the original serum first, and wait a few years before trying to supplement it like I did. The technology will definitely be more perfect at that time, and I will wait for you. Miss Peggy smiled softly. Her husband, who was a bit too upright, hadn't thought through many joints. Do you think Mr. will be stingy with a few plants of heart-shaped grass? With the vibrating gold meteorite, we can continue to cultivate this magical plant in the future, but even with the super soldier serum as the foundation, it is difficult to superimpose and supplement this serum. Strength, am I right, sir? James didn't make a sound, just looked at Steve. His eyes said everything. The power of human genetic evolution cannot simply be calculated as 1 + 1 = 2. The 2 serums are related, but mutually exclusive. It may be even more dangerous to superimpose the Styx serum on the basis of the super soldier serum. Only by breaking all the secrets of the physical body and advancing the practice to the energy level, that is, the stellar environment, can one resist the double rejection of the will and the body. I know it's unfair to you. Peggy caressed Steve's face, looked at her husband's lonely eyes, and couldn't help but loosen the thoughts she had just settled in her heart. It's because I ignored your feelings too much. To be honest, in those days on the battlefield, I always felt that the strength in your heart was more suitable to be a so-called hero than me. It's just the constraints of this era and people's concepts. About you? Harmful. James sighed and sprinkled this set in front of my old man. If there were not more and more people around me now, it would be really uncomfortable for a while. Okay, you should accompany Peggy to practice killing techniques for a period of time. Although low-level body mastery is not very helpful for serum fusion, at least martial arts training can sharpen your will. James felt more and more the temptation of extraordinary power for everyone with ideals or ambitions. This kind of pure mighty power added to oneself is not comparable to ordinary material wealth. Now the major countries have more or less mastered certain evolutionary methods and research. The confrontation between the 2 poles is not over yet. What kind of power is still hidden in this world, and what kind of moth will come out? I can't grasp it. Fortunately, after all these years of arrangement and means, he finally got all the cosmic Rubik's Cube and vibrating metal meteorite in his hands. James Howlett would like to see. One day he said that the sky is dark, who dares to say it? After World War II, the United States Paper Clip Project brought together a large number of German scientists, and almost all of these people had served in the former German Weapons and Equipment Department, which was later the Hydra Force. In addition to the only leader Red Skull John Schmidt at that time, Dr. Arnim Zola, as the chief scientist, was also the leader of these Nanite scientists. But after the defeat, Dr. Zola disappeared inexplicably, and these people have been in a state of no one for a long time. But the spirit of Hydra has been taking root and sprouting, and gradually spread in the new organization that incorporated them, called SHIELD for short. One head is cut off, and two are regenerated. There will never be a truly immortal life in this world, only faith and will can last forever. Today is the first time that Edgar Hoover has participated in the highest level meeting of SHIELD as a director. This organization currently does not have a full-fledged director or chief. It is only responsible to the president in name. The person in charge of each department acts as a director to coordinate actions. Since Director Hoover learned about the Super Soldier Project and the secrets of the mutants, he felt more and more that the FBI, which is still dealing with major national cases and supervising high-ranking officials, is too small. Although he is getting old, behind the increasingly mysterious veil of the world, a more exciting part of the Shadow Leader has been revealed, which has rekindled his youthful desire and passion for getting ahead and climbing the ladder of power. Ambition. Greenwich Village on the west side of New York City was formed around 1910. Many writers, artists, or so-called idealists live here, and there are colleges and universities nearby. New youths in universities often like to gather here. Most of them behave perversely and have outstanding looks, as if deliberately revealing an attitude that is out of tune with the world. They represent another way of life and are the counterculture of the United States. Charles was not very willing to rent here at the beginning. He was always worried that the musicians, painters, or similar groups of hippies on the nearby streets would be too noisy, but due to the very convenient transportation location from New York University, Raven liked the atmosphere here, so he finally stayed here. Every day when Charles goes to school from home, he will walk through the adjacent Black Street, which has a typical architectural style of Greenwich, England. A series of three-story Victorian brownstone townhouses featuring French Baroque architectural design and mansard roofs. Charles had considered the Black Street house earlier, but it was too big for both him and Raven. It was already a bit chilly after autumn. Charles Xavier was wearing a double-breasted gray stand-up collar windbreaker, with his hands in his pockets, and walked past the largest villa on this street, where there were two men in coffee-colored. The strange man in the suit jacket looked around. I don't know why, but their demeanor and movements resemble those of a professor who teaches Eastern philosophy at school. One of them is a short, yellow-skinned old man with a hand behind his back, stroking his beard from time to time and nodding frequently. Charles shrugged his shoulders. It's normal to see people in strange clothes or acting weird here. He took one last look at the other, younger white man, who was circling 177 Black Street with a brass-colored metal plate in the shape of a compass in his hand. Charles didn't pay attention anymore, and walked towards the school at a faster pace. Today he planned to communicate with his colleague, Mr. Eric Lanz here, about Raven being taken to his house as a guest. Master Wang's house is in a good location, not bad, and the area is large or small. A tall, thin white man who looked about 40 years old fiddled with the brass plate covered with small square characters, pinched his fingers and muttered a few words in a rather nondescript way, happily speaking in Huaxia with a serious accent and punctuated sentences. With his right hand stroking his short and thick gray beard, his left hand was behind his back, his index finger and little finger were bent, and he also made a strange handprint. He looked up at the three-story villa with a double-story attic roof. Stretching out his stomach, he spoke in an even weirder and crappier English accent full of air. It's not only good, it's perfect. Mark, your knowledge is still not up to par. It took so long to calculate with Feng Shui, but it's very rare for a Westerner like you to learn this level. Apart from self-confidence, Master Wang's English has no other advantages, but he speaks coherently and fluently, but it is unknown how much Master Mark understands. The two seem to be practicing their oral English on purpose. One speaks Chinese and the other speaks English, but they really can understand each other just like that. The house looks vacant. Knock on the door to see if anyone is there. Who is the owner? This place has to be taken down. Master Wang finally gave a few instructions, and walked around with a splayed pace to look around. He raised his arms uncomfortably, and felt that the clothes on his body were still uncomfortable to wear, not as comfortable as long gowns and robes. Looking at the busy traffic and the American urban environment full of buildings, his wide-eyed eyes looked complicated and helpless, but also filled with unconcealed curiosity. Master Mark chatted for a while with a lady wearing the uniform of a real estate manager at the gate of number 177, then strode towards Master Wang, who was asking for prices at the roadside hot dog stand with his hands behind his back, and said stammeringly, "Ask, it's clear, this property belongs to the Howlett Group. Empire State Building a few miles away. Located at 350 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, this 380-meter-high, 1931-story skyscraper has maintained its status as the world's tallest building since its completion in April After the Howlett Group built the Empire State Building, it alone occupied all the floor space on the 66th floor and above, and used it as the headquarters of this giant group with influence all over the United States and Europe. If the professional elites and urban beauties in New York hear someone talking about their work in the Empire State Building, they will definitely ask the same question: are you above the 66th floor? The building has a total of 85 floors, a total area of more than 20 square meters of leasable office space, and 73 elevators. On the 6th floor of number 80, Howlett Group has an indoor and outdoor viewing platform that can be visited regularly by citizens. Part of the remaining 16 floors is a decorative art tower, and the topmost floor is an empty dark golden long table meeting room. The ceiling here is nearly 9 meters high, and the space of thousands of square meters is empty, only Zhongqing black quaint rectangular stone table. Except for the patriarch of the Howlett family, no one can open and use this room, and the senior executives of the group may only have the opportunity to come in 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. James Howlett held a rare high-level meeting today, and introduced a new executive to the heads and directors of various departments in this extremely solemn conference room. A senior executive of a group in the Western capital world who can subvert a field by stomping at will, was surprised that this lady introduced by Mr. Howlett was extraordinarily young and beautiful. Some senior gentlemen couldn't help but wipe their glasses and stared at Mr. James II, who was as young and handsome as when he met him more than 10 years ago, without any trace of age. So the Special Talent Affairs Department that Ms. Frost is in charge of will not be related to the specific business of any group's commercial department, but any help and request put forward by this department, the group's affiliates must cooperate with the highest priority. After the meeting, the high-level executives who walked out of the giant bronze door couldn't help but exchanged glances, wondering whether Mr. Howlett was the same person back then. Mr. J. Gatsby is old and rarely participates in the affairs of the group. He has completely retired after organizing a large-scale ocean-going work some time ago. Only Mr. Foss has the closest relationship with the owner, but he has no waves. There was nothing unusual on his face. The ostentation here is really thinking about my father's pursuit of money and status for so many years. Although he has a small fortune and always claims to be a high-class figure, he has never had the opportunity to touch even the most corner of this stone table in his life. A gentleman. Emma is wearing a white ladies' suit, wide shoulders and slender waist, a pair of transparent high heels on her white and tender feet, and long golden hair tied up. She is glamorous and heroic, full of oppression. With her long legs, she looked at the 3 transparent special glass walls, and the Manhattan area and the entire New York scene were under her feet. This council room was like a palace in the sky, above the mundane. It's just a group power placed outside, mainly because it can save a lot of trouble. James sat on the high-backed stone chair at the top. He smiled and continued. Mutants are no longer a secret to high-level officials in various countries. Although the Hellfire Research Institute in the Soviet Union was completely destroyed, Xiao's experimental methods have already flowed out. With the increasing probability of mutant gene dominance, coupled with it may be artificially catalyzed, and the things you have to do later will be very hard. Emma walked to James, leaned against the table, and said confidently, relying on the group's presence in various fields such as commerce, industry, and manufacturing, we only need to set up some special schools and hospitals to collect a large amount of information on mutants and guide them. It's just... She paused for a moment, then smiled. It's just that I'm worried that the SHIELD Mutation Force Research Department, where Professor Xavier works, will conflict with us. There will be more and more mutants, and there are even experimental methods that can speed up this process. If the United States is going to win over powerful mutants as extraordinary combat power, it is nothing to worry about. It's terrible to use these miraculous beings that break scientific cognition as research slices, materialize and demonize mutants, and even cause racial hatred and extinction one day. James' face was so calm that no emotion could be seen, but the brilliance in his eyes revealed an extraordinarily dangerous look. Okay, you're officially going to work from today, Miss Emma Frost. I'm leaving first. I may not be in New York recently. Don't worry. James suddenly patted Emma's slender and tight thighs, stood up. Emma was stunned for a moment, and asked strangely, where are you going? Are there still things that you need to deal with personally? Walking around, look for some corners with strange legends or bizarre events. Recently, I have always vaguely felt that there is an invisible film on the sky. The special power of this world should be more than what we know now. Is Asazo not with you? Forget it. He wants to spend more time with Rowan now. I can go anywhere very fast now, and sometimes I get upset when I take him with me. Emma watched the blood-red life energy suddenly burst out from James' body. He was like a high-energy polymer in the form of a human being, and he jumped up into the air. Go. In a first-year physics class at New York University, the 3 rows of seats in front were full of girls, the competition was fierce, and the entire classroom was full of seats. What is certain is that the vast majority of students here are not supposed to take this physics class, and they are not even students in the physics department at all. As only the most junior teaching assistant in the university teaching system, Eric Lancher's popularity has surpassed most well-known professors and scholars. Charles walked outside the lecture theater, leaned over to look at the scene from the door, and suddenly realized that he was not the most popular teacher among girls in this school. Okay, that's all for today's class. It's enough for you to understand the grand unified theory at this stage. This is some kind of conjecture about truth. Tommy, go back and tell Garfield, don't think that you are here to attend the class, too many people and I won't find him skipping class. The female students in the front row were whispering about Mr. Lancher's outfit today. After taking off his coat, he was wearing a slim black shirt, with broad shoulders and a firm and straight back. When the girls saw his gaze, they dared not avoid it. Finally, it took a long time for the students in the classroom to gradually clear up. Charles cleared his throat and walked in a little nervously. Hey, Eric, I really felt admiration in the classroom just now. I don't need my ability to. Professor Xavier, who was saying hello, saw Eric Lanz here suddenly raised his palm to face him, almost thinking that he was trying to control something, and then saw him leaning over and taking out a somewhat dark red helmet from his bag, wearing it on the head, only showing the face, then smiled and said, "What's the matter, Charles?" Eric proudly knocked on the quaint helmet that looked like metal but had a somewhat rocky texture, as if he had been waiting for today's meeting for a long time. Charles Xavier was stunned for a while, and then he came to understand a little bit. He stretched out his telepathic power, but Eric's brain could no longer enter at will, like the portal that he could let his mind hack into. Blocked by the boulder. This is. Charles re-examined the helmet that Eric was wearing, paired with his black handmade slim shirt, and he was a bit strangely handsome. It's made of a material that can resist telepathy. Emma has tested it. Her full-strength psychic piercing can only bring about a slight sting. Although it can't be completely isolated, it can at least weaken it by more than %. Charles Xavier was even more astonished. The spiritual power of Miss Emma Frost was different from his, extremely aggressive and sharp. Unlike myself, who is better at controlling and radiating a huge range of life groups, Emma's power is more targeted. If she can only be slightly affected through the helmet, then I have nothing to do. Eric took off his helmet freely, mostly as a joke, not really hostile and guarding against Charles. He straightened his slightly messy hair, stroked some rough lines on it, and continued. The material of the helmet is mainly lead, which is a metal that rejects magnetism, so I can't control it, and it's still a bit heavy, so I have to improve it later. Eric weighed it in his hand a few times, and then put it back into the bag. Ever since he got this custom-made mind-shielding helmet, he has always carried it with him, waiting for this day for a long time. It's amazing. Charles knew for the first time that lead can isolate telepathy, and that everything is interdependent, and there is no absolutely unsolvable force. Eric looked at the complicated expression on Charles's face, and was satisfied that he had achieved the desired effect. He asked the colleague again why he came here, and saw him clear his throat and raise his chin slightly, as if he was asking for a crime. Parents of students. I know that Raven is a guest at your house, ahem, as his older brother, I think it's time to talk to you. Eric raised his head and laughed, patted Charles on the shoulder, pulled him out of the classroom, and chatted casually as he walked on the campus road. Rowan gets along very well with everyone, and my father also likes her very much. If there is a chance, I really hope that you will come too, and that shy young man, no matter what doubts you have, you can go and see for yourself. Charles shook his head non-committally. He was somewhat repulsed by Mr. Howlett and his family's behavior, especially after he joined SHIELD. Behind it, there is a faint shadow of the surname Howlett. Eric, I hope you understand that this world has its own order and rules. People who try to override their will or desires, none of them will end well. Eric asked in a calm tone. The campus of New York University does not have walls or specific gates, and it is connected to the surrounding communities, parks, and streets. They walked to a leisure community where chess lovers often played chess, looked at an empty table with broken chess randomly placed, and sat down like this. Eric picked up a black king chess piece and looked at it. He rolled up the cuff of his shirt to reveal a forearm, and there was a line of number tattoos 24,005 on the inside. After pondering for a moment, he raised his eyebrows and said, "My father said a word to me a long time ago, accept yourself, but he never said accept the world. Your talent is very high, Charles. No matter what ideal you have, how you plan to put it into practice, and who you cooperate with, is your freedom." But, inadvertently speaking, Eric had already arranged the scattered chess pieces. The black chess pieces were on his side, facing the white chess pieces in front of Charles. "It's a bit chilly. Get out of our way." It was just a moment of fierceness, and in a blink of an eye, Ariel finally said carelessly like a homely chatter, "Dad is really what he looks like on weekdays. He is just a handsome and easygoing young man, but the madness in his heart has been covered up by the dullness of the current world. He can't wait for someone to jump out. If I were you, I wouldn't be that person." Charles has been watching Eric's movements, tone, and demeanor. Although he has only seen Mr. Howlett once, he can feel that Eric Lanz here is following and learning, consciously or unconsciously, in many aspects. That man. He settled down, did not continue this topic, but said relaxedly, "Can you play chess? I've always been good at it." "Of course, but I doubt whether your victory depends on chess skills." Eric smiled slyly, looked at Charles, who moved the chair and moved a square of white soldiers, raised his blue eyes to look directly at himself, and said forcefully, "When it comes to any game, I always follow the rules." Snapped, Eric also advances black's pawns. "So mutants all have this special gene? X gene." Edgar Hoover was looking at the blood cell tissue under the microscope in the SHIELD Strategic Science Research and Development Department, and asked the researchers beside him, Although the current research on mutants is mainly concentrated in the Department of Mutant Power Research, this issue has attracted widespread attention in all fields of genetic science, especially the scientists who focused on the research of super soldier serum earlier, have spontaneously done a lot of it exploration and understanding. Moreover, Director Hoover has more trust in the former German scientists gathered by the Paperclip project. After all, for him, these people are the best people to handle. Yes sir, the sudden and heritable variation of genomic DNA molecules is often caused by the change of X gene. From the molecular level, gene mutation refers to the occurrence of base pair composition or arrangement order in the structure of genes. Changes. Hoover listened impatiently to the long speech of the researcher with a strong German accent. He glanced at the laboratory table on the other side of the room. A dwarf who was only as tall as a child was standing on a small square stool carefully write and draw something. He suddenly felt that this freak might be a mutant. You just need to tell me if this blood sample belongs to a mutant. Yes sir. Hoover finally interrupted the researcher's chatter. He picked up the sample on the glass slide and looked at it under the incandescent light for a long time, as if he had already memorized the method of identifying mutants. He loosened his tie slightly, put away the sample, and put it in his chest pocket, but it didn't stay. This was the blood obtained through Dr. Schneider from the White House. Hoover pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked the researcher a more anthropological question. What do you think of the mutant group? The German-born researcher was stunned. He was used to solving issues within his profession rather than expressing his views on issues involving race and ideology, especially since his identity was so sensitive. Seeing that he faltered for a long time without saying anything, Hoover didn't say any more. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard a deep voice and said simply, "They're the antidote." Hoover scratched his beardless chin. He never liked to grow a beard. He turned around slowly and looked at the dwarf who propped himself up and worked at his desk while still looking at the documents in his hand. He said again, "They are the antidote to the contradictions of this world." How to say? The dwarf jumped off the low stool. Although he was less than 1.4 meters tall, he did not appear to be flinching in his words or actions. He closed the folder in his hand, straightened his glasses with black square frames, and looked at this high-ranking official in the United States. Edgar Hoover, director of the division, talked eloquently. Human beings are a group of animals. From an individual, to a family of 3 or 5 people, to a city, a country, a nation, or even a race, we are always doing the thing of uniting one part and destroying the other part. Mutants are a race against all mankind. They are to us what Homo sapiens is to Neanderthals. One will eventually be replaced by the other, and they will also become the saviors of the current divided world and the common enemy of all mankind. The ultimate enemy to fight. Edgar Hoover has really opened his eyes in the science department of SHIELD these days. Not only did he see the Hydra doctrine of Hydra scientists who were naturalized from the Paperclip project, but he also discovered this a wonderful person. He stretched out his big hand with wrinkled and loose skin, but it was still powerful, and shook hands with the young dwarf researcher who looked about 30 years old, and asked aloud, "Excuse me, Bolivar Tresk, nice to meet you, sir. I was in a bad state today, and I haven't written much. In the evening, I read everyone's messages, especially Jian Ni, who encouraged me after he became a Dharma protector. Big support to today's readers. As you may have seen, we have obtained the Wanjun badge. Now there are only copies of Wanjun's works on the whole site, and there are very few American manga-themed ones. Apart from carefully writing the following stories, there is nothing to repay everyone. Work hard together, love everyone. I will work hard to add more later, akimbo." End of this chapter. Chapter 115 The Legend of Kathmandu. Northeastern North America, Greenland, Wolf's Nest Base. James Howlett stood in the core area of the base where the Rubik's Cube was installed, and under his feet was a brand new vibration gold energy supply hub. Strands of ice blue energy lines spread throughout the vast underground space like an indoor arena. For example, the simple design and construction of the Olympus Palace in ancient Greece brings a strange sense of grand architectural ceremony to the entire Wolf Nest base. An embryo of the full vibration golden throne that is still under construction towers far above the palace. The rock layer under the permafrost and the embedded base made of blue-black vibrating gold intentionally outline a huge H-shaped family crest with fangs and knife marks. The Wolf's Lair would eventually become the stronghold of the Howlett family core. The mining of Meteorite Mountain is in full swing, and most of the winter wolves and wolf pack fighters are concentrated here, responsible for daily security and care. The Wolf's Nest base, which is more and more magnificent like an underground city, requires thousands of workers, researchers, engineers, etc. This is because the construction machinery and equipment created by Rubik's Cube power have super working efficiency and save a lot of labor. Greenland's natural geographical conditions have almost eliminated the possibility of ordinary people coming and going, but the safety of the wolf den is still an extremely important link. The ground is frosty and cold. When it comes to Greenland, which is the coldest season of the polar night, the cold wind and blizzard continue all day long, and the average temperature can reach --degrees. Except for a few warm areas where people can live, a quarter the 3 lands within the Arctic Circle are permanently ice-capped no man's land. The underground base has a perfect energy supply system, a comfortable temperature, a pleasant environment, and even cultivated some vegetation. It is like a world with a different ecology. In a space created by the excavation of the meteorite mountain, the heart-shaped grass with a faint purple light was recultivated in the depths of the vibrating gold ore. Dr. Erskine was old, he rejected any measures that might delay his life, and left the rest of the time purely for his own research. He, Zola, and the Howlett family's core scientific team, as well as the most important scientists from the Cutting Edge Research Institute in Brooklyn, New York, all moved to work and live in the Wolf's Lair. It completely separates ordinary external commercial research from high-tech super technology development. The vibrating gold rough stone that can be used and researched here, the mysterious and powerful cosmic Rubik's Cube, and the isolated environment are simply a paradise for scientific madmen who are obsessed with exploration and invention. Boss, once the energy protection network is put into use, the Wolf Lair will be completely isolated from the world, and such a cross-age energy barrier technology relies on the characteristics of Rubik's Cube energy and vibrating gold. I think it can perfectly resist even the strike of nuclear weapons. Zola always likes to call James the boss. He attaches great importance to the design and planning of some bases. It should be a matter for the engineering team, but he is often the one who jumps up and down the most. It is emphasized all the time that it is necessary to highlight the family emblem and the architectural style full of symbols of power. The extremely strong cohesion of the Hydra troops is also to some extent caused by this organizational structure with a brainwashing model of belief. Jin, please study slowly. Dr. McLean can be satisfied, but it has been delayed for several years. Pay attention to his health. The collected corpses of mutants will still be handed over to you and Dr. Erskine. James came to the Wolf's Lair from New York to stay for a few days, inspected the construction and development here, met the chief wolf Colin Pete who was in charge of security work, and then drove all the way to another piece of the roof of the world that was still extremely cold and frozen. Himalayas. Kathmandu is located on the southern slope of the Himalayas, and the natural mountain barrier shields the largest city in Nepal from the cold wind from the north. Facing the warm current of the Indian Ocean in the south, the unique geographical environment makes the annual average temperature here about 20 degrees Celsius. The climate is pleasant, the sun is shining all year round, the trees are lush, and the flowers are in full bloom. At this time, the sky has already revealed protein, and the clouds gather at the end of the eyes like a market, as if oozing blood, showing a faint red mist. James is wrapped in a blue cloak. Walking here is muddy and messy on the street. Looking up from a distance, the mountains and the blue sky are peaceful and magnificent, without any waves. People's hearts seem to be cleansed, but when they look down at their feet and around them, they always feel that such filth is incompatible with this world, and it seems to be destroyed. Wonderland on Earth. Looking up at the moon and lowering your head to pat the dirt on your trouser legs is the real life of ordinary people. Constantly passing by, Nepalese women in traditional sari covered their cheeks curiously, watching this tall and burly man striding down the crowded street. James' appearance and figure were too eye-catching here. If there are strange and hidden places in this world, the Himalayas must be one of them. Kathmandu is a city of temples, and statues of gods can be seen standing on the side of the road everywhere. James looked at the incarnation statue of Shiva, stepping on a monster, wearing a helmet decorated with skulls, a string of human skulls hanging from the neck to the abdomen, and 6 arms each holds a weapon. His red eyebrows are like fire, and his giant eyes are wide open. Perhaps the legends and monsters of various ethnic groups have certain real references. He stands here in the most grand Pashupatinath temple square, waiting for the contact person of the group's nearest Indian branch in Nepal. Sir? Are you sir from America? A male voice with a strong accent and anxious words sounded. James looked away from the dome of the temple, watching this black and thin Indian man looking at himself with some humility. I'm Imran Khan, an employee of the Indian branch of the American Howlett Group. Are you from New York, sir? Imran's family background is very complicated. His father is a Brahmin, the most noble caste in India. When he was worshipping Shiva in Nepal, he had a relationship with a beautiful local woman and gave birth to him. But such a low status like myself can't really become a Brahmin boy, but this father is still responsible and sent him to study in the United States. He also has the ambition to become a leader, and finally joined the Howlett Group stationed in India. Division. He paid special attention to the message sent from the New York headquarters. Although he only mentioned a gentleman who needed to be received and served with all his strength, and he didn't even disclose his name, Imran guessed that he must be a big shot. And when he saw this standing on the temple square from a distance, looking at the 3-meter-high Shiva statue as if he was the gentleman who was far away, his guess became more certain in his heart. Yes, you are familiar with Nepal. James nodded lightly. This somewhat nervous man in a grey suit and dressed in an extraordinarily formal attire should be the guide he needs who is proficient in Nepali. My mother is Nepalese. It's an honor to serve you, sir. Don't know what I can do. This handsome young man seemed to have no intention of introducing his name, but Imran was more respectful. In India, people of low status are not qualified to know and call high caste names directly. I'm looking for some mysterious and legendary areas in the Himalayas. Are there any places that are mythical but highly credible? Imran frowned, pondered for a moment, and said with some hesitation, Sir, Nepal, like India, has had many religions and myths since ancient times, and almost every temple hall can be regarded as a place where there has been a sacredness. The black and thin Imran followed behind James step by step. This gentleman seemed to be here purely for tourism. He wandered the streets of Kathmandu, and would stop and stare for a while in front of every temple, while listening to him talk about Hinduism, Buddhism one by one. Legends in this land. You still know a lot. There are so many details about the Himalayan Yeti. James listened to these myths and anecdotes with great interest. He has a deep understanding of the legends and ancient cultures of China, Europe, and the United States, but he has not paid attention to the South Asian countries. Thank you for your compliment, sir, but the snowman in the Himalayas is a joke to us locals, not as real as Karma Taj deep in the mountains. Imran couldn't hide the joy on his face. He said he would shake his neck and head when he was happy. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This gentleman walked slowly and fast, and he almost kept trotting keep up. Karma Taj? Where is that place? Why didn't I hear you mention it just now? James stopped slowly, and sat cross-legged casually on the side of a mountain in a Buddhist temple. The view here is excellent, and he can see the majestic mountains in the north of the city. Because it is not a story of religious legends, it has nothing to do with mythology. They are a group of mage practice groups that actually exist, but it is said that their core sanctuary is in the unknown depths of the Himalayas. Do you know the location? Or where to find these mages? James suddenly became interested. Even if the mythological images of various religions were true, they would live outside the sky like the Nordic gods. In his eyes, they were just alien life forms with powerful individual powers, but they were indeed hidden mages. Organization sounds a lot more reliable. Khan was stunned for a moment, rubbed his hands together, thought about it and said, "When I was very young, I saw a Karma Taj master on the side of the road. They would sometimes appear in Kathmandu. They would often give medical treatment to the people and exchange some daily necessities. People said that they all ended up walking alone to the mountains. Deep, but I don't know where it ended up." Got it. You've done a good job as a guide all day. Go back and send a newsletter to New York saying Mr. Howlett is happy with your work. After James finished speaking, he stood up and strode away. His extremely tall and prominent figure was unconsciously lost in a trance. Imran Khan chased him for a while, but he couldn't find anyone again. He wondered about the surname Howlett, but felt it was unreal. It was the surname of the founder of the group, and even his boss's boss had never actually seen it. A strange traveler passed by the village closest to the foot of the Himalayas in Kathmandu. He was wrapped in a blue full-body cloak, and he was unusually burly and tall. He walked towards the depths of the mountains step by step with his long legs. The land was covered with heavy snow, but the villagers saw where the man walked. He stepped on the snow without a trace, as if he had settled down in the world, but he was not touched by the mundane at all. More and more villagers gathered at the foot of the mountain, folded their hands together, and knelt deeply in the ice and snow. End of this chapter. Chapter 116 Special Talents. Where are you going to fool around with that long-tailed guy? Charles seemed to be looking at Ravan, who was facing the huge full-length mirror with a bit of resentment, constantly changing his hairstyle and clothes. Ever since he got acquainted with the Howlett family's Asazo, Raven has become bad by more than a little bit. Now she often walks around the house naked with her indigo-skinned body naked. Raven gave the mother-in-law Charles a blank look. Since he became a professor, he likes to preach more. She finally chose a Berbera khaki windbreaker and beige women's trousers in the magazine. In an instant, the scale-like textures on her body fluctuated, and she copied the model in the photo to her body meticulously. "It's my first day at work today, miss. I'm in a good mood. I don't know as much as you. Also, that's my boyfriend. Don't say that about him." Raven shook her hair with her hands, thinking that Miss Emma's hair was golden in color. She immediately transformed into a chestnut-colored, smooth, straight hair and tied it up. "Go to work? What class do you go to? Where do you go to work? And how can you have a boyfriend at such a young age?" "Rui when I can't have a boyfriend." Raven had strode out of the door, and Asazuo, wrapped in silver-gray silk, was waiting to pick her up at the door. What the hell is he calling inside? Asazo listened strangely to Charles's last howl in the room, followed Raven out, and slammed the door shut. "Don't pay attention to him. Only now do you know how to care about my sister." They looked around for no one, and suddenly disappeared into smoke and dust. Professor Charles Xavier in the room put on his tie complicatedly. For some reason, this feeling like his own sister being abducted by outsiders made him feel a little lonely. He waited a moment before Ms. Maura McTaggart, a former CIA agent, drove a Hummer off-road vehicle configured by the Mutant Forces Research Department and came outside the townhouse. "Looks out of sorts, Charles." Maura teased Charles, who was obviously looking disappointed. She was curious about what could make this almost omniscient spiritual master feel lonely. "Oh, you have never taken care of children, so I don't understand. Where is the first stop today?" Sean Cassidy, an Irish high school graduate, checked his student status and is currently unemployed. Emola smiled. She looked at the small notebook in her hand and put it back in her coat pocket. This female detective with outstanding looks and temperament was quite capable even though she was wearing a somewhat rustic dark jacket. "Charm. I'm very impressed with him, a guy who doesn't know how to get along with girls, but very talented. It seems that you understand very well, Professor Xavier." Maura drove to the northernmost Bronx district in New York City, where there is the famous Yankees home stadium and the world's largest Bronx Zoo. The current core work of the SHIELD's Mutant Power Research Department is to collect enough mutant data, and it is best to contact and attract some mutants to cooperate and in-depth exploration. Minister Michael Hall's vision is to create an official mutant team, similar to the Bald Eagle Guardians that the Super Soldier plans to create and the Soviet Hellfire Special Forces. Charles is also very supportive of this plan. He thought of the Captain America series comics that he liked the most when he was young. He also has extraordinary power. By protecting and helping ordinary people, he has gained a high reputation and support. He hoped that mutants would be like this one day and become heroes in people's hearts. At that time, he would be able to answer Raven's previous questions and seek social recognition for this ethnic group through his own efforts. Charles faintly thought about the original story of Captain Rogers, and suddenly there was no follow-up. The car window had already passed the Yankee baseball stadium and came to a white community. I got it, Mom. Onions, carrots, tomatoes, lamb chops, barbecue sauce. Irish people have always spoken very fast, and their authentic language features a large number of consecutive syllables. If people from English-speaking countries go to Ireland, they will find that they cannot understand what they are saying at all. A large part of the reason is that the mother tongue of Ireland was gradually changed to English after the invasion of England. Sean Cassidy had just graduated from high school, and he didn't meet the grade standards for college. His tall, thin body and long curly red hair didn't attract girls at school. Coupled with his often talkative speech habits, some people always say that listening to Cassidy talk too much will cause a headache. Charles took Mora's hand, indicating that this young man was the target he was looking for today, and the two followed immediately. Sean Cassidy? I'm Professor Charles Xavier, and this lady is Agent Mora. Sean didn't stop, he still walked towards the supermarket in a hurry. The consequences of delaying his mother's dinner were very terrible. He even suspected that his voice talent was inherited from this obese mother who could startle half of the community with her roar. The young man raised his eyebrows and lowered his eyebrows, and asked with a sneer, Agent and Professor? What kind of combination is this? Let me tell you, the Irish gang has nothing to do with me. You should go to Chuck Street next door. Sean's voice sounded weird. He didn't speak loudly, but it always made people feel extremely sharp and piercing, as if he had penetrated into the deepest part of his head. We are interested in you. You are a talent with special talents. While talking, they had already walked into the ingredients store in the neighborhood. Cassidy focused on choosing the ingredients that his mother ordered to buy. He listened to two decent-looking gentlemen and ladies introducing a what sector of what shield. He ran through his shaggy hair, wondering if he had forgotten something. You forgot the barbecue sauce. Charles rubbed his forehead, his eyes looked up, as if he was remembering something. Thank you, don't forget this. Are you planning to give me a job at the end? Charles was stunned for a moment, but Mora quickly continued. That's right, if you are willing to join, there will be a fixed subsidy you can get. A little advance payment. Sean smiled slyly and went to the cashier without paying. Charles reacted much faster this time, and paid for 2 bags of ingredients that were less than $20. The young Mr. Cassidy looked in surprise at Mr. Professor who really paid the bill, and regretted not taking more. It just so happens that my mother is urging me to find a job recently. It sounds like you are still government employees. When can I go to work? Contract system or formal establishment? Do you have dental insurance? This young man with a strange personality didn't even care why he was looking for him, what job he needed to do, and only cared about personal treatment. Charles and Mora spent a long time talking, and even promised some conditions that did not exist without authorization. Finally, when they returned to the car, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was a good start. But the next 3 or 4 contact goals made the two of Charles particularly frustrated. Most of them try their best to hide their mutant characteristics, and they are extremely disgusted when they hear about participating in so-called government research projects. After Mora told a woman as stout as a meat mountain that her abnormal obesity was a genetic mutation, she was finally chased out of the house by plates and unfinished pies. How about trying the last one today? Charles asked tentatively while helping Mora clean up the pie crumbs from her hair. When the lady who almost filled the whole room threw the plate in her hand hysterically, he decisively stopped her, but still splashed some on Mora. Detective Mark Taggart didn't care about this little thing. After all, she was a senior investigator of the CIA. She had experienced all kinds of environments and hardships. She patted her pants, picked up her notebook, and looked for the nearest option. Under the name, a thick red line was drawn. Charles leaned forward to look, and said cautiously, "Are you sure it's him? This young man is in prison. When I saw his vision, it was a high-security solitary confinement room. I've checked his information. He's not a bad guy. He probably couldn't control his power and was charged with arson and locked up. We have permission to see him easily." Mora nodded affirmatively, and lightly read the name circled in red and marked with eye-catching star symbols. Alex Summers. He looks good, the typical lovable captain of the school football team. Rowan and Emma sat in the back of the limousine, looked at a photo of the prison information, and couldn't help saying aloud. When Asazo, who was sitting opposite, bundled up his tail, he put down the wine glass in his hand, and said, "Come over and watch." The young Miss Raven had a very high starting point in her first job, and was invited by Emma to join the Special Talent Department of the Howlett Group. This newly established department is based on the investigation department established by James to search for abnormal people and incidents. In addition to laying out a large number of schools, hospitals, and welfare homes for special groups from the social foundation level, it is targeted contact with suspected a mutant with outstanding abilities. Nowadays, the size of mutants is still very limited, and most of them are Epsilon and Delta class, so there is no need for special attention, but according to intelligence and data, this person named Alex Summers, young man, the strength is quite impressive. Rikers Island Prison is located on a small island in New York's East River, between Queens and the Bronx, near LaGuardia Airport, and is the largest prison in New York. It has a large number of cells, imprisoning more than one people. The interior of the prison is divided into about 10 cells to separate prisoners of different genders and ages. Many prisoners with lower risks have dozens of people in the same room. The largest number there are even rooms with up to 50 beds. But in every solitary prison, there are the most vicious and dangerous prisoners. Alex, who is wearing orange prison uniform trousers and a white vest, does not have the usual appearance of heavy prisoners here. He is clean, not very tall, but very strong, with a clear outline and deep features, with dirty golden hair, lying on the bed board, full of confusion about the rest of his life. Miss, please be careful. This kid is very weird. He is the only one who volunteered to be locked up alone in this heavy-duty prison, because this place is almost equivalent to a closed room, and few people can stay for a long time. Listening to the courteous voice of the prison guard at the door, Alex sat up and watched as the heavy metal door opened. A beautiful and tall young woman stepped in, followed by a sweet-looking girl of medium build. I heard that you are good at destroying. Emma raised her eyebrows. She had already seen in her mind that this handsome young man was radiating red light all over his body, blasting a warehouse into pieces in an instant. James would love that turbulent burst of energy intensity. End of this chapter. It's Summers again? Wait until you go in. The prison guard stuck his thumbs into his belt, glanced at the certificates and approvals in Maura McTaggart's hand, and replied in a businesslike manner that he didn't want the lady's visit to be disturbed. Again? What do you mean? Before Maura could come up with the CIA's official means of operation, Charles took her arm, stroked her temple with one hand, and walked quickly to the deepest heavy-duty prison. Just as the fat prison guard wanted to stop her, he stood there motionless. The Howlett family is here, and Raven. Charles walked hurriedly, telling Maura what he saw in the mind of the prison guard. Miss Emma, who also had strong spiritual power, had brought Raven here first. It turned out that this was what she called the new prison guard. Work. Howlett? Which Howlett? What do they have to do with Summers? Charles froze for a moment, and then remembered the memory of the day Maura and Minister Harris were wiped out, and he had been hesitant to help them recover. The two of them don't know until now that the Howlett Group, which is high in the Western capital world, has a mysterious power that the American government can hardly imagine or even reach. I'll explain to you later. Charles relied on searching the prison layout in the memory of the prison guards, using mind control all the way to open the way, and rushed to Alex Summers' prison location. Emma Frost looked around at the heavy-duty cell made of steel alloy, and didn't rush to respond to the vigilant inquiry of the young Mr. Summers. She turned to look at Raven, smiled and said, "Brother Ni is really worried about you. He will come to visit the class on the first day of work." Raven immediately understood that there were eager footsteps coming from the door, and Charles stepped forward and grabbed the door frame. His fair and somewhat beautiful face twitched unnaturally, and his big eyes looked at everyone in the prison one by one. 2 women and 1 man, the atmosphere became so cold. "Miss, I don't know which so-called company or organization you belong to. I am one of the heads of the Mutation Force Research Department of the American Shield." After listening to Agent Mark Taggart's self-reported family name and questioning about her identity, Emma's eyebrows flashed, and she said in surprise, "Professor Xavier, I didn't expect you to help them unlock the memory seal. Mr. Howlett will be pleased with your attitude." After hearing this, Charles said in a deep voice, "Miss Frost, I don't know the purpose of your contact with Mr. Summers, but please give me your convenience. Maura and I represent the official organization of the United States, and Raven, we will discuss your first issue when we go home. A job." Emma's height of nearly 1.8 meters, with white stilettos of 7 or 8 centimeters, a slim white lady's suit, and her waist-high straight golden hair tied up high above her waist, made her look beautiful in this small single cell. Even more terrifying. She raised her hand to stop Raven's angry words, stared into Charles's eyes and said, "Professor Xavier, America is a free country. No matter where you represent, Alex has the right to decide whether to cooperate. This is not a question of whether I will make concessions or not." Charles turned to look at Mr. Alex Summers, who was still sitting on the narrow bed. The young man looked at the suspected confrontation between the two parties with a dazed head, wondering why they would all of a sudden come to him. 4 pairs of eyes looked over. "I am Dr. Charles Xavier, and this is my colleague Maura. We are a mutant research institution directly under the powerful department of the White House. Just like you, Alex, I am also a mutant." Alex suddenly heard the words behind the gentleman who claimed to be a professor in front of him from his mind. He closed his mouth, but he could hear every word clearly from the bottom of his heart. "We hope to help the continuously emerging mutant population with special talents, and we would like to ask you to cooperate with relevant research and discoveries." Emma had long sensed that Charles was sending messages to Alex through telepathy. She hooked the corners of her mouth and said in a clear voice, "Young man, if you want to control the violent energy in your body, follow me." Emma's words hit Alex's pain point straight to the point. He looked at Charles again, and asked Emma hesitantly, "My strength is terrifying, you are sure you can?" "Believe me, Alex, your ability can only be said to have just caught my husband's eyes. In our case, you are far from the word terrible. Swish! Emma instantly changed into a dazzling diamond shape, and at the same time radiated a faint spiritual shock. In an instant, everyone in the cell subconsciously closed their eyes, and covered the dazzling light reflected from every inch of her skin and hair with their hands. Color. Charles felt a slight tingling in his head, he frowned, and Emma consciously targeted him with his keen telepathy. Gudong. Alex shrugged his Adam's apple deeply. He stared blankly at the figure like a diamond statue, and made a decision in his heart. When the lady in front of him returned to her original glamorous and heroic appearance, he directly asked, "How do we go?" "I haven't finalized the sentence yet, but I don't think it will be short." Before Charles and Mora could turn around from the shocking scene just now, even Charles saw Emma's diamond form for the first time, not to mention that Agent Mora still knew nothing about this woman's origin. "Get on the bus first, and pay for the ticket later. Your criminal record will be cleared." Emma closed her eyes suddenly, and Charles, who is also a master of spiritual power, felt a sharp whistle sounded in the ocean of collective consciousness. Puff! A puff of black smoke flashed from the room, and a Sazo teleported there. "Can't it be lighter? It's so harsh." The Red Devil frowned, scratched his ears with his little finger, and complained helplessly. Emma placed a spiritual mark on him, which has no other effect, but can send a signal to inform him of his location within the scope of New York City, and guide a Sazo to his side. Emma stretched out her slender right hand to Alex. The latter hesitated a little, and held it lightly with countless curiosity and questions. A Sazo grabbed the arms of the two ladies, and was very displeased at the end by Raven. Under the staring gaze of Charles, the four of them exploded into a cloud of black and red smoke and disappeared. "You'd better explain it to me, Charles." The smart Mora had already tasted something, and she also looked at Charles with some displeasure. Professor Xavier, who suddenly changed from outside to inside, shrugged his lips. Hearing the sound of a large number of approaching footsteps, he said aggrievedly, "Let's deal with these prison guards first. Do you think it's me or you go to fight with them?" A prisoner in a heavy prison disappeared, and we are standing here. Especially in the only customized Rolls-Royce limousine. In this way, Alex Summers, who was released from prison in a daze, sat uncomfortably in the corner of the long sofa, carefully looked at the simple but extremely luxurious interior, and thought about this never-before-seen which year's Rolls-Royce bespoke model is it? He loves all kinds of sports cars and luxury cars, and he also works in a sports car refitting factory. Because of an argument with someone, he couldn't restrain the surge of energy and destroyed the warehouse. Fortunately, he was lucky and no one was killed. "Emma, you are so cool. When will I be like you? It seems that there has never been anything that can make you afraid." Rowan enviously sat down next to Emma. What happened today made her feel very awkward. The girl had to behave well. The fun of having a big fight was completely ruined by her brother, and she felt ashamed in front of her companions. Face. Emma raised one leg. Her curves were uneven, and there was no other makeup on her face except red lips. Her appearance and skin didn't need any whitewashing at all. Anything more was vulgar. She raised her hand and gently hooked Go Rowan's chin, aggressively said, "Who told me to find a good man?" In front of James, Emma, who is like a stream of spring water, is gentle and considerate in every way. From time to time, she still tries to flirt with her, but in front of other people, she becomes more aggressive and domineering, but also transparent with high EQ, as sharp and exquisite as a diamond. She was thinking about this irresponsible man who left everything to women, disciples, and subordinates, and she didn't know where to go. Himalayas means snowy land in Sanskrit and hometown of snow in Tibetan. The most typical features of the mountains are the skyrocketing height, the steep and jagged peaks on one side, the breathtaking valleys and alpine glaciers, and the terrain that has been deeply cut by erosion, with unfathomable river canyons. Viewed from the south, the Himalayas appear as a gigantic crescent, mostly below the snow line, and the orogeny that created the range is still active, with erosion and massive landslides. On the northern slope of the middle section, the Valley Glacier has the world's most majestic and colorful ice tower forest. The height of the ice towers ranges from a few meters to more than 30 meters. Its shape is like hills and pyramids, and some ice towers have rivers inside. James Howlett did not use his life energy to fly across the mountains, but stepped across the snow-covered mountains step by step, sometimes climbing and jumping quickly, leaving the tar sheep, who are good at running and jumping on steep rock walls, far behind. From time to time, I grabbed a snow leopard that had disappeared without a trace in the snowy plateau, pawed it for a long time, and then let them run away trembling. After staying in the city for too many years, I feel a little rebellious and tired in my heart. More than 10% of the scenery in the Himalayas is not a field that ordinary people can set foot on. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he did not eagerly search for the so-called mage sanctuary, but measured the roof of the world with his feet, let the icy cold wind and snow caress his cheeks like a blade, and read all the cliffs, looking for strange scenery and dangerous places. On an unknown, almost vertical vast ice cliff in the east, James is soaking in a natural hot spring pool. The high temperature of more than 80 degrees is untouchable for ordinary people, and he is soaking in a refreshing bath. The spring water in this pool does not have the strong sulfur smell and turbid color of ordinary hot springs, but it is fresh and clear, like a good drinking snow mountain spring water. throwing the light clothes and cloak aside casually, letting the steam of the hot spring turn the slightly long black hair into frost-white ice edges. James thought comfortably if Emma could be by his side at this time, and then lit a cigar enough. With his eyes slightly closed, after a while, his nose suddenly twitched a few times. Someone gradually approached the ice cliff. End of this chapter. Master Mark, why can't you just use the suspension ring to fetch water from Shengshui Peak? Today, Ji Lang's dripping snow is too hard. The white mage who once appeared on Black Street in Manhattan was wearing a dark green pleated robe. The cuffs and calves were tightly stitched. He looked less than 40 years old, but he wore brown goatee, hair tied into a Chinese crown. Behind him was a thin young man in a heavy blue-gray padded jacket. Like Master Wang, he also had a Chinese face. Each of them carried a huge indigo blue pottery urn on their backs, braving the frost with their hands and feet together, pulling the thick rope hidden in the frozen snow step by step, and climbing up from the bottom of the cliff little by little. The young little mage almost yelled loudly in order to overwhelm the sound of the violent snowstorm so that Mage Mark could hear his words. He shouted in Huaxia, and he also had a strong local accent and word habits. Heaven is about to descend, let the dead do it, you will have to work your muscles and bones for 7 days, and cut off your kidneys in vain. Master Mark, I was wrong, please speak English. The little mage wailed and changed into fairly fluent English. This Mage Mark loves citing scriptures the most, and he likes to bring himself out because of the Chinese people, so he can chat freely with him. Mr. Karmatage's mage was thinking about what he wanted to say later and couldn't remember clearly. While thinking about going back and reading the book for tutoring, he switched to English and said, although we are studying the magic of Vizandi, we are not weak divination and prophets. It is a compulsory course for Master Karmatage to hone the body and will. Lee, you are still an apprentice, so you need to polish it more. Yes. Okay, hard fire, what do you mean? The young mage apprentice struggled to explain to Mark that this was a word habit in his hometown, and the two finally climbed up the cliff with the hemp rope that had been strengthened with mana. At this time of the year, Shengshui Peak will be swept up by turbulent geothermal heat, turning the frozen ice pool into scalding hot spring water. This is the best water in the world for making tea. It is so clear and sweet that it is thousands of meters away. The snow-capped unpolluted. Master Mark was patting the hem of his clothes, rubbing his frozen fingers, and telling Apprentice Lee why the Supreme Master likes to use the spring water here to make tea. The two stared blankly at the man with a smooth body, bare chest, and arms dipping in the pool, squinting his eyes comfortably. The pottery urn in his hand fell to the ground with a plop. It's okay, let's soak together, the pool is not small. With his eyes closed, James also blurted out in Chinese. He had already heard the conversation between the two of them in Chinese when they were more than 10 meters away from the top of the cliff. He couldn't remember how many years he hadn't spoken this language with anyone again. The corners of his mouth were turned up, revealing the long and sharp canine teeth, and he smiled happily. Hey, you. The two sorcerers and young apprentices who hadn't recovered from their senses were taken aback by the man's sudden utterance again. Apprentice Lee watched the man staring into his eyes, and subconsciously pointed at himself. Yes, it's you, from Basho. Ellie, from Leading. Good place. James got up strangely and walked out of the pool, as if he was floating in the air without the help of his body. His tall and burly figure and white jade skin were not shy about being exposed in front of the two of them. He casually picked up the clothes on the ground, put them on and wrapped them in a cloak. Master Mark stared at the man in front of him without saying a word. Relying on his proficient body protection spell, he could wear a thin mage robe to stay on the plateau at -2 degrees. Walking out of the scalding pool without fear of the severe cold is no longer an ordinary strong category. If you guessed right, you are from Karmatage. Mark suddenly folded his palms, sparks faintly splashed from his fingertips, and asked vigilantly, who are you, and why are you looking for Karmatage? Only then did the mage apprentice come to his senses. The man who had a polite conversation with him in Chinese was full of doubts. The mana shield can't be used today. A traveler who comes here for fame, without malice, and who is interested in unknown secrets and mysteries. Master Mark saw that this man had an extraordinary appearance and a well-trained speech, but he let go of his guard slightly. Since ancient times, there have always been people who came to the snowy area to look for Karmatage under the guidance of the mage who came down the mountain. And besides soaking in the pure pool of Shengshui Peak, they didn't do anything bad. Pool water? Master Mark withdrew his hands in resentment, lifted the pottery urn on the ground, and said roughly casually, the highest peak 10 miles to the west is where Karmatage is located. If you want to see the sanctuary, it depends on your ability. He slapped Lee on the shoulder, and took out from his bosom the brass-colored hanging ring that 2 fingers had penetrated. The young apprentice was still blushing, trying hard to rub the spell. Master Mark raised one hand flat and drew a circle with the other hand, and a round door revolving with sparks split open out of thin air. There was a faint image of a temple building inside. The little apprentice finally smiled shyly at James, walked in with the master, and immediately the portal that appeared out of thin air shrunk to a point and disappeared without a trace. Interesting, interesting. James laughed out loud, and nodded excitedly. He looked to the west, his eyes fixed, and the blood-red energy flowed around him. Boom! The pool water of Shengshui Peak was pushed up by the air waves. James burst through the wind and snow, flew over 10 kilometers in an instant, and saw a large-scale temple complex on a tall and steep isolated peak. Master Mark, when do you think that person will be able to climb the peak? The two returned to Karmataj's training ground, took off the pottery urn on their bodies, and put it on the simple mahogany frame. On the contrary, the little apprentice was worried about this strange man. Maybe it was the pure and authentic Chinese Mandarin that made him feel a little more fond of him. That person is not simple, it is impossible for ordinary people to climb up, and the mages have never considered the seeker in this way, but what he said, maybe it will be possible after 2 or 3 days. Boom! The red energy flow washed away from James' body, and he landed in the center of the temple square. He stood up slowly with one hand on the ground. He looked up at the dark yellow barrier made of various spells and obscure lines, and he had already been knocked out. Broken hollows, with cracks spreading all around. Immediately, there were clear and piercing copper bells all around. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was any constriction on your roof, and it was punctured all at once. Master Mark still maintained the movement of stroking his beard with his right hand behind his left back, and the little apprentice Lee stood aside like petrified. Flocked. Some of them held wooden sticks and long knives, and some of them clasped their palms together while running, rubbing out various weapon forms shining with the brilliance of sparks. Different demons? Formation. The first white man with an extremely young face, bold and heroic eyebrows, tall and straight, and vaguely the leader of the crowd, looked at James, who was radiating surging energy from his body, and shouted with his fingers raised. Dozens of mages surrounded the intruder who broke the Karmataj barrier. The man who gave the order lightly shook his arms, and 2 huge mana-round shields appeared instantly. All mages look more refined and solid. Cassilias? Wait a minute, the young mage named Cassius leaped into the air. He was wearing a pair of quaint leather boots. Whenever he fell, dark red rune discs appeared on the soles of his feet, supporting his body out of thin air. Started to kill James with the sharp-edged mana buckler. James let go of the energy on his body, and walked easily to stagger the mage's menacing slash, while thinking in doubt in his mind. Isn't this the sanctuary of the so-called mage? Why do you rush to kill people? Cassius's skill is quite extraordinary, coupled with the movement of the strange magic boots. The trajectory of the battle is directly pulled from the plane to the 3-dimensional angle. He crossed his body and kicked his feet in the air, slantingly cut James' neck from a dead angle, turned over again, and slashed twice while standing upside down in the air. James almost stood still, twisting his shoulders and squatting, swinging his head and lowering his head, staggering all the attacks of the young mage leisurely. Just when he wanted to test the strength of the weapon condensed with mana, all the sorcerers around him suddenly raised their hands above their heads, forming rings of magic spells, which shot out crackling and ear-piercing explosions in the air. Cassius clasped his palms together, and the round shields in his hands burst into a ball. When his fingers touched, bright yellow lines like electric currents were pulled out, covering James like a silk net. Bang bang bang. The rings of the mages flew upwards and joined together to form a polyhedral cage net. James reached out and grabbed the mana rope from the whip, and was just about to pull the opponent to his side, but the mage suddenly let go and retreated. The mana ropes overlapped and entangled as if they were alive, binding James' hands tightly together. The bright yellow mana cage on the outside shrank rapidly inch by inch. James watched these mages rubbing a palm-sized disc in their hands, as if they were maintaining and controlling the cage that surrounded them. After a little effort, he found that the rope that was condensed like light was quite strong, and he grinned, knowing somewhat about the methods of these mages. Boom! The lock on the wrist was exploded into pieces, crackling, and falling on the red brick floor and disappearing. James spread his hands out and held them flat by his side, trying to support the mana cage that was closing rapidly. Dozens of mages were wrestling with James as if they were a cage medium constructed by mana. All of them blushed, and the mana discs they held in their hands were like overloaded machines, writhing stagnantly and with difficulty. Clusters of sparks exploded like short-circuit currents. What? James exhaled, and the blood-red energy around him disappeared in a flash, shattering the complex and vast mana cage. His black half-long hair danced violently, hooking the corners of his mouth, and staring at the man who was knocked to the ground with disdain. A group of mages. Crimson Belt of Sidorak. Master Mark watched as Cassius sprinted out of the hall, holding a pair of metal locks that looked like a skeletal armor structure, twisted and threw him towards the extremely fierce and powerful man in the middle. Swish! James finally showed his sharp claws, slashed red lights, and crisscrossed the thing that changed into rows of grapples in midair into pieces, and rushed towards the young mage who seemed to be the most powerful at the moment. In this situation, no matter how unstable the situation is, they can only end up playing poorly. In midair, a huge revolving light door emerged, and a purple-clothed sorcerer with platinum blonde long hair dancing wildly stood in the air. She stared at the tall and burly man below with ferocious claws in her forehand and stabbed her student. The supreme mage stomped his feet. Immediately, the mountains toppled, and the world turned around. Thank you Yishi Eternal for being the rudder master, and Yichinda's monthly ticket boss. I occasionally focus on reading reviews and reading book friend lists, and I often find out late. Everyone's support and subscription is the greatest encouragement. Love everyone. The line of Master Guyi will slowly explain some details of the excavation and the second creation, hoping to have some in-depth analysis of the Wiashandi master system. End of this chapter. Texas is the largest state in the southern United States and an iconic representative of American culture. Cowboys, farms, mounted police, bounty hunters, and wanted criminals constitute the famous Western culture. Interestingly, when the early Spanish explorers discovered and named this land, they misused a word Texa from the native Indian Hassana tribe. And what it means is, friend. In an unmarked cemetery somewhere in Texas, a tall and thin old man wearing a gray and white wide-brimmed cowboy hat was digging a new grave with a shovel, coughing and spitting from time to time. His hair and beard are already gray, and his body has little flesh, but his skeleton is very tall. Rare guest, almost 200 years, master. Hearing the strange crackling sound behind him, the gravekeeper didn't look back, as if he already knew who had come to the ancient cemetery beside this remote town. With a strong Texas accent, he whispered, "What's the matter? I keep the rules as always, don't I?" The thin but tall purple-clothed mage waved and put away the portal, and stood with his hands behind his back and said, "There is a trace of will projected from the border of hell. Let me check the status of that contract." Ho! The gravekeeper sneered. With the magic protection of the supreme mage, the dimensional demon gods have been unable to set foot here for hundreds of years. Even the ancient myths and legends are gradually dying out. Where can any power come in? The supreme sorcerer paced lightly, although his words and deeds always had an inexplicable sense of being out of the world, but they did not appear rigid and ethereal. There were some accidents some time ago, and there was a hole in the enchantment. I followed the power of a ray of hell flame, but it has been hidden. You know better about this. The gravekeeper hunched over with his shovel, his chin resting on the back of his hand, and he sniffed again, brewing in his throat. If it was him, he would have been lurking all the time. Time is almost meaningless to them. He will not show up until he finds a suitable knight. The supreme mage nodded slightly, and said politely in a cold voice, "Then please continue to guard the contract. I will come here to solve the problem when the time comes, Murphy." Clap clap. Bright yellow sparks suddenly jumped from the fingertips of the mage's right hand. She frowned in a rare way, changed her calm and elegant demeanor, took out a hanging ring from her wide sleeve, and opened the space portal where the sparks twisted. "Thank you for your persistence, Mr. Cartersley." The mage stepped into the snowy mountains behind the Guangmen, and everything in the barren and dilapidated cemetery returned to its original state, with a few crows howling dryly. "Hey ba!" The grave guard finally spit out the congestion in his throat happily. The supreme mage watched as the barrier above Kamatage collapsed into a hole, and all the mages below fell to the ground, their eyebrows raised, their thin lips tightly pursed and their feet volleyed. All of a sudden, the long hair danced wildly, and the whole body ping-pong-pong sounded crisply, as if countless crystal mirrors emerged, reflecting layers of mountains and cliffs, folded and twisted, covering the figure burning with raging energy flames in the square within it. James Howlett just showed his claws, and he dodged in front of the young man who had been organizing all the mages to fight him. The bone blade was about to go down his throat, but he fell back unconsciously, his eyes were spinning, as if he had been thrown into the rolling spherical space. His eyes were fixed, and it came from the force field that relied on the vast life energy and strong energy in his body to spew out a large amount of blood-colored flames. His pupils turned into dazzling blood red, and he threw out two agile tails of light. Belt, to stabilize the figure in the void. James watched the surrounding space turn into tens of thousands of mirrors like a kaleidoscope, reflecting the layered scenes of temples and mountains, even with strict geometric sequence arrangement. Isn't it an illusion, a different space, or a space that distorts reality? James looked around at the mirror world that was constantly changing, and the law was running endlessly, and he analyzed it like a whirling mind. His immortality ability of the unity of soul and body ensures that he will not be eroded and bewitched by the power of mind and spirit. Simple illusion spells will not affect him at all, and the real world in his eyes cannot be faked. It may be the amazing and mighty force that is really driven at the space level. The sound of crackling and breaking rang in my ears, and fine glass-like crystals appeared in front of me, merging into a slender and beautiful figure. The mage stood with his hands behind his back, staring at James with suspicious eyes, and suddenly Kishan began to explain the principle of this space. Mirror space, also called mirror dimension, although it exists, it cannot be noticed by outsiders. On the stone steps in front of the main hall, Cassius's chest was heaving violently, spraying white mist continuously. After Kamatage's defensive barrier was destroyed, the coldness of the Himalayan snow region invaded frantically, and the temperature down quickly. The ferocious claw blade seemed to pierce his throat in the blink of an eye, but in the blink of an eye, that terrifying alien demon was surrounded by a crystal mirror that appeared out of thin air, and disappeared the next moment. The supreme sorcerer stood in the air, and a huge spell disc appeared under her feet. She stared at the void in front of her, her lips moved, as if she was talking to herself. "Cassilias, you are too impulsive. That person is not a strange demon. I met him on the Holy Water Peak. Although I can see that he is not an ordinary mortal, I didn't expect it either." Master Mark walked aside and explained to the young mage with a fierce face. Cassius ignored Mark's words, just stared at the lonely figure of the purple-clothed mage, and murmured, "Mirror space. Is it a power that can only be mastered by reaching the level of the supreme mage? Everything that happens here has nothing to do with the real world. We sometimes use it for training, monitoring, and even to isolate and trap danger." The mirror image of the Sorcerer Supreme rubbed its fingers, revealing a brass-colored hanging ring. "If you can't master the power of space, you will be trapped here forever." James withdrew the bone blade and other exoskeleton weapons with a swipe, and the chi and flames on his body were still flowing. He floated towards the Supreme Mage and waved it casually, and the long-haired purple-clothed figure shattered and then condensed. So this is just your mirror image, and your real body is outside this space. James looked around with great interest. This kind of needing space and inverting three-dimensional magic skills is much better than the method of rubbing a magic weapon just now. The phantom of the mage in the mirror space followed the movements of the real body outside, nodded slightly and said, "That's right, so all your strength here is as futile as trying to pick up the bright moon in the night sky in the water. You want to talk about fishing for the moon in the water." James chuckled and said in Chinese, "It seems that the mages of Karmatage have more or less understanding of Chinese culture," which made his impression a bit better, and then showed his canine teeth, suppressing his excitement. "Can't break this space? I don't believe it." Boom! A column of blood-red light shot up to the sky, his black hair danced wildly, and the snake-like energy flow crackled and intertwined around his side. James clenched his fists and showed his claw blades. The kaleidoscope-like mirror space boundary rushes away. You're the one." Boom! In the square of Karmatage, the mages watched the loud noise in the sky, and a shattered trace like a crack in glass suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It hit the broken part of the space. Break! James slashed down with a claw, and the crystal-like mirror world was shaken to pieces. The deep claw marks overlapped together, and his strength surged wildly, as if countless blood-red sharp claws stabbed out from behind, swarming and up. All of a sudden, pieces of fragmented holes showing normal space scenes appeared one after another, like a mirror surface with countless lines cracked and peeled off little by little. "You turned out to be a warrior? How could this road?" Seeing that the mirror image space was about to collapse, the Supreme Mage broke up and squeezed a formula, holding a crimson mana shield, but plunged into the mirror image space instead. The surrounding mages below were in a commotion, and the young mage Cassius gritted his teeth and growled. "Mirror space can't even trap him. You said it's not a different degree demon, but this is the power close to the Dimension Lord. Master Mark and the little apprentice have been stunned too many times today." The Supreme Master rushed into the mirror dimension for the safety of Karmatage and stabilized the space structure that was about to break. This is a situation that has never happened in a century. The sorcerer's body broke into the mirror dimension, and with his left hand, he pushed a huge round shield with scarlet energy lines intertwined. It was nearly 3 meters in diameter, almost like a mana wall. The beaten shield buzzed and trembled. The shield of Seraphim, the Excalibur of Emperor Wyson. The mage made a tactic with his right hand and knocked it on the back of his left hand. The giant shield that was gradually falling apart solidified again, whispering a certain name in his mouth, and a straight knife-shaped one-handed magic sword appeared in his right hand. Turning over, a fierce flame suddenly burst into flames, and he stabbed with a sword. Bah! The weapon condensed from nothingness by mana pierced James's arm shield, and there was a sound of gold and iron. The bloody flames flowing on his body intertwined with the bright yellow flames on the long sword, making a chi-chi. There was an abnormal sound, and even some burning and pungent smells could be smelled. "Mage? Hold on." James Howlett laughed loudly. In the eyes of the cold and feminine mage, there was a faint symbolic brilliance, as if there was a mysterious force supporting the supposedly weak body. Being able to fight hand-to-hand with James today, even the best student Steve Rogers can barely sustain it for a while with the Edmund alloy shield. But this mage's energy, blood, and physique are only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, and he can withstand physical blows with dozens of tons of force. The giant shield in the hands of the Supreme Mage is like solid gold and iron in front of James, but it is like a phantom in her hands. Her long sword can strike through the shield without being hindered. She is agile, tossing and twisting, and has excellent skills. The two of them clashed with swords and swords. Crystal beads of sweat gradually oozed from the mage's forehead. Her lips trembled slightly on her narrow cheeks. The man on the opposite side looked like a raging beast. The seemingly endless power was even rising. Boom! The bone blade of James' left hand was slightly deflected, and it caught the thrusting Yinyan long sword. He pulled the corner of his mouth lightly, and slashed towards the sword with his right claw. The thorn pierced into the center of the shield, and the reverse claws tore open the shield, and slashed at the mage's head one after another without holding back. The body of Hogarth. Bang! The shining red bone blade slashed across, but the figure of the Supreme Mage turned into a golden bird and dissipated into the air, fluttering its small and delicate wings past his cheeks and body, and remorphed into a human form in the distance. James pinched a strand of platinum blonde hair falling in the air, and his claws only brushed over a few strands of hair. Ho. The Supreme Sorcerer slowly adjusted her breath, and her beautiful face, which seemed to lack emotion all the time, showed a strange expression. She raised her chin, and said sonorously like a proud female warrior, "Gu Yi, what about you?" James Howlett. The way of martial arts, Kunlun, Tarot, there has never been anyone who has reached such a level for thousands of years. Although your foundation is extraordinary, but you can break through the shackles step by step and train your flesh and blood to such a level, it is simply creepy. While speaking, Ancient One Mage drew strange line symbols with both hands. Some kind of rune was gradually outlined on her forehead with the dim light of her fingertips, and a bright red burning mark resembling the head of an antelope was printed. "Mr. Howlett, be careful, this place will no longer be an illusory mirror of reflection." Suddenly, countless small and broken sounds like running water and gold jade resounded in the ears in a chaotic manner. Gu Yi stood up in the air and waved his hand, and the space rotated and moved rapidly. James stepped on the space and shot upwards, but the distance of tens of meters in the space continued to lengthen rapidly, making people powerless, like looking at mountains and running horses. Suddenly James' ears trembled, and when he looked down, there was a mountain peak pierced vertically, and the same space was folded above his head, and it was actually the same snow peak. In the middle, Master Guyi's hands did not stop. Under her command, the space continuously reflected the solid Himalayan snow peaks. Between his hands, the lightly moving peaks moved and fell, and they kept hitting together, like ancient meteorites falling on the ground. Earth's surface. She seemed to be close to the mountains, and countless tons of gravel burst and splashed, but not even a particle of dust could touch her body. The Supreme Mage continued to throw down the mountains, and the doomsday-like horror scene lasted for a while, and finally gradually stopped. She drew a circle with both hands, and pushed out a huge tool-like mana net that reached the sky and the ground, suppressing the billowing dust caused by the collision of mountains. A bright red shadow floated in the crumbling world, and the bones of James' body were twisted, crackling and self-correcting, and the damage on the outside had already healed as before. He twisted his neck abruptly, and 2 bone blades on his arm were broken, but they were also recovering from the proliferation visible to the naked eye. Ancient Master. James grinned happily, yelled the name of the Supreme Mage, and shouted, "One more time." Speaking of slashing a claw in the air, the crimson sharpness condensed into substance, and the highly aggregated Gangsha energy did not spill out in the slightest. This is the strongest attack James can do now, the atomic split claw of the fusion and fission of biological energy. Boom! The sorcerer hastily summoned a mirrored mountain that actually existed on the material level. Rising up to block him, the sharp claws actually pierced through the snow peak thousands of meters high, and came again with undiminished momentum. She sighed, shook her head and changed her body shape on the spot, turned the space bucket to avoid the claw, and let it hit another mountain peak in the mirror image. Swish! Relying on the change of position, Guyi suddenly approached from bottom to top. She pushed out her right palm, clenched her left fist around her waist, and patted James' chest with her palm. James Howlett looked strangely at the mage who was stunned in front of him. He thought this sudden melee attack would have earth-shattering effects, but instead he patted him lightly as if greeting casually. Guyi's eyes widened, and she slapped James' chest several times, only to faintly see his figure blurred, as if there was a double image, but nothing happened. Your soul and body are both. The Supreme Mage actually showed a bit of embarrassment. She thought that the battle could be easily ended, the opponent would lose the ability to control the body, and could communicate calmly, but she did not expect to be unable to hit James' soul out of body at all. You want to talk about the unity of soul and body? If you want to target my soul, it is better to find a way to completely destroy my body. Master Guyi withdrew her hands and retreated, and the scarlet mark on her forehead disappeared. She put her hands on her back again, and sighed leisurely. I used to think that I had glimpsed the real corner of all things, the multiple dimensions and the gorgeous magic, but it was really just a small corner. Many great beings combined their spirit and soul with high-dimensional power and abandoned their weakness, body, to a kind of eternity. The Supreme Mage withdrew from the mirror dimension, and the two did not appear in the sky above Karmataj, but landed on an unknown snow peak. The violent snowstorm gradually calmed down, the lead cloud slowly dissipated, and the golden light shone on the Himalayan mountains again, turning the white peaks into golden summits. Looking at the scene in the distance, she continued. But you have integrated the body and the will of the soul. From the point of view of magic, I don't think this is the right direction. You are more like some beings in the universe called gods. Push it to the extreme, and even give birth to divine power. The mountains and rivers they fought just now collapsed, and they did not hold back their moves, but after a while, they sat and talked with each other calmly, as if everything just now was an illusion. James pondered for a moment, and said loudly, I agree with your opinion on God. I have come into contact with some of the secrets of the Norse gods. They are essentially races with powerful power. It is most ridiculous to be called a god by power. As for the road, he smiled and said nothing more. The power of the physical body also has great advantages, just like Kamataj relying on the 3 holy places to set up a magic barrier to protect the planet, which can well resist demon lords and evil spirit magic of various dimensions, but it affects without material reality. Master Guyi paused, and asked curiously, I don't know how my disciple provoked you and wanted to take his life. James helplessly explained the misunderstanding today, and also apologized for dirtying the spring water she used to make tea. Master Guyi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, shook his head and said sadly, the mountain spring water on the holy water peak is not polluted anymore. Your body is flawless and perfect. From the level of life, it has reached the extreme, but it couldn't be more clean. Suddenly she remembered something again, and said softly, there was a huge energy explosion in Canada, which was even as powerful as an atomic bomb. You did it. James calmly talked about the situation at the time. This mage was the strongest person he had ever seen and had the deepest knowledge of the world. He was looking forward to learning more secret knowledge from Guyi. The Supreme Master smiled slightly and looked at James. This powerful man who has been communicating with him in Chinese and who is well versed in Eastern culture is actually, in a few years, there may be a dimensional demon god invading. This is related to the explosion you made that destroyed the enchantment. Are you interested in hunting with me at that time? Master Ancient One, there is nothing more interesting to me than fighting, but can you show me your sanctuary next? I have many questions and curiosity. Please be gentle with this ancient temple, Mr. Howlett. The Supreme Mage draws out a revolving light door, stands generously on the side, with his hands empty. James nods his thanks, and the two disappear again on the snowy peak that no one has stepped on for thousands of years. The footprints just left by the peak. Alex Summers is in paradise these days, wishing he could move a bed and sleep in the basement garage of his Howlett mansion on Long Island. Nearly 100 customized luxury cars of various top car brands are parked here in a space of thousands of square meters, and most of the models are concept models that will be trending in the next 10 years, and have never been seen on the market. When you practice, you should have a few Ferraris around you, so the accuracy will probably improve a lot. Eric Lanshell hooked his fingers, and a bright red Ferrari coupe that had just been delivered a few days ago floated out of thin air. The young Mr. Summers was lying on the jack platform that erected the car body, sitting in a shy position. Up. What do you like best about Ferrari? I don't have much feeling for it, I prefer Porsche models. I love both. Alex's nose was rubbed with oil. He just lay down and looked at the chassis of this sports car. He paid attention to almost every detail. To him, the hundreds of top-notch cars here are hundreds of places. A graceful and beautiful lady. Eric waved the Ferrari aside and dropped it, clapped his hands indifferently, shrugged and said, "Then you have to prepare to say goodbye to them. Most of them will be replaced soon, and new batches of various brands will be sent back. Dad hasn't even touched 10% of the ones that are discontinued now." Alex was stunned by such arrogance and remained silent for a long time. Seeing a large number of top luxury cars here covered in dust like this, his heartache was hard to add. Seeing Mr. Lanz here pick and choose, he finally chose a Mercedes-Benz silver gray two-seater sports car. It seems that the reason for choosing this car today is because it matches the gray handmade suit on him. "Mr. Lanz here, are you going out?" "I haven't been able to see Mr. Howlett until now, after Alex Summers came here, except that Eric taught him some introductory training methods of evolution. He usually did nothing special. Apart from being bored in the underground garage, he has more or less nothing to do, and only occasionally goes home to see his parents and young brother Scott. No one knows when the old man will come back. You should train hard. Your talent is good. If the old man thinks that you have a future, he may give you a dozen of them." Eric didn't use the car keys. He started the crouching steel beast with a thought. The roaring engine sounded. He drove past Alex, the windows rolled down automatically, and he grinned handsomely, smiled and said, "Come on. I'll marry you a sister-in-law later." Boom. The young Mr. Summers looked excitedly at the silver gray car in the distance, and his mind was not about his sister-in-law but about the sports car. He wondered what kind of wise and extremely powerful old man this gentleman, who was admired and respected by mutants as powerful as Miss Frost and Mr. Lanz here, was. End of this chapter. You know the Mediterranean climate there. July and August are the hottest and driest seasons. The previous tradition was that many commercial activities would stop in August. The Romans used to leave the hot city in summer for summer vacation. Eric Lanz here looked at the elegant lady in a black slim dress with a smile. Her hair was coiled up high, revealing her slender neck and a pair of moist pearl earrings just right. Magda has a tall figure and a hearty personality of a typical Italian beauty. Compared with the enthusiasm and initiative of an American girl, her elegance and intelligence are more able to poke a romantic like Eric. "Tell me about you, Eric," the most popular professor at New York University among female students. While skillfully handling the lobster's claws, she moved the topic away from herself, and the brilliance in her eyes kept meeting with the handsome man across from her. This restaurant called London Lanes in Queens has only been open for a few years, but the authentic French seafood quickly became popular in New York, and the seats are often lined up for a week. "I don't count." Eric shook his head with a smile. He took a sip of the little Romantic-Conti that the waiter had just poured from the bottom of the glass, indicating that he had chosen this bottle of red wine. "Professor, and the most popular two conditions should be Professor Charles Xavier from the Department of Genetic Mutation and Genetics. But I've never seen a physics department lead a large group of female students through a boring Manhattan Project exhibition, a subject area that has historically had few women." Miss Magda glanced at Eric tenderly, as if she was concerned about the many girls around him. "Aren't you Magda? I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful female scientist in an out-of-campus outreach activity." No, I'm just a curator," Magda regretfully said. "The government thinks that a professional business curation model can attract more social visitors. I have no chance for such a special job as a female scientist." The conversation between the two gradually became more and more heated, and Eric found that this lady whom he met unexpectedly at the Science and Technology exhibition this morning was very close to him, which was different from the ones he had met in high-end bars before. They chatted late and learned that Magda had been imprisoned in a concentration camp in Italy with her parents when she was a child, which brought them closer. After dinner, Eric drove the lady back to her apartment in Manhattan in a silver gray sports car. It was rare for him to return to the manor on Long Island alone after hugging her. After returning home, Miss Magda slowly took off her long skirt, put away the hot water in the bathtub, sprinkled some flower petals, and dialed the phone next to her. Waterflower said softly, "Yes sir, I get on well with Eric Lanz here. He hasn't mentioned Howlett for a while, but he doesn't hide his childhood experience in concentration camps." "I understand." Magda put down the phone, guessing that Mr. Eric Lanz here should call her after a while. The way he asked her for the phone while blinking just now is really quite attractive. After a while, until she dozed off in the bathtub, Magda didn't hear the phone ring. She shook her head, lifted her slender thighs and twisted her narrow waist, and lay on the bed. A day's work is extremely important. In Howlett Manor, Long Island, Eric Landshear picked up the phone with a smile, and said politely, "Excuse me, Mrs. Rogers. Hey, remember Sister Peggy, please help me find someone Magda Gorky. Yes, by the way, say hello to Steve for me, that's all." Early the next morning, Mr. Michael Halls, the head of the Mutation Force Research Department, decided to see the newcomers who had just joined Professor Xavier's team before going to the high-level meeting of the Bureau. He is extremely resistant to Director Edgar Hoover becoming a director of SHIELD, the director of the FBI for decades, who has gathered his followers, and the means of eliminating dissidents have gradually become open and transparent, but no one can stop him from doing so. Up. Miss Salvatore, you're late again. Hank McCoy pointedly reminded the petite black-haired lady that her dark and oily complexion and willow-like eyebrows and eyes have the wild charm of a typical African Latin American girl, not to mention her boldness. Dressing style. If your subsidy here is enough so that I don't have to go to work at night, then I can consider getting up earlier. She hooked her index finger on the black leather jacket, wearing a camisole that only covered her chest, licked her lips, and dropped the clothes on the shy Hank. Hank McCoy withdrew his gaze, looked at the floor subconsciously, still couldn't help but cast a glance, turned around and swayed away with his waist twisted, leaving behind a sexy back full of patterns like insect wings. "Sean, let's try on this gliding suit first." Hank hurriedly called Mr. Sean Cassidy, a young Irish boy, and he tried a special set of gliding equipment for this young man who was a little out of tune but inexplicably happy. According to Sean's superhuman vocal cords and powerful lung capacity, Hank speculates that he should have the possibility to release powerful sound waves to bring propulsion, and capture the reflected sound waves to achieve subsonic air flight. On the other side, Miss Salvatore Bohusk sat directly on Charles's chair, raised her sky-high black leather boots, and watched with interest as he discussed with a lean black man. "When I was 4 years old, I had a very serious deformity. I am not afraid that you will laugh at Professor Xavier. I have bald head, long arms, and strange eyes. My parents said that they even wanted to throw me away. Fortunately, after a few years, they gradually grew back to normal." Gone. Armando Munoz, wearing a brown jacket, looked chatty, probably because of his job as a taxi driver. "Just call me Charles, so you took the name Darwin yourself, not just a nickname." Charles is not used to wearing a researcher's white coat like Hank. He is still a warm man like a university teacher. He likes to wear textured linen suits and Oxford sweaters, and this peer who prefers to be called Darwin very talkative. "Yes, there is no more suitable title for me than Darwin, isn't it? The survival of the fittest." He showed a row of sharp teeth, his skin darkened, and he continued to listen to Charles discussing his abilities. "Darwin, have you tried to actively change your, shape? Must rely on external stimulation? How would you react if I hit you with a stick?" Darwin seemed to have experienced this a long time ago. He took off his coat and only wore a gray vest. His figure was not muscular, but his muscles were clear and he looked rather lean. "You will know if you try it, but I really can't actively change the body structure." Charles hesitated for a moment, and found a hollow alloy tube in the research room with the mentality of learning. Everyone in the room surrounded him curiously. Minister Halls was also lying by the door, watching and expecting something. Boom! Ow! Darwin yelped in pain, and Charles was saying sorry, when he saw his skin rapidly protrude into flaky cuticles, rapidly proliferating and wrapping his whole body, overlapping like a set of black crocodile leather armor, and it did not affect his physical activities at all. Like a natural shell. Again? Use force. Boom, boom, boom. Professor Charles Xavier swung the alloy tube as if sweeping the floor, and hit Darwin hard, but with all his strength. He couldn't cause the slightest damage to Darwin, who was wearing horny armor, as if hitting a human-shaped rubber tire. The people in the room booed and cheered, even eager to try one by one, just like playing Candyman in a festival. "Where are the sound waves? Can you adapt to the sound waves?" Sean, who was wearing a yellow and black striped gliding suit, yelled a little funny. The wing-like special material under his armpit stretched from his waist to his wrist, just like a big bat. Darwin nodded indifferently. Charles and Hank called everyone to stay away, and made Sean face an empty wall, using Darwin as a target. Buzzing. Boom! Sean controlled his strength a little, but it still shattered all the windows and glassware in the research room in an instant. Everyone yelled and covered their ears tightly, but the extremely sharp and piercing sound waves still made them have splitting headaches. Darwin's face was only in pain for a moment, and soon his ears became thick and thick, a bit like bat ears, and the ear holes twisted and twisted in a spiral shape, and he was able to bear Sean's sonic attack calmly with a smile on his face. Let him continue to increase the power, and even the concrete wall behind him began to have some cracks. "Cassidy? Damn it." The continuous sharp explosions in the room stopped abruptly, and Charles controlled Sean to stop the sound wave emission by holding his forehead. If this continues, except for him and Darwin, everyone else's brains will explode. "I'm sorry, Professor. I was too busy competing with Darwin." Sean Cassidy rubbed his curly red half-length hair and smiled mischievously. "If you can independently control this mutant ability to adapt to the environment, you can theoretically even replicate many mutant powers at the physical level." Hank straightened his glasses, deliberated and analyzed. For example, Cassidy's mutation ability is located in the ears, larynx, and lungs. You just quickly changed the structure of the ears and even the brain, so that you can adapt to this superpowerful oscillating sound wave like him. If you can change at the same time your own throat and lungs, you could theoretically replicate Cassidy's abilities. Then he can even be like me. The insect-like tattoo on Miss Salvador's back wriggled and protruded, detached from the back, and turned into 2 pairs of bionic insect wings that shone with colorful colors, flapping their edges rapidly, and gently suspended in the air. Yes, if he can convince his brain that he has to fly. Charles pressed his fist against his chin and muttered, the potential for this kind of mutant ability, which can only be shown to adapt to the stimulation of the external environment, is huge. As Hank speculated, once the body tissue can be actively controlled to change its structure, not only will it be a special organ for human mutation, but it can even simulate the organ capabilities of various creatures according to its own imagination. He also wondered if Raven, who also had the talent to control body changes independently, also had this possibility, but considering that she was still angry these days, let's talk about it later. Darwin shrugged helplessly, looked at the surprised eyes of Sean and Salvador, spread his palms and said generously, I have tried too many times, but no matter how I fantasize in my mind, I can't really change the body structure as stimulated by the outside world. For example, if you want to grow gills, you must immerse yourself in the water. In the beginning, this change was very slow. I had to soak in the water for dozens of seconds, and even gradually felt a sense of suffocation before the gills could grow. As I often practiced it as a game, now it can change in the blink of an eye. Finish. Just as everyone was making suggestions to Darwin, Miss Salvador, who had insect wings, even asked him if he had tried to jump off a building and grow wings to fly. The chubby Minister Hall stepped down carefully, avoiding the shards of glass that had just shattered on the ground, and called Charles to the laboratory. I'm going to attend a meeting in the bureau soon. If you have the opportunity, you should contact and communicate with Mr. Howlett. He has too much to do with him. The Shield has listed the Howlett Group and his family. It is the highest investigation level. After an unexpected encounter with Emma Frost at Rikers Island prison, Charles finally explained what happened to Agent Mora and Minister Halls and restored their memories of the day. American officials have attached great importance to the Howlett family since World War II during President Roosevelt's time, but their business and political power did not allow the government to conduct any public investigations and inquiries. From the federal Senate, the House of Representatives, to the election of local states and mayors, the Howlett family is one of the thickest roots of this towering tree in the United States. The president can be changed, but the Howlett Group cannot be messed up. The most troublesome thing is that we still don't know what Mr. Howlett really wants. Keep busy. These young people are very good. I think their talents will definitely make great contributions to this society. Charles Xavier watched Mr. Minister's chubby back swaying away, and recalled what he had said to Eric and his feelings after contacting that Mr. Howlett. Yeah, what the hell do they want? All I want is peace of mind. In the depths of the Himalayas, on top of snow peaks, James Howlett nodded and thanked the young master apprentice from Basha, took the teacup, and sat opposite Master Guyi on their respective futons. This side hall has a square hollow patio, casting golden light from the sky, looking up at the white clouds, grey dogs, and blue sky tourmaline. Compared with the European and American Western-style buildings that have lived for more than 100 years, James enjoys such an oriental antique atmosphere. Mr. Howlett, peace of mind and ease may sound insignificant, but compared to ordinary people's pure primitive desire for money, status, pleasure, and indulgence, what you are asking for is simply the ultimate luxury. James looked at the non-gold and non-wood black teacup. He didn't know what kind of tea was used in it. It smelled extremely bitter, but Capon only had a mellow aftertaste in his mouth. He smiled freely and said, one must always have a positive attitude. Since those things are already available at your fingertips, it is always difficult to pursue them. Don't you think so, Master Ancient One? The copper bells at the 4 corners of the side hall are playing Kingyo, and Kamataj's mana enchantment is very good at resisting the violent wind, snow, and severe cold, but it does not appear to be stuffy and hot, and it is always like the most comfortable spring in the south. Autumn season. Kamataj will not intervene in the grievances or rise and fall of the mortal world, just as the major powers have created weapons that have the potential to exterminate human beings, and the mystics who guard the dimensional space and hidden power will not actively intervene. So, Guyi picked up the teapot and added half a cup of tea for James. As long as you don't associate with alien demons or extraterrestrial life coveting the earth, other actions have nothing to do with Kamataj. The mage's speech is not fast, but she doesn't seem procrastinated. In James' view, she looks like an interesting person with a cold humor without knowing it. After hearing the words of the Ancient One, James asked more curiously, then what is the purpose of holding on to the Holy of Holies? Is it determined to defend this world, but divides the crisis into 3, 6, and 9 grades? What do you think of guarding this behavior, Mr. Howlett? The mage also took a sip of tea. She still felt that Yunding snow water was worse than the pure spring on Shengshui Peak. Before James could give an answer, Guyi continued without any emotion. A mother on the prairie did not allow her child to leave the yurt in order not to be picked up by wild wolves, and did not let him get out of bed in order to prevent him from knocking over the hot buttered tea. The child stayed on the bed several feet square forever. Live on, and don't even know how to walk. James looked at the green tea in the cup, and suddenly looked up at the mage with burning eyes. Unrestrained protection is essentially control, another kind of obliteration. There have been too many endangered moments in human history. When I was young, I experienced the ravages of the Black Death in Europe and saw nearly extinct animals. The horrors in the world, but Kamatage still did nothing. You insist on certain rules and creeds, a contract at the level of mysterious power. After listening to James' question, the Ancient One mage nodded slowly after deliberating for a moment. The mystics of Kamatage and most of the magic practitioners in the universe have a common characteristic, that is, to borrow power, just like the ancient gods Osset, Hagos, and the first generation of supreme beings who were born on the earth. The Trinity Vivendi formed by the mage Agamotto borrows the most powerful white magic power. There are also mages who draw power from great but dangerous and even evil existences such as the Dark Dimension and the Crimson Dimension. Unlike your unrestricted martial arts, the rules that mages must abide by are more complicated and unpredictable. Respecting the laws of nature is one of Karmatage's rules of conduct. Can I practice at Karmatage for a while? James suddenly said seriously. Master Guyi put down the teacup in astonishment. She was wearing a black pleated robe today, looking more solemn and solemn. With all due respect, you don't have the talent of a mage, and your spirit and soul form have long since cut off the possibility of communicating with all dimensions. It can be said that you are a magician, immune to many magical powers, and at the same time lost the possibility of harnessing and communicating them. You misunderstood. James shook his head with a smile. His clothes had already been destroyed in the battle with the Ancient One mage. He finally found a blue mage robe of the largest size in Kamatage, which looked extraordinarily mighty when he wore it. The supreme mage looked at the man sitting cross-legged in front of him. He was in harmony with this world, and he seemed to be out of this world. Buddhism said to jump out of the 3 realms and 5 elements, and Taoism said to break the void and transcend things. This Mr. Howlett has really achieved such a state has been reached. I have no ambition to master the hidden magic of magic, but I am very interested in the way Kamatage uses mana. You shape and forge magic into weapons and other forms, which is essentially the development and utilization of borrowed energy. The so-called Taoism without skills. Skills can still be sought, skills without ways, stop at skills. From the beginning to the end, the two communicated in the purest Chinese language, occasionally citing scriptures to play the game, but they chatted more tacitly. There are too many explanations for this sentence in the Tao Te Ching, but what you said is not bad, but, well, 177 Black Street in New York is your property, right? James didn't understand the meaning of the sudden change of the topic by Master Ancient One, and said strangely, Black Street? You say yes. I have too many properties. I have someone to take care of them. I don't know. The mage's tone stagnated. He pursed his lips and continued. That house is the most suitable location for the new sanctuary. Master Wang went to check it out. It should be the property under your name. I don't know if it can be sold to Karmatage. I remember you said that the barriers of Emperor Weishan created by the 3 holy places have been used for thousands of years. Can they be replaced? The Weishandi enchantment is the most powerful enchantment that can cover and protect the entire planet from various dimensions and mysterious forces. In addition to the geographical location of the magic node, it also needs a vast and huge magic power to supply. At the beginning, Karmatage relies on the ascetic to bear the backlash of magical borrowing to maintain the enchantment. Later, I gradually learned to use the spirit of all living beings and even the majestic atmosphere of the nation to bear the price in exchange for power. New York, London, and the Oriental Pearl Tower will be the newly selected sanctuary locations, which will further enhance the power of the enchantment. James smiled knowingly, nodded frequently, folded his hands, and thanked him earnestly. It's just a house. It was given to the mage as a consummation practice in Karmatage. Please bear with me if I disturb you in the future. In the old house of Howlett Castle, Steve Rogers and Bucky took on the burden of training a new generation of wolf cubs. The chief wolf, Colin Pitt, led most of the winter wolves and wolf pack fighters to garrison the Greenland wolf den. Miss Peggy is in charge of the family's intelligence organization, and is closely related to Emma's work. She just hung up the phone call to Eric. Wearing a comfortable red and white checked pastoral dress, she walked across the square of the castle to find a woman with 10 Steve, who is practicing basic skills with many boys and girls. Go, little Foss, remember not to make trouble with your grandpa again. The grandchildren of the old butler, Mr. Casper Foss, are a few years older. They have actually survived in the hard and boring old house, and like the children of the Gatsby family, they are becoming more and more outstanding. When will the sir come back? The shadow president of the United States is starting to poke his eyes. Steve kissed Peggy on the cheek, smiled like a sunny man and said, Don't poke the eye now, the teacher must have found something interesting. End of this chapter. Young Major William Stricker had just bought a truckload of baby diapers with his wife Marcy. In order to make it cheaper, they drove all the way to a large general store in New York State kilometers away, and bought up the supply for the next 2 months. The Strikers, who were parents for the first time, obviously did not expect that the small belly of their son Jason, who was only a few months old, could hold so much liquid. Don't worry, my transfer to New York this time was requested by a real big shot. The salary and benefits of this newly established department are very good. From now on, we will settle down in New York. There are benefits too. Marcy, who was sitting in the back row, was teasing little Jason in his arms. Like himself, he had a different colored iris, a white and tender face like a porcelain doll with blue-yellow pupils, and was extremely beautiful. I'm satisfied if you can withdraw safely from there. It doesn't matter whether you are in New York or Phoenix, as long as our family can be together. Marcy recovered quickly after giving birth. With long pale golden hair, thin and three-dimensional facial features, and strangely colored eyes, she is a complete beauty. Major Stryker cherishes and loves his beloved wife very much. Is a good man who takes care of his family. He didn't mention his experience on the Vietnam battlefield in Southeast Asia, and everything there was not worth worrying about for his wife. At the end of April 1961, Stryker took the rank of lieutenant and was one of the first American Special Forces combat commanders sent by President Kennedy to fight in Vietnam. He led several special forces to fight in Vietnam for more than 2 years. Such troops are generally small in scale, and their organization and weapons and equipment vary from place to place. They have undergone specialized training in counter-guerrilla warfare, mainly in the form of irregular warfare, and can also assist and cooperate with regular operations when necessary. Affected by the rainforest environment and harsh climate in the crossing area, it is difficult for the large-scale combat units and weapons of the United States to deploy, and the White House's Special Warfare Plan came into being. In the early days of the battle, William Stryker made a lot of meritorious service, and he was immediately promoted to major. He is an excellent tactician and commander, and he led the team to continuously expand the victories in the dangerous and unfamiliar environment. However, as soldiers with abnormal strength gradually appeared in the cross-regional army, the losses of the Special Warfare Team became more and more heavy. In the end, a considerable part of the Special Forces had to be withdrawn and replaced by the military's most sophisticated super soldier unit, the Bald Eagle Guard. However, after being seconded from the Army to New York to join a newly established powerful agency directly under the White House, Major Stryker felt that his future had a better direction. After all, that gentleman is the person in power on the other side of the country. I'm going to report to the Bureau in the afternoon and meet the new chief. If I can't come back for dinner tonight, I'll call you in advance. Thank you for staying with little Jason, my dear. Marcy pinched her husband's earlobe. The new unit is no different from the Army. There are many beautiful female agents or clerical staff. The tall and straight Mr. Major must hold himself. Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Agency Headquarters, Manhattan, New York. Minister Michael Halls was sitting in the second row of the round conference table as the second-ranked officer in the Bureau. He exchanged glances with Mr. Howard Stark from the Science Department as a greeting, and looked at Edgar. Director Hoover sat quietly in the first row. Today there are two main things: to deal with the social impact and harm that mutants may cause in the future, and the personnel arrangement of secret agents and secret agents in the Bureau. Roger Dooley, the former director of the New York Division of the Strategic Science Corps and the head of the reorganized SHIELD Intelligence Department, first spoke and presided over the speech. Colonel Phillips, one of the original founders of the SSR, has retired, and now only Howard is left. Stark stayed in SHIELD as the Minister of Strategic Technology Research and Development. As for the flower of the British spy, he had already disappeared with the top-secret trader incident, and their information was combined in the most secret operation file of the Intelligence Department of the FBI and SHIELD, codenamed Hunter Wolf. Minister Dooley, did I hear you wrong? Are you talking about the social influence and harm of mutants? Our research on the group of mutants and their mutant power has just begun. Why did they suddenly become hostile? Michael Halls rubbed his face, his thick cheeks were squeezed out of shape, his small eyes were wide open in astonishment. Dooley glanced at Halls, did not speak, but kept looking at Director Hoover, who was obliquely above him. Halls's heart suddenly sank, and what he was most worried about seemed to have happened. I have a piece of information here. Minister Halls, you should know more about the details, but what puzzles me is that the Bureau has not received your detailed report. Although Edgar Hoover's qualifications and authority are second to none in the entire American bureaucracy, he speaks in a very polite manner. He speaks softly without any special emotions, as if he is speaking the most vicious words with the kindest attitude. He signaled the secretary to deliver a piece of information to the participants one by one. Hall saw the New York suburbs like a golf course swept by hurricanes and bombings, and he tightened his jaw and remained silent. This is where the body of Colonel Bob Hendry, the key figure in the Turkish missile incident 2 years ago, was found. We all know that the incident was influenced by the Soviet Hellfire Force, except that some mutants were found at the scene. The remnants of tissue and blood, including the mastermind, Sebastian Xiao, codenamed Black Emperor, have completely disappeared without a trace. It is certain that the tragic scene you have seen was not caused by any weapon of mass destruction. It's the power of mutants. Minister Halls pursed his thick lips, and finally said after a while, Director Hoover, I was the first to arrive at the scene, and I was the one who notified the Bureau and the military. As for the lack of specific incidents, it was because the brain memory has been affected. Hoover knocked on his forehead. As an old man in his 60s, Mr. Director's hairline is considered to be very good. He stopped Hall's words, as if he didn't want him to say something in public. First and last name. Your head advisor to the Mutant Forces Unit, Professor Charles Xavier, is a mutant with psychic powers. I think that's the right word. Your recent work has been very productive. Some of your colleagues may not clearly, by researcher Hank McCoy, who, by the way, is also a mutant. Director Hoover paused, and after everyone had digested the information in these 2 sentences, he continued to speak slowly. By relying on the brainwave device he invented, Professor Xavier can search and connect the thoughts and spirits of mutants all over the world. Through this magical ability, they counted a large number of mutants living quietly in New York information, and have already touched part of it. Please think about it. This kind of power can not only be used to find mutants. Hoover watched with satisfaction all the participants, including Michael Halls, and the high-level SHIELD officers who attended the meeting remained silent, and let the discussion among the crowd continue to ferment until Howard Stark loudly interrupted. I also participated in the transformation and improvement of the brainwave instrument. The power is really amazing. Professor Xavier has brought it to the extreme, but this young gentleman is a very upright and principled American. There is society with great goodwill and... Mr. Stark? It is precisely because you once believed in the so-called personal character and virtue that you finally made the big mistake of the traitor incident. Hoover loosened his neckline, and soon returned to his unhurried speech speed, and said softly, "Please think about it. In addition to the ones just mentioned, there are still mutants in this society who have special abilities due to genetic mutations. They may abide by the law, or they may be robbers in a black community. You guys, how can we guarantee the safety of the citizens of the United States?" Mr. Director talked a lot, took a sip from the teacup, and now he felt that age was a big problem, and when he got emotional after talking too much, his temples twitched, but fortunately, he had found a solution now. He put down his teacup, suddenly smiled at Mr. Stark and said, "Howard, you don't need to worry about this. The Stark Group's arms and weapons were found in the captured Vietnamese armaments, and many countries in the Soviet camp have products from your group. The FBI will arrive soon. Your family has done some routine investigations. Remember to sort out the work at hand after the meeting today, and a new person in charge will take over tomorrow." Edgar Hoover ignored Stark's yelling and questioning. He got up and left the conference hall alone, scratching his ears. He couldn't hear the hysterical noise, couldn't solve the problem, and exposed his thoughts and bottom line. On the bench at the end of the corridor outside the hall, a young officer wearing a military cap and the rank of major was sitting in a regular manner. When he saw Hoover coming out, he hurriedly got up. His leather shoes were tapped crisply, and he saluted neatly. "The former American Army Special Corps went to Vietnam, and Major William Stryker is reporting to you." "Calm down, relax, Major Stryker, and I don't have any rank. You don't have to salute me." Hoover looked at the black-haired and thick-browed Major Stryker, who was over 1.8 meters tall and quite heroic and capable, and waved his hands cheerfully. The young Mr. Major grinned and said, "You are my officer, respect and obedience, regardless of rank." Mr. Director looked at the very sensible Major William Stryker, nodded, rubbed his beardless chin and sat on the bench, patted his side, and motioned for him to sit down too. "Tell me about your vision for the job." "Yes? As a special commander representing you, enter the Mutation Force Research Department to organize a special force team belonging to the country, improve your status and influence in this department, and enhance your understanding and control over the mutant population." Major Stryker explained to Hoover his understanding and vision of his work in a sonorous and well-regulated manner. Looking at the satisfied eyes of the number 1 man under the shadow of the White House, Mr. Major displayed his ambition and vision in his heart. It became more and more clear. "Very good. Don't worry about the last point. Pay special attention to that, Professor Xavier. Come with me to the Strategic Research and Development Department in a while. You need to prepare some materials and equipment." End of this chapter.